No one had thought that the voting would be so unexpected. First, Lola, who had always remained neutral, voted for Abraham. Heisenberg followed closely after and voted against. Then Sergei, who never gave in, and Barthélemy, who held the highest status in the academic world, both abstained from voting. Of the 5 judges, 1 agreed, 1 disagreed, 2 abstained, and so everyone looked toward the last man. The Eastern man who had just been watching the show froze. The show was interesting, but once it involved himself, it was not fun anymore. He raised his hand and subconsciously scratched his face. So it's up to me? Silence. He sighed. To be honest, I'm only learned in Eastern runes. I don't know much about Western music theory and took this position with many fears. Everyone's expressions grew stunned. Took this position with fears? Then why did you come? Why don't you abstain too? This appraisal had turned into a joke. But Mr. Hu did not disappoint everyone. Since neither side can compromise, the situation now is very messy and difficult to distinguish. I have a suggestion, if you all can hear me out. Mr. Hu's words had caused everyone to hold their breath, but this asterisk shoal was going to keep them in suspense. Chapter 250, You Shall See Me. Since neither side can compromise, the situation now is very messy and difficult to distinguish. I have a suggestion, if you all can hear me out. Mr. Hu's words had caused everyone to hold their breaths, but this asterisk shoal was going to keep them in suspense. He lifted his teacup and drank slowly. After pretending to cough for a long time, he stated, "Why don't the two both publish the Voynich manuscript at the same time and give up any copyrights or profits, putting it in the public domain? This way, both men can enjoy the name and glory and won't have any disputes in the future. What do you all think?" Finished speaking, he blinked at the scholars in the audience. Everyone sank into silence as if they had been thrown into the vacuum and were about to pass out from suffocation. It was a moment of silence for their wasted anticipation. For a moment, they had thought that Mr. Hu, this Eastern scholar, could give some effective suggestion, but do you know what the F***ck you're saying? They wondered. This was such a **TTY suggestion. It was practically ruining the union's reputation. Seeing everyone's anger, Mr. Hu chuckled awkwardly. "Ha, that was a joke. I'm sorry, I practiced this joke so many times in private, but I guess it still doesn't work. I'm so sorry. But it seems that someone got the joke." He paused and gazed at the man who did not have the time to wipe the grin off his face. "Mr. Ingmar, can a scholar who had spent decades working on an accomplishment be so happy hearing that they could split it with someone else?" Ingmar froze like a wooden duck. He stuttered, blanching at Mr. Hu. Didn't we agree?" Clunk! A cup of tea crashed onto the table before him. Hot water splashed onto his face, but it chilled him to the bone like frost. At the podium, Mr. Hu had risen. The smile was gone and he no longer looked like an onlooker. His eyes had transformed into pure gold and blazed with terrifying fire. The people finally remembered that this Eastern scholar was referred to as the sun by the cardinal, and the name came from this tremendous power. Now, he glared down at the man below the podium and asked seriously, "Agreed on? Are you speaking of what the uninvited lobbyist discussed with me at midnight? If I support you, I'll receive 5 kilograms of gold, a robe, and a century-old Indus branch." It's a good plan, but sadly, I have been a scholar of the Imperial College for 30 years, but I cannot accept such a large gift. He spoke in Eastern dialect, but most scholars here were fluent in many languages and could understand a bit. Thus, they gasped in shock at the fact that Ingmar was now suspect of underground deals. This was another huge scandal. Someone only worthy to be compared to a dog, unscrupulous, vile, unrighteous, harsh and merciless, stealing others' work to be your own, cheating others of their kindness and for your own interests, speaking nonsense to fool the masses. You have no right to be called a musician. Do you still not give up? If this was in the East, I would have written a letter to the censorate long ago to remove all your accomplishments and toss you into the Tianlao. His voice was not very high, but it exploded in one's ear like thunder. Its weight made one's vision spin and mind go blank. The people were completely speechless. This was the thunder voice that Eastern musicians strived for. Ingmar's entire body trembled. A thin layer of blood red appeared in his eyes and his mind was shaken. He had started to lose control of his ether. There is no doubt that Ingmar plagiarized the interpretation of the Voynich manuscript. Mr. Hu declared. This involves many matters and parties. I hope that the sacred city and Anglo Kingdom will fully investigate this event. Thud. He slammed the gavel down, creating a heart-shaking boom. The appraisal drew to an end in the dead silence. Ingmar's plagiarism was confirmed and all achievements of the Voynich manuscript were returned to Abraham. All costs of the appraisal would be paid by Ingmar. These were all small details. The most important thing, Ingmar was ruined. Pop. 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 The crowd's commotion could not hide the ghastly popping sounds. Soon, everyone realized what was happening and all looked toward Ingmar. The endless pops came from Ingmar's body. Every pop was like a steel hammer crashing onto his bones, causing his body to spasm. Ingmar's face paled with each pop. In the end, he could only produce unclear gurgles. There was no more life in his eyes. His sound of heart has shattered. It has completely shattered. Under everyone's shocked scrutiny, Ingmar, who had collapsed onto the chair, pulled himself up with difficulty. He stumbled forward as blood flowed from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears like a stream. He practically crawled to the spot before the people. His body slipped, but his hands gripped the side of the podium, refusing to fall down. Abraham, Sergei, Barthélemy, Lola, and the park, you liars! I won't forgive you, he yelled as he stared into everyone's eyes with his bloody orbs. It was difficult to say whether his eyes were filled with more craze or more despair. Pointing at everyone's faces, he roared, "You're all liars! Liars!" Screaming out the last word, his pale face abruptly swelled. Boiling blood spewed out from every pore. Boom! The ether around him went wild. In the storm, the wooden stage quickly rotted, cracked, and turned to ash. Ingmar fell into the ash and closed his eyes. Someone rushed up nervously and felt his neck. He cried, "Not dead, he's not dead yet. Take him to the church." Amidst the commotion, Abraham sat in his seat and looked around in confusion, not understanding the situation. "Professor, what's wrong?" Charles reached out in concern and waved. "Say something." Abraham flinched as if snapping out of a daze. He looked at his student and asked with uncertainty, "Charles, did we win?" "Of course. We won." Charles nodded earnestly. "You're the true Grandmaster. The sacred city is going to ring the philosopher's bell for you." Stunned, it took a while before a smile appeared on Abraham's face. He murmured, "That's great. Charles, I think I left the bag in the resting room. Can you and Yezi fetch it for me?" Charles was unsure but nodded slowly and left with Ye Qingxuan. Abraham watched as his students walked away and smiled involuntarily. But for some reason, his eyes also reddened. He looked down at his steel hand. His shoulders shook as he buried his face. He knew he should smile now, but the tears flowed out for some reason. He just wanted to sob. This was great. I can't believe that I can do more than kill in my life. After the appraisal ended, all the grandmasters left without caring for the scholars and reporters gathered outside. Before leaving, Lola threw a flirtatious glance at Ye Qingxuan, causing the youth to shudder. It was afternoon by the time all the paperwork was done. Abraham was still registering in the musicians' union, Charles was somewhere, and Bai Xi was still having fun outside. Ye Qingxuan became bored after pacing around and decided to wait in the lobby. However, a priest clad in black walked over and handed him an invitation. "Archbishop Mephistopheles?" Ye Qingxuan was stunned. Yes. The priest nodded. He told me to wait here and invite you to the church after you've taken care of everything. Are you available now? After thinking, Ye Qingxuan nodded. The others are still here. I'll leave them a message and go afterward. Then I will wait for you at the entrance of the Westminster Church. The priest nodded in farewell and left. The Westminster Church was not very far. Queen's Avenue was vast and wide. The Musicians' Union was on the left side while the church was on the right. They were right across from each other and he just needed to cross the street. Not much time would be wasted. But Ye Qingxuan was stopped right when he left the Musicians' Union's door. Ye Qingxuan? The man did not wear anything flashy, but his accent was deep yet elegant. The retroflex consonant was playful yet clear. This was clearly an Avalonian accent with an aristocratic air. The foreign country bumpkins all felt proud if they could speak standard Avalonian. Of course, this did not include Ye Qingxuan. The lofty and arrogant tone instantly dampened Ye Qingxuan's mood. He glanced over and nodded. Yes. Good. The stranger looked up and down before stepping to the side to show the way. A sir would like to talk to you. Who? Seeing the showiness, Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows and looked in his gesture's direction. In the distance behind him, a black carriage was stopped under a tree. There was a familiar family emblem on the carriage. Looking away, his expression turned cold. Sorry, I don't have time. The stranger furrowed his brows and stopped the youth from leaving again. His voice was impatient as he said, his time is precious and he specially took time out to meet you. Please do not drag things out meaninglessly and waste this precious chance. He did not say the phrase uppity, but it was clear that was what he thought. When they saw this emblem, even the most successful musicians or scholars in Anglo would be polite and humble, or pleasantly shocked, or pretend to be calm. No one had dared to say this. Hearing the man's words, Ye Qingxuan laughed and gazed mockingly. Sorry, please tell that sir that I'm just a lowly orphan. I don't dare interact with the Lancelot family. Please tell him to return. The man's expression changed and wanted to manhandle him, but Ye Qingxuan just gazed at him coolly. He said, You must be new, right? I advise you don't do this. Otherwise, you'll lose your job even if I go over there. This is for your own good. The man froze mid-movement. Indeed, like master like dog. Ye Qingxuan sneered and left. Seeing Ye Qingxuan walk away, expressions battled on the man's face. Finally, he returned to the carriage and reported what happened. The person in the carriage nodded, telling him to leave. After a long time, the Steel Knight in Galahad's armor came over and stood beside the carriage. She took off her helmet, revealing her feminine features and gold hair. It was Christine. Father, did you see him? She asked quietly. In the carriage, Lord Lancelot was silent for a long time before he hung his head. Christine, that boy really hates me. The Westminster Church's chapel was quiet. Dim afternoon sunlight shone through the long and narrow stained glass windows, falling onto the youth's shoulders. Under the light, his white hair was not as obvious as before. This was not an official meeting and Mephistopheles' attire was casual as well. He did not wear his majestic robe or crown and only wore a simple robe. I heard what you said in the morning. He studied the youth before him and nodded slightly. It seems that Ban has taught you well. I did nothing but accept the father's teachings, the youth replied modestly. How is he, Dot? He was well when I left. He had aged but was still strong. You often reminisce on youthful days when you age. It's as if you're living inside memories. But in the blink of an eye, Ban is still like before and yet I am old. Mephistopheles sighed. What a pity. We should have switched back then. He would be a musician and I'd be in the Knights Templar. After a short pause, Ye Qingxuan said quietly, Father often told me that God has his plans. Please do not feel regret. This must be God's plans. Mephistopheles was stunned and chuckled. I often use God's words to comfort others, but it's rare that I can be comforted by him one day. Ban wrote to me saying you don't wish to be in the clergy. It's a pity. Perhaps you are more talented than I had expected. Are you sure you won't reconsider? Both you and Father take care of me well. Ye Qingxuan shook his head. But unfortunately, my passion is not here. After a pause, Mephistopheles nodded. Since that is the case, then all right. God has his plans, does he not? These were Ye Qingxuan's words, and he did not expect the father to use them and comfort him. Come closer. Let me see you. Mephistopheles waved toward the youth. Ye Qingxuan hesitated but stepped forward and finally saw Mephistopheles' eyes. Hidden in the shadows of his brow bone, the old man's eyes were roomy, blank, and lifeless. Ye Qingxuan finally realized that Mephistopheles was blind. A wrinkled hand swept across the youth's face. There seemed to be static on that palm. Crackles sounded as his hand moved in the air, and invisible power flowed across the youth's face. And so Mephistopheles saw it. He studied it. As if meeting an old friend, he smiled in satisfaction after a long while. What a good child. That Ban is much luckier than me. He rose and patted the youth's shoulders. Go now. Come back when you have time. If you don't wish to hear about the church, I won't speak of it, but you might be interested in theories of the school of choir. I would be so grateful. The youth nodded and bid farewell. The old priest stood in the dark church, watching the youth leave with his lifeless eyes. He seemed to see the setting sun cast a gold halo around the youth. You will go forth to an unknown destination, Mephistopheles quietly recited as he caressed the Bible beside him. To the final destination of all beginnings, to the end of dreams, to the furthest point of the world. There, you shall see me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 251 to 260. Chapter 251, Bell of Original Sin. It was 8 at night. The Academy's auditorium was packed, and a dark mass amidst the commotion. All students, from freshmen to graduating students, had received the notification and grouped here. The meeting had not begun yet, but they already knew that the Academy would make an official statement after the appraisal of the plagiarism scandal that everyone was caught up in recently. However, some people were not happy. It's just an announcement. Why are we forced to come? A Revelations professor said coldly. Ingmar did all that. Why do we have to be involved? We don't even dare to go out now. Are they still not satisfied? Hey, that's not what you said when Ingmar was getting all the limelight. That came from a modifications professor. It was just drama to him, after all. The Revelations professor's face darkened. He glared at the other and did not reply. His eyes filled with disgust whenever he looked at Abraham's seat. That guy is so annoying. He stirs all this trouble without doing anything. Just want to see us lose face, huh? He muttered angrily. We'll give him face this time, but that guy better not take it for granted. His co-worker coughed quietly, causing him to finally realize that the room was silent. He quickly shut his mouth. Sydney, with a troubled expression, appeared on stage. The principal had not appeared yet. It was clear that Sydney had been tossed out by the school board to take the brunt. He was responsible for all the humiliating things. This was why he did not look well. We're here today to announce something. He pulled out his script and lowered his head to read it monotonously. The more he read, the lower his head went. Each word was like a painful slap to the face. After the Sacred City and Musicians Union's assessment, the claim Ingmar's results are plagiarized is valid, because the influence is too negative. Ingmar will now be relieved of his duties and be judged by the musicians' union after he is healed. During this case, the music history department was wrongly accused and had their innocence proved with the support of the academy. Hearing him say this, the audience booed endlessly, interrupting him. He lowered his head and ignored them, continuing to stutter out the script. According to Grandmaster Abraham's own wishes, the new music history department building will stand on its original site and officially restart classes after the Queen's honoring ceremony. Next, let us give a round of applause and welcome Concertmaster Ye, representative of the history department, on stage. Sydney gathered his script and looked backstage with a numb expression. Strange applause sounded as the audience split into two clear groups. One group was excited and clapped loudly. The other group was numb like clay figurines. The drama is here. Off stage, a student scoffed. I'd like to see how he brags as an underdog. Don't worry. This Eastern concertmaster should be smart. The third-year concertmaster sat in the first row and picked at his fingernails. If he still has a mind, he won't brag too much. Otherwise, he'd piss off too many people and the future will be hard. After all, the days are still long, right? But if he doesn't know his place, then it's not our fault. What's the most he can do? Don't forget, this is the Royal Academy of Music. He's not even an official musician. Does he think he's the best when he's just at rhythm level? If he thinks he can do it, he can duel with me. Then he won't be able to say anything, huh? After they snickered, the graduating students at the back glared coldly at the podium. The long wait was silent. No one came out from backstage. Bewildered, the audience looked toward the stage and began discussing. On stage, Sydney with his frozen smile could not bear it anymore. He called someone over and quietly urged him. The man ran backstage but soon came back and blankly gave Sydney a letter. Stunned, Sydney opened the letter and skimmed it. His expression grew uglier. This guy had refused to come and only sent a letter? He had only won an appraisal and was already this arrogant? The entire academy was here but this guy was acting like a hot shot? The annoyed students became even more frustrated. Hello everyone, I am that Eastern freshman concertmaster, Ye Qingxuan. I couldn't make it due to personal reasons so I wrote a letter. Sydney gripped the letter and read woodenly. I'm sure everyone has heard of the recent news. Thanks to everyone who supported me. I will remember each and every word said in support of my professor during this mess and repay you. However, I know that many people still don't like me. Here, Sydney's brows furrowed and his expression stiffened even more. To be honest, I don't care. I won't beg everyone to give me, an antisocial freak, the luxury of friendship, and I don't really want to interact with you all. I just hope that, through this, some people can stop provoking us meaninglessly. After all, there's no sense of accomplishment in dealing with these problems. Presumptuous. The students with dark expressions were angered by Ye Qingxuan's attitude and began yelling. Exchanging glances with each other, they could not push down the anger. On stage, Sydney's expression grew even stranger. He had reached the end of the letter and stammered out each word with difficulty. In addition, I hope that such things will not happen in the future. To help with some people's memories and remember this, I've decided to leave a small memento in a very obvious spot. I hope they'll like it. Here, he froze and looked at the very end. Your faithful friend, Ye Qingxuan. Without a doubt, Ye Qingxuan's impolite tone had angered most of the students. The auditorium instantly fell into chaos. That asterisk shoal, was he using this chance to scold the entire academy? Who does he think he is? And what was that small memento? This obvious warning made one want to laugh. Did he want to upend the entire academy or something? But soon, they heard shocked cries from the back, as well as a sluggish silence. On stage, Sydney seemed to have seen a ghost. His stiff expression shattered bit by bit and turned into one of shock. And so everyone looked back in confusion and saw that the sky outside the auditorium was pitch black, but in the black sky was blazing red firelight. Something was on fire? Where? Under the same sky, a white-haired youth sat on a bench, bathed in firelight. The light illuminated his white hair, turning it red like fire. Before him, the main building of the School of Revelations bathed in firelight as well. It was dazzling. It was as those people had said. It had transformed into a torch that broke in the darkness, illuminating the bright and mighty future of mankind. The ancient texts, precious collections, and opulent furniture in Ingmar's office were submerged in the flames, turning into ash and cinder. They were carried by the hot wind and floated in the sky like beautiful and dazzling stars. Soon, the professor on guard descended from his wind spirit. Seeing the burning building, he quickly raised the alarm. Then he saw the loitering youth and his brows furrowed. What happened? Simple. It caught on fire. Ye Qingxuan shrugged and quoted what the academy had said to him a few days ago: the weather has been dry recently and the objects spontaneously combusted. It's normal. He calmly looked at the suspicious eyes with an innocent and dazed expression. No matter what, the investigation results would be just that: the weather was dry and the objects spontaneously combusted. This was just an accident, just like the last accident. Since people could accept the fact that the history department had an accident, it was reasonable for the same to happen to Revelations, right? He sat on the bench quietly and looked up at the fire as if enjoying the most beautiful view in the world. He sighed, so pretty. A bell rang faintly in the air. Great tea. I didn't know the West would have such good tea. In the clock shop, Mr. Hu set down his teacup and sighed. I haven't had tea ever since I left the East all those years ago. Get to the point. Across from him, Hermes clutched a box of cookies and munched. He looked at Mr. Hu with a strange gaze. I'm kind of interested in seeing what that figurehead queen sent you to Avalon alone for. Is it to contact the Revolutionary Army and kill those treacherous ministers from both the inside and outside? If that's the case, then you've come to the wrong place. The entire world knows that the Revolutionary Army is hiding in the dark world. You can't find anything in Avalon. Oh no, our queen has nothing to do with those rebels, Mr. Hu stated, waving his hand. I am just here to investigate some things and find someone. Ye Lanzhao. PSH. Hermes snickered. You didn't regret anything when that guy Bai Hong committed a coup and killed all of the Yi family. There's no point now. As this is my duty, I beg you to tell me. Mr. Hu rose and cut to the chase. Where exactly is Ye Lanzhao? Hermes rolled his eyes. How would I know? Ye Lanzhao has legs and can go wherever he wants. Mr. Hu sighed and pulled an old silver coin from his sleeve. Pushing it toward Hermes, he said, I hope you can provide aid, seeing my payment, but... Hermes furrowed his brow. According to the rules, I have to answer your question if you give me something, but are you sure you want to ask this? Yes. Mr. Hu nodded. Hermes replied emotionlessly, he's dead. Impossible. Mr. Hu shook his head resolutely. I was ordered to find him, dead or alive. Tisk, why are you guys so stubborn? Frustrated, Hermes tossed the cookie box to the side and took a large jar from a cabinet, slamming it onto the table. Here's the dead you're looking for. Mr. Hu froze. After a long time, he reached out and lifted the dust cloth covering the jar. Dust floated down. Under the dust and cloth, a head was submerged in the amber-colored liquid. The stark white yet handsome head had closed eyes as if it was sleeping in the liquid. Long black hair floated in the liquid like seaweed. There was no handsomeness of yesterday, but he was calm as moonlight, serene and beautiful. He seemed to only be sleeping, rather than having died long ago. This is the head Bach personally chopped off. Take it if you want. Mr. Hu winced. He shook his head and set down the dust cloth, drowning the face in darkness once again. Why must it be like this? He sat down heavily in the chair. After a long while, he sighed and no longer spoke. A heavy bell rang in the distance. It resounded in the night sky, spreading in all directions. The bell had a mysterious power, as if it contained the cheers and singing of countless people. The ether in its path swelled as if it too was dancing. In the darkness under the dust cloth, the head seemed to awaken temporarily from his slumber. His lips seemed to curl into a fleeting smile. Like a hallucination. Like moonlight. Thousands of miles away, the high tower of the sacred city was illuminated with lights. It was the critical moment of defense changes at the ice field barrier close to Asgard, but the bishops dressed in red were arguing until they were red in the face. It has been 6 years since an abomination-level natural catastrophe appeared. If we continue the alert status as if we're close to war, it will undoubtedly be a burden to both Asgard and the Church. There is a minimum expense of £1 million of gold per year, but it has only been 6 years. If something happens during the defense change and a natural catastrophe enters human territory once again, we might not be able to recover from the consequences in even 600 years. The nations flattened by the silver tide still yet to show any signs of life. Are these previous examples not enough for us to be cautious? Sure, you can talk, but do you know the expenses of merely maintaining the stronghold? Furthermore, our research of natural catastrophes has not moved in decades. Not only are there no results in explorations into the dark world, that ****starred Gaius and his revolutionary army are still roaming free. And of course the nations are all declining now. They have high internal expenses and cannot care about the scary things in the dark world. Outside their barriers, psychological decay is more terrifying than material emptiness. If we continue, it'll be a knockoff product even if the stronghold remains. The Church does not involve itself with national politics. Do not find excuses for these sinister actions. Idiot. Does procedural justice have any effect on the result? The arguments had lasted for 3 days without any outcome. But today, the figure seated at the end of the long table seemed to be deep in thought and did not listen to their opinions. He looked up into the starry sky where the sound of a bell resounded. Your Holiness! Your Holiness, may you please decide quickly? The bishops looked at the silent pope with confused yet solemn expressions. Beside the throne, the servant called quietly, Your Holiness, the bishops are waiting for your decision. The King of Red raised his hand, blocking the noisy arguments so he could only hear the bell. All was silent. Save for the bell from the skies. The bell rang in the long night. The massive bronze bell vibrated, shaking dust off and revealing a blazing bronze glare. It shivered like a flame as the bell resonated. The ringing spread in the air toward extreme distances. Riding the wild wind, it traveled tens of thousands of miles and echoed within the dark world. It shook the ice and snow of the northernmost barrier loose, it shook the signal flames of the eastern Great Wall, it lifted the sand of the southern clay walls, and it melted into the ripples of the northern sea. The bell traveled far and wide, ringing in every human's ears. Mr. Gaius, this is a report just received from Avalon. In a secret room, an old man with white hair put on his glasses and perused the message under the light. After a long while, he smiled in satisfaction. Congratulations, Abraham, he murmured, looking in the direction of Avalon. You finally found your purpose in life as you had wished. There was no reply. Save for the faint rings of the bell. One could hear the low and distant bell everywhere, whether beside a bonfire in the barren wilderness or in the city under a snowstorm. The philosopher's bell? In the dark world, Bach, who had been silent, looked up. The old crowned man traveling above the stars looked down at the sacred city. Within the holy temple, the flames of 76 unextinguishing lanterns trembled under the bell. The spirits of saints sleeping within them opened their eyes and exchanged glances. 42 years. The philosopher's bell has been rung. The bell of the original sin. Humanity is nearing the truth of the Dark Ages. The shaking of the originator shall arrive soon. The decisive battle is nearing once again, but the spirits in the lanterns murmured amongst themselves and finally closed their eyes, returning to their long slumber. In the darkness, only the lights remained. The bell continued to ring. Amidst the ringing, a drunken young man was shocked awake from his dream and moaned painfully. He picked up the bottle beside him and drank the last few drops. As the strength of alcohol coursed through him again, he pushed himself up from the table and panted heavily. "Another nightmare, Charles?" Abraham pushed open his door with concern. "No, Professor. Just drunk." Charles managed a smile and climbed up from the floor. "Ah, I accidentally got drunk. I'm really getting out of hand. If Yezi and others saw me, they'd probably scold me for half a day." He pushed open the window to diffuse the scent of alcohol in the air. Moonlight spilled on his face. Charles sat in the corner and felt around his pocket for half a cigarette. Lighting it, he inhaled deeply and managed to smile at the door. But the door was closed and no professor was there. Abraham was not there either. Seeming to understand something, Charles looked away darkly. "Still dreaming?" Plumes of smoke rose out of his hand, dissipating in the moonlight of the dreamscape, and disappeared. Under the moon, the walls slowly broke down. Blood seeped out of the cracks of the ground like a spring. Countless hands embraced him from the blood, warm and soft like a mother. A voice from his memory murmured in his ear, "Please tell him that I am happy," but the faint voice resounded in his heart emptily and went somewhere. He smiled and closed his eyes, still embraced by the dream. "Mom, are you truly happy?" Under the same sky, there was a silent white-haired youth before the firelight, a young man sleeping before a window, a young girl between rows of clocks. At the same time, a figure wrapped in a gray robe stepped foot into Avalon. A crow landed on his shoulder as he listened to the bell. He looked up into the starry sky, but there were no stars in his eyes, only an abyss-like darkness. "The human world," he murmured hoarsely. "Humanity's vileness." The bell resounded in the sky. Who was it ringing for? Chapter 252, The Sacrifice. The tide reflected the fine moonlight. The cold moonlight crashed onto the reef, with the waves like splashing frost. In the long night, the tide mingled with the cries from the depth of darkness that wandered around the white city like a call from a dead country in the deep sea. The scattered vapor rose from the sea, heavy and cold like the angry souls of the dead. The white mist was so heavy nothing could be seen. It submerged the whole city and swallowed everything. There seemed to be a young boy singing softly in the mist. The song wandered across the streets and alleys. It could be faintly heard as long as one listened carefully. The king and his helpers kidnapped the queen, imprisoning her in dreams. "We have power in the sea, so which direction should we wander? Oh ho, millions of pairs of hands raise the sails high. Pull, the thieves and beggars will have eternal life." Under the chilling song, the patrolman with a lantern in his hand breathed coldly. With a chill, he sped up his patrol, but the song followed behind him like a shadow, making his face pale. Avalon late at night was by no means a good place. This glorious city, which shone brightly in the daytime, hid countless unknown truths within. No matter which of the tens of thousands of truths was accidentally seen, it was enough for the witness to evaporate and disappear totally. Every dark street was like a doorway to hell, calling out to the lone patrolman. In the dark, the youthful singing sounded clearer and clearer. It wound around the patrolman's ears, making him shiver. It was as if something in the song lured him to march toward the sound. His mind emptied gradually. On the silent streets, only the sound of footsteps echoed. The vacant-eyed patrolman lurched forward. The homeless, also lured by the song at some point, joined in as well. They walked toward the direction of the song. Water puddles reflected the icy pale moonlight and illuminated their dull and wooden faces. In the darkness, The little boy's voice twisted at some point, turning into the cackles of countless ghosts in their ears. Its key has been inserted into the box. The devil will realize our dream. The bell has already rung in the cemetery. Did you hear the eerie song? Respond to our calls, the blood debt will be paid. Oh ho, raise the sails, we'll return home. Pull, the thieves and beggars, we will be immortal in death. Boom! The lantern fell from the patrolman's hand and hit the stone steps, breaking suddenly. The oil and flames fell on him, igniting his body. The pain finally woke him. He screamed in pain and found himself kneeling on the cold altar without realizing. The shadow of the sacrifice covered his face under the twisted firelight. The dark figure was clad in red. There seemed to be 100 pairs of eyes under the hood of the shadow. They were full of compassion but also indifference. The patrolman was overcome by the eyes. He could not help but pray on the ground, kissing his blade, and singing softly. We will be immortal in death. Blood splattered. The warm liquid flowed silently, spilling over the ground. 2 hours later, it was a deeper night. Lestrade walked out of the crime scene with a pale face. He gritted his teeth for a long time and pulled out a silver coin from his pocket. There was a vague face on the silver coin, as well as the name of Darkness and Secrets, Sherlock Holmes. The silver coin fell from his hands and into the flames, shaking endlessly. After a long while, it suddenly collapsed into a ball of mist. A crisp sound came. Ding! The buzzing sound swept past his ear and penetrated into the darkness. Cold wind blew in the night like the chuckle of the vengeful spirit. Somehow, the sound that was once so daunting was now so reassuring. Lestrade lit his pipe and gazed into the distant darkness. He held down his fear and waited patiently. After some time, a hoarse voice sounded behind him. I've said before not to disturb me if it's not important. I hope you won't disappoint me. That husky voice clung to his heart like a sharp and cold razor. He shivered. According to your command. I should contact you if something strange happens, he stammered. Pausing, he took a deep breath and summoned up courage. They're in there. They? The shadow asked. Lestrade swallowed hard and said, I don't know how to describe those things, I can't say. The angry spirit standing in the mist pondered for a moment and nodded. Lead the way. Recently, the capital is being secured secretly. The policemen patrol with alarm bells, and the police department check the situation through the big enchantment of Avalon at any time. An hour ago, we found out that a patrol officer was killed, and when the forces were called out, it was too late. Lestrade walked in front and wrapped his overcoat tightly as if he was afraid of the wind. Occasionally, he looked around, revealing a pale face. Ye Qingxuan could not help but shake his head. You never seem to be on time. You always need some time from receiving the signals to organizing teams and acting. Avalon is so big. A few minutes aren't even enough to pull the horse out of the barn. And you also need some time to react for those who work at night, right? Ye Qingxuan's rhetorical question made Lestrade speechless. His expression grew bitter. What cleverness was he pretending in front of this one? He was only clearer than Lestrade about those private activities. Anyway, when we arrived, it was too late. He shrugged and looked at the young man guarding the door, who was leaning against the wall, stooping to vomit violently. He had vomited all the bile and was now dry heaving. Ye Qingxuan stopped and glanced at him before walking straight toward the scene. The other gatekeepers were totally unaware of his arrival, but forced a solemn expression onto their face and saluted Lestrade. Lestrade paused for a moment, quietly watching the silent vengeful spirit beside him. The figure had melted into the mist, making him faintly invisible. It was as if he did not exist at all. This was good too. He sighed out of relief. This saved him an explanation in case any clues and traces would be found. When they entered, several others were lifted out with vomit on their pale faces. The people who held them looked bad as well, and their legs were a little weak. Have they never seen dead people at the scene? Ye Qingxuan asked quietly. That's not the scene. Lestrade lowered his eyes. It's hell. Actually, I won't laugh at you if you puke. Shut up. Your expression's changing. It will be much better to puke it out. Shut up. Holding it in is harmful. You're going against your nature. I said shut up. And so Lola's voice disappeared. Ye Qingxuan stood in the middle of the scene, looking around expressionlessly. A few minutes ago, he was still looking down on that bunch of cowardly and weak policemen, but now he had sympathy for them. Who would run into such a hell if it was not their duty? In short, this place was littered with carnage. If one were to describe the details, one could write tens of thousands of words. Then it would be spread widely amongst the dark enthusiasts and receive critical acclaim. Unfortunately, the people who came here generally lacked appreciation for the arts, and were unaware of the vast business opportunities. How many dead are there? Ye Qingxuan asked, furrowing his brows. Lestrade, pinching his nose, and replied, the forensic analyst just told me that there are 17. Your forensic analyst should go back to school, Ye Qingxuan said slowly. There are 19 of them. One is hanging on the tree, and one is trampled under your feet. Hearing this, Lestrade jumped back in fright and looked at his feet. Ye Qingxuan plucked the baton from his waist, put it into the pool of blood, and lifted piece of skin filled with black scripture. It was new, hot, and exciting. Seeing the skin with hair dangling on it and blood dripping from it, Lestrade's face changed. He covered his mouth, ran to the corner, and vomited violently. Another one had failed. All in all, the scene was almost like an accident where a wagon carrying dead pigs crashed into a wagon laden with rotten tomatoes. Then, 108 cooks came to cut the pork stained with tomato sauce into mincemeat, while also leaving some scraps for frying and other tricks. Moreover, there was so much evidence left at the scene. It's none of your business anymore. Report it to the Royal Musician Division. Ye Qingxuan patted Lestrade's shoulder. It is the ritual of Hyakum's followers. Lestrade paused. It seemed that he had not made the connection yet. But when he really understood the meaning of that name, the already pale face got paler. Hyakum? Yes. Ye Qingxuan took his baton and poked it in the eye sockets of the corpse. They were empty with only blood flowing out. You see, all the body's eyes have been dug out. These guys gathered here to please their gods by sacrificing mortal lives and pain. It seems that the ceremony was a success. Lestrade's face was ghastly pale. What do they want? How would I know? Ye Qingxuan answered indifferently. Lola's chuckle sounded in his ears again. Little Yezi, you're really cute when you lie. I let you borrow my eyes, not to just watch the show, Ye Qingxuan responded coldly. At this moment, the more serious he was, the more easily he would be played by the evil Lola. The best way was to ignore her and change the subject. Don't waste time any more time. Have you decided? Chapter 253, The Amazing Adventures of the Vengeful Spirit. Pretty much. Lola seemed to see into Ye Qingxuan's mind and chuckled. Then let's get to the main event. Ye Qingxuan instantly felt dizzy as a strange auditory illusion sounded in his ears and faint numbness spread through his body. This was the phenomenon of an outside force controlling his body. His vision went dark before it brightened again. There seemed to be moonlight before his eyes. How is it? Are my eyes nice to use? Lola asked. They're okay, Ye Qingxuan said with mocking indifference. His brows furrowed as he looked around. Under the gaze of those eyes, layers of distorted music notes appeared on the blood-covered walls, ground, and withered corpses. The notes wriggled like maggots. Having lost control and support, they were gradually fading. One could vaguely see the original large structure. Countless black music notes pierced the poor slain men, stringing them together as if on a string, creating a vast ritual. An extremely strange insignia was carved in the center of the ritual, at the heart of dozens of concentric circles. There seemed to be dozens of sub-eyes in the single giant eye. They wandered and swallowed with chilling eeriness. It was the eyes within the eye. It's true, Lola. Ye Qingxuan squatted and studied the insignia of Hyakum. The parliament has gotten together with Hyakum's believers, and they are starting to think of ways to open the path. Lola fell silent. After a long time, she sighed quietly. No, perhaps, it's worse than this, she said. They have a Mark II and had just sent a group of people into Avalon's shadow through this ritual. Mark? At that moment, Ye Qingxuan felt heat in his arms. The blood-colored shell began trembling and shone dimly. A song sounded within the shell. This song seemed to come from thousands of miles away. It wrapped around one's ears, faint but clear. The king and his helpers kidnapped the queen, imprisoning her in dreams. Lola, did you hear the song? What song? Sensing something wrong, Lola was instantly shocked. There's power remaining from the ritual. Be careful, don't reply to Avalon's calls. Too late. Ye Qingxuan looked down and chuckled dryly. I think this thing is automatic. In his hands, the blood-colored shell grew hotter. A warped gleam of fire shone faintly, singing by its own accord. The song grew closer and closer, but Lola's voice was quickly becoming distant. The connection was becoming blurry and broken until he could only hear static. In the silence, thick fog surged like a tidal wave, swallowing him. He was surrounded in ghastly white. Something seemed to be hidden inside, but he could not see clearly. The fire within the mark grew brighter. It chased away the fog, allowing him to see clearly the river of blood under his feet. The blood path. Lola had given him the road mark so he could use the nightmares to practice the basics of the school of mind. It was also an abnormally effective amplification tool. It could magnify the effects of music scores from various schools. But he had not expected to be pulled into this again. Ha? What do you mean by again? Ye Qingxuan muttered to himself. He could not help his habit of talking sh*t. How unlucky was he to keep getting pulled into this place? The thing that the guys at the parliament dreamed of was just unavoidable to him. But there was no way out of this now. The only fortunate thing was that the connection between him and Lola was not completely broken. After all, she had sucked so much blood from him. She could use the mark as a fulcrum when needed to enter coherence, allowing Ye Qingxuan to use some of her strength. Today was a full moon. Lola was at her strongest. Someone prepared to enter the scepter level and was above the resonance, interference, and distortion level was behind him. He actually felt a little safe. I can't hear what you're saying, but there aren't any other ways. After all, I'm already here. Ye Qingxuan sighed. I'll go first and then we'll see if there are any ways to leave. Maybe I can beat them. Just pay attention and help me when needed. He repeated it 4 times and Lola seemed to have heard. The static faded gradually and a faint message traveled over. I'll just take it that you told me to be careful. Ye Qingxuan shrugged and activated Jiao Shaohuan Pei. The long-awaited steel-black hand snapped out and knocked against the stones under the blood path with a heavy and clanging echo. Now, let's start the amazing adventures of the vengeful spirit. There'll probably be at least 8 books if this gets turned into a comic. People would love it. He raised the road mark of the blood path. Using the sliver of light, he walked down the road. His steps stopped abruptly as he walked. A bubble-shaped glow appeared when he snapped his finger. It illuminated the ruined wall beside him, as well as the extremely smooth crack on it. It looked like the claw mark of some beast, but also like the mark from the full-out effort of a terrifying weapon. Ye Qingxuan walked forward emotionlessly. He reached out to touch the crack and could not feel any other cracks. It felt entirely natural, as if it had always existed on this wall, had been planned since the beginning, and had existed on the blueprint. But it was not, it had been clawed out by bare hands. If Ye Qingxuan had not remembered incorrectly, someone he knew had this talent. The Ripper? He muttered. When did she get together with the Parliament? This was undoubtedly bad news. Raising his guard, he continued on the blood path. In the end, the fog thinned, revealing faint blue moonlight that fell onto his shoulders. It was the blue moon. The moonlight that represented catastrophe and destruction shone on the youth as well as the silhouette of the fierce city in the distance. Under the moonlight, the city that pierced into the sky slept in darkness. It emanated with eeriness. The rusted iron gates of the Black City opened, and a rotting scent blew in with the wind. Everything, from the organization to the details, had the same contours as Avalon. It was as if he had instantly traveled millenniums and witnessed the city immersed in death and disaster. Yo! Ye Qingxuan stared at the dark city before him and waved. We meet again. How've you been? No reply. Under the moon, the black shadow of a giant bird suddenly rose out of the darkness. It swept across the moon and hovered in the air. The silhouette looked like an oddly shaped moth. It screamed in the air and fell back into the darkness. The blue moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight in Ye Qingxuan's eyes brightened a bit as well. Using the light, he could see the ripples of ether on the strange bird even from a distance away. The ripples were strong and aggressive. It had a faint wildness that could spread out at any time and tear apart any living thing. The air around it was slightly distorted. The ether's strength forcefully distorted reality, appending everything. Otherwise, how could the bird fly with these strange wings? Ye Qingxuan did not know what it was, but if it was under the resonance level, it would definitely die if it tried anything. I haven't even entered yet and they're already trying to scare me off? Ye Qingxuan murmured, stopping before the entrance. He gazed at the darkness within. The city felt too strange to him, as if it was a living thing that had opened its mouth greedily, waiting for anyone to enter so it would swallow all life into its stomach. Anyone with some common sense would reconsider if they wanted to go in and die, but no matter how Ye Qingxuan thought about it, he still felt unsatisfied. If the Parliament could go in, why couldn't he? What a joke! Chuckling, the youth rested his cane on his shoulder. Humming, he stepped into the moonlight and blood path and entered the gates. A bell rang from the deepest part of the dark city as if welcoming the guest, as if it was crying, as if it was pleading. There was only temporary darkness in the city's tunnel, but Ye Qingxuan involuntarily let out a sigh of relief when he re-entered the moonlight. The darkness was too sticky and slightly suffocating. Walking in it was uncomfortable, like walking in a quagmire. However, the strange road after the city gates was not any better. The blue moon hung high in the sky. The buildings on either side of the street were dilapidated and sad. Though they managed to retain their original form, they were definitely ruins. Corpses were littered all over. Ye Qingxuan could vaguely see a destroyed stand in the frame of a carriage. It was as if all living things had disappeared in an instant and left the city behind to decay for a millennium. But in his memory, Avalon was still bustling in the daytime. Comparing the two, one instantly felt dazed and unsure as to which was real. In comparison, the corpse hanging before Ye Qingxuan felt friendlier. Yes, a corpse. It was clear it had not been dead for long. It should still be warm if Ye Qingxuan touched it. Under the cold moonlight, the corpse with a red robe hung on the wall from a rusted chain, swinging in the breeze. The withered arms seemed to be waving at the latecomer. The eyes within the eye Hyakum's insignia on his chest had been torn apart. All that remained was a charred mess. He swung in the wind during this endless night. The lower jaw under his lowered neck swung as well with the song in the wind. The voice sang quietly, the king and his helpers kidnapped the queen, imprisoning her in dreams. We have power in the sea, so which direction should we wander? Oh ho, millions of pairs of hands raise the sails high. Pull, the thieves and beggars will have eternal life. Receive eternal life in death. Chapter 254, Black Zone. The song rode the cold wind but instantly disappeared, giving Ye Qingxuan the chills. The guy hanging on the tree was clearly sent by the parliament. Before coming, he was definitely like a tiger and could take on 10 enemies at the same time. Now, he had become a corpse for some reason and hung from the tree like a ragged doll. All his blood had run dry and flowed into the blood path. His corpse was dry as a matchstick. Ye Qingxuan looked at the matchstick and the matchstick looked back at him. He looked, and a sticky tear rolled out of the dried-out eyes. Save me, the mouth without a jaw stammered. He begged with a muffled voice, please help, no, kill me. He was still alive? The moment he spoke, his withered body suddenly swelled as if dozens of rats were scuttling within him and chewing something. It swelled larger and larger. In the end, something ate the last bit of his flesh and broke through. Boom! There was a muffled sound. Ye Qingxuan quickly retreated, but he still felt his vision going black. Then he felt something pounce at him. With no time to think, he raised his hand. A complex music note appeared out of thin air. Instantly, hundreds of notes were flattened and were complete at the same time. They formed a music score and shot forward. The melody overlapped, transforming into a hoarse murmur that announced gravely, "Do not turn the 3 realms into ashes." The darkness was torn apart by the wild electric light. The electricity shot out like a flood. Heat surged, swallowing the thing coming toward him and that corpse. Ye Qingxuan did not dare to hold back during this moment. He used his strongest weapon at once, Indra's eye. After the sublimation ritual, his power had finally reached the lowest threshold and no longer needed to use his blood to activate the eye. However, it was harder. Indra's eye was the best at destruction. Even if there was a 3rd-level musician clad in full armor and shield, he would still be destroyed. Soon, the moonlight in Ye Qingxuan's eye brightened again, breaking through the darkness. The hanging corpse had fallen onto the ground in pieces. The weird thing that had jumped out of its stomach rolled on the ground, already charred. It looked like a child, but it had 4 long and thin limbs. Its burnt face was like a beast. As it writhed on the ground, its burnt body cracked open and something dust-like floated out of it. The dust melted into the wind. Soon, it stopped moving. It fossilized and then broke apart, turning into powder. The powder disappeared quickly as well. All that remained was its skeleton and the stunned Ye Qingxuan. He soon snapped out of it. After pondering, he took 2 coins out of his pocket and hurled them toward the deep end of the street. The coins flew through the air and landed with a crisp ding. After the small sound, Ye Qingxuan saw the dust around the coin rise up for no reason, converge, and swallow the coin like a living thing. The dust scattered quickly, but the coin had already lost all luster. It had been eroded into scrap metal. Then, it broke into a few grains of sand without anyone touching it, and rolled into the darkness with the wind. Ye Qingxuan was covered in cold sweat. This truly was a black zone. The so-called black zone was actually a general term for the dark world on the map. The safe zones for living were white zones, unstable areas were yellow, and dangerous areas were red. The black zone was the area of death. In actuality, not even the dark world had many places that could truly be called a black zone. In a black zone, the ether had already mutated and was uncontrollable. It had eroded the environment, turning it into unreliable and abnormal territory. Any sound could create unpredictable reactions and consequences. It was like causing an avalanche by coughing on a snowy mountain, but worse. To a human, it was an entirely different world. Just like now. According to Ye Qingxuan's guess, any outside interference could lead it to be eroded and assimilated by Avalon's shadow. In other words, it would become one with Avalon's shadow. This was probably what had happened to the guy who had been hung. He most likely awakened the sleeping darkness and instantly fell to the painful state of not even being able to die. His companions did not dare to help him and abandoned him. Ye Qingxuan was terrified too. Thankfully, he did not fully activate Indra's eye. Otherwise, the crack of lightning would be enough to kill him, or at least skin him. Any music score would probably create unpredictable consequences here. But he was not exactly safe, even if he did not make any sound. The flash of light just then had attracted many of the weird things living here. Crackle, crackle. Amidst the broken crackles, some things appeared under the broken tiles behind the decayed wall. Sticky black aura emanated from them. Under the pale moonlight, they latched onto everything and transformed into primates, formless ghosts, water demons, and other unstable figures. They solidified and came from all directions. Red eyes looked toward Ye Qingxuan. They froze and then burst into roars because there was nothing there. Hearing the screams behind him, Ye Qingxuan sped up. He ran, of course he ran. Why would he wait for those things to come fight him as if he had run into a beehive? Who knew what would happen if they got into a fight if things were already this bad? Life was short and he did not need to try that. Ye Qingxuan did not stop until he had run far enough. Gasping for his breath, he just felt that Avalon's shadow was too weird. He was far into downtown now. The farther he went, the slower the connection between him and aether. Like a fish out of water, the connection was getting weaker and more broken. A musician's roots had been taken away. If he was a regular musician, he would probably be like an average person now. This sucks. If you're so powerful, then give me something even worse and I'll respect, Ye Qingxuan muttered. Suddenly feeling something wrong, he looked up. Pairs of red eyes looked down at him from a withered tree. The eyes were cold and the things opened their black wings, shooting up. Sharp caws followed immediately after. What was worse than angering a beehive? Angering a crow's nest. Hundreds upon thousands of these sinister birds flew up from the withered trees instantly. They hovered around Ye Qingxuan's head like a black cloud that screamed like a siren. Broken sounds rang out endlessly. They were the demons that had been attracted by the calls of the birds that announced death. Amidst the cries, darkness flowed like a stream. Demons crawled out of destroyed homes and wells, surrounding this place seamlessly. They charged toward the shocked Ye Qingxuan without needing any commands, but the youth laughed rather than become angered. You think you can eat me, huh? Gritting his teeth, he raised his cane and made 2 slow circles. Boom! A heavy yet majestic horn sounded out of thin air. Aether rippled and quickly converged toward Ye Qingxuan. Unexpectedly, he could still use aether in this messed up environment. So what if he could not sense it? He never used sense to play music scores. He had never relied on the outside environment. The translation method was a music theory created by Abraham, using his experience in the dark world in the first place. In terms of adaptation, it was suited for every environment. No matter if it was a black or white zone, as long as the essence of aether was the same, he could still use the translation method to play and retain basic fighting ability. Now the formulas that Ye Qingxuan had memorized, the 500-plus ancient records, the books that no one had been able to organize fully, they finally proved to be useful. Now, it was night on Bald Mountain. The majestic horn sounded abruptly, followed by a thunderstorm-like melody. The melody was like demons singing in the fire, and countless witches and satanic followers dancing around the bonfire. Because dawn was arriving, they were filled with unprecedented craze. The demonic shadows instantly froze in the air. Invisible ropes extended through the air, restraining them. Immediately after, the horn sounded again. It contained the strength of a blazing sun and had a realistic glow. This was Avalon's shadow. There was no sun here, but at this moment, a blazing light was illuminated in the dark downtown area. It was firelight, the light from the burning stakes. Pop! Pop. 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 Countless black crosses shot out of the ground like a forest. They were already red-hot and covered in purple-blue flames. Invisible strength pulled the demons and nailed them onto the crosses. They screamed in pain as flames shot from their limbs, mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. The firelight chased away the darkness. Even the downtown district had sunk into silence. At this moment, there was only the sound of the fire of punishment and the horn of judgment. In only half a minute, all demons were burned to ashes. The dark aura had been eternally purified and disappeared. The crows fell from the sky, landing in the embers and burning. This was Night on Bald Mountain, the trademark score of past inquisitors that caused countless demons to tremble in fear. Then Ye Qingxuan's vision went black and his legs gave out. He was a bit exhausted. This purification score had a range wide enough to target hundreds of demons. Though Night on Bald Mountain had helped, Ye Qingxuan was only at the edge of a third-level musician. Even with Lola's aid, it still took a toll on him. Resting against the wall, he panted heavily and glared at the shadow of the distant city, flipping it off. If you're so powerful, come at MOF*CK, I'm sorry. Don't do that. Before he could even finish, a thunderous sound rang in the distance. Wild pressure shot out of thin air. Ye Qingxuan just wanted to slap himself. Why did he say that? The pressure was getting stronger and stronger, it felt as if his bones would break. Even with the distance, he could sense a pair of dead eyes lock onto him. And then War Stallions neighed. What was that saying, kill the minions and attract the big boss? He cried inwardly. If he knew this would happen, he would not have used such an attention-grabbing move. Unfortunately, he had no alternatives and there was no pill for regret on this world. The walls at the end of the street suddenly shattered. Steel hooves pulverized the tiles. The shards flew and were lit by the sparks from the horses' hooves, turning into flying embers. The crazily dancing embers illuminated a giant black stallion. Black gas wound around, solidifying into the shadow of a menacing head for the headless stallion as it screamed. The demons in its path were forced to the ground by the aggressiveness and shattered. This was only a domesticated stallion, yet it was already this powerful. The knight on the stallion was covered in heavy armor and held a long sword. A pair of deadly eyes in the darkness underneath the helmet was filled with murder. Ye Qingxuan could not help but swear. He recognized the armor clearly. Anyone who had read Illustrated History of Anglo would know in his heart that this was the Round Table Knight that had been a decorated warrior under King Arthur, killed countless demons when expanding the kingdom, was remembered by all for his loyalty and bravery, and was finally beheaded by King Arthur. Percival. Ye Qingxuan gritted his teeth, but he felt an invisible strength push his body. He crashed against the wall with a thud and was pressed deeply into it, unable to move. It was just from the gaze. The war stallion whinnied. Percival rode the huge headless horse as if he was riding a wave of darkness. He stepped on thunder and roars sounded. Amidst the wind and lightning, he unsheathed his sword. The blade vibrated with a sharp echo. It was only an echo, but it cut the music score that Ye Qingxuan was preparing. He could not even fight back. In that instant, Ye Qingxuan closed his eyes and growled in his mind, "Lola, if you keep watching, I'm going to die." No one replied. Stunned, he looked up at the dim moonlight. He had gone too far without even knowing. It's just going to end like this? In the next instant, Percival's helmet was already too close. In the pair of dead eyes, the sword blade's reflection was lifted, cutting the moonlight apart. And then, it swung down. The moonlight shattered and the youth's head flew up. He had died with his eyes open. Chapter 255, Chase. Ye Qingxuan saw his own head fly from his shoulders. It flew into the sky and fell onto the ground, rolling into a corner. Stunned, he felt his neck and then his head. His neck was fine and his head was still in its original spot. There didn't seem to be any problem. Then whose head just flew off? My illusion can't fool him for long. What are you waiting for? Lola's voice sounded again. Hurry up. He's already become one with Avalon's shadow. You can't kill him here. The blue moon's glow in the sky grew stranger, with a tinge of sultriness in the dimness. Just looking at it made one dazed. Relying on the resonance between them and the road mark, Lola used the blue moon's glow to forcefully send her power into this world. The distortion level. This was definitely the distortion level. In that instant, she used the moonlight to erode the sword blade and assimilate it. The steel blade turned into illusory light. The moonlight and the youth passed each other. They did not make contact, but a thin line of blood appeared on Ye Qingxuan's neck. He did not expect Lola to use the extremely uncommon thought realization method. She could make the illusion tangible or turn real objects into illusions. She had combined the school of illusion and mind together. It seemed that Lola did not choose an easy level for her scepter. Ye Qingxuan was thinking about random things, but he had no time to hesitate. The moment Lola's voice rang out, he spun around and ran. Percival was fooled by the illusionary head and did not notice the youth that melted into the moonlight. Becoming one with the blue moon was a strange experience. It felt as if he had lost all physical weight and floated in the air. His speed was unimaginably fast too. He crossed dozens of meters with one step. It was as if his legs were the wind. But after 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around, running back. Wait! Where are you going? He came from that direction and had blood on his sword. Whose blood do you think it is? Ye Qingxuan passed Percival and sprinted toward the direction he had come from. He could practically hear Lola gritting her teeth. Ye Qingxuan, do you want to die? Ah, you're funny, he grinned and uttered. What have I done in Avalon that wasn't flirting with death? I finally found a trace, so let's talk after I find it. A pair of eyes appeared in the moonlight and they rolled in displeasure. However, Lola's power did not dissipate. Instead, it wrapped around the youth even tighter, transforming him into the omnipresent light. A small breeze blew from the ruins. Ye Qingxuan soon stopped because he had seen a horrible corpse. Clearly, a sacrifice left behind. The poor guy had probably taken Percival's sword straight on. Half of his body had evaporated. Yes, evaporated. He had seriously evaporated. Half of the medium-rare corpse lay on the ground. It was cut into large portions by the surrounding demons, who were thinking, the benefits of Avalon's shadow are so bad. It's been so long since there was a hot meal. Eat it when it's still hot. This time, Ye Qingxuan did not need to speak for the moonlight to flow like water and melt the strange creatures. Seeing it gave Ye Qingxuan the chills. What are you still waiting for? You came to see and you saw it. What now? What else? Ye Qingxuan tugged his leather gloves. You're not as good as me at collecting evidence. Just watch. He had not used his skills in this field since he participated in the school day trials. He was a little excited to be able to use them now. The moonlight in his eyes blazed and swept across the corpse. His vision went through the messy flesh and looked to the broken bones underneath. From the bones, I think he's around 40 years old. The ether in his blood is heavy. He should be a musician. His race, he picked up the incomplete skull and nodded after studying it for a while. From the brow bone, cheekbones, and structure, he probably isn't from Anglo. As for his upper body, haha. Lifting the clothing on the corpse's chest, he saw the distorted design on it. He was Hayakum's follower. Lola, can you tell which natural catastrophe this guy signed a contract with? There's scale-like soft tissue under the skin, and residual signs of webs on his fingers. Behind his ears, there aren't any gills, so it shouldn't be a pure aquatic catastrophe. It should be a demonic mutation of the amphibious type. Oh? Ye Qingxuan pondered deeply.
40 years old, dark musician, has the ancestral protective charm that border countries like, has harp as his instrument, is mutated from an amphibian. There are only 3 on the wanted list that fit these characteristics. One died last year, one is a girl, and the last is probably this one before us. He's the Kirin that has been on the list for 21 years.
After a long silence, Lola asked, So? So nothing. I was just acting cool. Lola did not bother replying.
Ye Qingxuan speedily moved around the corpse until he finally found a hand-drawn map from the corpse's bag. A large portion had been torn and only 1/3 remained.
Thankfully, the crude map marked their destination.
However, there were no related words and it was pretty useless. Ye Qingxuan closed his eyes to think. He compared the routes endlessly.
If this Avalon's shadow really came from Avalon, things would be easy.
Avalon's overall layout had not changed in centuries.
Therefore, if he used the exhaustive method, he might be able to find it.
But soon, his eyes flew open as confusion flashed through his mind.
What's wrong? This isn't Avalon's map. It's weird. He began to think while holding his chin. There are many similarities, but they're all insignificant. It's so weird. Did the Parliament risk so much to send people in just to send them into the incinerator? But the layout here is similar to Avalon. If this isn't Avalon's map, then what is it? Well, hurry up.
I can tell that Percival has seen through my illusion.
Just as she finished, an angry roar sounded in the distance.
Following immediately was a solid pressure that spread, causing the moonlight on the youth to flicker. But Ye Qingxuan was not listening, he was deep in thought. He subconsciously paced back and forth until he kicked something.
Flinching, it dawned on him. Lola, this isn't Avalon's map.
Bending down, he looked at the manhole before him in shock.
This is the map of the sewage system. There are too many dangers on the surface, so they traveled in the sewage tunnels.
The angry sounds of Percival's horse's clattering hooves neared. It was already difficult just for Lola to maintain the illusion on Ye Qingxuan.
Whatever, just hurry up and move. No problem.
Ye Qingxuan jumped into the sewer without hesitation. In the darkness, he heard the angry fulmination above him and a string of explosions. Another large creature seemed to be infuriated and jumped out of the darkness, fighting Percival. Amidst the roars and screams, Ye Qingxuan sprinted without thinking of looking back. No matter what those things were, he would be dead if it just looked at him. The sewage tunnel was extremely quiet. It did not have any of Avalon's dirtiness and was abnormally clean. Walking in it was like walking in a tomb. He walked into the deepest darkness step by step, walking toward death. Ye Qingxuan used the moonlight in his eyes to walk and quickly discovered traces of others being here recently. There were also signs of fighting, and he found 2 incomplete bodies.
There were many demons, but Ye Qingxuan used the moonlight illusion and sneaked past without any trouble. In the middle was a fork in the road. It was completely dark without any trace of life, it was quiet as a dark abyss. For some reason, Ye Qingxuan began feeling chills from a distance and did not dare to get close. After hesitating, he bypassed it. He heard Lola's voice in the long silence, Ye Qingxuan? Shocked out of his thoughts, he replied, Here. Talk so I don't think you're dead. Sorry, I was thinking about what they want. Deep in thought, Ye Qingxuan said, If I'm not wrong, their destination should be the Royal Musician Division. The Royal Musician Division? Lola's reply was shocked. What will they have in Avalon's shadow? I don't know.
Maybe there's a group of demonic musicians, Ye Qingxuan half-joked, but he fell silent quickly. His thoughts scared himself. According to his knowledge, Avalon and the shadow were the same on the surface and corresponded with each other.
However, there were demons rather than civilians on the street. So the musicians of the Royal Musician Division here would become what? He did not know and he did not dare to think. Ye Qingxuan, I won't be able to help you if you keep going. Lola's voice was fatigued with a tinge of apology. Forcefully crossing the sea of ether is too exhausting. I'm not at teacher's level yet. Who can reach the level of the moon above the sea, other than freaks like him? Forceful resonance across the borders is already difficult. You don't need to feel bad. Ye Qingxuan shook his head. Leave everything to me now. Don't worry, I'll find a way out. After a long silence, Lola sighed. I'll wait for your return. The moonlight on Ye Qingxuan's body immediately began to shake. Finally, it became solidified on his body like thin crystal. Lola used her last strength to lock the illusion on his body, hiding his breath and trace. Then the resonance ended. Ye Qingxuan sucked in a breath, relaxing the faint fatigue from his limbs. Thankfully, Lola had taken most of the pressure and he was mostly unharmed. Lifting Jiushao Wanpei, he closed his eyes. He had not practiced in a long time. It would not be unfamiliar, right? An undetectable melody sounded, melting into the silence and spreading. Bolero. Water vapor quickly converged, forming strands of perception threads. They extended in all directions, growing and growing until stopping at the fourth measure. He had 400 meters of perception. It was not that he could not continue, but that the melody would go from hidden to sonorous if he continued. He would not be able to keep restraining it. It would not be worth it if he caused Avalon's shadow's weird mutations. 400 meters was already out of the regular detection range for the complicated sewage system. It was enough. Ye Qingxuan quickly discovered many touch-activated traps. He gathered his spirits, he was close. The Parliament probably did not expect for anyone to follow them into Avalon's shadow. Their traps were very simple. They would be set off if a demon passed by, but they were easy for a musician to undo. It was easy as pie for someone like Ye Qingxuan who used the translation method and was an expert in music theory. To be safe, he checked repetitively. Confirming that these were not chain reaction traps and nothing strange was hidden, he sneaked past. Who knew what would happen after he undid the traps? He still had to be careful. The bolero threads soon perceived something. Someone was guarding the front. He was living. Chapter 256, Surprise Attack. The youth closed his eyes and sensed in the darkness. From the perception thread, he could feel the figure behind the corner 200 feet away. The man was guarding an entrance to the sewage. Ether rippled around his body, he was a musician. This was the deepest part of Avalon's shadow, yet he could still communicate with ether. He should be at the top of third-level musicians. According to the perception threads, he had covered his body in different equipment for this situation. From the messy ether waves, there were at least 3 pieces of equipment. He may be a dark musician. There was no one around him and the entrance behind him had signs of being opened. He should be the one left behind to guard the entrance, so he must have something to send emergency signals. The perception threads lay above the dust and extended quietly. Ye Qingxuan could feel the countless traps and alarms around and on the man. It was obvious that the surroundings had been changed into a battleground. He could feel the slightest movement. It would be difficult for a sneak attack. But if Ye Qingxuan tried to fight him directly, the enemy could send an alarm when given the chance and reinforcement would come quickly. Taking on dark musicians who were all more powerful by himself. Ye Qingxuan could not even bear to think of the end. He could only find another way. After thinking, Ye Qingxuan smiled. Let me see, he pulled Jiushao Huanpei out and looked down. Just how much emotional trauma has Avalon's shadow left you? Herbert sat on the ground in the darkness with a deer-head instrument, deep in thought with his eyes closed. He played the instrument mindlessly but there was no sound. However, the seeds he planted grew quickly.
The roots dug into the rock and they sprouted. The thin veins grew across the stone tiles and wall. The thin vines were mutants he had developed with care. They were not eye-catching but were filled with numbing poison.
It could numb a mammoth in an instant and paralyze it.
This was his most infamous tactic. Using the development method in music score from scripts passed down his family, he had killed many musicians and stolen their research material and inheritance. Because of this, he was able to go from a folk musician with no background to such a well-developed state. But when he gathered enough materials to become an official musician, he realized that he was a jack of all trades, not sophisticated in any one topic. It was difficult to continue on the path of becoming a musician. This was why he accepted the Parliament's invitation and traveled so far for this exploration. He wished to find precious texts and methods from the Royal Musician Division. However, he realized that it was not as perfect as he had imagined when he arrived.
This D*MN place was nothing like Anglo's capital. Instead, it was even eerier than the legends of the Dark World. What was in King Arthur's scepter that had created such a group of demons in such a strange place? And he could not help but get goosebumps and cold sweat. There was also the D*MN freak on the horse. Was King Arthur crazy enough to turn his knights into demons too? Just one strike, one strike. 6 layers of protection had been split apart. A dark musician known for defense and resilience had been pulverized.
Herbert had almost been cut in half from the wind. If the leading musician had not used a secret trick to muddle the knight's mind and won the chance to escape, they would have all died. The one who had invited Herbert to join had died when they first entered the city. Herbert had not even dared to get close and just watched him get eaten from a distance. Now, he no longer hoped for any texts or rituals.
He just wanted to leave this D*MN place safely.
This was why he chose to be the guard. It was safer. He could call for reinforcement if anything was wrong, or escape quickly if there was a problem inside.
It had already been an hour.
His original tension and fear had relaxed, but he still did not dare let his guard down.
He continuously planted his seeds, ready to fight at a moment's notice.
However, a doubt that he could not face kept appearing in his mind.
Was this really useful against these creatures?
There seemed to be a soft chuckle in the darkness. Herbert shot up, gripping his alarm.
"Who's there?" No one replied. He looked around repeatedly in defense, but after a long while, all he could hear was the chilling wind from the cracks. It sounded like someone chuckling and singing.
The voice wrapped around eerily.
It was wind. It was only wind.
He sighed and his trembling finger finally became stable, but he quickly heard a laugh in the wind again. The wind came from the far distance and had the aura of disaster.
The sound, was it the sound of a war stallion neighing?
The horse's hooves sounded from far away. They clattered on Herbert's heart. Those were the hooves, the hooves. They were like thunder and lightning beating against the earth, causing the earth to shake and dust to fly. Even the poisonous spines curled slightly. The hooves pounded against the tiles.
They had instantly become close. The almost tangible pressure surged in like a tide, rushing into his limbs like solidifying cement until he was immobilized. Herbert was practically suffocating in that instant. Was it it?
It was the D*Med creature.
Boom!
The wall at the end of the tunnel before him crumbled.
Broken tiles flew and darkness surged in. The headless stallion neighed in the darkness.
On its back, the fallen demon knight unsheathed his sword. The heavy sword vibrated and sliced through the wind with a dragon-like roar.
Percival!
Herbert subconsciously pressed the alarm in his hands, but he could not press it down as if it was broken.
Press! 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 But there was no reaction no matter what he did.
Screaming, Herbert threw it away and grasped his deerhead instrument, strumming it harshly. The eyes of the sleeping deerhead flew open. Strange green light shone from its eyes. It opened its mouth and screamed out a hoarse melody. The poisonous vines between the rocks shot forward to wrap around Percival. But Percival vaporized abruptly and resolidified after it passed the vines. The dragon scale sword roared in his hands and it swung down. It was over. Herbert felt his vision go black. Thud. As if a siege hammer had been rammed into his chest, he flew up and crashed against the wall. Immense pain spread from his chest to all his bones. He had broken at least 4 ribs, suffered internal bleeding and a concussion, and lost all sense of ether.
But why was he not dead? I'm not dead?
He murmured painfully, opening his eyes wide in confusion. Before him, the wild dark night dissipated, disappearing in a puff of black smoke. All that remained was an eerie shadow. He stood before Herbert with a cane, staring coldly. His left hand moved nimbly. The alarm that Herbert could not press had been torn to pieces, falling to the ground.
Good evening, sir.
Ye Qingxuan pressed the cane against Herbert's throat, forcing his chin up so he could look at Ye Qingxuan.
The weather's good tonight. It's a good time for a chat, don't you think?
Under the black hat, the youth's lips curled into a cold sneer.
I believe you'll tell me everything you know. It was Die Nebensenen in the beginning.
Using Herbert's fear of Percival, Ye Qingxuan had caused him to panic merely by mimicking a horse's neigh.
He then successfully guided Herbert to hallucinate the dark night.
Then, bearing the burden, Ye Qingxuan took advantage of Herbert's panic to control his fingers with the perception threads, making him unable to press the alarm.
Thankfully Herbert was already frightened.
If he had any determination to raise the alarm, even if it meant sacrificing himself to forcefully set it off, Ye Qingxuan would not have been able to win so easily.
After all, an illusion could not kill. The final success was the sighing arm. He punched through all defense with one fist and smashed him into the wall.
In half a minute, Ye Qingxuan used all his tricks to control Herbert. Thankfully the shoes Charles had made had thick rubber soles.
The vines could not pierce into the robe either.
Otherwise, Ye Qingxuan would be paralyzed on the ground now for anyone to kill. Unfortunately, other than the deer head instrument that required special playing techniques, this guy only had a few bags of seeds. However, he also had 2 rings with shield and attack effects.
Ye Qingxuan took them without hesitation. After asking a few questions, Ye Qingxuan could not help but sneer.
The Parliament, as expected.
How many people came? What level are you all? After the torture from Black Friday, Herbert surrendered easily. 14. 5 died already, 9 are left. There are 8 without counting me.
2 are resonance level and the leader is disturbance level.
How did you enter? Avalon's shadow will wake soon. One of us is Hyakum's priest.
He opened the path with the god's power.
And you came in to die?
Ye Qingxuan laughed coldly.
How do you plan to exit? I don't know.
The leader has all the methods. Herbert shook his head bitterly.
I'd escape long ago if I knew how to get out. Why did you come to the Royal Musician Division? Chapter 257, The Strange Parliament. Why did you come to the Royal Musician Division?
Ye Qingxuan regretted it as soon as he asked because the guy's face was filled with confusion.
The shock of what, this is the Royal Musician Division, was written all over. He did not know anything. Then what use did he have?
Furrowing his brows, Ye Qingxuan was about to speak, but the broken alarm by his foot suddenly trembled with a strange sound. It traveled far instantly, causing his expression to darken.
And not me. Herbert yelped when he saw Ye Qingxuan's face change. I didn't do it. It's someone else's alarm. Someone else.
The cane on his throat pressed down, almost suffocating him. The hoarse voice said, "You have 5 seconds to explain."
This alarm connects to another touch-activated trap. I don't understand either.
Tongue-tied, Herbert screamed, but his eyes suddenly brightened. I know, there must be other people who followed us in. No sh*t, I did. Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows. But when he heard the faint crashes and shuddering above him, he understood what Herbert meant.
Did someone have the same idea as him?
Regardless, he did not have much time. Looking down at Herbert, who was crying pathetically, he could not help but sigh.
Seeing Ye Qingxuan like that, Herbert froze. Understanding something, he yelped, "Don't kill me. I can give you the secret implantation technique of the School of Choir to you, and money. I have 60,000 gold coins in my account." 60,000. He looked at the youth and forced a fawning expression onto his face. I've heard of you before. You're the vengeful spirit, right? You don't kill people. Yes, you're right. I can let you go.
The youth lowered his eyes and slowly moved the cane on his throat away. Herbert was ecstatic, but then he felt a hand on his forehead. But you've done so many immoral things with those dark musicians.
Are you really innocent?
The youth's voice was filled with pity and overlooking coldness. I can let you go, but will the people who you killed let you go?
Herbert froze.
His relieved eyes changed, the fawning smile and politeness disappeared, replaced by sinister eeriness. He looked up at the youth, but his gaze was dragged into the youth's eyes. Those eyes seemed to be filled with hellish pain.
Flames licked inside them, that was the resentment of the dead burning with heart-stopping beauty.
Then a black river rushed over and swallowed him.
Herbert fell onto his back under the plaintive melody and sank into an endless nightmare.
Ye Qingxuan slowly retracted his hand and left. After 2 steps, he paused and looked back. Having a mental breakdown, Herbert spasmed continuously, but his body turned gray bit by bit until he stopped moving in the end.
He had turned to stone.
Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows at the strange transformation. He did not know his music score had this odd feature. If it was not him, then there was only one answer. The youth looked around in the darkness. Wind blew past, bringing with it a faint laugh. It seemed that there had been someone watching him ever since he entered Avalon's shadow, being happy or sad for him, cheering him on.
Perhaps this was a hallucination, perhaps it was not. Anything could happen in this F***ed-up place. He decided to stop scaring himself now. When he crawled out of the narrow opening, he found himself in the backyard of the Royal Musician Division. It used to be a garden, but it was clearly not anymore. There were only shriveled and dried rhizomes stuck haphazardly in the dirt. They looked like an odd art piece made of steel wire under the faint light. There was light here. Ye Qingxuan looked up and saw a lantern hanging on the wall in the near distance. The light was weak and the lantern was covered in dust as if it had been burning for a millennia. Under the dim light, the barren garden had an unsettling atmosphere. Using the marks in the dirt, Ye Qingxuan found signs of people leaving as well as some alarm traps. These dark musicians really were careful. They had left traps after arranging sentries. Under the seemingly average traps, the perception threads sensed a chain reaction of explosive traps. The ether within those was enough to blow half of the garden into the sky. Just as he was sneaking around the trap area, the ground suddenly shook. A fulmination sounded by the door in the distance. The shaking almost set off the traps. Ye Qingxuan's face paled in fright. It would be really sad if he died for these stupid reasons. He quickly ran to the safe zone and closed his eyes in deep thought. He pulled the perception threads into one spot and floated toward the source of the sound. After going past various buildings, the threads began to sense the scene. The perception broke the moment it was created. The water vapor threads had evaporated due to the terrifying power at the scene. Ye Qingxuan's forehead throbbed as if a hammer had hit it. He opened his eyes, his body was covered in cold sweat. For a moment, he could not see anything. He could only feel the darkness that hovered like mist. The darkness was burning.
If he had not cut off the connection simultaneously, the burning would probably have rushed into his mind along the perception thread.
Then things would be fun.
If he had died because of this, it would probably be number 1 in the 100,000 ways to die in Avalon's shadow. Of course, the prerequisite was that someone was bored enough to write a book like that. It was clear that the Parliament's brash move had attracted something terrifying and big. It was now ramming against the enchantment around the Royal Musician Division.
The enchantment, long abandoned, would not be able to survive for long. Ye Qingxuan and the dark musicians of the Parliament did not have much time. So what did these guys want?
Fleeting moonlight appeared around Ye Qingxuan once again, causing his body to become thin and difficult to detect.
He followed the marks quickly.
He was getting excited at the thought of putting a leg in this dramatic event, stirring things up, and feeding those guys some sh*t.
Dim moonlight swept under the eerie building.
The illusion Lola put on Ye Qingxuan's body was clearly very high level, and contained music theory from the disturbance level. The distortion level was the peak of the resonance level. Going from resonance between the musician and the world, to limited disturbance of reality, to distortion of the laws of physics, this level was the peak for a musician. If one went further, it would be the path to becoming a scepter and saint. Especially since Lola was focusing on thought realization and could switch between reality and illusions by choice, she would enter the territory of nothingness and not nothingness if she continued to rise.
Though this path was difficult, its power was incredible.
Moonlight covered his body and dragged him into another world where there were no obstacles. While it was exhausting, he continuously passed through various barriers and enchantments.
Most of the enchantments set by the Royal Musician Division were non-existent before the moonlight.
The more he traveled, the more chills he felt. He became more and more cautious. He was now at the heart of the Royal Musician Division building and should be in the side hall.
Though this ancient building no longer had any life to it, the lanterns were still lit.
After burning for who knew how many years, the lanterns still had a trace of kerosene. It was clearly out of the ordinary, but black zones had always been out of the ordinary. This fact was strange but not unacceptable. This entire time, Ye Qingxuan had not met anyone else, but he had seen many strange things, such as statues. Whether he was in the backyard, the garden, the halls within the building, or even the servants' resting room, he could see these realistic statues. They smiled and stood in different places, maintaining their action at that moment. It was as if they had been transformed into stone at that moment. There was a strange smile on their faces rather than terror. Their eyes could still move. From the distance, they could see through Ye Qingxuan's disguise. The stone eyes rolled over, nothing was in their empty eyes except for his face. They watched him come and watched him leave. They had not done anything, but Ye Qingxuan shuddered. What was with these weird things? The entire way here, he saw signs of forceful cracking of the codes and traps. Broken statues lay in the center of the road. Fine red sand flowed from the cracks, floating in the air as if they were dancing in the dim light. Ye Qingxuan covered his nose and bypassed them. He quickly caught up by using his understanding of architecture of familiarity of the Royal Musician Division and got ahead of the dark musicians. This was all thanks to Ye Lanzhao. Ye Lanzhao had not stayed in the Royal Musician Division for long, but he had taken his song everywhere. Ye Qingxuan still remembered how to go from the conference room to the bathroom. However, the more he remembered its original appearance, the more unsettled he felt. The statues along the way were all dressed like servants or nobles.
No one wore the robe of the Royal Musician Division. Where did all the musicians go?
During his rushed walking, his steps suddenly stopped. He looked up and saw that the clock on the wall had stopped moving.
It was forever paused at that moment. It was 8:10 at night. 8:10.
Ye Qingxuan quietly memorized this time. He compared the direction of the Parliament's dark musicians and finally locked onto the final destination, the banquet hall on the 3rd floor.
You've come this far just to have a picnic at dinner time?
He could not help but mutter as he looked toward the stairs.
Too much time on your hands? Boom!
An explosion sounded from the direction of the front hall. Smoke rose, the smell of rusting metal sand traveled with the cold wind. The enchantment had finally shattered.
Chapter 258, May my king protect me.
The dust-covered steel gate suddenly shook. The black aura around it danced, scraping past the musician's face like a blade, causing sparks to fly. Before the steel gate, a burly and unfamiliar man raised his hammer. The strange and muscular skeleton enlarged his body. As the strange music played, he expanded to more than 3 meters tall. The ragged red robe around him showed signs of battle. There was also the eyes within the eye before his heart. A distorted song came from his chest as if his internal organs were singing.
His already exaggerated muscles bulged once again amidst this song.
His hammer swung down, but there was no sound. All the power had been poured into the single nail, forcing it through the thick steel gate bit by bit. The dark cloud around the gate weakened a bit with each inch the nail dug in. There had already been 6 nails hammered into the gate.
This was the last one. Enchantment-breaking nails.
These were alchemy items used for unearthing ancient ruins.
By pushing the nails made of alloy into the node of the enchantment, one could disrupt the flow of ether and force an entrance into the enchantment.
"Izais, hurry up," said Alois, the Dark Lord clad in a red robe behind him. He held an ether ball the size of a fist in his hand.
Silver spots shone on the ball, representing the surrounding ether waves.
In the distance, a writhing ball of darkness approached quickly. The darkness changed, but no matter how he tried to investigate it, he could not see what was truly under the darkness. An abyss was approaching quickly, choosing prey to swallow. One must know that even a Round Table knight who had transformed into a dark knight after falling would be revealed on the ether ball.
So what demonic thing was this? To be honest, he did not want to know at all.
He just wanted to finish his mission before this thing arrived and then use his powers to escape. Narrowing his eyes, he recited the god's name, pushing down the unsettled feeling. He had entered the disturbance level long ago with Hyakum's blessing. He still felt unsettled here. After all, Avalon's shadow was where the late King Arthur's scepter was.
And why did the Royal Musician Division turn the banquet hall into a fortress? What did they hide inside? The doors almost open. "Everyone, be careful," he ordered quietly. The 6 dark musicians behind him emanated with an aura of destruction thick enough to be tangible. The black zone completely immersed with negativity was their paradise.
Merely entering here had increased their power, practically allowing them to pass a whole level. The steel gate vibrated lowly, but the darkness around it scattered. The seal had been forced apart by the enchantment-breaking nails.
Pop!
There was the sound of a bubble popping. The area surrounded by the 7 enchantment-breaking nails shattered abruptly, flowing down as steel sand. A rotting odor thick enough to be liquid spewed out from behind the door. At the very front, Izai's expression changed abruptly. He squatted and rolled, barely missing the attack. The gray air instantly moved through the hallway and disappeared.
Izai climbed up from the corner with difficulty.
Seeing the grayness crawl up his skin, he quickly grabbed a bottle of medicine from his waist and poured it onto himself.
Sizzle!
After the sounds of corrosion, the rusting scent disappeared, but the muscular arm and half a chest had been corroded to the bone.
Izai's face twisted.
Gritting his teeth, he pulled his ragged red robe tightly, covering the bones that made up his body. He had been lucky and dodged the attack, but his companions were not as lucky. Lord Alois had been swallowed completely. Gray mist snaked around his entire body as if Avalon's fog was wrapped around him, eating away his body bit by bit. His body changed dramatically under the grayness.
He transformed into a large werewolf instantly.
After the werewolf was corroded by the grayness, the wolf quickly caved in and shriveled into a short and ugly dwarf. When the dwarf was corroded, he changed again, this time into something half eagle and half man. This transformation survived longer but still could not fight the grayness off. Having already lost 2 bodies, he took off a bell from his waist with difficulty and shook strongly. And so the sharp cry of an eagle sounded out of thin air. The apparition of a man with an eagle's head and 2 wings appeared behind him. It waved, dissipating the rusting odor, murmured something, and disappeared. Alois knelt onto the ground and fervently recited a scripture. He did not look back until his god's physical incarnation had been sent away. Of the 6 dark musicians behind him, only 3.5 were still alive. 2 had been completely turned to stone after being shrouded in the gray mist. 1 had abandoned his body. In his last moment, his head had been yanked out of his neck, along with half a spine, with feet sprouting out like a centipede. Now he wandered aimlessly, still in shock. Let's not waste any more time. We must grasp the timing. Alois coughed hoarsely and held his ether ball. He crossed the crack after confirming that there were no more dangers inside. The gentle light fell onto his face. His wizened face was covered in wounds and blood seeped out. It was a mournful sight. But when he saw the inside of the banquet hall, deep fear appeared on that face involuntarily. Who were the true dark musicians who worshipped Satan? What did you do exactly? He muttered hoarsely. The banquet hall finally had new guests after such a long time. It was still filled with light, the chandeliers hung above the room, untouched by dust. It was a glamorous sight with pure white walls, pillars covered in gold foil, finely embossed and luxurious tiles, and gentle music that still echoed. The melody was gentle and beautiful. It wrapped around one's ears, causing one to feel peaceful and serene. But here, it gave one the chills. This was not a melody that should appear at a banquet. This was Requiem No. 6 that Anglo musicians only played at funerals. With the ether above, the dead would not decay. Of course their bodies did not decay. The noble guests sat on either side of the only table in the room. Not a thread was out of place on their formal wear, their expressions were dignified and lifelike. There was the leader of the 13 orchestras of all Anglo musicians. He was a distortion musician, second only to a saint. In the center was the commander of the Royal Musician Division. He wore a crystal crown and white clothing and sat elegantly in his seat. His expression was serious and awesome. However, everyone was constrained to their metal chairs by heavy shackles. The shackles had been nailed into their bones and extended from their joints. They had become one with the heavy metal chair. How were they a group of musicians? They had been treated like a group of rabid dogs, but their expressions were so solemn, demanding respect and awe. Time seemed to have stopped at the moment they raised their glasses to celebrate and drank the wine. The glasses were still in their hands, but they never moved again. Alois looked at his companions. Someone went forward and cautiously stuck a finger into the glass. He dabbed a bit of the dried powder and tasted it. Crackles came from his throat instantly. He doubled over and began vomiting out fossilized flesh. The blood and flesh dropped onto the ground with echoes. Drug of Pang Lai, the man said with difficulty. F***ck, where did they get so much of this? Many of the plants went extinct before the Dark Age ended. Most dark musicians studied the school of choir to transform their bodies, so many were experts at drugs and medicines. Some had even contributed to the school of choir and were pioneers in the forbidden field of mutations as well. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. According to legends, the drug of Pang Lai was the key to immortality, but everyone knew that was bullshit. No one on this earth could be immortal, no one. In the beginning, alchemists and herbalists from the East had wanted to create a drug that could help one sense the originator. They had succeeded, and those that took the drug received the power to undergo sublimation in the originator. The cost was that they would lose their body in life. Their flesh would turn into stone and never decay, as if they were immortal. For a moment, their minds were able to cross through the limitations of time and see the distant past and future, see the stars in the sky and the demons behind the stars, or see the fire underground and the sins hidden inside the fire. Perhaps they melded into the originator at the end and reached all-knowing enlightenment.
perhaps they had merely died. Who knew? No one knew.
No one knew why this group of musicians that made up Anglo had joined here at this time and chose to swallow this drug to commit suicide. Expressionless, Alois walked past the musicians on either side and stopped before the solemn leader. He reached out and picked up the thin piece of paper before him that had degraded through time. The names of the 13 men and their last words were written there. Here, we sacrifice our life to the almighty and all-powerful king.
May the gods protect the kingdom and may my king protect me. A breeze blew past, crumbling the paper to powder and blowing it away. Boom! 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 The entire banquet hall suddenly shook. Cracks appeared on the walls.
An enormous object seemed to be charging against the wall on the other side of the banquet.
It was a ball of burning of darkness. It had come. Chapter 259, Purification. Boom! 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 The entire banquet hall suddenly shook. Cracks appeared on the walls.
An enormous object seemed to be charging against the wall on the other side of the banquet.
It had come. Everyone, stop wasting time and hurry up. Alois commanded loudly. The object is here. Hurry and find it.
Otherwise, we'd have sacrificed everything for nothing.
The remaining 3.5 men quickly began moving without needing his command. Ezice took his bag off and flipped it over, dumping out a pile of metal plates onto the ground.
The music scores carved onto the plates flashed.
They absorbed the ether and transformed into hundreds of spiders.
The teeming metal spiders spread from him and combed the ground, looking through everything carefully. The others showcased their skills as well. Even the musician with only a head was looking non-stop. The ceiling, walls, corners, tables, cups, the fossilized royal musicians. Soon, the entire banquet hall had been searched over, but they did not find anything except silver utensils.
Nothing. 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 Nothing.
Nothing, there was nothing.
Search again. Alois roared.
He began hacking at the floorboards in hysteria, searching for the object that did not belong there and destroying everything he touched.
Boom! 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 The crack on the wall grew bigger and an almost tangible black aura seeped in from the crack.
The seal of the entire banquet hall had collapsed.
Time that had been at a standstill for a millennium began flowing again.
It transformed from a small trickle to a waterfall.
Years flashed past in a snap of a finger.
Everything began aging, eroding, and turning into dust. The gentle melody now transformed into a howling and wailing cry.
It broke down and dissipated. All opulence quickly faded, turned obscure, and became rubbish.
The bodies of the 13 musicians at either side of the table quickly cracked as well.
The solemn faces caved in, wrinkles growing. They instantly became aged.
Their hair turned white and fell, revealing the ugly scalps.
Wrinkles covered the fossilized flesh and decayed, revealing white bones. Everything turned to flying dust.
Flying dust and smoke.
Boom! The wall collapsed.
Ezice turned in shock and saw it, and his upper body disappeared.
All that remained were 2 legs standing on the ground. However, Ezice did not feel anything.
He just looked at the guests of the banquet hall in ecstasy. Something shone within the 13 weathered skeletons. As the skeletons shattered, the glow hidden within reappeared with the wind and burned like fire.
As if sensing the reappearance of the glow, the clock tower at Avalon's peak abruptly began ringing. The bell was grave and awe-inspiring. The corpses dissipated, the light shot to the sky and transformed into meteorites, flying in all directions of Avalon's shadow. Capture them!
Alois reached out and his 10 fingers left his hands. Blood spewed from his fingers like living snakes and enveloped the scattering light with a wild melody. The other dimmer rays of light had scattered in all directions, but 4 beams were caught. There was a solemn sword, an odd black hat, a crystal eye, and an ancient scroll. Here! Ecstatic, Alois grasped them. You're here! Oh, God bless! Really? Someone smiled in the darkness. Then, thank him for me, dot. A beam of moonlight suddenly shone in from outside the steel gate's crack. It rushed toward the 4 meteorites stopped in the air. This sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. The youth's speed under the moonlight was incredibly fast and he flew into the sky instantly. Stop him! Alois yelled. The bodiless musician flew up. He sang a dark hymn and swelled into a strange bird that rushed toward the youth's face. Boom! In the air, the human figure waved and a flame ignited on the arm's armor plate, the sighing shake. The strange bird was hit squarely. The power enough to siege a city stronghold poured onto him without restraint. 6 levels of defenses crumbled instantly. Being so small, the bird exploded. The newly born feathers fell to the ground. The hairless bird caved in, turned into a ball of ground meat, and was slapped onto the wall. One could not even peel it off. Immediately after, the human figure raised his cane toward the other preparing musicians with an odd smile. With a shake, the cane narrowed and a mist of blood seeped out, dyeing the amber tip red. Chaotic lightning brewed inside the bloody red. Do not let the 3 realms turn to ash. Blinding light shot out, a scalding flood surged, and electricity flew. Thunder dragons plowed through 2 musicians in the way and finally converged on the cane, tearing apart the surroundings of the bloodlight. The 4 beams of light instantly flew in all directions. In a hurry, he randomly snatched the closest one and found that it was the strange hat. Though it was old-fashioned, it seemed durable and easy to clean. The inside was also carved with music scores and had strong waves of ether. This suited him well. This hat is nice. It's mine now. The youth laughed in the air and rolled onto the ground. Alois had no time to bother with him. Abandoning everything, he pounced onto the crystal eye shooting toward the wall. A ray of bloodlight flew out of his aged body, shedding the flesh like taking off clothing. He transformed into a sinister demon with a man's body, eagle's head, and 2 wings on his back. He was clearly a soldier transformed by a natural catastrophe. Using all his power, his speed was unbelievable and instantly caught up to the eyeball that was about to fly out the wall. But, did he forget something? Garbage, back off. Outside the broken wall, a sharp roar sounded in the surging darkness. A translucent jade-like hand clawed at his face. They were meters away, but his 5 sharp claw marks appeared on his body, practically ripping him apart. Blood shone and his wounds could not heal. It was as if he was naturally incomplete. Firebird? It was Firebird? Alois screamed instantly, ordering the 2 others to protect him. The 2 dark musicians were forced to transform into their true nature and pounce on the creature attacking from the dark. The darkness swallowed them and there was no more sound from them. In the blink of an eye, Alois had the crystal eye in his hand, quickly swallowed it, and rolled onto the ground. The 2 dark musicians that had charged into the darkness finally reappeared. Their corpses rolled out from the darkness. They were completely broken as if they were wearing many layers of clothing. 1 layer was skin, 1 was flesh, 1 was internal organs, 1 was bone. It was as if they had been sent to the surgical table, were quietly dissected by dozens of doctors for hours until each organ was dissected, and were now placed neatly on the ground. They were a beauty and joy to look at, as if. No way! Ye Qingxuan muttered. Seeing the corpses roll out, he was tongue-tied. He looked toward the ball of burning darkness. It danced and thinned, revealing half a scaly claw from within. It was a slim yet wild body. The white clothing had been dyed red. For a moment, the figure was beautiful, dazzling, and flirtatious. The Ripper! What drug did you take? How are you suddenly this powerful? Ye Qingxuan's entire body froze. Those two dark musicians were many times more powerful than him, but had been turned into that state instantly. If the Ripper was this powerful last time, it would not be enough for her to play with even if Ye Qingxuan had 200 legs. Dirty! A hoarse voice sounded in the darkness as if in reply or just a monologue. Dirty again, purify, must purify, purify the outsiders, purify disgrace, purify garbage, purify, 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 purify. Hey, can you say something else? Of course, Ye Qingxuan was not stupid enough to say that aloud, but it felt good to mutter it silently. It was clear that the Ripper found him dirty and wanted to clean him out.
But isn't it tiring to clean the entire Avalon's shadow? When will you even finish? Won't you go crazy?
Wait, the Ripper's probably crazy already. For a moment, realization flashed through Ye Qingxuan's eyes and he felt pity. It was so sad that she had gone crazy from cleaning. To be honest, he was impressed by himself for being able to talk nonsense to himself under this kind of situation. However, it was clear that he was not the Ripper's main target.
It was Alois, Satan's soldier, who had a much darker aura. That guy's destructive aura was almost thick enough to be juiced.
If Ye Qingxuan was the Ripper, he would be the first to go.
But what happened next was totally unexpected.
On the ground, Alois watched as the Ripper walked toward him. He suddenly laughed and shook the small bell in his hand.
Ding dong!
The crisp sound was mixed with the odd cawing of an eagle. The blood light around him shook, left his body, and flowed into the bell, which shattered immediately.
It transformed into a bloody vortex. A hand reached out and pulled him away.
He escaped?
Escaped.
That asterisk shoal had activated Avalon's shadow's exit and escaped.
Ye Qingxuan was dumbfounded. F***CK, where's your dignity as a musician? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing your god by running without a fight? And if you ran, then what am I going to do?
Not only was his wish of leaving shattered, his body began trembling before he even had time to fear, because the Ripper looked over in the darkness, as if looking at something dirty.
The cleaning was about to begin. Chapter 260, You Probably Won't Believe Me.
Not only was his wish of leaving shattered, his body began trembling before he even had time to fear, because the Ripper looked over in the darkness as if looking at something dirty.
The cleaning was about to begin.
Frozen, Ye Qingxuan stared blankly behind the Ripper. His eyes were in despair.
Percival?
In the silence, the Ripper did not look back.
Unmoving, she just stared at Ye Qingxuan.
Ye Qingxuan froze, swore in his mind, and ran.
This is horrible. Even psychotics didn't fall for these distractions anymore. How can I live anymore?
In that moment, he felt the moonlight on his body shake violently. A large majority of it was used up in an instant. It was dim like a flickering candle in the wind. A shallow claw mark was scratched onto his back. The burning darkness chased after him like a sarcoptic mange. Panicking, Ye Qingxuan could not worry about his body anymore. He adjusted the steel skeleton within his robe to the most extreme mode and shot forward like an arrow. Each step taken was as painful as doing a split, but his speed had increased by 3 times. And it was 30 times with the help of the moonlight. His body transformed into a shadow and rushed inside the Royal Musician Division's building. He did not look back as he ran crazily, but fulminations sounded continuously behind him. He did not dare to look back. He was scared that if he did, he would see the Ripper right before his eyes, reflecting his pale face in hers. In situations like these, he should just focus on running until he ran out of energy. The moonlight was used up quickly, dying away like a candle in the wind until all that remained was a small flicker.
The tiny moonlight made Ye Qingxuan's face ghastly pale as he panted. He discovered an even worse problem: he was too tired. If I can survive, I'll start running from today. I'll practice for the marathon and exercise for Anglo, he vowed silently.
With the last of his strength, he sprinted toward the corner, covered his head, and broke through the window.
Boom! The youth spun in the air and landed in the center of a silent street. He climbed up with a roll and rushed toward deeper into the dark street. The Ripper's cruel figure was only a step away but did not chase after him. The figure stopped behind the broken window and looked at him coldly. Having escaped, Ye Qingxuan could not help but be proud. After a few more steps and turns, he would have widened the gap and lost the Ripper. However, there were no few more steps. Under the cold moonlight at the end of the street, a headless stallion screamed. The dark on the horse hoisted his dragon scale sword. The blade reflected the moonlight, chilling Ye Qingxuan's heart. It illuminated the bitter tears in his heart. You really came. I was just kidding about you coming. Can you please go back? He pleaded internally. But it was obvious that that was impossible. Ye Qingxuan stopped and looked back at the Ripper, who was staring at him coldly. Then he looked forward to the dark knight, who was preparing to charge. This was depressing. The dark knight before him, the Ripper behind him, he was dead. But unpredictably, there seemed to be a sigh. A familiar shadow jumped down from the wall. It looked at him with disdain and turned around. Nudging the manhole beside him, it opened its mouth and said, "Bark." This meant, "What are you waiting for? Jump, dumb *SS. Ye Qingxuan swore that he had never felt so mind-blown in his entire life. The last time he had a similar feeling was when he saw his senior running down the streets nude. This time, it was seeing old Phil appear in Avalon's shadow. YYU, tongue-tied, it felt as if all his worldviews had been shattered. You. Old Phil rolled its eyes and jumped down. It meant, "You can keep waiting if you want to die, but I'm leaving." Not daring to hesitate, Ye Qingxuan quickly jumped in and followed old Phil forward. The dog walked quickly and twisted and turned in the complicated sewer system. Ye Qingxuan soon lost his sense of direction. Thank God the Ripper and Dark Knight did not follow. Perhaps the entrance was too narrow for them or too dirty, or perhaps they had started fighting on the surface. Anyway, Ye Qingxuan had survived sure death and his eyes teared up involuntarily. As he continued walking for who knew how long, he started hearing a trickle of water under his feet. Ye Qingxuan had stepped into a puddle. Soon, he discovered that it was the blood path he had lost. Old Phil picked up the pace, Ye Qingxuan had to run to catch up. Suddenly, he heard the roar of water. When he rounded the corner, he saw the foul-smelling populated water rush down the sewage pipe. There were rotting vegetables in the water, along with a rotting scent. When he looked back, the blood path was no longer there. There was only a dusty wall covered in spider webs. He had exited Avalon's shadow? Under the weak light of dawn, Ye Qingxuan carefully pushed the manhole cover and peeked out at the world. He saw the chaotic market, the weak street cleaner, and a muscular middle-aged woman with a basin of dirty water. Wait, dirty water? With a slosh, the water splashed all over Ye Qingxuan's face. It was the smell and feeling he was familiar with. Yes, it was the dirty water used for boiling chicken feathers. However, he laughed involuntarily after the shock. He had really come out? Under everyone's stunned gazes, a strange man climbed out of the sewer with a giant dirty dog and began cheering as if he had received a new life. The terrified middle-aged woman gaped at his happy state. After a long while, she spat out, "This isn't my fault. There's something wrong with his head." 10 minutes later, he arrived at the large hall of the Caput mansion. Pinching her nose, Lola looked at him in disgust. "Did you climb out of a landfill?" Probably. With a wry chuckle, Ye Qingxuan collapsed onto the sofa and waved. "Stop caring about all that. Give me something to eat and then let me sleep." Seeing how he did not take himself as an outsider, and his unapologetic expression, Lola's face instantly darkened. "You think my home is a hotel and you can come and go as you wish? Also, why do you bring everything here? Get that dog out of here." "Huh?" Confused, Ye Qingxuan looked to old Phil.
It was sitting beside him on the sofa. It was dirty and left a bunch of black marks on Lola's favorite lush Indian rug.
Now, it was side-eyeing Lola arrogantly. Ye Qingxuan's expression grew wry. You might not believe it, but that's my savior. I'm alive because of him. Ha!
Lola was clearly close to losing her temper. With a dark expression, she gritted out, your savior sure is special.
Ye Qingxuan, can you think before you make things up? Anyway, just believe me. I'm so tired.
Ye Qingxuan held Lola's shoulder with his dirty hands, leaving 2 handprints on her white shirt.
Can you let me sleep first? We can talk about things later.
Ye Qingxuan, you're getting more and more reckless. As a clean freak, Lola was so angry her eyes were twitching. Squeezing out an eerie smile, she said, sure, you can sleep.
Would you like sister to accompany you? Ye Qingxuan instantly grew shy.
Scratching his face, he stammered, thanks but no thanks, auntie.
Thud.
He flew out and landed outside the door.
Ye Qingxuan.
In her original spot, Lola's hair had turned snow white from anger. Sharp fangs poked from her mouth, her eyes were murderous, and her face was cold. Though she had bad temper, anyone would be pissed at this. First, she used up all her strength to save him after learning he had entered Avalon's shadow. Then, she waited for an entire night in worry, and finally, he came back with a dirty dog, smelling like he was pulled out a landfill. Furthermore, he did not even say a single word of thanks. Not only was her night of worry and waiting were wasted on a dirty dog, Ye Qingxuan had said something no woman could bear. One must admit that Ye Qingxuan deserved it. But after a while, Ye Qingxuan was still unmoving on the ground.
Blanching, Lola went over and kicked his face.
On the ground, Ye Qingxuan rolled over and snored.
He was sleeping like a dead dog.
He was so infuriating that he made one want to step on that face. Yes, Lola felt much better after stepping on him.
She looked up and called, Sam.
Soon, the ugly and lame servant stumbled over.
Lola glanced at him and pointed at old Phil on the sofa. Get it some food and wash it. Note, it eats whatever you eat. It must eat better than you, understand? Sam's features spasmed but he nodded.
Looking away, Lola bent down and tugged at Ye Qingxuan's pant cuff. Dragging the youth as if he was a dead dog, she stumbled clumsily up the stairs. Finally, she pushed open her bedroom door and tossed him on the bed. She finally remembered that he smelled really bad. Heartbreaking, she gazed at her bedroom and her bed. When she saw Ye Qingxuan, she was so angry her teeth were sore. But after a while, she could only sigh. Whatever. They were all useless now, so she would just change everything. There was no need to feel sad. Glancing at how deeply Ye Qingxuan was sleeping, she felt her own fatigue. After all, she had used up too much strength and had waited for a whole night.
She yawned and turned to leave. After 2 steps, she turned around angrily and glared at Ye Qingxuan. Why did she have to sleep in the guest room?
This was her bedroom and her bed. And so Ye Qingxuan was kicked to the side.
Lola pulled down the curtains and carefully rolled out the unsullied blankets.
Rolling herself into a cocoon, she closed her eyes. However, it felt weird without a pillow. After a while, she surrendered and pulled an arm over. Putting the arm under her head, she closed her eyes. She felt much better imagining she was using a bag of the world's best blood as her pillow. She slept heavily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 261 to 270. Chapter 261, Holy.
When Ye Qingxuan woke, he discovered that he was sleeping on a soft bed. The emptiness and fatigue that filled his body had disappeared too. There was a bitter taste in his mouth as well. It was probably medicine that Lola had poured into his mouth. He did not know what medicine it was, but it was clearly expensive. His tensed nerves had finally relaxed a bit. Even the disgusting sewer smell had mostly faded. But for some reason, his arm felt sore.
Was this a side effect of the medicine?
Rubbing his face and sitting up, he felt the heaviness of sleep. When he saw the note at the top of the bed, he instantly woke up and felt chills. Dearest little Yezi, a hot bath is ready in the bathroom, food is on the table, and I'm in the library.
Do you want to shower first? Or eat first? Or get the F*** over and explain what happened?
Of the short few sentences, the first part seemed gentle and teasing. However, Lola seemed to put all her anger and frustrations into her pen. The red ink pierced his eyes. This was not teasing. If he did not deal with this correctly, it was basically a death letter. Here, he finally realized that Lola had worried about him for the entire night and he did not even thank her. No wonder she was so pissed. One must never anger a woman, especially a woman like Lola who could easily kill someone.
Avalon had 4 full years of bloody history that could prove this point.
Ye Qingxuan was going to get killed by her too. At this thought, he did not dare to waste any more time. He scrambled out of bed, rushed into the bathroom, quickly got rid of the smell, rushed out, stuffed some pieces of bread into his mouth, and rushed into the library. Half an hour later, Ye Qingxuan sat in the silent and dim library like a good student. He placed his hands on his knees, and smiled demurely without speaking.
Lola's expression was heavy. After listening to Ye Qingxuan's story, she sipped her red tea.
The knocking of porcelain created a heart-stopping sound. The old-fashioned hat was placed on the table between them.
It quietly emanated an ancient aura. The so-called ancient aura sounded powerful, but no matter how one thought, it did not seem to be of much use. So you're saying that you were out the whole night and almost died just to bring this back?
Yes.
What did the parliament take away?
I don't know.
What happened at the Royal Research Institute?
Not clear.
Where did the Ripper come from?
Not sure. And then a long, long silence.
After the long silence, Lola finally looked away and Ye Qingxuan secretly let out a breath.
Sweat rolled down his back. If he really thought about it, he did not accomplish anything other than bringing back a stupid hat after working the entire night. Yes, he made things difficult for the parliament, but only bringing back a hat from Avalon's shadow was not allowed.
The parliament went wild trying to take this. Maybe it's some holy weapon.
All the holy weapons in the world are in the church with serial numbers.
There are only 16 at most. How can a new appear out of nowhere?
Lola glanced at him.
Do you really think that you can find something at the level of the sword within the stone from Avalon's shadow?
I was just suggesting the possibility. Ye Qingxuan flipped the hat over.
Look, at least it's alchemy equipment. Can you test it?
Yes, I'm disguised as a scholar of ancient studies, but I'm not an alchemist.
Lola rolled her eyes. Why don't you put it on?
Good idea.
Hey, you want to die?
Ye Qingxuan had actually started considering it seriously. There was a large possibility that he would die, but it would not be worth it if he put in so much effort to bring a hat back and did not even try it.
After repeatedly checking for satanic traps or controlling music scores, Ye Qingxuan took a deep breath and put the hat on. All was still. Nothing happened. Lola looked at him seriously.
She was ready to destroy the hat at any odd sign, but Ye Qingxuan's face was blank. He moved his neck, touched the hat, and tried many poses, but nothing happened.
How do you feel? Lola asked gravely. It's pretty comfortable and the size is just right. Ye Qingxuan grinned, feeling quite happy. Do you have a mirror? Lola suddenly had the urge to kill him.
Ye Qingxuan pretended nothing was wrong while listening closely. He heard a song. A boy's youthful voice sounded in his ears again. Like a dead spirit, he sang quietly, "The king and his helpers kidnapped the queen, imprisoning her in dreams. We have power in the sea, so which direction should we wander? The bell has already rung in the cemetery.
Did you hear the eerie song?
Respond to our calls, the blood debt will be paid." The song sounded faintly again, but then disappeared like a hallucination.
This thing undoubtedly had a definite relationship to Avalon's shadow. But what mystery was hidden inside? And what did that chilling song mean?
He did not understand. The song disappeared after that one time and did not reappear no matter how Ye Qingxuan waited. It was as if the curse haunting the hat had left, dissipating with the rotting scent.
The wrinkled surface became smooth again after the dust fell off.
It had returned to its original graceful and elegant appearance. The dim music score inside the hat brightened again, waiting to be called upon.
It seems that this is its true appearance. What did you do?
I don't know.
I just struck a pose.
I guess it likes to see me pretend to be cool. Ye Qingxuan praised himself shamelessly, however, his eyes twitched. Seeing something inside the brim, he reached in and felt a line of slightly protruding words. Too much time had passed, so the silver thread had turned black, making it difficult to make out. Relying on the touch, Ye Qingxuan subconsciously sounded out the words, "There is a limit to man's power and he must obey the boundaries." This was one of the vows for a musician set by the first three kings.
Every musician must abide by them.
But why were they carved here?
Unless...
He froze and his smile stiffened.
Unless this was the spell to activate the hat.
Putting weird and mysterious alchemy equipment on his head was one thing. Being close to uttering its activation chant, this could definitely be in the top 10 of 100 dumb ways to die for a musician. He subconsciously tried to take his hat off, but it was too late.
The world went black.
All he could hear was a crisp sound. And then the sky fell down. The experience at that moment was painfully pleasing. It was indescribable. It felt as if someone hacked a giant hole into his head with a hammer. Then, something like mercury was forcefully poured in. An immense amount of runes and images flashed past his eyes, drowning him.
Inheritance of a heart mark?
This should definitely be the inheritance of a heart mark, but why was this so weird?
Did they want to kill him?
He fell unconscious before he could react. After who knows how long, he opened his eyes and found himself on a metal bed. He saw the pale white light of a shadowless light.
How long was I out?
1 full hour.
Lola grasped a cup with 2 hands and looked down on him.
You wasted another of my recovery medicines.
Sorry.
Ye Qingxuan rubbed his swollen forehead and got up with difficulty.
My brain is a little messed up. Seems like it really is the heart mark inheritance.
Lola looked at him gleefully.
The bad thing about old-fashioned alchemy equipment is that the load is too heavy. What school is it?
Ancient, school of the stone heart. It combined abstinence and modifications, he said with pauses in between as he searched through all the new information in his brain.
We weren't wrong. The hat is its inheritance ceremony.
Its previous owner is, the first concertmaster of the Royal Musician Division, Andrea Kasiragi.
Unfortunately, there isn't more information related to the user. There aren't any more records on Avalon's shadow. The music score carved in this comes from the Requiem?
Taken aback, he carefully distinguished the aether music score in his memories and let out a long breath.
It's the Requiem. Which Requiem? What else can it be?
Of course it's the Requiem composed by Mozart, King of Yellow, which the Royal Academy of Music uses for its enchantment.
Ye Qingxuan waved his fists in excitement.
This reward alone made all his dangerous life-or-death experiences worth it.
Worth it? No, he had hit jackpot. Don't get happy so soon, Lola dampened his excitement. Which movement does the score come from? It'll be fun if it's Dies Irae. It's a supersized forbidden score that requires more than 3 orchestras in coherence to play. We're not enough even if you sap us dry. It's holy.
Ye Qingxuan felt the ether waves in the hat with his eyes closed.
This piece is called holy. It seems that its effect is protection abandonment. After a short silence, Lola nodded slowly. This is one of the most famous core elements of the school of abstinence. It really does have the school of stone heart style. You've really gotten lucky. It's the prototype of the school of abstinence's scepter. It can create a completely pure territory and reject any outer music theory. As a defensive music score, it is definitely one of the best. Furthermore, it can completely protect you against one fatal blow. It's a savior for musicians. Ye Qingxuan instantly grew overjoyed. So I'll be able to do whatever I want now. If you can bear its burden. Lola glanced at him with pitiful eyes. You probably can't wear it past 30 seconds at your current level. Don't just stand there. What else is there? What else did the heart mark inheritance say? Lola asked. The school of Stoneheart went extinct after appearing during King Arthur's reign. Maybe the reason is in the inheritance. What else? There's also, Ye Qingxuan searched through his memories and recited seriously, xt equals earn entire WCJX3P5C5HCT26SKSHMWTD7WJW4LPM3Y, huh? Is this a password? This should be the result after transforming music notes into binary numbers and modified with music theory. Its purpose is to ensure that others won't know about its secret core technique. It must be something good. Let me do it. I'll finish decoding in 3 hours. Ye Qingxuan's eyes brightened and he excitedly climbed out of bed, not caring that a medicine bag was still hanging to him. These century-old tricks are outdated. Do you have pen and paper? Lola shook her head helplessly and gave him the pen and paper. She also placed a translation dictionary of the lingua franca from 100 years ago on the table before he could ask. And so the room fell silent once again. Ye Qingxuan began focusing on the decoding and moved quickly. It was from years ago, but the changes in sentence structure and music theory were headache-inducing. There was a multitude of problems. However, the further he went, the more excited he became. His eyes practically shone. He was so focused he had forgotten everything else. Beside him, Lola gazed at his expression. She sighed after a long while. You're growing more obsessed with decoding. If you continue, do you really want to be a scholar? To be honest, I haven't considered it. Huh? Lola was taken aback. Never? Ye Qingxuan looked up and, after thinking, asked Lola, did you ever think about what you wanted to become when you were a kid? After a pause, Lola nodded. Yes. Same with me. When I was little, I wanted to be a toy buyer. When I matured, I wanted to inherit the family business. After the catastrophe, I wanted to become a filial son. Then later, I wanted to become a priest. I wanted to pray for those who had died and live in a rural church until my death. Those are all pretty good, aren't they? Now that you mention it, I think being a scholar is pretty good too. But these are just for thinking. Anyway, for me, a lot of things are like that. He paused and chuckled. Just think about it and that's it. It'll never happen, so you don't need to think too much. Lola fell silent. Seeing the youth's self-deprecating expression, she wanted to speak but stopped herself and looked away as if avoiding something. For some reason, she suddenly felt sad. The only sound in the silence was the pencil scratching against paper. After some time, Ye Qingxuan set down his pencil. He stretched and moaned happily. Done. Lola, come look. Lola snapped out of her thoughts and accepted the stack of notes Ye Qingxuan offered. Her expression grew stunned. The sub-originator theory? You've really taken back something impressive. Chapter 262, Sub-originator theory. The suboriginator theory.
Its full name should be the exploration and production method of the suboriginator within the human body. This was the technique passed down from the school of Stoneheart, which had abruptly declined centuries ago. It contained a large amount of music theory and related scores that Ye Qingxuan sorely needed after entering the school of abstinence. However, the most important was the core technology, the production method of the suboriginator. The school of Stoneheart had fallen from its status as a major branch of the school of abstinence in a few decades because they had lost this technology, making it unable to be passed down. The originator was the basis of the world, the core of the ether world, the source of the sea of ether, the birthplace of all music theory and miracles, and the location of all power and mysteries of the world.
So many people dreamed of finding it. Musicians had studied it day and night for countless years. After the pioneers of the Saints and Three Kings, they established the foundation for the 7 schools of musicians.
These 7 paths of ether led to the originator. Within these 7 schools, there were hundreds of different theories and views with countless of research directions. One of them was the school of abstinence branch that had been renowned for a time, the school of Stoneheart. This school did not have many members and its music theory was mostly secretive.
This was the school of abstinence's unique point.
They did not focus on appearances and just explored music theory fervently, searching for the ether's pattern. Thus, the others did not truly understand their direction of research in music scores. They were also the most mysterious of the 7 major schools.
The school of Stoneheart's research direction was known as the suboriginator.
This was a concept they suggested in contrast to the world's originator. Every human body contained a suboriginator. By opening up, developing, grasping, and strengthening its power, a musician could store large amounts of ether inside their bodies. There was no need for outside help.
With this as the fulcrum, one can lever open the sea of ether. One day, we will resonate with the originator and join the unknown.
This was how the original creator had described it in the book. It truly is a good idea, but unfortunately, Lola could not help but shake her head. It's impossible. The suboriginator theory had natural restrictions.
Ancient Eastern musicians had done similar research, which was the research of the Dantian.
A distinguished work even suggested that the Zifu, Tanzhong, and Danfu were one.
If one ingested mercury and lead, one could open 3 suboriginators simultaneously, but what of it?
Even if one took illegal drugs, used up one's life, and opened 108 suboriginators in their bodies, what would happen?
Mankind had its limitations.
The saying that man would win against nature was nonsense.
Mankind had natural limits, so how could it be compared to the sea of ether?
In theory, it was not impossible to develop the suboriginator so that it could resonate with the originator. However, later experiments found that its success rate was a few thousand zeros after a decimal point, and then a lonely one.
And then add a percentage sign at the end. It was a dead end.
However, Lola sank into a long silence after finishing reading. She had never expected the school of Stoneheart could achieve so much in a dead end. They had reached the peak of findings on the suboriginator. They were able to develop their own ether by opening up the suboriginator within their bodies and use precious materials to push the strength to its max. In the end, it was transformed into a strong heart. Different from the flesh heart, this was the stone heart. With this, musicians could temporarily use more than 10 times the strength they had and perform music scores above their level. There was even a technique to assimilate their instruments with their own ether. By etherizing their instruments and storing it in their stone hearts, the heart would become a cavity, creating a unique instrument. Seeing this technique, even Lola was tempted.
Unfortunately, she could only learn from these techniques.
She had her own path in music theory. If she tried to use it forcefully, it would be painful and impractical.
Her damaged symphony of predestination would break down once again.
Furthermore, the materials needed to realize the theory was ridiculous. Merely opening up a suboriginator was enough to bankrupt her. The materials needed for strengthening the ether was like a bottomless hole.
No amount of money was enough. It's a good plan but too expensive. Gritting her teeth, she set it down. Ye, can you find something more useful next time? Don't you think this stuff suits me? Ye Qingxuan glanced at her with something like a smile. It might be useless to you but it's perfect for me. In your dreams. Lola snickered. First, you need to develop a medium that has the nature of ether and blood at the same time. Where are you going to steal such a precious thing? Of the dozens of formulas, not one is easy to find. You'll spend up to 300,000 just to find the rare material. Then you must hire an alchemist to refine it and the failure rate goes without saying. In addition, the possibility of death when implanting it into one's body with our current technology is more than 70%. Only rich people who want to die choose to undergo this type of surgery. But I don't need surgery. Ye Qingxuan tugged down his collar, showing Lola the bite mark on his neck. Lola froze. From a certain aspect, I already have what's needed since birth, right? Ye Qingxuan smiled secretively. I don't think there's a medium more suitable than the Deva's blood within me. It was already late at night when Ye Qingxuan returned to school. The rebuilt history department was silent, everyone was asleep. Of course, everyone did not include Charles. He was about to graduate and suddenly did not have stress anymore. His sleeping habits were completely messed up too, and he had become a full nocturnal creature. He slept during the day and went out to drink and eat at night. He just ate and slept all day but would not gain any weight. In fact, he grew more handsome. Ye Qingxuan could only say, life was unfair. Hey! Ye, you're back. Charles waved at him with a beer bottle. You're just like Bai Xi, always going out to play. I don't see you for the entire day. Come, drink with me. I was studying in the library. Ye Qingxuan coughed awkwardly. Sitting down, he asked, Senior, how was the recruitment interview? Pretty good. I'm going to work tomorrow. Senior, don't feel dejected. The institutes that recruit in school are usually stricter. Even if you're rejected, it's not ACH. Halfway through, Ye Qingxuan spat out the water in his mouth. You passed? You're going to work tomorrow? Where? The musicians' union? The military? Or did you give up on yourself and sign up for the Dark World Exploration Team? Calm down and listen to me. Charles could not help but excited as he spoke. Here's what happened. Yesterday, I went to the Royal Research Institute. The Royal Research Institute? Ye Qingxuan could not help but laugh. This was the place all theory musicians fantasized about, it was every graduate's dream. It only had one opening annually and its interview was extremely strict. They would check up to 3 generations of the family and had fastidious requirements on morals and experience. No one had been accepted for more than 3 years. Even so, it was still filled with hopeful interviewees each year. Senior, you really were confident. Right? You have to have big dreams. Stop getting off topic and listen to me. Charles's expression turned serious. So the Royal Research Institute came to recruit yesterday, right? So I just went to see. And guess what? Ye Qingxuan froze. What? It was packed. Charles gestured exaggeratedly and sighed. I knew from one glance that there was no way for me. I planned on leaving after walking around, but then at the back, I saw an old guy. He was pretending to be cool by wearing a doctor's coat and was sitting on the wall eating grapes. It looked so familiar. Then I realized that it was the cluster from the School of Revelations that I'd been waiting for 2 months. That guy stole my food from me, such blasphemy. I was so pissed. And then what? Ye Qingxuan's scalp felt numb. What else could I do? Charles shot a judging glance at him. I went up and beat him up. He stole my food.
I hit him until his nose bled.
You weren't there, but a lot of people cheered me on. Ye Qingxuan was speechless now. Charles really had the talent of causing trouble wherever he went. It was a feat to return in one piece. Even if there were 100 of him, it was no enough to worry over Charles. But that old guy was actually happy to get beat up. He seriously said to me, "Very good. You successfully caught my attention. Now I can give you a chance to show me your resume." And then I'd beat him up again.
Charles shrugged helplessly. Why are people so fake? He was that beat up, but he was still pretending. He was just a janitor but thought he could be Newton in that doctor's coat. Ye Qingxuan almost spat out blood.
And then
I thought he had good taste, even though he stole my grapes, so I decided to show him my resume. Charles took it out and pointed proudly at the mass formula he had come up with a few days ago.
Look at this amazing research and world-changing discovery.
That guy saw it and ran like he saw a ghost.
If I reacted slower and didn't snatch my resume back, I wouldn't have even gotten to apply. And then you found out that you got accepted?
Yeah,
someone just came to give me the notification.
Charles whistled proudly.
Indeed, gold shines anywhere. Yezi, my era is here.
Ye Qingxuan suddenly felt a headache coming.
He took Charles's beer and gulped it down.
Letting out a long breath, he asked, "Senior, did you realize that everyone was looking at you strangely when you were beating that old guy up?"
Don't they always look at me weirdly? Don't worry, I don't mind.
After all, geniuses can never fit in with the others. Ye Qingxuan did not know what to say. He could only get up and pat Charles's shoulder with pitiful eyes. If he guessed correctly, his stupid senior had accidentally beaten up the interviewer at the school recruit session. He had wanted to see the resume to remember Charles's name, not to see his accomplishments. Charles had it in for him after entering the Royal Research Institute.
He might only be sent to clean the toilets. He might even be taken to the dissection table to be experimented on.
Thinking of this, Ye Qingxuan's eyes grew even more sympathetic as he looked at Charles. "Senior, you've done so many stupid things, but I really can't help you this time."
"Good luck," he thought.
He sighed and patted Charles's shoulder. "Senior, do something with your life before you die.
Come help me. Is your alchemy equipment set still there? I need to use it for an experiment.
It's still there, but what do you need it for?" Ye Qingxuan chuckled and said lightly, "Blood test."
Chapter 263, Bad News.
Preheat the crucible, wash the test tubes, organize the lab table, and purify the air. Charles had done this procedure countless times and was an expert at it. It was obvious from how many things he had created. He had some weird problems as a musician, but his talent in mechanics and alchemy was undeniable. Of course, fooling around like this was risky. Ye Qingxuan had taken out the needle, removing the fresh and hot Deva's blood, as Charles was cleaning up. The more he drew the blood, the more unwilling he became.
Deva's blood was a high-quality medium.
If this worked, every drop was in essence 100 times more precious than similar material.
It was practically liquid gold. And Lola drank all that money like beer.
It was a stab to Ye Qingxuan's heart. Beside him, Charles looked at his pain and fell silent.
Suddenly, he patted Ye Qingxuan's shoulder in pity. "Junior, I see that you're drawing blood in pain. Is there something you're not telling me?
You're so young and yet, you must go to the doctor quickly for these illnesses.
Don't be scared. That's enough."
Ye Qingxuan rolled his eyes. He pulled out the experiment material that he had just bought. If he had not taken advantage of the shaman and those Indian smugglers, he would not have been able to find these illegal items so quickly. These things were not rare, but were unpopular, and not many would buy them. According to the theories of the School of Stoneheart, regular people had ether inside of them too.
Musicians often interacted with it, therefore the ether's fusion rate was higher. However, unless the musician used healing music scores for the body, the rate would not be higher than 10. And then he would die. A medium was created by large amounts of alchemy equipment so there would be an environment where ether and man could coexist. When receiving a suitable medium, one must first test its nature. One must also understand its fusion rate with ether. If it was too low, implanting would be a waste of effort. Ye Qingxuan was a bit unsure about this. He did not know if it was a one-sided relationship. But Deva's blood sounded powerful and it had been sitting inside his body for all these years. There had to be a time for it to shine, right? While he was lost in thought, the preparation had drawn to an end. Drip drop, drip drop, drip drop. The material had assimilated into the rosin after multiple filters and processing. Now it flowed thickly and dripped into the beaker. In the end, they solidified in the beaker, shining with warm glow like amber. Ye Qingxuan sucked in a breath. He twisted the valve, allowing his blood to flow into the beaker along the tube. And so dark red blood seeped silently into the amber. The redness bled through the amber. In the end, it stopped in the center like a blood crystal wrapped in amber. Crack! Ye Qingxuan's eye twitched at the soft crack. He glanced into the beaker. The solidified blood crystal had shattered and something flowed out. It filled the amber, swinging gently with faint ripples. The silvery ripples reflected with a dazzling color. There was a serene beauty in the fleeting light. It was moonlight. The gentle moonlight flowed endlessly out of the blood crystal like liquid. It undulated on the amber and faintly rose to the air, transforming into flames, the moonlight flames. Ye Qingxuan turned off the lights. The moonlight stood in stark contrast to the darkness. The amber rippled gently in the beaker. It faded, melting into the moonlight, transforming into pure silver white. The light illuminated the youth's face and he smiled involuntarily. Success, he murmured. As expected of Deva's blood. There was no doubt that the strongest nature of his blood was the moonlight inherited from Ye Lansao. Its fusion rate was a shocking 100%, no, it had even passed that. He had only put in the standardized amount of test drug. It was impossible to see how far it had gone out of range. Now, he could only be in awe of Deva's blood. As the source of power for the 9 dragon bloodlines, it had such a high fusion rate with ether. He was right. His blood was the most suitable medium for putting the sub-originator theory into practice. It was inside of him naturally and did not require surgical implantation. This removed the risks and the need for more medicine and funds. He could skip the most dangerous step. As long as the moonlight in his blood could strengthen to the needed level, he could open the sub-originator within him using music score, and cross into the core technique of the Stoneheart. They had provided many formulas and tedious techniques to strengthen the nature of the medium. However, Ye Qingxuan had a better solution. He was the clearest about his own matters. The moonlight in his blood came from Ye Lansao. If he wanted to strengthen it, he would just have to continue studying the moonlight score that Ye Lansao had left behind. Being so close to becoming an official musician, he could manage to play the movement with some outside help. However, it was clear that moonlight was a score to purify demons. He must have demons to purify if he wanted to strengthen it. But where can I find a bunch of demons in Avalon? His head hurt, but he stopped before he finished speaking. Demons, wasn't there a place with too many demons to count? Gazing at the burning moonlight in the beaker, he suddenly grinned. It seemed that some things required long-term planning. Though he had slept the entire day after that busy night, Ye Qingxuan was still sleepy after finishing the medium testing. The Parliament's exploration into Avalon's shadow had failed. He did not know what they wanted, but they probably would not act in recent times. That meant he could relax for a few days and sleep in. He had received a precious life-saving hat.
The heartmark inheritance that had been an obstacle in learning the school of abstinence had been solved too. He had even verified the possibility of the sub-originator theory. Avalon's shadow had become a goldmine for him. Ye Qingxuan felt as if a weight had been lifted after solving all these problems at once. Autumn was ending soon and winter was coming, but he felt the comfort of spring warmth. What was that Eastern saying? It was the best season if there were no worries. He sprawled on the bed and closed his eyes. There was nothing tomorrow, so he would just sleep now. Soon, cruel reality slapped him in the face, shocking him awake. Old Phil pushed the door open and tossed a letter onto his face. It looked like an unimportant bill from the church bank, however, Ye Qingxuan swore at the content after decoding the message hidden in the numbers. He felt chills all over. He hurriedly tossed his clothes on and ran out. The letter said, "The shaman has been attacked. Life status unknown." Half an hour later, Ye Qingxuan pushed open the door to a hidden room and saw the old man on the bed. Resting against the headboard, the shaman was reading the newest paper with his glasses on. Seeing Ye Qingxuan enter, he looked up and motioned for the youth to sit. Ye Qingxuan pulled a chair over and sat across from him. The shaman had all his limbs intact. It seemed to have been nothing but a fright. "I heard that you got killed. It's not that bad, but also not that good." The shaman chuckled and tossed the newspaper to the side. "As you can see, I'm hanging on to life." There was a gaping hole on the chest of his white patient's shift. Ye Qingxuan could see the bloody bedsheet behind him through the hole. He could also see the quivering lungs. The heart was missing. Choir musicians had implanted various auxiliary organs to keep him alive. Keeping him alive was the extent of their abilities. Ye Qingxuan's eyes twitched and he looked away. How unfortunate. Yeah. The shaman nodded in agreement. In the silence, Ye Qingxuan asked, "How did you fall to this state?" "Last night, at dawn, a man with an eagle head descended from the sky. All my guards died. The 6 musicians that tried to stop it were torn apart like paper bags. Finally, it clawed at my chest and my heart was gone. If Ghost Hand hadn't helped me escape, you'd probably be looking at pieces of the shaman now." Ye Qingxuan fell silent. He had seen this creature with a man's body and eagle's head last night in Avalon's shadow. Hyakum's priest had transformed into that too. An eagle's head in man's body is the characteristic of the natural catastrophe eagle wing mother. It's one of the lower gods of Hyakum. Dark musicians that sign a contract with it will turn into it. It seems that the parliament had fully joined Hyakum. As expected, the shaman said. The true background controller of the parliament has always had something to do with Hyakum. But you came here for something else, right? Good or bad? Bad, Ye Qingxuan said. The parliament had started entering Avalon's shadow. The shaman did not show any shock or anger. He just nodded. I know. He pointed at the newspaper he had tossed away, motioning for Ye Qingxuan to look. The youth froze when he opened it. The first headline of the second article, "Mysterious damages have been caused to the building of the Royal Musician Division. The banquet hall is in ruins. May have been caused by activists." There were also a few blurry pictures. Ye Qingxuan did not need the pictures. He had seen it with his own eyes. But he had seen it in Avalon's shadow. Chapter 264, Authority of the Bell. That's not unusual, the shaman said. Avalon and its shadow have always been one of the same. If the shadow is damaged, the surface will be damaged as well. This isn't something surprising, but what it represents is unsettling. Ye Qingxuan thought for a moment. He looked up and asked, "Do you know what they want to do?" "The authority of the bell," the shaman replied. "They want the bell authority that controls the enchantment of Avalon. This is the custom of the Royal Musician Division. They're responsible for guarding the Elizabeth Tower since centuries ago and ring the bell at dawn and dusk. The Elizabeth Tower is the heart of the Avalon enchantment. It's heavily guarded. The Royal Musician Division's most important task is to maintain its safety and existence so Anglo won't fall into the hands of a natural catastrophe. Thus, the Royal Musician Division is given the Bell Authority.
This authority could be in the form of anything.
It can be a ring, a piece of white paper, a sword, a hat, or an eye.
The shaman's voice was meaningful. The Parliament can enter the Elizabeth Tower with this authority.
They can enter the heart and destroy the equilibrium of Avalon's enchantment, whether it be inside the shadow or outside. Once it loses control, the natural catastrophe's power can truly enter Avalon's shadow, enter the palace in the shadow.
That would be the worst result for me, you, and the entire country. The shaman studied the youth. Dying embers seemed to spark again in his dull eyes.
They were inexplicably somber.
So I must ask something of you. What is it? Slow their exploration down.
Stop them from entering the Elizabeth Tower. The shaman began coughing violently. Bone fragments and blood spewed from the giant hole in his chest. His organs trembled painfully. His servant rushed in to change the machine, but the shaman pushed him away with an order. The servant hesitated before leaving obediently. Only the shaman and the youth remained in the silence.
Ye Qingxuan looked at the shaman and the shaman looked back. You can do it. I know it.
The youth shook his head.
I can't do it alone.
The butcher will help you. I also have a group of secretly recruited musicians.
When needed, the Ripper will help too. The Ripper? Are you kidding? Ye Qingxuan laughed involuntarily from shock.
He almost killed me.
Twice. And once was last night in Avalon's shadow. He lost control. Okay, so let's not talk about what Hayakam wants the Parliament to do. Anglo's at the brink of danger, right?
The shaman nodded. Ye Qingxuan could not help but feel incredulous. A jubilant Western country has no idea that it's close to danger. And they're going to rely on an executioner, a bloodthirsty madman, and an Eastern kid in a vest.
Isn't that funny? After a long pause, the shaman sighed. After all, your mother is. She is, but I'm not.
Ye Qingxuan raised his voice and interrupted the shaman furiously. She is, so she trusted her husband, her family, and her country, and everything she trusted betrayed her.
Shaman, she's already dead. If you want to keep discussing things with me, don't use her to admonish me. Never do that. The shaman did not reply. Expression troubled, he remained silent. After a long while, Ye Qingxuan, who had closed his eyes, opened them again. He let out a long breath. Okay, I'm calmer now. We can continue. After a pause, he asked directly, what's in the palace of Avalon's shadow?
Shaman, you must tell me what the deal with Avalon's shadow is.
Why has the royalty tried to hide it for these hundreds of years? Where do the skeletons piled under the city come from? What's in the palace?
The shaman had a strange expression. He looked at Ye Qingxuan regretfully.
Avalon's shadow is a reflection of King Arthur's era. What do you think will be in the palace?
Ye Qingxuan suddenly shuddered.
What was in the palace? Was that really a question? Why did he not think of it? Why had he never thought of it?
The palace of Avalon's shadow obviously had King Arthur.
But after centuries, was King Arthur still alive? What had he turned himself into? There are many secrets in this world, Ye Qingxuan. Many.
As the Indians say, it's like the amount of sand in rivers, the shaman said with his eyes closed.
Some secrets are unimportant.
Some must be buried in darkness forever, for eternity. Any attempt at uncovering them will create disasters.
That's how your father died. Do you remember the musician's vow?
You must obey the boundaries, Ye Qingxuan.
Obey the boundaries. Ye Qingxuan's shoulders trembled. He looked up at the shaman with confused and troubled eyes. After a while, the troubled gaze faded and he recovered his usual calm coldness. He said coldly, "Shaman, I don't like how you keep hiding things." "To be honest, I don't either." The shaman sighed. "I hate it." Ye Qingxian looked at him coldly as if trying to find a shred of pretense in the man's expression. After a long while, he said in a low voice, "Tell me what happened to Ye Lancao after all this is over. This time, you can't hide anything. Otherwise, we're over. No matter what natural catastrophe or parliament it is, I'll take my friends away from this country. You and Anglo can go to hell. I promise." The shaman nodded. He had no way to refuse these conditions. Ye Qingxian left and forcefully slammed the door. Boom! The room was silent again. The shaman looked in the direction Ye Qingxian had left with bitterness and helplessness. He understood the youth. Or rather, he deeply agreed. Anyone would be furious when they realized they had been betrayed. It was human. After a long time, Ghost Hand entered. He put a letter with the double snake watermark into the shaman's hands. "These are the results from the trader. You don't seem to have good luck." The shaman opened the letter and closed it after a long time. He asked, "Is Hermes sure?" "Yes, I've confirmed it repeatedly with him," Ghost Hand said. "You weren't attacked last night by a man or dark musician, but the result that dark musicians dream of. It's a demon that had reached the distortion level after completing the natural catastrophe's transformation." There was a scribbled picture on the letter as if someone had drawn it with a finger sticky with sauce. However, it was extremely realistic and menacing. In the messy ketchup drawing, the black eagle had hundreds of wings and 3 eyes. It was awesome, as if it would burst through the paper. It was the eagle mother, Kel Steinhaus. It had already sent its children into Avalon. In the dark night, a giant eagle descended from the sky. After landing, the bones scraped, the feathers changed, and it transformed into an old man with a black robe. His face was still sinister, like an eagle, and inhumanly cold. He looked at the man on the long bench. "Well met. I am the head of the parliament," the man said. "You can call me Robin." The eagle demon looked down at him as if sizing him up. After a while, he nodded curtly. "Malpus. In the human world, just call me Malpus." The robin nodded. Malpus's voice was monotonous, but he was clearly displeased. "I thought the White Raven would come meet me." "The White Raven? I haven't seen him in a long time." The robin glanced and pointed at himself. "You must know that I'm in charge of things. I'm the only main priest of Lord Hyakum. The others aren't important." "You replaced him?" Malpus's eyes were suspicious. "I can't see how you're more powerful." "It's just a replacement." The robin furrowed his brows. "If you can find the White Raven, then go find him. Otherwise, let's move on from meaningless matters." After pondering, Malpus nodded. He tossed a crystal eye into the robin's lap. "As per Hyakum's order, this is what my wings have brought back. According to him, you'll be in charge of this mission. Not many have entered Avalon, so you must use them carefully. We've already lost 6 men to the Ripper last night." "I know." The robin put the eye into his sleeve. "Don't worry. After all, the Ripper had killed believers of the Lord. I've already asked the Lord to place a mark on him." With that, he opened his hand. There was a red mark on his palm. It was a distorted eyeball. "Hyakum has the Ripper in his eye. He won't live for long. Since this is the Lord's decree, I will obey it." Malpus lowered his eyes and asked, "There's also the vengeful spirit. He's always in the way. Is there a punishment for him?" "He's just a clown. I can take care of him," the robin said lightly. I remember he defeated you twice.
I can take care of him. The robin's voice grew sinister.
I have my own thoughts. You needn't worry or care. Malpas stared deeply into him. After a while, he understood something and nodded. As you wish. The hatred between humans is too much of a hassle.
His body suddenly scattered a bit. The eagle head flickered back, he could barely maintain his human figure. Looking up, he saw the fleeting rainbow in the night sky. It was Avalon's enchantment. The rainbow hung in the air, sweeping in all directions.
It would arrive soon.
At that time, Malpas would be unable to hide his catastrophic power.
It seems that I must go. Malpas sighed and took a step back.
He unfurled his strange gray wings. A feather with the length and sharpness of a blade fell and floated toward the robin.
It curled in the air until the feather transformed into a black iron bell.
The fist-sized bell landed in the robin's hands. It was heavy yet cold to the touch, and he could vaguely hear an eagle's cry.
To call me, ring the bell.
The black shadow soared into the sky, yet the heavy voice seemed to hover in every inch of the sky, vibrating.
I am omnipresent. Chapter 265, Sudden Happiness. The eagle soared into the sky and disappeared in the night.
The robin looked up into the night sky, not looking away until a long while later.
He scoffed. He's gone?
A figure walked silently out of the shadow of a tree behind him. He gazed in the direction Malpas disappeared with mock interest. The demon transformed from his shell and was given an etheric body by the natural catastrophe. From a certain aspect, omnipresent is not an empty word.
It'll be more convenient now that you have this.
Ring the bell and he'll immediately descend from thousands of miles away.
Fast and speedy.
Seems like the Lord truly trusts and loves you, my priest.
The robin glanced at him. Nibirius, you're late. Nibirius was a middle-aged man.
The hair on his temples was graying and his hands were stuffed in his sleeve cuffs. He looked like bookish scholar, not a bit like a dark musician.
Hearing the robin's accusation, he just chuckled.
I was actually early, but Malpas is still a messenger who represents the natural catastrophe. I do not dare approach him. After all, I'm not the type of person who likes to play around with contracts.
It's one thing to take advantage. It's another to hang around a god and annoy them, but whose fault is it that you thought yourself clever and found a loophole while exchanging with a natural catastrophe?
You were locked in the resonance level for 80 years by the god.
I thought you'd learn after that punishment. Nibirius was not angry.
He just shook his head and sighed.
That's how I am. I can't help it.
Taking advantage of a natural catastrophe is difficult.
I ought to suffer some losses too.
Next I will start preparing to explore Elizabeth's tower. The robin handed him a blood-colored conch.
The vengeful spirit is for you. That's a small matter. Small matters should be done seriously, shouldn't they?
The robin glanced at him coldly.
You've slaved for so many years for your crime. You don't want to have done it all in vain, right?
Of course. Nibirius glanced casually at the holy symbol before the robin's chest. The eye within the eye seemed to be staring at him. One was smiling lightly, the other was cold and shrouded in darkness.
With your blessing. Nibirius bowed politely and left, disappearing into the darkness.
The Royal Academy of Music was bright and sunny in the afternoon. The warm sunlight passed through the window and shone on old Phil, covering him with a layer of gold. He looked so holy, so stalwart, so majestic. Passing him, the sunlight shone on the bowl of aromatic ribs and the youth prostrated before it.
Boss, I'm relying on you this time.
Ye Qingxuan grasped its front paws with anticipating eyes.
You have to help me.
Please just guide the path. I really need to get into Avalon's shadow.
Oh, and can you come take me out again when I give you the signal? Old Phil did not reply. Of course, dogs could not speak. However, its disdainful eyes seemed to be reprimanding the failure before him. Yes, you're right. Ye Qingxuan scooted over shamelessly and petted his fur. I'm so weak. I can't be compared to you, boss. Right? Humans are stupid, so can you please be kind and merciful and show me the way? I'll give you anything. Ribs, lobsters. Old Phil glanced at him and then looked away coldly. As Ye Qingxuan was still lying on the ground awkwardly, he heard a confused voice behind him. Cousin, what are you doing? Ye Qingxuan froze. He squeezed out a smile and chuckled. Aha, I thought the weather was nice today. I want Old Phil to take me out. It's walking the dog, but why does it look like Old Phil's walking you? Bai Xi's lips curled. Oh, and you looked really stupid. All geniuses are mad, Ye Qingxuan said, trying to keep his pride. My intelligence has already exceeded the limit, so just stop talking if you don't understand. Ha! It was rare to have a chance to make fun of Ye Qingxuan, so Bai Xi obviously would not let it go easily. After munching on baked seeds for a while, she petted Old Phil. It's rare to see him so pathetic. Can't you just help him? Take us out later to play, please? Old Phil glanced at Ye Qingxuan. Finally, he nodded unwillingly. For some reason, Ye Qingxuan had the urge to cry. Times were changing and Old Phil's top follower had somehow turned into Bai Xi. No wonder his words were useless. All those years of hardships together were nothing compared to a few words from a little girl. Ye Qingxuan felt wronged and dejected. Seeing him like that, Bai Xi snorted proudly and patted Old Phil. I'm going upstairs to get something. Wait for me. Watching Bai Xi leave, Old Phil rose lazily. He slapped the youth with his tail, telling him to follow. After twists and turns, they left from the school's back door and entered a deserted alley. Old Phil squatted on the floor and eyed Ye Qingxuan. He barked like a hooligan driver looking at his client, asking where to go. As long as it's in Avalon's shadow. Ye Qingxuan rubbed his hands with a fawning smile. If possible, I'd like there to be demons nearby. Old Phil nodded. It offhandedly pushed aside a manhole and barked. This time, the meaning was much simpler. It was just one word, jump. Ye Qingxuan looked at the heavy smoke somehow rising from the sewer. There was also the pungent odor that just felt unreliable. Is this okay? Woof. Old Phil was starting to get impatient. It meant, jump if you want but don't waste my time. Fine, I'll jump. I'll jump. Ye Qingxuan sighed inwardly. Old Phil's temper was getting worse and worse, but what could Ye Qingxuan do? Would he have to act so servile whenever he wanted to get in and out of Avalon's shadow in the future? The nice and cooperative Old Phil had changed. Crying silently, Ye Qingxuan gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, closed his eyes, and jumped. Plop. And no more sound. Old Phil quietly gazed at the fog that had swallowed the youth for a long time. Then it nodded, put the manhole back, and left with its tail wagging. The alley was quiet once again. Plop. Ye Qingxuan felt like he had jumped into some messed up pool. His surroundings were suddenly covered with something sticky. As he struggled wildly, he suddenly lost balance and crashed against the wall. In the darkness, he lit a lantern. The fog dissipated slowly. The blood path flowed forward in this deserted and deadly still sewage tunnel. It was like blood rushing in a vessel, guiding him to an unknown place. I really got in? Ye Qingxuan froze. He quickly tossed his heavy bag to the ground. He put on the heavy coat and various equipment from the bag and folded it, hanging it to his waist, after checking everything. He snapped out his cane and carefully walked forward. Avalon's shadow was creepy. Who knew what he would run into this time?
As he walked silently, his steps suddenly halted and he looked in all directions. The boy's singing had started again.
Maybe it was because he was wearing the hat, but this time, it was clearer.
The boy was practically singing into his ear. He could even feel the singer's cold breaths. He spun around, but there was nothing there. The king and his helpers kidnapped the queen, imprisoning her in dreams. It was this song again. It haunted the city's shadow like a curse. Every corner, every inch, was filled with this chilling hatred and evil. After a long, long time, it was still there. It was just lingering in the ear, in the wind, and the broken sounds. If one listened, one would sense it. Ye Qingxuan sucked in a breath and ignored it. The blood path had disappeared. He had re-entered Avalon's shadow. When he finally pushed aside the manhole cover and climbed out of the sewer, the first thing he saw was a thick layer of cotton. The dusty cotton and thread was scattered all over the large room. One could vaguely make out that this was a large mansion. However, it was filled with strange eggs for some reason. Giant eggs the size of children were piled in the dust and cotton. He could see hundreds upon thousands at a glance. It was as if he had walked into an egg market. He stepped back instinctively. The sticky glue-like feeling underfoot finally made him think something was wrong. This was not cotton. The thing crisscrossing all over the large room was a giant spider web. Thud! A sound came from midair. Something like a giant cocoon fell down. Ye Qingxuan expressionlessly brushed away the webs on it and saw a corpse that had been sucked dry. He could vaguely make out the painful expression as it had died. Cracks and pops sounded above. Things in the dark seemed to have awoken and climbed down the webs, waving their bones. Ye Qingxuan looked up and saw the green stars that filled the sky. Those were the compound eyes of countless spiders. They were staring at Ye Qingxuan with open mouths secreting liquid that represented their hunger. "Old Phil, you really understand me. You're my soulmate." The youth suddenly wanted to cry. When old Phil had asked him where he wanted to go, he had said somewhere with many demons. So then old Phil opened the door and, as expected, old Phil never disappointed him. Indeed, there were many demons here, because old Phil had led him to the demon's nest. He was so happy to have such a caring friend. The demons looked happy too. They had been sleeping for so long that the bones had lost flavor. Today, something meaty had given himself up and he looked fresh. Anyway, everyone was happy, but this happiness was a bit too sudden. Chapter 266, Thunder and Moonlight. Soon, something humongous climbed out of the darkness. The giant shadow practically toppled the walls. A large compound eye appeared in the crack. Pungent winds surged behind it, along with a shrill shriek. Pop! 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 All the giant eggs in the room cracked open. Oddly shaped spiders covered in stickiness climbed out. Struggling in the dust, their shells quickly hardened and became menacing. It wants me to feed its kids? With the sudden realization, Ye Qingxuan looked at the sea of spiders flying out of pores in above and around him. A mere glance was enough to see it was a terrifying amount. Though he could not rate the giant spider mother he had not yet seen, the other spiders were not very high quality. But if he added them together, it was enough for quantity to be over quality. Should he run? He looked down at the manhole cover. After short hesitation, he could not help but sigh. Let me show you something good first. Boom! He slammed the black iron cane on the ground. The majestic boom was the horn that represented the coming of dawn. The clanging of iron sounded continuously under the fast melody. The tangible sound hacked at the thick spider webs like an axe. The ringing stunned the newborn spiders. Dozens of long silver nails appeared out of thin air and pierced in all directions. They passed through the black wave of baby spiders and shot into the direction of the strange aura. Shrieking sounded instantly.
Many half-transparent spiders appeared amidst the black mass of bodies. Their large tails shook. Pungent venom shot out and sizzled on the ground. Even their own brethren had melted. Ye Qingxuan felt chills. He thought he could practice with the babies. Why were their matured ones hiding amongst them? The dozens of long silver nails crisscrossed, piercing the faces of the transparent spiders. The scriptures carved onto them flashed with a blazing light and spat out burning flames. The fire that burned within the spiders used their flesh as fuel and burned gloriously. A burning ring instantly appeared around Ye Qingxuan. The melody was pressing to the point of suffocation. Under it, the flames danced like living beings. They melted into the rhythm and swallowed the endless spiders under Ye Qingxuan's guidance. At the moment, it was a stalemate. The most pressing matter had been solved, but Ye Qingxuan began to sweat under the high pressure. Unfortunately, he had not prepared well enough. If he had time to prepare the materials needed for night on Bald Mountain, he would be able to create a massacre. The dozens of silver nails were the materials for singing night on Bald Mountain. If Ye Qingxuan could hire an alchemist to create a similar set for himself, he would have the confidence to face the giant spider mother. Unfortunately, that was expensive, too expensive. Back when the Church's Ministry of Faith was still called the Inquisition, they were known as the Monster Department. They used up to 40% of the Church's budget each year. At that time, the disciplined musicians used this piece as their weapon. Pure silver flowed out from them like water. Lethality created by the buildup of money was more terrifying than any other type of power. They did not only use the sacred metals created by green gold and pure silver. They also used large amounts of holy water. All of that was money, money, money. If the Church was not the biggest financial support of the world, they would probably go bankrupt from this. For Ye Qingxuan's financial status, the materials needed for strengthening was too much of a luxury. Boom! The entire nest of spider demons was shocked awake. The spider mother shrieked. At the same time, dozens of metallic spiders dropped from the air with incredible speed. However, Ye Qingxuan had already raised his cane. The amber gem at the tip brewed with thunder and lightning. Do not let the three realms turn to ashes. Lightning shot out and wrapped around the youth. Ye Qingxuan's vision went black as he almost suffocated. It was a total overload to withstand the burden of night on Bald Mountain and Indra's eye at the same time. Boom! 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 He guided the lightning to crisscross around him. The light brewed from blood was like a glowing pen that sketched with sharp strokes in the air. The beams of light converged rather than dissipating. They joined together, transforming into complex designs that one could not stare at for long. Then they scattered in all directions. Ye Qingxuan felt his blood dissipating quickly. He used all his energy to guide the lightning. Cracks appeared in the ground and air around him. The lightning died away in a snap of the finger. However, the complex cracks had already connected. The complicated music theory had completed its structure under the guidance of the lightning. As if they were made of silver, the complex notes crisscrossed and overlapped. They were branded into the stone, air, and pillars. They resonated with the wild ether, sucking dry the ether within a 100-meter radius. Success! After the flames were extinguished, the exhausted Ye Qingxuan leaned on his cane, panting for breath. With the flames gone, the black mass of spiders shrieked and converged toward him quickly. The darkness surged. The only noise in the silence was the chilling broken scraping sounds. In this terrifying silence, someone sucked in a breath and raised his hand. Snap! The crisp snap spread. As if it was an order, the hidden music notes in its path exploded with lightning. They connected with each other and affected the complicated threads of music theory, causing them to reveal their true appearance. It was a music score created by lightning, the movement Moonlight. Amidst the cold melody, moonlight descended from the sky.
The illusionary moonlight illuminated the youth's face and scattered equally in all directions. The spiders in its path screamed in terror. The sharp shrieks rose in waves but were unable to cover the sparse and cold music.
A pure white moon appeared over Ye Qingxuan's head, scattering the clear radiance. All demons trembled violently under the moonlight.
Restricted by the formless moonlight, they were forced to ground, shaking. The all-reaching moonlight passed through their shells and compound eyes, melding into the spiders' bodies.
Gently, yet undeniably, the moonlight purified the demons from the inside out. All chaotic auras were flattened and transformed into moonlight.
They integrated into the silence and order, causing the clear radiance to shine even brighter. The moonlight converged onto Jiao Shaohuanpei, making up for Ye Qingxuan's energy loss. He suddenly recovered from his exhaustion. In fact, he was stronger than before. He could feel the Deva's blood within him strengthening gradually. As expected of moonlight,
Ye Qingxuan sighed. He was covered in cold sweat. Thank God this idea worked. Otherwise, he would have had to run for his life. An idea bloomed in his mind after reading the sub-originator theory. Since his blood contained moonlight and Indra as I sucked his blood, could it activate the music in his place? If it could withstand the enormous pressure, he could activate the overture of moonlight with his current power. It was doable in theory. The most difficult was the conversion stage. After studying for the night with Lola, he had used the newly acquired music theory from the School of Abstinence and his enlightenment from Deva sensing to create this idea. The Emerald Tablet was known as the source of all current alchemy techniques. Its content was deep and difficult to grasp. Ye Qingxuan was not an alchemist, but he had touched upon it during Deva sensing and was inspired by it. The inspiration could also be called creativity. For some reason, any method would become an unorthodox and astray path in Ye Qingxuan's hands. Otherwise, he would not have turned into this from an average person in a few short months. Using the compatibility of Jiao Shaohuanpei and Indra's eye, paired with the translation method, he was able to create a one-time alchemy object by carving the music score in the surroundings with lightning. Thus, Moonlight's effect became an alchemy ceremony. He could not personally create the effect, so he used other objects to make up for it. He was then able to perform the overture of Moonlight. Here, Ye Qingxuan's headache worsened. Moonlight did not consist of only one movement. The entire score comprised of 45 movements. There were 3 overtures, 4 main sections, 12 pure sections, 9 mixed sections. Other than the section's own effect, different combinations had different effects as well. Back in the day, Moonchant had played around and created his own rules for purifying demons as the first demon hunter. Not only was there an immense amount of music theory, it also included the complete profiles of most demons in the world, their weaknesses, things to keep in mind, and ways to deal with them. It could help people in the future inherit his role and continue to kill. Ye Qingxuan could only say that this was crazily boring. Crack! A crisp sound traveled to his ears. Ye Qingxuan rolled forward without thinking. The moonlight above him dimmed. It had been covered by white spider webs without him realizing. His original spot had been gouged by an invisible blade. It had been going for his head. Strands of spider webs hung in the air. He did not know where they came from, but they hovered in the wind, quietly covering everything. Ye Qingxuan's head shot up. The giant spider mother behind the crack in the wall had disappeared. All that remained was the strands of webs falling to the ground like snow. However, they carried chilling murderous intent. Shadows that the moonlight could not shine onto began writhing like living creatures. Endless streams of tiny spiders climbed out and flowed forward. A huge and oddly shaped shadow had appeared above the empty wall without him realizing. There was nothing there, but when the moonlight shone upon it, it cast a menacing and dim shadow. There was something there. Chapter 267, Elegy of the Crow. It was as if a giant beast had quietly seeped from the wall. Sensing Ye Qingxuan's gaze, it looked down. One of its compound eyes lit up. And so rock-like material and color began spreading under the path of its gaze, the fossilizing gaze. This spider mother had the slight bloodline of the stone statue demon. The moonlight struggled to maintain equilibrium. Where it met the gaze, powder would fall down. It was the dust bloated after turning to stone. Broken noises continuously came from the spider. The youth could vaguely see the menacing shadow of the spider slowly raise two pincers. This is kind of difficult. Ye Qingxuan rolled his stiff neck and gripped his cane. It's challenging. Boom. 3 minutes later, Ye Qingxuan was running for his life in the dead silent street. The giant building behind him was covered in spider webs. Countless spiders rushed in all directions like a flood. They passed through some other demon nest, causing a commotion. The guy who had started all this was squatting in a tight corner, wiping away his sweat. He let out a sigh of relief as he watched the chaos in the distance. As expected, he could not beat it. He sighed. Once again, this strengthened his decision to take shortcuts and use tricks whenever possible and never fight face to face. Ever since the infamous Vengeful Spirit debuted, he had never fought straightforwardly. He had always relied on despicable tricks. He could not help it. His actual abilities were not enough. Using tricks was more fun too, it was less troublesome. He just set it off and everything was fine. Sighing, he caressed his cane. The gem Jiao Shao Huan Pei had been sullied. It was ruined in his hands. He could only awaken its true strength when he became an official musician. A hat could contain so much music theory. Ye Qingxuan believed that the Yi family had put some good stuff into the instrument as well. He did not need powerful scores like Guanling Zhishi or 18 songs of a nomad flute, but there should at least be Changmen Yuan, right? There should be at least 2 or 3 copies of trademark modifications scores too. Ye Qingxuan felt much better from fantasizing about the impossible but beautiful future. But soon, a caw sounded again, shattering the silence. Furrowing his brows, Ye Qingxuan looked up slowly. On the withered tree above his head was a giant black crow. It was staring at him and screaming, attracting all the surrounding demons over. This was how they lived. The crow could eat his decaying flesh after the demons killed him. Unfortunately, the demons living in surrounding neighborhoods were either attracted by the commotion caused by the spiders or were hiding in fear. Caw! Caw! Seeing that no one was responding, the crow panicked. It cried louder, caw caw. Still, no one came. The only sound in the silence was the youth's sympathetic whistling. He rose slowly and walked over, an eerie smile on his lips. Caw caw caw. The crow tried to fly away, but Ye Qingxuan's offhanded frost ray froze its wings together. It dropped to the ground and cried pitifully while curling up in a corner. Sadly, all cries for help were useless. The youth's black shadow swallowed it. His smile was cold. You like to scream, huh? After thinking for a bit, Ye Qingxuan pulled some ropes from his waist. Tugging it, he smiled in pleasure. Then I'll let you scream some more. 5 minutes later, the tortured and damaged crow was tied up and hanging from the youth's cane. It trembled as it swung side to side. 2 musk feathers fell amidst the cold drizzle. It looked so pitiful, but the crow was much more obedient now. It knew when to scream and when to shut up. No wonder they say crows bully the weak and fear the strong. Ye Qingxuan sneered. He strode into an alley while holding the bird. When he found a dead alley he liked, he hung the crow on the wall. After preparing everything, he pulled some beast traps out of his bag, placing them all over. Finally, he wiped his sweat in satisfaction. He looked up at the trembling crow and began hitting it with his cane. Scream! Hurry and scream! No one's gonna save you even if you scream your throat out. And so the crow began to scream under the immoral torture. It did not scream stupid things like your throat out. Your throat out.
but it did have some effect. When Ye Qingxuan heard scattered footsteps from the distance, he hid into the shadows, gripping the trick Jiu Xiaohuan Pei.
He was happily waiting for the prey to fall into his trap. Today truly was the day of misfortune for crows in Avalon's shadow. They used to be so loved, but today they were being hunted cruelly. A shameless black shadow was searching for these poor fellows and tying them up one by one. He would lure demons into his trap and then destroy them all. If he killed a crow, he would switch to another one. If the second one died, he would get a third. In a few short areas, all the crows of South Buck had become victims. They had practically all died in this guy's hands. The demons were confused too when they rushed forward at the signal only to find a seductively tied-up crow. And then they would get hit in the back of the head. Boom! Another primate demon fell to the ground. Before the shaking crow, Ye Qingxuan expertly pulled out his knife and slit the demon to let out the blood. After collecting the most valuable material, he kicked the thing into the sewer without hesitation. After accumulating enough, he used one-time moonlight to purify them all. The most valuable material to a primate demon was the two vertebrae. Ye Qingxuan soaked them in alchemy liquid and stuffed them into his bag. His bag was already filled to the point of bursting now. Seeing that he had made 10,000s of pounds in a few short hours, Ye Qingxuan suddenly felt that Avalon's shadow was a good place to get rich. He just had to catch some crows. If the demon attracted was too powerful, he could turn around and run, and catch another crow to start over. It was all gain and no pain. Unfortunately, his could not put more in his bag. After purifying the last group of demons, Ye Qingxuan was tired enough to collapse onto the floor. He had used moonlight multiple times in one afternoon. Indra took the burden, but he was still mentally exhausted. He decided to take a break and wait for old Phil to contact him. However, he saw faint mist in the distance when he looked up again. Stark white fog creeped in from every corner under the eternally unchanging night. The heavy whiteness swallowed all commotion in its path, causing all to sink into deadly silence. The fog had appeared though there was no water vapor here. It was like the mist that shrouded Avalon in the morning, but it had a slight decaying odor and it swallowed everything. He could not see his own fingers in the heavy fog. Thunder roared in the distance, resonating faintly. Ye Qingxuan halted. He studied the white fog heavily. As more surged in, the song that had haunted his ears disappeared as if it had been strangled. The youth shivered at the thought. Though the song disappeared, he felt that the animosity of this shadowy city had multiplied tenfold or thousandfold. Each inch of air and earth was filled with disgust and animosity toward outsiders. He could barely even breathe. "Traitor," someone spat in the fog. "Traitor," the voice was old and hoarse. It seemed to be a roar that had traveled from far away and was filled with raw hatred. It repeated over and over, "Traitor, traitor, traitor." Ye Qingxuan froze. He subconsciously tugged his hat, but the power sleeping within it seemed to have awoken. The fleeting sound grew clearer in his ears. He could hear the unclear yet spiteful murmur. It was a list of all the traitors, it was a declaration filled with hatred. Guinevere, Gawain, Percival, and Merlin. "Merlin, you clown, you be *tch, demon," the voice was filled with deep-rooted wildness and fury. "Traitors, all traitors, they're all traitors, .. Ye Qingxuan felt a chill to the bone as he listened. To be honest, he did not want to know who was talking, but he could not help but suspect the undead king sleeping in the palace. "Arthur, what exactly did you all do?" he muttered to himself, not daring to think. Perhaps the shaman was right. Some secrets were too dirty and should sleep in darkness for eternity. Brashly going after them would lead oneself into danger. In the few short hours, he had thought that he was getting familiar with Avalon's shadow, but now it was unbelievably unfamiliar now. He could not sit here and wait. Even here, he could feel the breath of danger sweep past him. It was obvious that the closer he was to Uptown, the more dangerous it would be.
After Avalon's shadow was covered in fog, it had transformed into an entirely different place. He began packing immediately, throwing away everything unnecessary. With a lighter load, he walked quickly toward the city gate. He could not help but let out a breath of relief after brushing past the dangerous aura. He sped up, but suddenly, he halted. All was unclear in the silent fog. He could only see a few meters ahead, no matter how many revelation scores he used. This was the limit. Gazing around, he looked at the city's serene silhouette in the fog. It was silent and cold as always. There was nothing wrong. But for some reason, he had a bad premonition. Is it my mind playing tricks? Chapter 268, Honest and Open. Is it my mind playing tricks? After hesitating, he took a few coins out of his pocket. They were pure silver coins carved with tiny music notes. He had stayed up all night making them to test the paths in this dangerous place but had not used them yet. Now he tossed one coin forward. It created a soft arc of light in the air like a lantern. Landing on the ground, it rolled on the crumbled stones and stopped moving. The light on the coin extinguished, but nothing happened. He tossed another one. It landed before the previous coin. Rolling forward, it lit up and then extinguished. All was silent still. He tossed yet another one, but still, nothing happened. Satisfied, Ye Qingxuan nodded. He turned around and walked without any regret. He should have decided early on that if this place made him feel unsafe, it was either paranoia or he had detected something subconsciously. Either way, it was better to take a safe path than putting in all his effort to test things. However, after 3 steps, a sigh came from behind him. And then someone soared toward him. Ye Qingxuan dove forward without looking back, and rolled on the ground. He felt a metallic hand brush past him and slam onto the table, flattening a large mass of stone and wreckage. He looked back as he rolled and saw a strange figure appear gradually beside the silver coins. It looked like the average stray that he had seen in the Jianlan underground palace. It had a bony face and long and thin limbs, like steel wires coiled around a skeleton. However, this guy was unbelievably long. Just squatting on the ground like a dog, it was already 2 meters tall. Other than 2 long and narrow arms, it also had 7 other arms of different lengths and shapes. The youth felt goosebumps all over after seeing it clearly. This asterisk shoal had been sitting on the ground, waiting for Ye Qingxuan to walk over him unknowingly, then give him a warm hug. And then Ye Qingxuan would be shattered. But who had hidden it? Ye Qingxuan had tested 3 times without finding anything weird. This was too scary. Even an expert at the School of Illusions would reveal some flaws under this type of targeted test. He did not have any time to think. While rolling, he heard a noise under the stone. It was as if there was a pot of bubbling stew under the stone tiles. Strange bubbles kept appearing with a string of popping sounds. He raised a hand cautiously and pressed down. Boom! The shaking sigh. The stone tiles shattered instantly as the terrifying shaking lifted all the surrounding tiles. Ye Qingxuan had been propelled to the air too. In the air, he felt that polluted blood was spewing from under the stone. He had killed the demons that had been called over at their most fragile state. An ear-splitting scream followed. A hysterical melody rang out of thin air. The violin wailed, faintly freezing the air. An eerie deep-rooted chill spread out. First, it was the School of Illusions, then Revelations, and now it was Modifications? Ye Qingxuan had no time to think further. He pressed his chest and unleashed the music score sealed onto his jacket. The gentle melody rang out. Abraham had been worried for his safety when he had decided to jump into the quagmire of downtown a few months ago. He had sealed the score Tranquility into this jacket. After all this time, Ye Qingxuan would have forgotten about this awesome thing if not for this life-or-death situation. Tranquility was known as the trademark resonance level score of the School of Abstinence. It was also proof that abstinence could counter the other 6 schools. Once activated, everything in a 10-meter radius would become a silent ether zone for half a minute. During this time, the ether would reject calls of any music score. Nothing lower than the resonance level would work. Sharp cries sounded as soon as tranquility was activated. The color of frost spread in the sky. Icicles appeared out of thin air. Modifications formulas were carved onto the triangular icicles with an unbelievably eerie aura. It was obvious at a glance that they were piercing attacks designed for defense and protection. Hundreds upon thousands of frozen arrows appeared in an instant, enough to turn Ye Qingxuan into a sieve. However, once they entered the silent zone, they broke apart. The coldness disappeared and they dropped onto him as snow, scattering on the ground. The fatal shots were now as laughable as a snowball fight. Ye Qingxuan did not dare to relax though. He had already heard the mutated stray with 9 arms run over. It was as if a giant rock was rushing over. As it ran, it opened its 9 hands, wanting to rip Ye Qingxuan to shreds. Ye Qingxuan quickly raised his cane. He narrowed his eyes, waiting for this guy to reach the most suitable distance. Then he would remove tranquility and unleash the power of Indra's eye. However, the stray seemed to receive some order. It halted abruptly and stopped in place. Then it hurriedly crawled back to its original spot. A demon created by Satan was just like a dog. Ye Qingxuan squinted. He could finally see the figure walking out behind it. He was hunchbacked and walked slowly. He reached out and stopped the frantic stray. Then he looked up toward Ye Qingxuan. Ye Qingxuan could not see the face clearly due to the fog, but he could sense the taunting smile. As expected of Avalon's legendary character. The man raised his hand and clapped lightly. That was a beautiful counterattack. Decisive, unhesitating, careful, and yet with above-average decision-making skills. It was not a waste in coming here. Ye Qingxuan looked at him coldly as he tried to guess the man's identity. This dark musician could control demons and was well-versed in music from various schools. Ye Qingxuan did not know if the man was hiding here for him or just anyone, but the parliament had hired a troublesome, headache-inducing enemy. He seemed to be at least at the resonance level. It was rare for a resonance level to be skilled in so many schools. Ye Qingxuan could not defeat him. One did not even have to think to know that Ye Qingxuan could not defeat him. So what were his odds? He began calculating quickly. Mr. Holmes, do you not like talking? The figure cocked his head as if waiting for a reply. Did I disgust you with my impoliteness, or do you like being called the vengeful spirit more? You flatter me. Why don't you just choose whatever you like? Ye Qingxuan shrugged, pretending to be relaxed. I don't mind. Oh? Then what if I use your abbreviation S.H? S.H. As he sounded out this name, his eyes filled with anticipation. This name is cute and lovely. Don't you think we're closer now? Ha! Ye Qingxuan's smile was devoid of warmth. He did not understand this man. Did he want to talk? Or just kill? This confusing attitude was freaky. Close? Ye Qingxuan asked. Your way of getting close with others is unique. The man laughed. He said warmly, I was just greeting you. After all, we've interacted for a long time. Please don't find it strange that I had to greet you warmly. I believe you won't mind, no? Ye Qingxuan sneered. Would you apologize if I said I do mind? Pop. There was the sound of a water bag popping. Ye Qingxuan stared at the figure before him in blank confusion. The moment he spoke, the dark musician had raised his hand. His fingers slashed to the side like daggers. Foul blood spewed out and the strange stray's head flew to the sky. As the head landed with a thud, the giant body continued to spew blood like a fountain. It dyed the fog red.
The menacing figure looked clearer in contrast.
This stray was a gift from Hayakun from before, the dark musician suddenly began explaining for some reason. It's a new breed from the Dark Mother, called Himmer. The 9 hands can use holy power.
They're indestructible. Let's skip the other features for now.
It's a rare but fine specimen, and of precious material.
For a dark musician, the technology within is the true gem. They're great to use on your mutations or to transform yourself.
He glanced at Ye Qingxuan with a genuine expression.
Think of it as a meeting gift from me to you. Can you feel my sincerity? Ye Qingxuan's eye twitched. This was too weird. What did this guy want? He asked, "Are you from the parliament?"
Yes. The man put a hand to his chest. After a pause, Ye Qingxuan chuckled.
Do you all have the habit to give gifts before killing someone? Normally, no. I don't, at least.
The dark musician laughed and shrugged.
Would you believe me if I said I think highly of you? Ye Qingxuan nodded seriously. Of course. For people like me, we're as eye-catching as the sun in the darkness wherever we go. It's not strange for you to think highly of me. The dark musician blanched and coughed awkwardly. He could not reply to this.
In all these years, he had seen many geniuses, but this was his first time meeting someone so shameless.
To be honest, Ye Qingxuan said, there are too many people like you who talk in circles. Everyone has the disease of not knowing how to speak correctly. So can you stop making me think so hard? Why don't we be honest and open? Chapter 269, The Cost of 60 Years. I like being honest and open. The dark musician nodded in agreement. I just came on the Parliament's orders. For example, helping the Robins solve some problems. However, I feel that killing isn't the only way to solve problems. Killing is the final solution but not always the best. Do you understand? I agree greatly. Ye Qingxuan nodded. He suddenly felt he could identify with this man. However, I'm sorry if you want to recruit me. I don't plan on worshipping Hayakun. Hayakun isn't the only one for dark musicians. There are many natural catastrophes. In comparison, my god is one of the stingiest. There's a lot of work but not much money. The contract is long too. You can easily die if you're not careful. The main work is mundane work, like being a loan shark. To be honest, anyone with a brain would avoid it. The dark musician laughed. So it's okay if you aren't willing to become a follower. You just need to become a dark musician. What do you think? Hey, giving your life and future to some weird thing. Ye Qingxuan laughed too. Why would I jump into the abyss for no reason? What's that saying? There's a great future in the abyss. The dark musician's voice was meaningful. I can help if you're willing to sign with any natural catastrophe. Idealistic people like you will have high goals for natural catastrophes too, right? Let me guess, the highest order, is it the 3 outer gods? The 3 saints? The 4 living objects? I believe people like you would be a great follower to any of them. I reject. Ye Qingxuan sighed. I reject you, Mr. Dark Musician who isn't willing to reveal his true identity. I won't accept any natural catastrophe. Then we'll have to use the most barbaric method. The dark musician scratched his head in frustration and sighed. I didn't want this. There's a question I need to ask though, Ye Qingxuan suddenly stated. The dark musician nodded. Please ask. Have you ever felt regret and guilt from your actions as a dark musician all these years? The man fell silent. After a long pause, he nodded slightly. Mr. Holmes, a man is destined to feel guilt toward things you are powerless against. This is the original sin. No one can avoid it, other than gods. Really? Ye Qingxuan chuckled. That's good. Ha! The dark musician froze. He watched as the youth lifted the cane and slammed it on the ground. Boom! The thud was heavy yet cold. A crazed melody sounded instantly. The song of hopelessness filled in all directions. The black flood had come. He could not see, could not hear, and could not feel. He was tormented. Even his sound of heart was trembling. The black river swallowed the dark musician's mind. However, the negativity pouring out of his heart was abruptly restrained by a powerful strength. After the short confusion, he was already clear-headed again. The moment he felt something was wrong, he instinctively put his hands together. Crack! A sharp noise sounded, echoing through the air. 10,000 tons of pressure dropped from the air, smashing toward where Ye Qingxuan stood. The stone tiles were pulverized, instantly creating a crater. However, the moment he moved, the youth had already adjusted his steel skeleton and shot forward like an arrow. He was running. This boy acted when he wanted without hesitation, acting even faster than the dark musician. He was also better at escaping than expected, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Hee, what an interesting opponent. The dark musician stared in Ye Qingxuan's direction. He did not hurry over, but instead went to Ye Qingxuan's original spot. He looked at the cracks on the ground. After a while, he dabbed his finger on the insignificant trace of blood. The drop of blood moved as if it was alive. It coiled up his finger, finally swimming to his palm and pointing to the distance. Run, run, run quickly. Dark musician Nibirius gazed at the city shrouded in fog and chuckled. Barbaric killing is so boring. If it's you, this will at least become interesting, right? Ye Qingxuan fled for his life in the fog, panting for breath. Practice marathons, practice marathons, practice marathons. Ye Qingxuan, why didn't you practice for marathons? Look at you now, you can't even run, he thought to himself. He mocked himself in his head. Sprinting, he crossed dozens of meters in an instant and rushed deep into the darkness. His perception threads could sense that the strange dark musician was slowly but steadily following him. He needed old Phil now, but he did not know where old Phil was. His life depended on himself. Boom! There was another muffled boom. The spot he was in instantly began a black wind tunnel. It sucked in everything within 10 meters of the tunnel like a vacuum. Then it exploded, the air pressure shot up 100-fold. If Ye Qingxuan was a second later, he would be sucked into that hellish change. If he did not implode in the vacuum, he would be pressed into a meat pie. The School of Modifications. Immediately after, innumerable insects rushed out of the cracks in the tiles, charging toward Ye Qingxuan. His face changed and he began sprinting again. He did not want to see what would happen if he got bitten by things called by the summoning. The School of Summoning. Immediately after, the ground before him began bubbling. Water demons covered in mud began climbing out continuously. Ye Qingxuan was stunned but immediately sneered and charged through them. Ripples spread through the illusion of the demons and quagmire, and the image collapsed. The School of Illusion. Ye Qingxuan suddenly felt dizzy. He wanted to gag as his heart pounded like a drum. The moonlight in his blood hummed, it flickered and extinguished by itself. It was hard to breathe and Ye Qingxuan spat something black out of his throat. The thing squirmed on the ground as if it was living. It was a curse from the School of Choir. There were thick layers of fog between them, but the dark musician would not give up. It was as if Ye Qingxuan's every move was in his control. This was the probe from the School of Revelations. Ye Qingxuan lost control of his panic and fear. He also felt despair and the urge to go crazy, which he should not have. He swore inwardly. When did this asterisk shoal plant the hint? The School of Mind. Modifications, summoning, illusion, choir, revelations, mind. Within a short few minutes,
Ye Qingxuan had suffered attacks from the 6 major schools. They had been activated hurriedly, but they were already enough to kill him.
This D*MN guy had learned all of this. Other than the school of abstinence, he was an expert in all 6 schools. How bored was he? Mr. Holmes, are you scared?
The taunting voice traveled through the fog.
Are you thinking who would be bored enough to withstand the incompatibility and backlash of the different theories and forcefully learn the 6 schools?
Ye Qingxuan leaned against the wall and panted without replying.
It's simple. It's really because I was bored.
Nibirius' voice floated from left to right like a spirit.
This was an auditory illusion.
To be honest, when I was still young 60 years ago, I was a genius.
Really, I was just like you right now. Ha!
Ye Qingxuan flicked a coin forward. The music note carved onto it activated an auditory illusion, creating a snicker. Then the coin was swallowed by a giant snake that reached out from the fog.
Cold sweat seeped from Ye Qingxuan's temple. As expected, this guy had no good intentions. Seems like I made you laugh. Nibirius sighed in the fog. I was once like you, hungry for power. I fell because of this and became a dark musician.
I had no hesitation or moral torment. It was just a choice I made after deep thought. To a genius, the rules and sense that average people insist on are just jokes.
Mr. Holmes, do you understand this?
Ye Qingxuan flicked a coin and scoffed.
Unfortunately, I was too arrogant. I thought I could trick the gods, so I did something to the contract. Nibirius sighed.
I succeeded and gained some more power. I also avoided being controlled by the gods and being transformed into a demon.
But unfortunately, I failed too.
He suddenly waved his hand.
Wild wind blew forward under the piercing music, blowing past Ye Qingxuan. Everything in its path split apart as if hacked by an axe. This was Hyakum's punishment to me. I will forever be restricted to the resonance level. It has been 60 years. 60 years. 60 years is too long. It was long enough to make me die of boredom.
I raised my music theory for all 6 schools to the resonance level. It was long enough for my brother, far less talented than me, to become the king of dark musicians and fall in the hands of saints. Yet I am still paying for my crimes. He paused and said in a low voice, to be honest, taking care of you is my final mission.
Once complete, I'll be free again.
Another coin rolled in the fog, bringing with it a mocking voice.
So were you bullshit just then?
No, everything I said was the truth. Nibirius' expression is solemn, but his lips curled into a fanatic smile.
I want to trick him again. Mr. Holmes, let's play again. Losing isn't scary.
What's scary is if you don't have the courage to challenge him. I'm going to use my own ways to complete my last mission. I'm going to gamble my 60 years of fury to lie to the gods again. It will pay for my 60 years of torment.
Chapter 270, Your Heart and My Heart on a String. His eyes grew wild as he spoke. Think about it, Mr. Holmes. Isn't tricking a god a challenge? Avalon's shadow is a blind spot for him. He won't know anything that happens here. If you're willing to work with me, we'll definitely win.
I'll win freedom and you'll win power.
Isn't it a double win? You're crazy.
The youth in the fog sighed.
I'm sorry. I acknowledge your pride and motivation, but please allow me to reject you.
He did not use an auditory illusion this time, he spoke with his own voice.
Perhaps this was respect, to some degree. No need to apologize.
Nibirius lowered his eyes.
I should be the one to apologize.
I'll use your respect to kill you. The ether around him swelled, ready to destroy the enemy with destructive power. However, the drop of blood that guided him suddenly began burning. It shone with a cold yet deadly light. The blood instantly became scalding lava. The moonlight burned in his hand, sizzling, piercing through his hand, and dropping to the ground. A hole appeared in his palm. Nibirius instinctively tried to reconnect the broken music theory, but he discovered that his senses had been cut by that light. Confused, he looked at his hand. The flesh around the hole writhed but was unable to heal. Raising his hand to his eyes, he studied the wound. Did the youth turn the tides? One could vaguely see his pleasantly surprised smile through the hole. It seemed that this hunt was becoming more interesting. It was so great that he could have such an enemy for his last mission. The silent fog was like a dark forest. He could not see anything 3 steps ahead. Everything was unclear yet eerie and filled with murderous intent. This was the world's best hunting ground. The hunter and prey seemed to have returned to an equal starting point. They sharpened their teeth in the darkness, looked for their enemy's flaw, and then performed the fatal blow. Chirons once said that bitter fruits await during a long ascetic practice. I truly love this phrase. Then Nibirius suddenly asked loudly, "Mr. Holmes, do you read poetry?" "Never." The reply in the fog was short and fleeting. And so Nibirius nodded with a sense of loss. "Seems like you don't like literature. What about life? How do you view life?" "Sincere and priceless." "Well said. Life is priceless. To live, nothing counts as insulting." Nibirius chuckled as if praising him rhythmically. "Then, Mr. Holmes, I'm willing to take a step back. Are you willing to leave Avalon's shadow and never return?" "Sorry, I can't." "There's nothing to be sorry about." "I knew you would reply like that." Nibirius bent over. He took off the steel box from his waist and took the accessories out one by one. Holding them, he studied and chose the accessories. He said conversationally, "You know, you're very famous. Many dark musicians know you." "Oh? Regular people think you're a dark musician. Dark musicians think that you're not a regular person. Without a doubt, you're rational. There aren't many rational people, but I like those types of people. We can discuss everything." After a pause, he suddenly asked, "To be honest, you suit me. Are you interested in becoming my student? Join me. I promise you that in 30 years, you'll be powerful enough to be top 10 on the wanted list." The youth in the fog seemed to be shocked. After a while, he chuckled lightly. "I have a teacher." "Really? That's a pity." Nibirius sighed. He looked at the accessory he had finished assembly. "Your teacher must have never taught you what special skills the guys on the wanted list have." Boom! Ye Qingxuan felt his vision go black. Blood rose to his head and he barely managed to stay standing. Boom! With another muffled boom, Ye Qingxuan's face flushed. It was difficult to breathe and he could barely make a sound. His heart was pounding furiously and almost jumped out of his chest. In the distance, a metallic heart suddenly appeared in Nibirius' hand. The gentle yet sturdy heart assembled from metal pieces had 7 holes like a flute. Nibirius held it in his hand and played it. The sound was heavy yet fine, the music was melodious like the song of life. However, this song was despair. It was the song of life withering away. Within a few moments, Ye Qingxuan's blood was chaotic and his heart almost cracked from pounding. You've never personally experienced a battle with a resonance-level musician, right? Nibirius sighed. Musician duels under the resonance level are focused on countering different schools. It's like chess. But above the resonance level, it's the defense and crashing of the sound of heart. Once the frequency of your sound of heart is grasped by your enemy and broken down, you'll have no room to fight back. Ye Qingxuan stooped low. Blood trickled from his lips. Hearing this, he asked hoarsely, You can hear my sound of heart just from my speech? No, that would be too idealistic. You must have well-rounded calculations and a series of guidance with much experience. This is probably my most unique skill. Because of this, the sacred city calls me the Heart Hunter. So, give up, Mr. Holmes. He looked down at his metallic heart and studied the pulsing atrium. Thanks for talking to me for so long, letting me prepare with ease.
Now, your heart is in my hands. Ha!
The youth's weak voice traveled in the fog.
Do you really have improper thoughts about me? To be honest, I don't reject close relationships between two men. After short and serious consideration, Nibirius nodded and said, let's decide the technicalities after I see what you're like. After all, everyone loves beauty.
Ha, your fantasies are pretty beautiful.
Ye Qingxuan coughed violently. But fine. Come over and I'll show you something good. Okay, Nibirius said. However, his footsteps stopped 30 meters away.
30 meters, that was a critical distance.
You want to show me that alchemy equipment that shoots lightning, right?
His expression was cautious. I'm sorry for being a coward, but according to the information I've received, that extremely powerful weapon is a saint's relic, correct?
So how about no?
I've already been transformed, but I still won't be able to withstand that type of power at a short distance, but... Ye Qingxuan muttered a curse. The cane that he had raised now fell to the ground listlessly. Indeed, a trick would lose effectiveness if used too many times. This time, his enemy was well prepared. The Parliament had probably grown defensive of Indra's eye. You tried so hard to make me fall, but you're too scared to come over.
Don't you think that's laughable? Safety first. I don't mind being laughed at.
Nibirius looked down at the metallic heart and murmured, in my opinion, this isn't enough.
I must be more cautious when facing enemies like you. Ye Qingxuan was caught between laughing and crying. You still need to be more cautious?
I should at least make you too weak to speak.
Nibirius clenched his fist. With a boom, Ye Qingxuan's face turned red and purple.
He gagged and spat out sticky blood. Look how pitiful it is for someone to control your heart.
Nibirius' voice traveled from afar. Your sound of heart represents having control over your life. Once it is controlled by your enemy, it means that your life is controlled by him.
Yeah, just like the relationship between you and that god of yours. Before Ye Qingxuan could finish, his vision went black again. The pressure in his eye was so strong that it felt as if his eyeball would burst. Under the guidance of his frantic heart, his organs started rebelling as well. The blood, veins, lymph nodes, and bone marrow all over his body were influenced as well.
It would be easy for Nibirius to kill him.
The man only needed to hold that heart and play a few tritone intervals. After a few measures, Ye Qingxuan would be more dead than dead.
But that asterisk shoal clearly wanted to keep him alive. And the bad thing was that he could really do it.
Ye Qingxuan realized that if this continued, he really would not be able to speak anymore. Lowering himself, he tore open the hidden button in his sleeve with difficulty and injected the cardiac needle, local anesthesia, and stimulant. The prick of the needles brought immense pain. His lungs trembled and swelled as he said hoarsely, "You know why? I don't want to be a dark musician." No, normal people all want to be dark musicians, right?
Nibirius could not help but whistle.
Let me guess.
Is it because of prejudice?
No. Ye Qingxuan shook his head painfully. He collapsed onto the ground involuntarily as he lost support.
After pondering, Nibirius asked again, is it because of your ideals? Are you like those revolutionary soldiers who want anarchy?
The youth laughed mockingly. His voice was weak and hoarse.
Oh, then is it because the rewards aren't enough? You must be the core student of some school then, right?
Indeed, a contract with a saint is looser than relying on natural catastrophes. This time, the youth in the fog did not even feel like replying.
Nibirius chuckled.
After thinking again, he sighed involuntarily.
If it's not because of interest, prejudice, or ideals, hey, are you really into keeping the vow as a musician? No one replied.
The youth in the fog could no longer spoke. Even his breathing had become irregular.
The breathing sounds came once every few seconds. Wait, once every few seconds? Nabirius froze. He counted in his head, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, exhale.
His expression changed drastically. Cutting through the fog, he rushed to where the youth was.
No one was there.
There was only a coin with an auditory illusion shining there.
It would make a breathing sound every 5 seconds.
Beside it, he could see the blood the youth had spat out. As well the trail of him crawling away painfully. Beside the coin, he could also see the answer that the youth had written with his blood: "Why don't I want to be a dark musician?"
The reason is simple. It's because you're all too stupid. Nabirius' face changed.
In the end, he could not help but burst into laughter as if he had heard the world's greatest joke. Rather than feeling anger or confusion, he felt appreciation from the bottom of his heart.
He really escaped?
Mr. Holmes, you're an opponent I must respect from every aspect. Watching the direction the youth had crawled in, he rubbed his hands excitedly.
Then let's see how far you can run.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 271 to 280. Chapter 271, the most dangerous place is not the safest place. How far would he run?
Of course he would run as far as possible.
After escaping from Nabirius range, Ye Qingxuan's heart recovered.
It no longer pounded crazily, but he was still in bad state.
In other words, he was pathetic.
There was a music score that was popular amongst dark musicians called the Devil's Murmur. It could vibrate the ether and create terrifying sounds that humans could not hear.
The capillaries of all organisms would burst under that sound.
The organs would be affected as well, going crazy until bursting. The organism would swell into a giant due to the bursting vessels, while the innards would turn into messy paste. Nabirius' attack was no weaker than that, however, it was more specific. It worked directly on the sound of heart.
Ye Qingxuan could not even fight back unless he was at the resonance level. He was probably bleeding internally right now.
Other than the stimulant for his physical strength and the hemostatic agent, he also gulped down the recovery medicine Lola gave him as if he was drinking water. The side effect to all these drugs was that his mind became muddled. Now, it was as if he was drunk. He could no longer maintain the rational thinking he was so proud of. In reality, the fact he could escape had nothing to do with his brain. It was actually because of the jacket that he had neglected and had gradually forgotten about the Dungeon Gentleman.
Created by Charles, this was not alchemy equipment and had average quality.
It could only protect the critical locations. Its essence though was Charles's kinetics masterpiece, the steel skeleton that fit closely to his body. After adding the Chainsaw Monk's technology to it, it provided 10 times the amount of strength support than regular humans, making up for his fatal weakness. Here, it had saved his life. He had no more strength, but thankfully, Nabirius' sound of heart interference was ineffective against steel. He was able to crawl out of range with the help of the steel skeleton. It seemed that Charles was usually unreliable but could really save his life when needed. Ye Qingxuan had never felt so grateful to Charles in his entire life.
Charles's image in his mind now was an angel with a halo and 2 chicken wings. Angel Charles, it sounded pretty nice. Having slow and wandering thoughts and difficulty concentrating was another side effect.
Ye Qingxuan felt like he had taken some opium.
He started hallucinating uncontrollably.
He swayed as he walked on the street in the fog, using the last bit of his sanity to avoid the wandering demons. He instinctively searched for a safe spot.
Danger lurked at every spot on the road.
Many times, he brushed past a terrifying aura.
He hid in the darkness, not daring to find out what demons were there.
His steps finally came to a stop after some time. He finally realized that he had somehow run to the lakeside of Midtown in Avalon's shadow. He had run to the place his subconscious mind thought was the safest, the Royal Academy of Music. But where the F***ck is this? The youth looked up under the heavy fog. He gazed at the slightly hidden building. It had a menacing silhouette and, hidden in the fog, it looked like a crouching beast. The gates had been pushed open by some mysterious power. The surroundings looked like a battlefield. The ground was covered in corpses of demons, including strange creatures that terrified Ye Qingxuan. A trail of footprints led into what was supposed to be the academy. Behind the walls of this place, rows of stakes rose toward the sky like a forest. Under the ghastly fog, they looked like ghosts restricting souls. If Ye Qingxuan guessed correctly, this was not the Royal Academy of Music. It had not yet been established during King Arthur's reign centuries ago. But no one had ever said what it originally was. Ye Qingxuan knew now. This was a prison. Darkness oozed under the pale fog. Under the silence, Ye Qingxuan walked through the gates and saw the sinister buildings sleeping in the mist. He also saw dried blood on the ground, corpses abandoned after torture, unruly weeds, and various dilapidated scenes. The uniformed jailers had long died and lay on the ground as skeletons. Their long swords were rusted and looked like warped snakes. Recently, this was also a demon's nest. But it was not anymore. Now, they were deader than dead. Their pieces were scattered about, and blood covered every inch of the ground and walls. There seemed to have been a massacre. So what the H***ll was this? Ye Qingxuan was chilled to the bone. He really wanted to look up into the heavens and sigh. What was this? He had just gotten out of one danger, only to walk into another? He knew he was always unlucky, but this was unprecedented. His heart suddenly twitched and pain began to spread. Turning around in shock, he heard footsteps approach. That D***MN dark musician had actually caught up. What had he used this time? He was able to put a tracker in Ye Qingxuan's heart without any sign, so he was probably able to follow without any traces as well. Faced with an old creature who had been stuck at the resonance level for 60 years and had an unreasonable amount of experience, Ye Qingxuan was clueless no matter how clever he was. There was no time to hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he ran into the ruins. Since he was going to die either way, why not choose the slowest death? The ancient gates opened abruptly with sharp grating sounds. Dust flew up, falling onto the youth's white hair. Ye Qingxuan used all his power to close the gates. He leaned against it in exhaustion and looked up at the empty hall. Scattered corpses lay under the strange and dim lantern light. Half was dust, half was blood. Half were decadent images that had been weathered for thousands of years. The other half was covered in blood from demons fighting. The bones of the jailers who had died long ago were still sitting in their original positions. One could still faintly see their serious solemnity from yesteryear. The demons' corpses and blood were poured on them, adding a menacing color to them. The dark eye sockets on these withered faces seemed to study the suddenly appearing guest. It was as if they would rise and unsheathe their swords at any moment. What is this? Are you planning a Christmas party or something? Ye Qingxuan stared back at them. Want me to join? I have some new poker cards we can play with too. No one replied. The corpses obviously would not open their mouths to retort at them. They retained their original posture. They would shatter if he touched them. Seeing this, Ye Qingxuan's tensed body relaxed a bit. He could not help but laugh. What was he thinking? Was he truly panicking? How could these dead things come back to life and kill him? If that was the case, he should be overjoyed instead of afraid. Rebirth was a miracle that the school of choir had been searching for a millennium. It was a great proposition second only to the man in a beaker from the school of modifications. Ye Qingxuan shook his head, chasing away the ridiculous thoughts.
He must hurry.
Sensing the Ripper's traces, he quickly followed it. Along the way, everything was barren. There was no life at all. In the prison that had been turned into a school, all was in ruins. He gazed around at the decadent scenes and felt more and more anxious. If this was a prison, what was kept here? After thousands of years, were the weird things here still alive? Extremely cautious, Ye Qingxuan pushed open the gate to the underground. Dust fell in clumps, dropping through his suddenly thinning figure onto the ground. He carefully raised his lantern and illuminated the darkness. The dungeon was silent. The only sound was the dripping of water. He padded down the stairs and entered the darkness. The jailer's dried corpse at the entrance fell down the steps. Its head bounced on the stone tile until it broke into 3 pieces. The empty eye sockets rolled into the darkness with the other shards. The silence returned. There was no sound on either side of the cells. There was nothing there, other than the dust-covered chains and the bedrolls which had decayed to dust. For some reason, Ye Qingxuan let out a relieved sigh. And then there was laughter in the darkness. Laughter. Laughter came from the cell beside him. Ye Qingxuan spun around. And saw himself.
Chapter 272, Must Treat the Disease. Sir, I have sinned.
In the cell, the white-haired boy in shackles gazed at the newcomer. His dirty face had a fawning expression. I betrayed my mother's hopes and came back to Avalon.
Sir, don't listen to him. I'm the sinner. In another cell, a white-haired man yelled in fear, I'm the one who had sinned.
I betrayed the priest's discipline and did many unethical things.
Sir, I have sinned as well.
A frail old white-haired man in the cell up above poked his head back.
His face still looked vaguely like Ye Qingxuan.
He studied his younger self and cried, I missed so many opportunities and wasted my entire life for a shallow excuse.
I've accomplished nothing in my life.
I was born a sinner, sir. An angry white-haired youth pounded on the bars and yelled. I was born locked up in this cell. I was destined to lead a painful and pitiful life.
I have sinned too.
In order to return to Avalon, I purposely became closer to Wolf Flute, gained his trust.
I've sinned.
I broke the father's heart to follow my own ideas.
No, I'm the sinner.
I harbor sinister thoughts and keep my teacher and senior in the dark.
I never tell them what I truly wish to do.
I took advantage of a little girl.
That girl sees me as an elder brother. I have sinned. Have sinned. Sinned. Sinned.
The quiet dungeon was filled with rising voices. The boy, youth, man, and old man behind the bars screamed hoarsely, pleaded fawningly, accused angrily, cried, yelled, shrieked, laughed. The sounds rose like waves, digging into Ye Qingxuan's heart, cutting apart his mind. He could barely breathe. It was as if he had been torn into thousands of pieces. They accused and denounced his crimes without talking. Sinned, 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 he was a great sinner with multiple crimes.
Sweat rolled down Ye Qingxuan's back as he began to pant. All that remained in the world was the angry and chaotic accusations, until finally, boom! A crisp sound shot out. The echoes from the instrument head resounded in his brain. They transformed into rolling thunder, dissipating the cacophony. Everything returned to silence.
The cells in on either side were still silent and empty, but Ye Qingxuan was somehow kneeling on the ground. The dagger that had been in his boot was now pressed to his chest. It nicked at the flesh with a cold stinging pain. Freaked out, Ye Qingxuan threw the dagger away. Looking down at the faint wound on his chest, he seemed to feel the pain of piercing his heart.
What is this?
This time, he felt goosebumps as he looked at the empty cells. There was a strange atmosphere everywhere. Each inch of air was filled to the max with the thick negativity. Darkness surged.
Burned.
A hoarse moan sounded deep in the darkness.
Ye Qingxuan's head shot up.
There was a figure shackled with layers of chains in the burning darkness.
The figure emanated a wild aura. The demonic twisted silhouette was hidden behind a veil.
The golden hair was dyed red and dust covered the white dress. Ye Qingxuan could vaguely see her eyes behind the red veil. There was endless darkness and wildness in those eyes, as well as sulfur and burning firelight.
It was like a dragon at the brink of death, the Ripper. Ye Qingxuan's body tensed instantly.
He finally understood how those demons outside had died. Like him, they had probably been affected by the Ripper's wild aura and fell into frenzy.
Had the Ripper lost control again?
Ye Qingxuan scared himself with the sudden thought. However, nothing changed in the Ripper's eyes after he waited and held his breath for a while. They were still empty and unfocused, filled with chaos and craze. Even when the gaze fell on him, it was as if the Ripper was looking at grass. There was no sign of perception. Ye Qingxuan stared at the Ripper silently. After a while, his gaze moved to the shackles and it finally dawned on him.
All those handcuffs and shackles were probably put on by the Ripper herself, right?
She knew that she was going to lose control, so she came here, closed all the doors, and restrained herself here with the chains. Along the way, the affected demons could not withstand the craze.
Going wild, they killed each other. This all came from the terrifying aura she emanated subconsciously.
Ye Qingxuan would have dug out his own heart and died in this dark dungeon if he did not have Jiu Shao Wan Pei.
Compared to the terrifying aura, the Ripper's own strength was extremely weak. She was as weak as a candle in the wind. She seemed to be burning herself up and venting out this strength. Thinking of something, Ye Qingxuan held his breath and looked into the unclear darkness. Moonlight lit up in his eyes.
Under the moonlight's glow, the darkness finally grew clearer and he could see what was hiding deep in it. It was the eyes within the eye, the evil within evil. This was a mark of Satan. The mark of the satanic eye was carved onto the Ripper's chest as if drawn with blood.
It was embedded in the flesh, engraved in there.
A dark and crazed aura flowed from it endlessly, eroding the Ripper's body. This was the curse of Hyakum. The mark was where Hyakum's gaze was focused. He had put the Ripper in his eyes and reflected his power from the abyss into her body.
This meant that the Ripper was being transformed into a demon every second of the day. Her original wild power was also rebelling against this process. The two powers used the Ripper's body as a battlefield to fight to death. There seemed to be an invisible axe in their path. Blood spurted out, but the wounds quickly healed, only to be torn apart under another battle. Bending down, Ye Qingxuan looked at the puddle of blood that had turned into a stream. The Ripper had probably been stuck in this torture for days. He slowly approached. Presumptuous. When he was only a step away, a sharp crack suddenly appeared under his feet. Pebbles flew up and shot at Ye Qingxuan's face. The Ripper screamed as if she had either woken or was trapped in a nightmare. She raised her eyes, but emotions battled in her crazed eyes. She was looking at Ye Qingxuan, but it was as if she was looking at something horrible. She murmured in panic, "Dirty, it's all dirty." Looking at her eyes, Ye Qingxuan felt as if he saw faces hidden in the darkness. He could not find a focal point. There seemed to be thousands of people. And it was the ancient lingua franca. Had she been possessed by King Arthur? Turning into a psychotic killer after being possessed by King Arthur. This was an unfunny joke. Calm down. Ye Qingxuan raised his hands. I don't mean harm. Maybe I can help you. We don't have much time. It's you, Mordred. The Ripper stared at him from behind the shackles, though her eyes were unfocused. Her voice was hoarse and wild. Why do you not kneel before me? You're clingy and linger, you be *starred can never be shaken away, I know. I know. I should have killed you long ago. No, you're already dead, Mordred, you're already dead, Merlin. What is Merlin doing now?
The Ripper yelled as she convulsed, "Traitor! You group of traitors!
Guinevere, Percival, and that creature Merlin, you all want to betray me."
Ye Qingxuan suddenly heard metal grating. The chained Ripper suddenly jumped forward to rip him apart but was stuck in midair, restricted by the shackles. The strength cast forward scraped Ye Qingxuan's cheek, leaving behind a bloody mark. Blood flowed down his face and joined the bloody stream on the ground. He stumbled back in the silence. His heart had started convulsing painfully again. Looking back in shock, he heard footsteps approaching from outside the dungeon door. That King dark musician had caught up again.
"My friend! Where are you?"
Nibirius' voice resounded amongst the ruins and neared. His tone was filled with anticipation.
"Escaping can't solve any problems. How much longer are you going to hide for? Are you testing my sincerity?
Please be rest assured.
My enthusiasm will melt your cold heart. Are you crazy?"
Ye Qingxuan thought. If possible, he really wanted to slap that question on Nibirius' face. That man seemed determined to force Ye Qingxuan into becoming a dark musician and make headlines.
But why? How come everyone was crazy these days?
There was a crazy dark musician outside the door and a crazy Ripper inside the door.
The entire Avalon's shadow was crazy. This is a disease. They need treatment.
Ye Qingxuan clenched his jaw and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth.
Finally deciding, he muttered, "Friends, you all need treatment." "Mr. Holmes? Why must you reject my enthusiasm? Can't you see my sincerity?"
Under the fog of the ruined square outside the dungeon, Nibirius paced and gazed around. His smile was filled with warmth. Every few meters, the dirt of the ruins would rumble and a corpse would climb out to show him the direction Ye Qingxuan had gone in.
He gradually walked straight to the youth's location. In the end, he stood outside the dungeon and gazed happily at Ye Qingxuan's hiding spot. "Did my enthusiasm make you shy? That's understandable. Understandable. Chasing so bluntly is truly impolite. You must feel embarrassed, right?" Chapter 273, Danube River of Blood. The fog was silent. No one replied.
Nibirius seemed to hear the youth's curse and he opened his arms cheerfully.
"So you have nowhere to run now, huh? Why are you insisting on your prejudice? Why don't we hold hands and walk toward the beautiful future together? Come, I can play a waltz and we can dance together with this beautiful melody."
The instrument pounding like a heart in his hand gradually swelled and distorted, transforming into something like a French horn. Holding the odd instrument, he announced enthusiastically, "Next, please enjoy the musical piece brought to you by Nibirius, the Danube River of Blood." An airy breeze abruptly rose in the stillness.
The French horn began playing energetically.
At first, the sound was delicate. There was a tinge of bloodiness in the aura that spread in all directions. Gentle and strange, the melody sounded like the murmurs of lost souls. Then the horn suddenly jolted. It crescendoed and a melody flowed from thin air like a river. The music notes resounded as countless notes overlapped, shot out, and transformed into the graceful and gentle melody.
This music score required dozens of musicians to play in coherence.
However, the power gifted by Hyakum seemed to give Nibirius hundreds of hands. The hundreds of fingers on each hand played the layered tune. One could not resist the urge to walk forward and dance to the melody.
However, the melody was incomparably eerie. It was like skeletons hugging and dancing together in the cemetery. It was like embracing death.
This was not the original resonance level score.
This was a dark melody modified by dark musicians.
The witches and followers at the ritual would embrace each other, perform intercourse, dance with skeletons, and offer themselves to the glorious Lord under this melody. The fog had been forcefully scattered by this intensifying melody. Immediately after, a blood-red river trickled out of thin air. This was not the blood path, it was the Danube River that had been dyed red by skeletons, corpses, and death. Everything covered by the river was isolated by the world. This place had already been turned into a demonic abyss. The melody ravaged the souls of all living organisms, snatching away their reason, dragging them into the dark territory. The bloody river tossed violently. Countless illusionary figures walked out, dancing to the melody. Nibirius bowed slightly and reached out a hand. A hand gloved in white lace reached out from the bloody river and rested on his hand. He stepped back and a girl dressed in a pure white veil was led out. Her figure was enchanting yet pure, like a girl attending a wedding. However, the girl was clearly a rotting skeleton. Even the wilted flower crown could not return youth to the ugly face. With a happy and strange smile, she walked into Nibirius' arms. She held his hand and began dancing. This was the spirit hidden in this music score, the spirit of the dark music. The overture finally ended with her appearance. The river of blood surged in all directions and flooded into the dungeon, swallowing everything in its path. Countless skeleton girls in veils climbed out. They enthusiastically yet gently welcomed all living things into the dance of death. "You're still hiding?" Nibirius asked hoarsely amidst the eerie dance. "Mr. Holmes, are you really allowing me to do whatever I want? Your kindness makes me feel guilty." The melody suddenly intensified and crescendoed. Nibirius laughed loudly and sang along with the song. Ah, you worry so much. You're young and beautiful, gentle and kind. You're like a piece of gold shining in the mine. True love awakens here beside the Danube River, beside the beautiful Danube River of blood. Boom! The bloody river jolted, interrupting Nibirius' song. His expression changed drastically, and he turned toward the river. A crack had appeared within the water. It looked like a claw that was frantically tearing the river apart. The waves surged but were unable to heal the scratch. It was sharp as a blade with pure and solid murderous intent. It was like the furious roar of a dragon who was about to die. The Firebird? Nibirius froze. Who? The youth's hoarse voice came from the darkness. "Thank you for the waltz, my friend." He laughed with inexplicable cheer. "Sadly, I already have a dance partner." Sharp murderous aura flooded into the darkness. The veiled girls who had climbed out of the blood river were shattered to pieces. They were all in ruins. The Ripper. Fresh blood flowed in the dark dungeon. Under the layers of chains, the wound-covered youth embraced the Ripper. The formless but tangible murderous intent solidified into an axe that fell upon him. His layers of shields counteracted them so he was not torn to shreds. He only suffered ghastly wounds. The immense pain rose in waves. Now, he finally understood the pain that the Ripper suffered at every moment. The little defense equipment that he had stolen from the dark musicians was unable to protect him against the Ripper's heavy murderous aura. She had not activated it yet, but it already felt like thousands of knives. He would have died long ago if he did not have the life-saving hat. The music score wholly had maintained his minimum life force. Bearing the pain, he looked down at the Ripper. He could not see her face clearly, but the eyes behind the bloody veil were wild yet hollow. She seemed to be trapped in a nightmare. "I don't know who you are, but it doesn't feel good to be controlled by either King Arthur or Hyakum, right?" Ye Qingxuan murmured. "It's useless to just bear the abuse. You must fight back to receive freedom." He paused as the eerie waltz played on. He squeezed a smile onto his painfully twitching face. "The waltz has already started. Don't let the guests wait for too long." Ye Qingxuan reached out and grasped her cold wrist, murmuring in her ear, "Dance with me, crazy killer lady." Above the rippling Danube River of blood and within layers of chains, Ye Qingxuan gripped her hand and guided her to take the first step. The surging murderous aura shot in all directions. It disrupted the river, tearing the bloody brides into pieces.
Half of Ye Qingxuan's body was covered in wounds as well during this attack.
Blood rolled down his face, but he did not stop. Ye Qingxuan guided her to step to the rhythm of this eerie and strange melody, twirling gently.
The moonlight in his eyes illuminated. "Let me see what you're hiding inside." Coherence began instantly with the moonlight as a bridge.
If Lola was here, she would definitely slap him for not caring about his life. Coherence for the school of mind was the most dangerous of all schools. This represented the clashing and assimilation of two minds.
If their strength was too different, he would be destroyed if he relaxed for a second. The terrifying emotion was contagious as well. He would definitely be influenced if he underwent coherence with someone as crazed as the Ripper. This meant that there were now two maniacs. Unfortunately, this was not the first time Ye Qingxuan flirted with death. In fact, as for going crazy, he had never been this calm since he decided to return to Avalon. How could he be normal if he wanted to overturn the verdict for humanity's #1 traitor? He instantly passed into the Ripper's damaged heart and entered her mind. He was at once practically brought to his knees by the tidal wave of negativity. Nope, there was no hope. Even someone as determined as Ye Qingxuan suddenly had the urge to give up. The Ripper seriously had no hope. The moonlight guarded his mind, allowing him to see the Ripper's current situation clearly. Right now, there was a large consciousness spreading quickly in her. It was a negative emotion that was as bottomless as the sea. This was the curse of Hayakam: anger, fear, jealousy, greed, brashness, cowardice. Every negative feeling known to man appeared continuously. The Ripper was powerless. Her mind was already at the brink of cracking. Now she had completely lost control under the erosion of the negativity. Some power gradually awakened and appeared. Now, it was too large to control. She could only vent out the anger in vain. Ye Qingxuan was frustrated. Was she really possessed by King Arthur? What terrible thing had she done to fall to this state? What was this constantly swelling power? It was obviously a curse. Now, they were entangled and could not be separated. It was as if a mentally ill patient on the brink of schizophrenia suddenly had another even more debilitating disease. Adding madness to madness and a disease to a disease. Hayakun was not the strongest. Ye Qingxuan could casually extinguish any bit of it. The scary part though was that it would reappear just as fast. It had no true form or core that could be attacked. The thousands of negative feelings rose in waves, forming dark chaos. It was just chaos. Even if a shred remained, it could instantly come back to life. Now, the chaos had polluted more than 60% of her mind. This meant that it was going to succeed. The patient was beyond saving. Seeing this situation, Ye Qingxuan had a migraine. He could not help it. At this point, it would require a true miracle. No medicine could help. Furthermore, if he rushed in with his consciousness, he would be attacked by both sides. The best-case scenario would be to be assimilated by one of them. At that time, he would be worse off than becoming a dark musician. He would be completely obliterated. His features twitched, his expression was troubled and ugly. It was not that he did not want to help her. It was just that nothing could save her at this point. Unless the Ripper woke up by herself and truly grasped her power. But was that possible? She would not lose control and run to kill people at the Whitechapel Church if that was possible. So there was only one solution. I'm sorry. Ye Qingxuan sighed. I'm not an official psychologist. I only learned some random music theory from the school of mind. You're unlucky for being stuck with me. The youth had opened his eyes again after a second. Clench your jaw. He glanced at the dull girl before him and punched her forehead suddenly. Let's try the trick of fighting fire with fire. Boom. Chapter 274, Chapter 269. In a twinkling, Ye Qingxuan blacked out.
Then the crazy dark melody sounded in the minds of the two like a chorus of hundreds of people. The image of the Black River, emerging from Ye Qingxuan's heart, rushed into her brain. It was the river of darkness that had been absorbing the guilt and negativity of countless people. At this moment, it was like a waterfall. Flowing with the plaintive melody and rhythm, it rushed into the battlefield of two emotions. This was the strange movement Black Friday. It was not sinister, but it was more powerful than that. Having not fully played this movement for a long time, the Black River of size had reached to a scale much larger than Ye Qingxuan's expectations. In a second, the river came crashing down. It did not help strengthen the Ripper's own will, but it melted into the curse of Hyakum. The river already contained immense darkness. Now, it suddenly joined the negative emotions so that the original slowly eroding curse was immediately strengthened. No, its power was more than just strengthened. It soared with Ye Qingxuan's aid. In a twinkling, the Ripper's positive emotions were pressed down, but the negative emotions flourished as if fuel was added to the fire. In the blink of an eye, the Ripper's will was at stake. Good, good. Ye Qingxian seemed to have forgotten his stance and practically danced as he felt the inflation of negative emotions. He wished it would continue to rise. Soon, the curse of Hyakum prevailed. But then a faint fury came from the evil eye seal which was contained in the curse. This rage was against Ye Qingxian, the uninvited visitor. It did not welcome him at all. If it could speak, it was probably saying, "What the hell are you doing here, ****?" Indeed, its power soared, but the chaos created by the negative emotions was broken. The negative emotions that came with the death were now out of the music theory's control. If they were a rigorous and orderly team on the battlefield, then at this moment, even though the forces at the front line were strengthened, the formations were destroyed. Its original subtlety and complexity no longer remained. It had become deformed. Ye Qingxian forged the Black River into the wrath. The Ripper was already invaded by this rage. Now her power grew to several times the original. Fortunately, there was a very good outlet, the Danube River of Blood. Under Ye Qingxuan's skillful guidance, all the murderous intent was thrown at Nibirius, who was far away in the dungeon. During the gentle maneuver of the dance, the vacant-eyed Ripper suddenly looked up and growled hoarsely. Under her roar, countless hands waved in the burning darkness, tearing the Danube River into pieces inch by inch until it was a broken mess. A storm rose above the calm Scarlet River. Ye Qingxian did not wait for the mad curse to act. He manipulated the Black River's direction in the Ripper's brain. This time, it was disgust. The disgust, which was so strong by nature, suddenly occupied the subject of the curse. The Ripper's eyes turned blood red. They stared at Ye Qingxian. A cloud of blood mist burst around Ye Qingxian, but he still smiled. He embraced and spun her to the mournful music, again and again. "Come, let us dance on the Danube River of Blood." Outside the dungeon, the instrument in Nibirius' hands suddenly burst. Even half of his body exploded bloodily. In a blink of the eye, the flesh and bones were healed again. However, the tame corpse bride in his arms now attacked him frantically. Her spirituality was out of control. The original love and sweetness had now been replaced by disgust. It was as if there was a real aversion that was eroding every summoned object. The apparitions embracing and dancing on the Blood River were now killing each other. It was the backlash of the music theory. Nibirius' eyes suddenly burst, leaving only two dark holes. The eyeballs grew back quickly again. This time, his eyes were solemn. "You always surprise people, Mr. Holmes." Nibirius sighed softly. "Since it is so, I'm sorry, but I won't show any more mercy." Under the crazy waltz, one could hear the sound of bones growing. A giant sarcoma swelled on his shoulders and immediately burst. A new skull grew on his head amidst the splashing of the disgusting sticky mucus. Two heads. One head sang the melody of the Danube River. The new head, with a strange smile, soon began to chant another movement.
This was not the power of Hyakum anymore. It was the gift from another notorious demon, the Eastern natural catastrophe Sukuna. Thankfully, I've saved some stuff from the past 70 years, Nibirius laughed. Over the past 70 years, he had the time to quietly do many crazy things. This included using 6 names and identities to sign contracts with 6 natural catastrophes. From the ignorant tide of silver to the two-headed Sukuna. If he still could not break through the resonance level after this, he was almost ready to reinvent himself and try to sign a contract with the god of humans. It was just selling himself, right? It was all the same. Now, his one heads guarded the Danube River's territory while the other chanted the movement of modifications, throwing the wind and fire of destruction into the dungeon. In an instant, the movement of destruction turned into a mighty torrent, rushing toward the two in the dungeon. At the same time, the curse of Hyakum suddenly struck back. Ye Qingxuan and the Ripper were suddenly besieged from both inside and out. Ye Qingxuan closed his eyes. He controlled the Black River continuously to switch between all the negative emotions, breaking the balance again and again. Perhaps the Ripper had the instinctive awareness of imminent danger. She somehow gave a reaction and began to subconsciously cooperate with Ye Qingxuan's actions. Her stiff body gradually softened. She even cooperated with the performance of the waltz. Ye Qingxuan stared at the blank eyes behind the veil. She seemed to be drifting in the space between nightmare and reality. Holding Ye Qingxuan's hand, her hand subconsciously tightened. "Mom," she seemed to be talking in her sleep. Ye Qingxuan was stunned for a moment. He whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid, the nightmare is about to end." The Black River came crashing down in the coherence. In a twinkling, after repressing the counterattack of the curse, Ye Qingxuan guided the sudden outbreak of pain and weakness, locking them into Nibirius' body. The frenzied power surged again. The blue fire that could evaporate people dozens of meters away suddenly cracked apart. This was completely unreasonable. The Firebird solidified and reached a distortion-level effect. This disobeyed the law. It turned the illusionary flames into powder, which was then blown out by the wind. The storm, blizzard, raging fire and golden steel were crushed once they rushed into the dungeon. The repercussive waves of murderous intent spread out the dungeon and along the connection of their music theory association, biting Nibirius' right arm into pieces. Nibirius shook his hands, but the arm was still fragmented. Bones fell out of the wound. He froze for a moment. "Oh, it's the Firebird." Then he held his fingers tightly like a knife and cut off the whole arm. Sticky medium quickly emerged from the severed arm, followed by the rapid multiplication of bones and flesh. The super recovery of severed limbs was another means used by demons. 6 kinds of demonic power were sealed in 6 of his body parts. They appeared orderly one by one. 6 sets of chaotic music theory were orderly in his hands, without the slightest hint of the chaos caused by musical conflict. "Now it seems that Hyakum's curse is too weak," he muttered in a low voice, cynically mocking his own gods. He said to himself, "If you don't do it again, don't blame me for running away." If Hyakum heard him, he would be furious. He would release a bolt of thunder and chop this wild follower to death. However, his rebellious words did not reach the heavens. In fact, the curse of the Hyakum was not in vain. The battle was now burning white-hot. Provoked by Ye Qingxuan, the curse of Hyakum strangely changed again like mutating virus. The mark of the eyes within the eye split into a dozen pieces. They manipulated their respective negative emotions. They echoed with each other, setting off a sinister symphony in the Ripper's body. In a twinkling, the declining stopped and steadied itself at the brink of collapse, fighting back once again. The battle had now quietly switched from the competition of strength to the aspect of music theory. The music theory contained in the curse had quietly expanded. It seemed to be disorderly, but there was actually some kind of inexplicable connection. There was a subtle rhythm to the movement.
That subtle force was like weeds in spring wind. It expanded, deflated, sped up, and slowed down at random. Like thousands of malicious intents working together, they firmly suppressed the Ripper's will. Ye Qingxuan was stunned. He expanded the Black River's image to entwine with the curse. For a moment, Ye Qingxuan's will pierced through layers of music theory and probed the core of the curse. It was an eye that seemed to be sleeping in the abyss. The eye seemed to glance at him as well. It was full of malice. Just the periphery vision could easily break down the Black River. The music theory entangled. In this instantaneous contact, Ye Qingxuan was defeated completely. It was unsurprising. It would be strange if he won. Whether it was the attainments of the school of mind's music theory or the control of negative emotions, Ye Qingxuan was nothing compared to Hyakum. As the ruler of all the wicked evil spirits of the world, Hyakum had eroded and transformed countless black musicians through the years. Whether it was music theory confrontation or emotional hedging, Ye Qingxuan was definitely not his opponent. Ye Qingxuan was suddenly losing, but it did not matter. He could learn. As one who had received full marks in every subject and won first place in written examinations, Ye Qingxuan was the best at learning. The main battlefield was not in his own body, anyway, so he could just start over again if he could not do it. The tiger retains its shape even in death, a broken boat has 3 pounds of nails, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. There were many proverbs like this from the East. They meant the same thing. Now, the curse not only had to fully erode the Ripper, it also had to be cautious of Ye Qingxuan. He could cause trouble at any second. In a twinkling, Ye Qingxuan prepared himself again. The Black River sprang out again, followed by another defeat. Ye Qingxuan's head seemed to be smashed by a staff. He blacked out immediately and blood oozed out of his nostril. Shaking his head, he gritted his teeth and went back into the battle again. Again! This time, he at least found the right feeling and method. A shameless song sounded on the battlefield amidst the repeated defeats and charges. Make a friend, make a good friend. Hello, let's shake hands. Now you're my good friend. Chapter 275, Wash Away the Black River. In an instant, Ye Qingxuan had lost completely. A saying amongst Indian monks was, 1 snap contains 20 instants, 1 instant contains 20 thoughts, 1 thought contains 90 moments, and 1 moment contains 9 million lives and deaths. During the 9 million lives and deaths of that moment, countless thoughts and emotions arose. Music theory overlapped messily, and Ye Qingxuan was hit hundreds of times. Every time he gathered himself again, he was completely obliterated by the curse. During this process, he gradually created an understanding of the Black River. The various negative emotions had clear layers and were integrated. The hundreds upon thousands of negative emotions gradually became one. As they were destroyed and reborn, they formed the Black River. Extra notes and unsuitable music theory were taken out. After 9 rebirths, the Black River became clearer than ever. It was colorless and formless. Ye Qingxuan could barely trace it. In the East, mind musicians would plant demonic thoughts into others' minds. An extremely high level was free transformation. This seed came and left without warning, like the spring wind transforming into rain. The victim would be transformed into a puppet without any realization or sign. Now, Ye Qingxuan could survive a few seconds of the battle between music theories. The mark of the demonic eye seemed to understand something and grew furious. This asterisk shoal was secretly copying its ways. No school of mind musician had ever tried these tricks. The mark was a music note that represented godly power, but it was still an object created by Hyakum. The average man would either struggle painfully and transform into a demon or commit suicide to avoid the pain. No one was so bold and reckless. Ye Qingxuan's constant challenges angered the consciousness sleeping inside the rune. It jolted and separated into 9. It had given up on the Ripper and now charged at Ye Qingxuan against the tide. Finally, Ye Qingxuan grinned. The colorless river in his heart surged again. This time, it was broken down, of course. However, it did not retreat after collapsing. Instead, it entangled with the music theory of the curse. The next step would be for the curse to use this as a springboard and jump into Ye Qingxuan's body. However, there was no next step. The colorless river suddenly caved in. The broken music theory reconnected and transformed into something else. The new theory swallowed Hyakum's. Covering the 9 satanic runes, it finally revealed itself. Moonlight. It was moonlight. A huge moon that covered the sky rose in the Ripper's heart. It broke through the endless darkness. Everything in its path was purified equally. The black river was washed away and a bright moon rose in the heart. It had finally transformed into moonlight. This was what was born after Black Friday washed away all stray thoughts and grew to its peak, the image of moonlight that Ye Qingxuan had planted. It had not yet reached the terrifying level of the moon above the sea, but it showed signs of that phenomenon. Ye Qingxuan had to thank Hyakum's curse to some extent. He had always focused on unorthodox and shady tricks. Not only did the curse teach him the basics, it also contained various application techniques for mind battles. It was practically like the old man who taught secret tricks in adventure novels. Now, the old man did not need to exist anymore. The mark of the eye was washed countless times under the moonlight. All satanic auras melted. A consciousness thousands of miles away felt something. Fury shot out from the deep abyss with bone-numbing hatred and evil. Roars spread from the music theory. Ye Qingxuan, you're here. Then the wild power spun. It surged from thousands of miles away using the entangled music theory, wanting to destroy everything. However, the moonlight cut the eye mark completely like a blade at that moment. The twisted mark shattered and the layers of negativity disappeared. The curse was completely destroyed. As the connection of music theory broke, the power that had come out of nowhere vanished as well. Angry roars sounded angrily in the air. The fury scattered in all directions. In an instant, countless people across the land woke up from their nightmares with sweat rolling down their backs. At the same time, Nibirius, observing outside the dungeon, felt Hyakum's aura disappear completely. He flinched in shock, appeared on the 2 skulls. Is the curse really lifted? The darkness that had been restricted now shot forward like a fountain. The burning darkness surged and broke into the territory of Nibirius' bloody Danube River. His vision went black and he stumbled back. The almost tangible murderous intent had transformed into a cyclone. His face hurt from the wind. The Ripper's power was awakening. Mr. Holmes, it seems that you'd rather work with the Ripper than accept my feelings? Nibirius stared into the dark dungeon and shook his head. I'm so disappointed. I'm so hurt. Despite his words, he left without hesitation. He had stayed here for too long. There was no point in remaining. He might even attract a creature of the same level. The consequences were unimaginable. He was just running errands for Hyakum, not giving up his life. So what if he could not deal with Holmes this time? He would wait for the youth to be alone. Why must he fight something as strange as the Ripper? See you next time, Mr. Holmes, he chuckled. The ground beneath his feet rumbled. A giant snake opened its mouth and swallowed him. Then the snake returned into the mud and disappeared. In the distance, the Elizabeth Tower remained standing. When the 3 hands of the clock joined at the top, an eerie bell rang. It resounded in the again silent city. Midnight had arrived. In the dungeon, the surging dark aura disappeared quickly. Nibirius thought that the Ripper had recovered her original state. Actually, she was completely spent after Ye Qingxuan's cure of sacrificing themselves to destroy the enemy. Sensing that the animosity was gone, she closed her eyes and fell unconscious. Ye Qingxuan sat down. There was no part of his body that did not hurt. Thankfully, he still had many life-saving medicines that he had swiped from Lola. After all, Lola had money and taking all the drugs was just like Lola drinking his blood.
But now, what was he supposed to do? He looked down at the girl sleeping beside him. The Ripper, he could not connect the crazy psychotic killer with this girl. They were too different.
Possessed by her uncontrollable power, the darkness in her heart had been enlarged continuously. If she woke up now, she would realize that her long dress had been dyed red by blood. She would wake up from a nap to find herself dyed red by the blood of innocent victims. This nightmare had haunted her day and night.
Was she still in a nightmare now?
Ye Qingxuan tidied the messy hair on her forehead. His fingertip accidentally grazed her skin.
Soft crying sounded in his ears.
This was the side effect of coherence. He sighed and laid his jacket on her. He could see the seemingly familiar and beautiful face behind the torn veil. There were tear stains by her eyes. The coldness and arrogance were gone.
All that remained was fragility and loneliness. Stunned, Ye Qingxuan lightly brushed a teardrop away.
"Princess Mary, you're so weak," he murmured. "The curse has been lifted.
Dream well."
After a long while, the youth walked out of the dungeon and closed the door for the sleeping princess.
He disappeared in the mist.
When the midnight bell rang, all the clocks and watches in the clock shop rang in unison.
The man gorging before the window finally stopped.
He sucked on the sauce on his fingers, enjoying the aftertaste of the stewed pork he had just eaten, and moaned happily. He had probably gained 10 pounds, but who cared?
Hermes did not. Now, he was nothing like the frail and eerily beautiful boy from a few months ago.
After growing 10 centimeters taller, he had also gained at least 30 pounds.
It seemed he had aged a lot. He was a 20-something man now, a fat man.
It was not a problem that he could no longer wear his old clothes.
The best tailors visited every day to measure him and make customized clothes.
After loosening his belt, he realized that he could keep eating, so he happily rang the bell beside him.
The servant quickly sprinted away. 10 minutes later, another hot and steaming feast was brought over. He could eat another meal. How great! Bai Xi, want some midnight snacks? He glanced at the girl sitting behind the counter.
Bai Xi raised her head and glanced at him.
No need. Teacher, please enjoy your food.
I hope you die of obesity soon.
Youths shouldn't be picky eaters. Hermes' smile seemed more honest after he became fat. You're still growing. What if you lack nutrients and grow up like a stick? You won't even get married. A dagger suddenly landed on the table, cutting him off.
His expression grew helpless.
Hitting his forehead, he nodded and said, "Since we have time, why don't I give you a history lesson?"
Without waiting for Bai Xi's reply, he went with his own ideas and said, "Bai Xi, did you know that King Arthur actually passed down his lineage?"
Chapter 276, The Secrets I Cannot Tell You.
King Arthur actually passed down his lineage.
No **T. Bai Xi glared at him. Otherwise, wouldn't the current royal family be adopted? I'm not talking about the regular lineage. It's something more dangerous, even more dangerous and strange than the Eastern Deva's blood.
Hermes glanced back at her.
You don't think only Eastern musicians have bloodline inheritance, right?
Western musicians don't strive for intangible experience, inspiration, and talent. They like more direct things, more direct power, including our King Arthur.
Bai Xi froze. She asked, "Don't the legends say he's a demigod?" A demigod? Oh, that's not entirely wrong. Hermes nodded.
Back in the day, he received the status of a god as a mortal. He forcefully instilled power above his level into his body and turned himself into a non-human and non-demon demigod. The people of Anglo say he has the red dragon's blood because his blood is boiling, scalding, crazy, and inhuman. It's the almighty holy grail that the maiden of the lake blessed upon him. He wanted power, so his blood gave him power. He wanted more, so his blood gave him more. At the same time, it cursed him, causing him to be restricted to his madness for life. Near the end of his life, he became greedy and insatiable. He wanted more and more power, but that only brought more and more curses. The bigger the curse was, the more power he needed to contain it. This was a vicious cycle caused by greed. The result was that he began going crazy. Hermes savored the taste in his mouth and squinted as he recalled the past. Within 10 short years, the glorious days were gone forever. The blood from Avalon had flowed into a river. The heads chopped off had been piled into a tower. The dead added their anger into the ether that wrapped around the crazy king's scepter. Avalon had transformed into a city of demons. 10 years ago, the city was perfect as heaven. 10 years later, it had fallen to hell. This was how Avalon's shadow came to be. The greed from 1,000 years ago resulted in endless disasters. Bai Xi said, but King Arthur is already dead. Hopefully, but he still has many descendants, doesn't he? Hermes glanced at the night outside the window. The Elizabeth Tower below the palace extended into the sky like a hand reaching up. This is the cursed blood. He lowered his eyes. The power and curse are all in the blood and passed down the generations. This is the original sin they're born with and destined to live with for eternity. There is no cure. Late at night, an unmarked carriage appeared at the highest point of Avalon, outside the palace. The driver was a knight covered entirely in armor. With his guidance, the carriage silently passed through the checkpoint without anyone noticing. A weathered elevator was behind the checkpoint. The brass had turned smooth from years of friction. It had a gentle brassy shine. The carriage stopped on it and the elevator was activated, pulling the carriage up. This was the only way to the top level of Avalon. When the carriage stopped on the square before the palace, the knight walked down. He opened the door and an old priest walked out. Father Mephistopheles, please follow me. The knight pulled down the helmet, revealing a panicking girl. We don't have much time. Mephistopheles nodded and followed her. How is the princess? Are you sure it's Hyakum's curse? Yes. Christine lowered her head. It is my fault. I didn't even notice Her Highness was cursed. You can't approach when the dragon blood is out of control. This is not your fault. Mephistopheles sighed. If the disease of the dragon blood acts at the same time as Hyakum's curse, Her Highness is most likely much tormented. Unfortunately, St. George's spear was lost years ago. Otherwise, this would not happen. Eyes filled with pain, Christine led the way quietly. Soon, a white-faced servant hurried over. Ye Galahad, Her Highness, Her Highness. She froze halfway through and murmured something in Christine's ear. Christine's expression changed drastically. Why didn't you stop her? Her Highness, she said she's going to lose control and was scared she'd do something she wouldn't be able to take back. The asterisk starred. Christine glared at her. How can Her Highness go into that place again in her state? This is different from before. If you can't stop her, shouldn't you notify me? When did she leave? Her Highness knocked me unconscious as soon as you left. The servant lowered her head as her shoulder trembled. Excuse me. Christine bid farewell to the old man without bowing. I will go find the princess right now. With that, she put on her helmet, gripped the sword at her waist, and rushed into the palace. Behind her, Mephistopheles suddenly called, Sir Galahad. He looked up with muddled eyes. Please do not be anxious. I can still feel Her Highness's sound of heart. She has returned already. She returned? Thinking of something, Christine gripped her sword. Her expression grew grave. Sensing her thoughts, Mephistopheles shook his head. It's not as you think. Her Highness did not lose control. According to my perception, her curse has been lifted.
Lifted? Christine froze. Mephistopheles fell silent.
Sensing something, he nodded after a pause. Yes, I can sense that Her Highness is still very weak, but Hyakum's curse has undoubtedly been lifted. Even the frantic dragon blood has been calmed.
It seems that Her Highness is loved by God. I am not needed anymore. He smiled, signaling for Christine to relax. She quickly processed everything.
Without bidding farewell, she charged into the princess's chamber. Her footsteps broke the stillness of night. Without caring for manners, she pushed open the bedchamber door.
Your Highness!
The room was not the mess she had expected. Everything was orderly and undamaged.
Hearing the door open, the girl standing before the window looked back.
She was still wearing the dress that had turned black from dust. Her face was covered with dirt and looked nothing like a princess. The ragged leather jacket on her shoulders was ripped and burnt, making her look especially like a trash collector girl. But this time, she had not lost her sanity.
Seeing the intruder, she smiled. Christine.
Christine gaped at Mary's smile, unable to react for a long time. She did not know what happened, but the princess did not look like she was cursed.
In fact, she had not smiled so calmly ever since her bloodline had awoken. Your Highness, are you all right?
Christine squeezed her sword handle.
It felt like she was dreaming. I am well.
The leather jacket was too strange and big for Mary, but she wore it as if it was a luxurious wing.
Her expression was calm and serene.
I think I had a good dream, she said. I feel much more relaxed. Christine studied her for a long time before finally relaxing.
Has the curse been lifted? Mary nodded.
She showed Christine the wound on her hand. When she cut herself, warm blood dripped out. It was neither hot nor wild. There was nothing abnormal.
Look, even the dragon blood is sleeping again. This time, I can remain clear-headed for a few months.
Sensing the bitterness in Mary's words, Christine looked down. Unable to reply, she just took out the bandages and medicine and skillfully bandaged the wound. The slender arm was covered with faint scars. These were wounds left behind when she tried to end her life during her periods of pain. Unfortunately, she was not allowed to die. How much longer must this vicious cycle go on for? Christine lowered her eyes, unable to look. She prayed quietly, God bless you.
No, God must hate me, right?
Christine looked up at Mary's quiet murmur and saw the girl staring at the moonlight.
Doesn't he? Mary asked softly.
I inherited the dragon blood at birth and am controlled by the power. I go crazy, turning into a psychotic killer. I wake up every night in the blood of innocent people, night after night, dyeing myself black from my sins.
Christine, I was born a sinner. Sometimes I hate James. I hate my own brother, hate how he's so average, hate that he'd never be able to inherit this evil that should be his. When I go crazy, I feel that the entire world has been polluted by the dirty people. But when I wake, I realize that I am the dirtiest one. Christine, you're my only friend, but I feel guilt when I see you.
I don't deserve you to sacrifice your time for me.
You should be 18 now, right? But you've never even had a playmate because of me.
Your Highness, I'll be by your side no matter what kind of person you turn into.
If your fate is to inherit the crown, then my mission is to be your sword and shield. Christine's expression was solemn. There are no men in my generation of the Lancelot family. I am my father's only child. My life has been decided the moment I was born, just like your Highness. I was once unhappy, but now I feel that it's a good thing I met you. Becoming your guard wasn't an order by my family but my own wishes. I perform my duties voluntarily and willingly. So please do not blame yourself. Mary was taken aback.
After a long while, she grasped Christine's hand.
Then, you've worked hard. Christine nodded. The night was deep.
After talking about Avalon's pop music and current news, the sleepy Mary leaned against Christine and fell asleep. Christine glanced at the girl curled up on the sofa.
Mary's face was no longer in fear.
She picked Mary up and placed her on the bed. Even in sleep, Mary seemed unwilling to take off the ragged leather jacket.
She gripped it tightly.
After a few attempts, Christine gave up. She did not know where Her Highness found such a strange jacket, but Christine was concerned because it was clearly a man's jacket.
Had someone sneakily approached the princess without her realizing?
Maybe it was related to the curse, but if this was true, then what was the man's reason? Christine thought carefully, but something bitter appeared in her heart. Her Highness must be looking so relaxed because of that man too. Christine had accompanied her for all these years but was nothing before some random man.
That man must have an ulterior motive.
She gripped her sword. Coldness flashed past her eyes. If she found that evil man, she would definitely show him how powerful Galahad was.
Christine, came a murmur behind her.
Ha! She flinched and turned to see Mary, half asleep. She hugged the jacket as she stared at Christine, making her panic subconsciously as if her thoughts were laid out.
Why, Your Highness, do you need something? Teach me to dance later.
Mary looked at her with pleading eyes.
I want to learn the waltz. You've never been interested in those things, right? Christine was suddenly nervous for some reason.
Christine, I just want to learn it, so teach me please.
Christine froze.
Hesitating for a long time, she lowered her head in embarrassment.
I've trained to inherit Sir Galahad's power since birth.
A knight doesn't need to learn something as weak as ballroom dances.
I've never learned it before.
Oh?
Faint disappointment appeared in Mary's eyes. Seems that even Christine has things she can't do.
After a pause, Christine made her decision. She gritted her teeth and said, I will start learning tomorrow. Mary snickered at her distress and moved on from the topic. Burying her face in her pillow, she suddenly said, Christine, I just dreamed of the prince.
Prince?
Christine yelped. Her vision went black. It felt like the sky had fallen.
She was right. Her Highness had really met some evil man.
However, she quickly fixed her reaction and squeezed out a smile.
Really? That prince, is he handsome?
She really wanted to chop up that stupid prince and feed him to the dogs.
I can't remember. I just remember him holding my hand. Oh, I can't tell you the rest.
Mary slyly batted her lashes. That dream is my secret and the prince is my secret too. Smiling, she closed her eyes and entered her dream world. There was moonlight there.
Chapter 277, On the Giant's Shoulder, 1.
Under the same moonlight, dim lantern light shone in the silence. An old man clad in white gazed at the rows of thick books on the large bookshelves gravely. He looked to be around 40 years old. He had lost almost all his hair. The remaining strands of graying hair were scattered messily. His white research coat was covered in dirt and dust. It probably had not been washed in a long time and had a strange sour smell. It was the smell of pickles and distiller's grains that had gone bad. He looked like a beggar, but when he was deep in thought as he focused on the books, his eyes looked bottomless. Charles, he suddenly said. I always felt that I was successful only because I stand on a giant's shoulder.
What do you think?
Humph.
The gold-haired youth snorted. Think that way if you want.
No, I was asking. The old man jumped energetically and stomped strongly.
His features were animated as if he wanted to tap dance happily. Would you like to become that giant?
Under him, Charles carried the weird old man in humiliation.
Can I insult you?
Sure, it's not like you can win against me. The old guy named Newton stepped on his shoulders and whistled. He took an ancient book from the top of the 6th bookshelf.
Overjoyed, he laughed. I finally found it.
Charles, you've accomplished something great as a mount.
I'll reward you on behalf of the Institute. What the F***ck?
Charles's features twisted. The sound of him grinding his teeth sounded like a knife rubbing against the palate. He could barely keep himself from chopping this man into pieces.
There is always someone more talented than you or more annoying than you.
Charles had roamed freely in Avalon for so many years as an annoying asterisk shoal. He never thought there would be such a big trap waiting for him. It was one thing to accidentally sign the work contract for the Royal Research Institute. Then he came to work excitedly and was kicked into the trap by this freaky old man. On paper, he had become successful. He was now the personal secretary and lab assistant of the world's first mechanical engineering master and dean of the Royal Research Institute. But when he came to work, all his co-workers looked at him with sympathy.
Don't think about catching up to me, Newton had said.
You mundanes are unable to understand geniuses, so just perform your duties and shine somewhere people can't see.
I don't need you to toil in experiments or studies. After all, it's the same whether you have a brain or not.
Oh, as for your specific duties, just perform some tricks to entertain me and reduce my stress. So basically, Charles's job was to be tormented by this old man. For example, to satisfy Newton's wish to take a bath while looking down at Avalon's beautiful scenery, Charles searched the entire city for workers and material to add a pool to the top level of the institute.
Yes, it was a private pool. It also came with a set of fine wine and the best sommelier.
When it was finally built, Charles had organized an opening ceremony. The world-class sommelier had traveled leagues to attend. When he was reporting in a noble and gentle voice, that asterisk shoal Newton blew up the swimming pool before him.
Okay, you're not needed anymore. You can go now. Seeing everyone's dumbfounded expressions, Newton had burst into laughter.
He had wasted 1/3 of the entire institute's monthly budget like that. That was why people said a madman was not the scariest. The scariest was that after someone went mad, idiots would still give him money to play with. To all this, Charles could only say that those idiots had problems too. Thankfully, after spending all of the institute's money for that month, the Budget Review Department of Anglo's First Division sent a very polite letter telling Newton that he had played around for 6 months and should get to work, otherwise they would be unable to reimburse his bills at all of Anglo's brothels and personal clubs. The letter was very polite because this asterisk SS once had been the financial advisor of Anglo's National Bank for 1 month. He had played around for 1 month but solved problems the former advisor could not solve for decades. Actually, he had finished the solution on his first day of work and spent the remaining 29 days at the brothel and casino. If his secretary had not discovered this, he could have kept going for half a year. Anyway, since the patience of his piggy bank was wearing thin, Newton fought with the lower half of his body and decided to pay some more attention to work so he could keep his VIP member status. And so Charles's tortuous life began. Within a short few days, he began a battle of wits and courage with the cold man to keep his honorable job. After holding the man like a mount for a few hours, Charles finally found what he wanted in the archive of documents piled into a mountain. He was extremely curious about this. What document was worthy enough for Newton to abandon the important secret demonstration he was about to begin and leave the entire research team hanging? It was in the top secret archive as well. What, you want to see? Newton, who had been focused on reading, sensed Charles's curiosity. After thinking, he nodded. I guess you've worked hard for this project and have the right to share this masterpiece with me. Charles was stunned. He did not expect this guy to be so generous. He hesitated but scooted closer. The pages of the old book had yellowed. Many pages were stuck together. Something seemed to have been spilled over the critical part and the words were blurry. Ah, my powerful knight, please take your dragon sword out of the sheath. I can wait no longer. Ah, what a majestic holy spear. I bow to your chivalry,
come quickly, my wolf pup, abuse me. Charles's expression grew uglier as he read on. Finally, he threw the book onto the ground. Isn't this just King erotica? You ditched all those people, even the representative from the Royal Musician Division, stood on my shoulders for 3 hours, and delayed the last step for activating the experiment just to find an erotica novel in the top-secret archive? What do you mean? I saved this a long time ago. Newton picked it up lovingly and said seriously, don't you think that you need some erotica to keep up your spirits at this time? He pointed at the yellow spots on the pages. Look, I used it so many times already. I was going to reward you with this for your hard work. Please don't. Charles looked like he had seen an actual ghost. Not only is it erotica, but it's all old ladies. There isn't even a younger girl. And they randomly get their stockings torn or go lick a shoe. Can't you have some more class? Young man, you're quite picky. Newton smiled mysteriously. He scooted closer and said quietly, I have some with younger girls too. Holy Land is a handwritten draft by Marquis Sade from 100 years ago. It's the story of a 19-year-old girl being depraved in paradise. Charles's eyes brightened. Really? Of course. Newton grew more mysterious. There are 3 unpublicized chapters too. You'll definitely be amazed. The two murmured quietly under the dim light, their expressions changing constantly. For some reason, the secretive and solemn atmosphere had disappeared. All that remained was perviness. Hurried footsteps sounded in the silent hall. A hopeless worker finally found Newton and quietly reported to him what happened at the lab. Everyone was present, but you disappeared for 4 hours? It was just 4 hours and you all act like you're dying. Would I find you all dead the next time I come back after 5 days of playing? But the Royal Musician Division's representative has gotten impatient. So? He'll still have to wait if I'm unhappy. Newton glanced at him and sauntered forward. Seeing his confidence, the worker felt like he was going to go crazy. The thing is, we didn't go through any modifications of adjustments before this and just started production after completing the original model. If your calculations are incorrect. Idiot, is that even a question? Then it means the entire world is wrong. Newton brushed him off and sauntered away, leaving the poor man rooted to his spot. Beside him, Charles whistled gleefully and patted the worker's shoulder. Hey, bro, want some erotica? The quiet underground research lab was filled with an irritable atmosphere. All the commissioners who had arrived to view the results sat in the crude chairs specifically prepared for them with dark faces. They drank cup after cup of the low-quality lemonade, but the anxiousness was not put out. Instead, their bladders were in pain. No one would be happy if they were made to wait for 4 hours, let alone these commissioners of various secret departments. The Royal Research Institute was known for their annoying ways, but this was insufferable. Yet they continued waiting like dogs. At the very least, the deputy head of the Royal Musician Division, responsible for safeguarding Avalon, had not shown any impatience. Mr. Andrea sat in his seat as he had since the beginning, with his eyes lowered and expression serious. He looked like a statue. Now, the statue gradually raised his eyes. He's coming, he said. Chapter 278, Standing on the Giant's Shoulder, 2. With a slight sound, the gate of the underground experiment lab opened. The old man dressed in a dirty white coat walked out of the lift with a bundle of things wrapped in black dustproof cloth. Mr. Newton. Mr. Dean. Sir. The delegates rose and walked over. However, Newton just waved his hand in boredom and impatiently said, Well, I guess you all can't wait any longer. You all aren't very good at hyping up technology, so without further ado, the demonstration will officially start now. The delegates returned to their seats awkwardly. Newton carried the bundle of things and swaggered to the center of the room. He slammed the black dustproof cloth onto the ground, raised his head and voice, and said,
today's demonstration is an emergency commission by the Royal Musician Division half a month ago. I designed this sealed object specifically for the task.
I named it Mary. If you don't like this name, you can think of something more imposing."
As he spoke, a huge iron cage was slowly lowered through the padlock opened in the ceiling. In the iron cage, crisscross chains shackled a huge black figure. The human-like thing was bound by the shackles and the chains. It had white bony barbs all over its body. Its messy hair was black as oil, and it smelled as if it had not bathed in a long time.
That thing was more like a gorilla than human being. However, the gorilla was too large.
Even people standing dozens of meters away would get chills by looking at it. It gazed at the living creatures and struggled frantically. The iron cage whined plaintively, almost collapsing under that strange force.
Mature primate demon?
Almost all the representatives subconsciously moved behind Andrew, the deputy head of the Royal Musician Division.
Everyone knew that Newton was a psychopath and that a psychopath would surely be a troublemaker.
He had definitely caused his share of trouble.
So, if there was any problem, it was the safest behind Andrew.
The introduction is finished.
Now, let's start.
Newton looked at their faint pallor with undisguised mockery in his eyes.
This is taking your hearts into consideration.
"Excuse me, Mr. Newton," Andrew suddenly asked.
"Where is your work, Mary?" "Well, isn't it here?"
Newton kicked the bundle of things under the dustproof cloth beside him.
"Mr. Andrew, do you have bad eyesight? Come and see me sometime. I'll get you a pair of glasses for free." Andrew frowned.
Narrowing his eyes, he studied it carefully. A long time later, he asked, "Sorry, I do not feel any etheric waves. I can perceive that the things you brought are just ordinary steel instruments without any notes or movements."
"Well, it is so.
Recently, those alchemists responsible for the process got their periods at the same time.
Irregular periods.
They're too troublesome, so I made a difficult decision."
Newton undid the buttons on the black dustproof cloth.
"I gave them 6 months' leave to have a good rest.
Now, one of them is probably at beach in Burgundy, I think. Oh, by the way, I paid for them."
"I didn't spend any of the budget, but since everyone's on break, there was no other way. I could only solve the problem by myself. Therefore, no alchemy was used throughout the process.
This thing is pure mechanical engineering."
His words stunned everyone. Under everyone's dumbfounded scrutiny, he took off the dustproof cloth, revealing the steel creations.
"These things that look like the long cones used as markers to fix the target during geological missions?"
The slender and heavy long cones were about a meter long with a tip sharp enough to hurt one's eye if they looked. The 6 long cones did not need to be bound by anything. They were connected by inserting into each other's gaps, as if they were made like that. Those things looked like spears for killing. There was no doubt about their lethality, but they just looked nothing like what a musician would use.
"What kind of weapon is this?"
Some were shocked.
"It's not a weapon."
Newton weighed the long cone in his hand and smiled mysteriously.
"This is a musical instrument, my friends."
There was a silence in the crowd as if they could not understand the common language. They looked at each other, exchanging only confused and blank eyes. Finally, the youngest of them, forced by the others' stares, stood up and said, "But Professor Newton, this is not alchemy."
"Who said it was impossible to play music without alchemy?"
Newton lifted the long cone and thrust it into the ground. It pierced into the ground easily with its great sharpness.
"I told you, the people who come here won't need brains. It's useless even if you have a brain. Just listen to me carefully. Now, listen up."
He glanced at the young man who had a troubled expression.
"If I say it is an instrument, then it is an instrument."
At the very front, the musician Andrew slightly frowned but did not speak up. Newton watched as the crowd fell silent again and chuckled.
He pierced the spear-like things into the ground around the iron cage. Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 long cones embedded perfectly in an invisible ring, forming an equilateral triangle that surrounded the primate demon in the cages. He fumbled around his pocket for a while and found half a twisted cigarette. After another while of fumbling, he grew impatient.
Charles, where are you? Come on, light it for me.
In the distance, Charles pursed his lips. He rubbed his hands and a line of fire flew past, accurately lighting the cigarette.
Newton inhaled deeply.
Puffing out blue smoke, he tapped the ashes behind him.
Boom!
Ignited by the fuel splashed onto the iron cage, flames burst. The feeble primate demon grew furious.
It struggled forcefully. The precarious iron cage complained.
In a series of shrill sounds, the iron shackles twisted into a strange shape.
The chains broke one by one and the iron scraps burst.
The pieces scattered to the ground, creating sparks and breaking the stone tiles. With a roar, the burning iron cage completely fell apart.
The raging demon in the flames completely lost all restraint.
Under its sharp roar, even the flames weakened like a candle in the wind from the frantic tremors.
Newton, are you mad?
There was a scream in the crowd. Newton sneered at him with a mocking expression, his back to the burning demon. The primate demon grew furious. It twisted the lock, and pounced toward Newton with hiss. It still remembered the old rascal who had been too lazy to find a toilet and peed next to his cage.
In a twinkling, everyone's faces grew pale. Andrew, who had always been calm as statue, was stunned too.
He lifted his fingers, about to trigger his sound of heart and release a music movement. However, he stopped immediately because electricity flashed out of thin air. The moment it crossed the invisible boundary, the 3 long cones that were pierced into the slate in an invisible ring suddenly jolted. The sound springs rubbing came from the long cones.
The long cones pierced into the slate suddenly pulled up and popped out.
The fine gears and reeds hidden within were revealed.
They were densely hidden inside the slender grip and rotated quickly. The people were instantly dazzled by it.
The crystals inside were shaken. It triggered the electric light, which flew over 16 links under its guidance. In the end, hundreds of reeds vibrated at the same time. The waves in the air resulted in rising sounds.
The fine yet staggered sounds converged and transformed into a maiden singing.
The ethereal and tender song passed to all directions. In that moment, invisible walls sprang up and turned into a cage even stronger than iron. When the furious primate crashed against the wall, the 3 long cones buzzed. The electric lights were in tandem so that the invisible resistance became more obvious.
It was like a miracle.
But compared to this, the guests were more concerned about something else.
Singing?
The colonel of the 2nd Division paled visibly. He almost jumped from the chair, pointing at the long cones with trembling fingers.
That thing is singing, .
Andrew stared at the 3 long cones in astonishment and listened to the ethereal sounds in the air. It was so pure and beautiful, but with a terrible precision that humans could not possibly achieve. There was not even the slightest error and it was horribly stable.
Mary?
He muttered. He finally understood what it meant. The ethereal female voice was singing softly, "Mary has a little lamb, its fur is white as snow. Wherever Mary goes, it always runs along, the little lamb loves Mary and Mary loves the lamb.
Mary has a little lamb." It was as simple as a nursery rhyme. It was possible to hear it once and know it all.
This was just a temporary ploy by a nameless musician.
It was simple yet widespread.
Most students learned this melody before they started.
All the intervals used the most basic and common relationship.
They were just like textbook exercises and were too simple to be taught. The melody composed by the notes had only one effect of offense. This way, the flock could be herded and Mary's lamb would not run away. The song that had been sung by everyone and had almost forgotten now was recorded into the machine. It was split into thousands of different voices and composed together again into a song that called to the ether. The ether was called forth and created the effect. There was no musician guiding, no alchemy, no recording of any notes, and no induction to the ether. But it unexpectedly worked. And what was more bizarre was that the fence had no defensive force at all. It was the most basic of the basics. A strong shackle could be more useful than it. Then what the H*LL was it that made its power strong enough to imprison the mad primate demon in it? Andrew's mind turned. His fingers faintly pressed down, carefully detecting every fluctuation. In the end, he was stunned. Coherence? The three inanimate machines were in coherence. The method of uniting musicians with each other and performing a symphony was applied to inanimate objects? That's right, coherence. Newton chuckled softly. He pulled out another Mary and gazed at its faintly trembling blade. It's the same alloy formula, casting method, structure, and assembly method. Each of them is made on a dedicated lathe to make sure there is no observable error among them. The result is an extremely enhanced resonance effect. Anyway, it's just a more complex resonance effect. As long as you find some special fulcrums and then like this, the effect is doubled. Boom! He suddenly forced the long cone into the ground. Mary shook in a strange way and popped out again. The machine springs trembled and the light female voice melted into a trio. When the four voices fused into one, the electricity from the four long cones pierced the spectator's eyes. In the fence, the frantic primate demon stopped moving and was forcefully ejected backwards. The strength of the barrier had instantly doubled, and there was no more space left for it to struggle. Boom! The fifth long cone was pierced in. The resonance coherence effect surged and doubled again. In an instant, the whole area bounded by the long cones was filled with invisible power. As if it was thrown into the deep sea, the large demon suddenly curled into a ball and shook violently. It seemed to feel something and cried out. It struggled, but nothing could be done. Outside the boundary, Newton lifted the last long cone. Cackling, he pierced it down with a cackle. Boom! With a loud boom, the frenzied power exploded. The aftershocks forced Newton to the ground. He rolled pathetically and a group of people scrambled to help him up, but he kicked them aside. His nose even started bleeding from the shock, but his eyes were still fanatical. He stared at the 6 long cones. In a series of resonance with each other in the electric light, the 6 long cones on the fulcrum had been burnt red by the wild power. They released terrible power. The slate could not bear the doubled power anymore. It fell apart, leaving a frantic 6-pointed star on the ground. Within the thrice-multiplied fence, the primate demon screamed in desperation. The sound was muffled and thin as if it came from behind layers of walls. Furious pressure gathered from the surrounding area. The sounds of bones shattering came continuously as if it was sandwiched between iron walls. It was collapsing. It was collapsing inside. Everyone looked at the center of the 6-pointed star. The frantic demon was shrinking and collapsing in midair. It had become so bloody that it turned into a quickly spinning ball of meat. Finally, it exploded. Charles's eyes lit up. He asked quietly, "Should we tell the kitchen to make meatballs this way? It'll be chewy." Newton froze. Then he immediately patted on his bare forehead. D*MN, why didn't I think about this earlier? Chapter 279, Standing on the Giant's Shoulder, 3. The electric current stored inside the long cone Mary was used up. The 6 cones close to collapsing finally stopped. They were red hot from the burning and sizzled loudly. Many inner springs had broken apart the moment it stopped, burning completely. The girl's ethereal and beautiful voice gradually grew choppy. Finally, it became hoarse and disappeared. It was as if the spirit within it had died. Neither the corpse nor skeleton of the primate demon remained. Newton climbed up from the ground. He picked at the ashes inside his pocket. Finding his cigarette he had not finished, he grinned. Charles, his loyal dog, quickly came over to light it for him. With half-lidded eyes, Newton inhaled happily. Looking up, he asked, "Do you all have anything else to say now that the demonstration is over?" The room was silent. No one spoke. What had happened here tonight had destroyed their worldviews and faintly shaken the education and common sense they had had since young. They all doubted their own eyes now. "What is that?" someone asked in fear. "It's not alchemy equipment, not a musician, a pure machine can resonate with ether, a dot." "Yes, it's just like the strange phenomena in a black zone," Newton stated. "In an environment with heavy ether, pure sounds can lead to etheric changes. The crack of lightning, the crashing of tidal waves, the eerie rumbling from deep within the earth. Humans use music notes to record these sounds because all sounds can resonate with ether. Unless there's absolute silence, any noise will influence the ether. This is the ether effect. Unfortunately, the Church's enchantment weakens the ether reaction within the white zone to the extreme. You can only observe this with your naked eye in a black zone. You're saying, you can use machines to play music notes?" Someone realized and furrowed his brows. "How can you guide and control it?" "Oh, I solved this problem 2 days ago while talking to my assistant." Newton picked his nose. That guy was boasting about how his junior can't sense ether, so he memorized all the key data and organization process of each measure. It sounds stupid, right? But then I thought that since people can control ether without relying on sense, then why can't machines do it? You just need to make the ether think someone's guiding it. He paused and cackled. Perhaps the ether doesn't need guidance at all. We just choose what we need from one of the various results created by the ether. Why do you need electricity to power it? Someone asked. We've only started using this type of energy from magnetic field cutting 5 years ago, Only this way will maintenance be the easiest and simplest, Newton explained lightly. Even an idiot can use it after training. I need the lowest cost and widest application. I must guarantee that it can become a standard. With this standard I can perform the follow-up research. Follow-up research? Everyone was stunned. Why did he need follow-up research? Or did he mean that he wanted to create music scores other than this simple one? Newton just grinned at this and did not reply. Everyone's expression in crowd changed from shock to solemnness. In the end, they pondered with grave faces. That's that. I don't have to bother anymore now that the demonstration is over. Mass production has already started and should be completed after 5 days. I hope the Royal Musician Division will hurry up, give the money, and take the stuff away. With a yawn, he turned around to leave. However, Andrew, who had closed his eyes, raised his head and said coldly, "I'm sorry, but we cannot accept these results." Newton's steps halted. He looked back slowly and his eyes darkened. "Mr. Andrew, you can't back out of the deal. If you don't give me a reason I can accept, the Royal Musician Division will never get any equipment from me again." All Andrew said to Newton's anger was, "It doesn't meet our requirements." "Mary's features are above your requirements," Newton huffed. "Its portability and concealment are flawless." What a joke! Even an ether failure like me can use it. Don't tell me musicians can't handle it. We need alchemy equipment, not a music box. Ha! Newton snorted. Its production cost is lower than alchemy equipment, especially after mass production. Its stability is flawless too. If they give you the same effect, why don't you use the cheaper and better one? Even a music box is better than what you want. Tell me, are you stupid? Mr. Newton, I'm sure you're clear that I don't want a low-grade product. He emphasized the last 2 words, pausing between each word. Taken aback, emotions flashed past Newton's face. After a long pause, he sighed. He went up to Andrew with a smile and patted his shoulder. He said with an uncharacteristic voice, "Good boy, don't throw a tantrum." The royal family made the request in order.
Now you say you don't want it anymore. What do you mean? Mr. Andrew, you're not a kid anymore. Don't throw tantrums. Crack.
A cluster of flames suddenly shot out from Andrew's shoulder. It slapped onto Newton's hand, causing the fingers to spasm. Andrew slowly rose and looked down at the old man.
He said coldly, "Mr. Newton, I've tolerated your arrogance for too long. Perhaps this is a mistake. Since when did people like you get the right to say what goes for musicians?"
Newton looked up at him and chuckled.
You wanted to say failure, right? Everyone knew that Newton from the Royal Research Institute was not a musician at all.
He did not even pass the student-level test. He was a failure who could not even sense ether. He had reached his current position by relying on his genius and attainment of mechanical engineering that no one could pass. This was why the sacred city had given him the name of a saint from the Dark Ages.
I want to tell you something, Mr. Andrew.
Newton gazed at the man and slowly raised his finger.
Just one thing. He raised the Black Mary before Andrew's eyes.
The sharpness reflected a dazzling and blazing light. One day, this low-grade product you look down upon will rule over the trends of the era.
It will bring power into everyone's hands, regardless of talent, teacher, attainment, or status.
Andrew furrowed his brows. Newton put the cone into his hand, forcing him to hold it tightly. Newton murmured in his ear, "Feel the power, you ignorant fool." The veins on Andrew's hand bulged. He gripped the cone, practically breaking it in half. He silently gazed at Newton for a long time before turning to leave.
After Andrew's sudden exit, the others who came for the demonstration also bid farewell.
When Charles came back with a new pack of cigarettes, he found Newton alone in the underground research lab. The poor old man sat on the cracked ground, caressing the burnt cone dazedly.
Andrew laughed.
Charles tossed the cigarettes over.
You really pissed him off today. Flinching, Newton sneered.
I gave it to him nicely, but he just wanted to show his attitude.
Is he crazy? People are like that.
You solved something within a few days that people have to spend decades learning.
Why should he like you?
Charles yanked a cone from the ground and studied the melted gears within.
He suddenly asked, "But if you keep researching this, won't it replace musicians one day?" Huh? Newton was stunned. Will it? Charles was stunned too. Haven't you thought about that? Why should I? Researchers only focus on their research. What do musicians matter to me? Newton shrugged. Why don't I go be the Pope if I want to think about everything? Plus, what kind of idiot thinks that I can actually come up with a follow-up? Huh?
Charles was practically fossilized.
It's already the limit of current industrialization to create something like this.
I can suggest more theories, but unprovable theories are all just guesses. Unless the sacred city undoes the sixth seal, allowing each nation to receive new technology, including studies on material science and forging science, unless that happens, it'll be forever, kid.
Newton looked down and said after thinking, it'll be at least 600 years later. My technology is 600 years early. If you think like that, I guess I'm pretty powerful. But people are already scared.
Charles scratched his head.
Some people think far into the future. What if they try to kill you? I'm not scared. Newton whistled.
The royal family protects me.
It's not like there hasn't been anyone who wanted to kill me. Why should I be scared? You should be the one getting scared. You're my personal assistant.
Charles froze. He could not help but curse.
Why am I so unlucky to end up with a psycho like you?
As my assistant, you have to sacrifice something for research. It's the best to sacrifice your youth and descendants. Now, it's the time to sacrifice your life. Charles, don't be a coward.
Newton looked at him sympathetically and said comfortingly, everyone has to go through this. When I was young, I was much better than you when I was young. All those old farts at the Institute treated me like a gem. They were scared I would just quit if I was in a bad mood. They'd give me everything I wanted. Even if I wanted to set the Institute on fire for fun, they'd pour the gasoline and lay down the lead for me, then hand me the torch. In the end, they'd clap for me. They were all good people, but they had bad luck and all died early. Here, he froze. Looking down at the cigarette ash from his hands, his eyes grew sad. To be honest, they're probably the only ones on this world that would treat me so preciously, right? This research institute was their inheritance. This project is their unfinished research. Even that erotica novel was the coming-of-age gift they gave me. Now that I think about it, those guys left behind a lot of things. But the things that I can leave behind are getting fewer and fewer. He sighed and fell silent. After a pause, Charles said softly, you kicked out all the alchemists, forcefully dragged everything onto now, ensuring that they're unable to back out and must accept your design. It's all because of this, right? People who have foresight will understand what it represents, old man. At that time, they'll do everything to send you to the gallows. You've played all these years. Do you really want to die? Newton could not help but laugh. Pinching his cigarette, he shook his head. Charles, I've said long ago that I'm so successful because I'm standing on a giant's shoulder. Newton yanked up the cone. Studying the dull gold shine, he murmured, after all these years, the group of giants that allowed me to stand on their shoulders has died. Someone needs to complete their journey for them. Chapter 280? Let me show you something good. It poured heavily through the late autumn night. A man wearing a black raincoat stood beside a carriage and opened the door for Andrew. Andrew paused and nodded. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Gavin. It's my duty, sir. Gavin smiled. When the door closed, the carriage charged into the rain and toward the uptown district. In the silent carriage, Andrew placed the long cone on his knee and slowly loosened his grip. He had held it too tightly. His whitened knuckles cracked like stones scraping as he opened his fist. You can take care of the docking work with the Research Institute, he suddenly said. Assemble 400 within 9 days. Gavin nodded. Yes, sir. Thank you. Andrew closed his eyes. It's late. Let the driver take you home. I'm tired too. We can discuss the musician division tomorrow. Yes, sir, Gavin replied. He did not have any complaints. The carriage soon stopped. After Gavin bid farewell, he left with his black umbrella. The carriage began moving forward again. Even the sound of breathing had stopped in the once again silent carriage. However, there was a pair of eyes that shone faintly like a sword. Andrew pressed down on the cone on his knee. As if he was touching red-hot iron, his fingers split open after brushing past a sharp edge. Scarlet blood oozed out and fell to the floor along the blade. The cone silently turned to powder and scattered on the ground. A machine that can replace musicians? What a joke! Andrew looked up at the darkness before him and said in a low voice, Someday, Newton, you'll go to hell too. The sound of the rainstorm traveled through the window. The faint whistling of wind seemed to blow past the sole lantern in the hall, dim light weakening under the rain sound. The once glamorous hall was now a blur under the light as if it was covered in dust after years of weathering. The drenched young man entered quietly through the door but froze when he saw the old man under the light. The aging man still had a respiratory on his face. The tubes were tangled in his graying hair as if it grew naturally. The rumbling of pulmonary water accompanied the faint breathing. Hearing the footsteps, the old man raised his eyes and looked at Gavin. Gavin's steps paused. He said softly, "Father, I'm back." After a stretch of silence, a voice of disgust came from the respirator. "You know to come back? You still think I'm your father?" Gavin hung his head. "I'm sorry, Father, the musician division is busy these." "Enough. Don't say things that I don't want to hear." The man waved his hand in annoyance. "Gavin, do you still see yourself as part of this family after joining the Royal Musician Division? Don't disappoint your mother." Gavin froze. His gray eyes trembled and he looked down after a long time. "Yes, Father." The old man huffed coldly. His expression was filled with dissatisfaction. "Deputy Head Andrew took you back today? Why didn't you invite him to stay for dinner?" Hesitating, Gavin replied quietly, "He said that he's tired today." Undisguised disappointment flashed past the man's eyes. He looked away from Gavin. "Whatever. I never expected much from you. All I need is for people like you to not trouble the family." Gavin gripped his sleeve cuff and did not answer. "Also." The old man panted heavily. Rising from the wheelchair, he looked at Gavin. "About Banner, how has it been going?" "Mr. Flynn has promised to me that Banner will have a spot 3 years later." 3 years? The old man exclaimed in anger. He glared at Gavin and demanded through his muddled breathing, "How many more years do you want Banner to waste? You have no space for your brother in your heart." So disappointed. "Gavin, you disappoint me so much." He was attacked by a bout of coughs. It sounded like a steel hammer slamming down into an empty cavern. Gavin rushed over to support him but was pushed aside in annoyance. A hand reached out from behind and pulled him away. Then the newcomer walked forward, gently pressed down on the old man's back, and injected the cough medicine with ease. Gavin froze in his spot. "It's okay, Father. I can become a royal musician even without my brother's help," Banner comforted the old man softly. He glared at Gavin as he pushed the wheelchair. "You've waited for too long. You should go sleep now." The youth pushed the old man out of the hall. Gavin stared as their silhouettes disappeared into the distance. He reached out, wanting to say something. But after a long while, his hands fell down weakly. Under the dim light, he sat on the dust-covered sofa and closed his eyes in fatigue. Outside the window, lightning flashed past, illuminating the rain. A robin on a withered branch looked away and flapped its wings, flying away. During the same thunderstorm, a gold-haired youth returned home and took a nice bath. He sat in the basement with a towel around him. Looking at the completely different metal skeleton, he smacked his lips. The internal power cycle is jammed, the pressure pump is broken, 80% of the synthetic muscles are torn, and the ether nerves are paralyzed from the overload. He scanned the skeleton and shook his head. "No, it's completely broken. Yezi, you really went hard this time. Did you really fight the legendary Ripper 300 times?" "Pretty much." On the other side of the worktable was Ye Qingxuan, his entire body covered with bandages and face covered with 2 medicine patches. He looked away. Right now, he was practically paralyzed. The slightest movement would send searing pain through his body. For some reason though, his eyes looked different under the light. They were supposed to be pure black, but now they seemed translucent. Glancing at them was like gazing into a clear yet deep pool. They were bottomless and borderless. A vortex seemed to be hidden inside that pulled at one's mind, making him space out involuntarily. After checking for a while, Charles tossed his wrench down and shook his head. "Nope, can't fix it." "Ha?" Ye Qingxuan froze, starting to panic. "No way." This steel skeleton had accompanied him through so many life-or-death experiences. Without it, Ye Qingxuan would have long been dead, thanks to his bad physical shape. Hearing Charles's words, he suddenly felt sad. How could he do stupid things without it? It's completely done for. Look at this.
Charles pointed at the core of the skeleton, showing Ye Qingxuan the hairline cracks.
He knocked on it, creating a hollow echo.
Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows.
You can hear it too, right?
Charles lifted the skeleton and shook it.
Broken noises sounded. The inside is completely broken. I can try to fix it, but then it might break apart if you try to move. Well, breaking apart is the best case scenario. What if it gets stuck somewhere? Heh, you probably don't want to find your leg stuck when trying to escape, right? So what do I do now? Toss it.
Charles shook his head inside.
In this state, it'll be better to make a new one than fix it. After all, it's a feat that something I made when I was 15 can last till now.
After a pause, Ye Qingxuan reached out to caress the skeleton and sighed sadly.
I guess. Don't be sad.
Charles patted his shoulder and smiled mysteriously.
Let me show you something good. With that, he took an old and thick pamphlet out of somewhere and tossed it into Ye Qingxuan's lap. Look at this. What, your hand-copied erotica?
Ye Qingxuan studied the pamphlet with its blank cover.
He opened it suspiciously and sank into silence. After a long while, he looked up again with a pale face. Senior, do you know how many years of jail time you'll need for stealing this stuff? It doesn't matter if I don't get caught.
Charles grinned.
You should pay me if you're gonna make me work, right?
The book in Ye Qingxuan's hand was filled with tiny cramped writing and a detailed yet compact picture.
It was clear that this was an original sketch. There was even a scribbled signature in words. It looked like a dead giant had been dug out of stone. The corpse radiated with menacing coldness. Just looking through it made one shiver. At first, Ye Qingxuan was confused. However, he was able to guess what this was after putting the content together in his head. This is the Archangel armor? Ye Qingxuan asked in a hushed voice. Technically, it's an old version from 60 years ago. Relax a bit. This is just the internal skeletal system. It doesn't include the aether system and weaponry system.
Charles whistled.
I carried that old guy for 2 hours in the secret archive to find this thing. Thank God I have sharp eyes, hee hee. Otherwise, I would have gone through all that for nothing. Sharp eyes my ass. Ye Qingxuan's features twisted. You just swiped it because you couldn't control yourself. Stop getting off topic. Do you want this or not? Yes.
Ye Qingxuan clutched the book reflexively.
Why not? Good.
Charles hooked arms with him and rubbed his fingers.
Now we have all our tools. We just need the material. Junior, you have connections, so can you think of something? A prepared list was put before Ye Qingxuan's eyes. Charles had clearly been waiting for Ye Qingxuan to agree so they could do illegal things together. Ye Qingxuan looked at him with a strange expression. He wanted to speak but stopped himself. What?
Charles froze.
Is there something wrong?
No, but, after a pause, Ye Qingxuan covered his eyes.
Senior, did you realize that your towel fell a long time ago?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 281 to 290. Chapter 281, The Son of Lamentation. It was an afternoon in the downtown district.
The shabby tavern's door was pushed open. The smell of smoke and cheap alcohol that spilled out was thick enough to suffocate someone. In the noisy bar, the men smoking while playing cards turned and looked at the entrance. A silhouette of a man stood under the harsh sunshine by the door. He had a cane and wore a bowler hat. Being so well dressed, he seemed out of sorts here. However, everyone shivered involuntarily when they saw him. Through the murkiness, there seemed to be a pair of breathtaking eyes staring at them. Across the long distance, they could see their own reflections in the eyes. Their reflections were pale like a corpse that had fallen into an abyss. Deep inside the tavern, an old man with his back to the door turned around and saw the figure. He was stunned momentarily. Then he immediately waved, motioning for everyone to get out. When everyone was gone, the newcomer sat opposite him, took off his hat, and laid it on the table. "Long time no see, Mr. Ghost Hand," Ye Qingxuan said.
Ghost Hand looked deeply at Ye Qingxuan.
The hairs on his neck stood as if he saw something extremely eerie. After a short few days, Ye Qingxuan had become even stronger. Even Ghost Hand was gradually growing afraid of him. "Mr. Holmes, you have recently become much scarier."
"This is not what I want."
Ye Qingxuan smiled wryly. "To be honest, I'd rather go out with sunglasses, but even then it doesn't work. It seems that you have gained a lot in Avalon's shadow." Ghost Hand withdrew his sight and pointed to the cards on the table.
"Shall we?" Ye Qingxuan couldn't help but laugh. He casually grabbed a joker and shook his head. "Forget it.
I am not confident enough to play cards with Ghost Hand." He put down the card on the table, but it had somehow become a red ace.
Soon, it went back to normal.
The red ace had returned to Ghost Hand's hand. He dropped the card and sighed regrettably.
"What a pity.
I haven't cheated for a long time.
My hands itch badly. How's the shaman?"
I would like to say that he is healed. However, he is still the same."
Ghost Hand shrugged.
"He is still half dead but should hold on for a while."
"That's normal.
With that kind of injury, it won't be surprising whenever he dies."
Ye Qingxuan shrugged.
Taking the checklist out of his pocket, he handed it over. "I'm here today because I hope you can help me collect the things on here." He paused and added, "as soon as possible." Ghost Hand waved his hand without glancing at the list. The bartender came to read the note on the table. After thinking, he whispered a few words to Ghost Hand, who then said, "4 days."
"Okay."
Ye Qingxuan was about to get up, but Ghost Hand put a wine glass in front of him and poured the amber liquor into it.
"Since you're here, why don't we have a drink?"
"You just scared off the guys I was drinking with." Ye Qingxuan looked at his lazy half-smile and shrugged.
He accepted the glass. "May we have many days ahead of us."
Ghost Hand toasted to him and drank up.
"How's the taste?"
"Good."
Ye Qingxuan nodded.
"To tell you the truth, your taste is better than I thought."
In Avalon, the lower class of downtown district likes drinking kerosene the most.
It's bad liquor but saves money since people just drink to get drunk.
I used to like that kind of liquor.
The more drunk I get, the faster my hands would become. Ghost Hand played with the cards. The colors changed at his fingertips. "As if lamenting," he said, "that I got money, got a status, and no one called me a pickpocket anymore. They all called me Mr. Ghost Hand.
I became upper class, so I gradually started drinking good things. Actually, until now, I didn't even know the name of this bottle. The shaman always laughs at me and says I just like pretending.
But a guy like me is already satisfied to pretend like this.
Besides, people like me, we can't do anything with our money in their hands except to buy some satisfaction."
Ye Qingxuan fell silent.
After a pause, he asked, "Ever think of finding a woman? It might be better after you have a family." Ghost Hand grinned.
"I've had 2 lovers but they both got married. One of them even had my kid, but sadly, he didn't live long.
He wasn't blessed by God. These things bring me much more sadness than happiness. Mr. Holmes, some people aren't suitable for the happiness of the ordinary man." "So you've never been happy?"
"I have, but very rarely." Ghost Hand poured the wine for himself. Rather than pressuring Ye Qingxuan to drink again, he just drank it all by himself.
"Look at your life. How many times are you truly happy? Especially in a place like downtown. We can only try to live less miserably.
Sinners like us probably won't even get to enjoy heaven after death. Ye Qingxuan lowered his eyes. The shaman said that he wants to save you all. Has anything changed? Well, I guess there are some tiny changes. Ghost Hand scratched his head. But that's enough since we used to have nothing. You see, Mr. Holmes, this is the place where the great men neglect. There are gutters, beggars, and prostitutes everywhere. No one has a future, but the shaman told us that people who have no future should also live with dignity. The inferior should also walk in the street with their heads up, even if they aren't bathed in the same sunshine as the great men. We still need to die with dignity. Is that what he calls the rules of the dark world? Perhaps, I don't quite understand, Ghost Hand said frankly. Seeing Ye Qingxuan's startled expression, he could not help but laugh. But I'm always honored to have the chance to participate in it. The shaman gave me dignity. He told me that a wicked man like me has a value in life too, so I'll live for this value. Saying this, he raised his glass. Mr. Holmes, I can see that you are also very confused. I hope that one day you will find your own value. Ye Qingxuan froze a moment and toasted his glass. For our own value. With the liquor finished, the youth rose. I should go. Thanks for your wine. If you don't mind, come here for a drink next time, said Ghost Hand. My treat. Thank you so much. The youth smiled, put on his hat, and vanished into the sunlight outside the door. The Jianlan underground palace was in the darkness. The gate opened in front of the youth. Behind the door, only the light shone in the still library. Ye Qingxuan's footsteps echoed in the empty hall. The door closed silently. Ye Qingxuan looked around the open place and raised his voice. I want to search information about Avalon's shadow. Silence. Ye Qingxuan could not help but sigh. I know you're here. Don't act like a child. Do me a favor. You've helped me so much, so just help me one more time. It was just like a naughty child. After a long time, the silence was broken by the sounds of shelves moving on the ground. It was as if suddenly the hall had become a Rubik's Cube. Layers of shelves moved along invisible tracks from the back to front, from left to right. After changing like a maze, the darkness hidden behind the layers of shelves was finally exposed. Cold wind and dust blew past. Finally, an old and heavy bookcase slowly rose from the moving tiles and was pushed to the front of Ye Qingxuan. The password hub on it rotated by itself. Amidst the crisp sound of friction, the six-layered lock opened. The door opened and broken pieces of paper floated out of the darkness, landing on the ground. The papers looked as if they had been burned and then put back together. The writing was faded and blurred. It was as if it would crumble if touched. A faint voice came from all directions. Destroyed, only these, the rest. Thanks. Ye Qingxuan lowered his head and gingerly held up the broken pieces of paper. He perused the fragmented messages on the paper. This was a travel journal of a Revelations musician from hundreds of years ago. He had come by boat and wanted to see the pure white city, but he was startled awake from his dream the night before he arrived. His sound of heart talent reinforced the sixth sense. With the great sense of danger, he ran up to the deck. He wanted to jump into the sea and leave this place. Then he saw that the whole of Avalon was illuminated in an instant by a destructive radiance. The light dimmed immediately after and everything was engulfed in darkness. In the darkness, he witnessed the whole process through the ether ball. A mournful cry was heard in the mournful song. Then, huge tides rose in the sea of the ether. The material world was turbulent too. The scepter of King Arthur was collapsing. The vast boundaries built by music theory enveloped the whole of Avalon, pulling half of the city's lives from the material world into the etheric world, into the Avalon's shadow. They disappeared without a trace. The damaged record ended here. Ye Qingxuan put it down and picked up a new one. He found that this was a study on the blood path and analysis on the nature of Avalon's shadow by later scholars. They argued that Avalon's shadow had not totally vanished.
The fundamental laws of the modifications had the following explanation: matter is not born out of thin air, nor will it vanish.
Therefore, they believed that Avalon's shadow had not gone to the other world, nor had it entered the disembodied soul state. It was the composition of King Arthur's scepter and had blended with the material world.
The next part was burnt.
Ye Qingxuan pounded on the floor angrily. The thing he hated most was only being able to read something halfway. This kind of author deserved to be arrested and beaten 1,000 times. He picked up the other pieces and found that they were all records about members of the Knights of Round Table. Among them was Percival, who had been beheaded by King Arthur. He had never heard of the majority of this content, but currently, they were useless for Ye Qingxuan.
He thought for a while and asked, "Do you have the contents of Elizabeth Tower? I mean the one in Avalon's shadow."
In the dark, the tiny voices fell silent for a moment before chaos sounded again.
It was noisy, like dozens of children talking at the same time, one after another. "Elizabeth Tower, it's dangerous. Afraid. Don't go there. He doesn't like you. He doesn't like anyone. He's gonna kill you. He's pitiful, don't annoy him."
Ye Qingxuan was stunned.
"Who is he?"
The little voices paused. Then a fearful voice said, "He's the successor to the Knights of the Round Table, the Crown Prince, the perfect man, the son of lamentation, the first inheritor of the curse."
Ye Qingxuan paused for a long time.
He felt a chill down to his toes as if freezing water was poured down his back.
Who is he? Who else could he be? Mord, Red?
In the darkness, the small noises suddenly dissipated as if they were frightened by the name. Nothing could be heard.
Mordred.
Ye Qingxuan repeated the name in his mind. He walked toward the history zone with a bitter expression.
If it was really Mordred, then he was in deep trouble this time. Chapter 282, that is how big a pigeon is. Robin, clad in a red ceremonial robe, walked into the dark basement.
His eyes were cold under his hood.
Thick blood bubbled inside the pool. Naberius walked out of the pool without any clothes on. His skin continuously withered away and grew back.
After shedding the aged appearance, he recovered his youth. He was no longer injured.
He stepped onto the stone and walked forward. Darkness wrapped around him like a black robe. "I really waited for so long."
He smiled at the robin.
"Were you busy with something?" "None of your business." The robin glanced at him. "Didn't I say to not message me unless necessary? Frankly, I don't want to see your face either." Naberius sighed helplessly. "But I couldn't help it.
There's a problem with the decoding of the Elizabeth Tower." The robin furrowed his brows. The enchantment was created by the purple branch and has a core inheritance.
Does Ingmar not even have the ability for reverse decoding? It's not the ability. Naberius shrugged and pointed at his head. "It's here, dot." With that, he pulled open the secret door and guided the robin. There was another door at the end of the tunnel.
A frail old woman was sitting in a chair before the door and sleeping under the dim light. Seeing their arrival, she moved aside without speaking.
"Did he take the medicine?" Naberius asked.
The old woman nodded and pointed at the foul-smelling kettle in the corner. "He just had it and calmed down after a bit."
Naberius nodded in satisfaction. He motioned for the robin to be quiet and opened the door.
The room behind it was covered in colored paper. Some were filled with orderly music notes. Others were scribbled with messy brainstorming. Still, others had the alchemy process written on them. Even more pages were covered in strange and undecipherable doodles.
They looked like pictures of various horrible deaths.
One could vaguely make out a one-armed man pierced by thousands of arrows, a white doll with a big head that was ripped apart by horses, a blond man hacked into pieces. A man with graying hair knelt amongst the papers, fervently scribbling on a piece of white paper with a crayon. The frail sickly body and wild eyes were terrifying.
Nibirius stood beside him.
Bending over, he called softly, "Ingmar, Ingmar."
The man known as Ingmar continued to draw with his head down. Nibirius reached out and took the paper away. "What are you drawing? Why don't you show Uncle? Come, be good kids and show Uncle." Using all his strength, he yanked the paper from Ingmar.
Without it, Ingmar stopped moving. He sat on the ground dumbly and muttered something to himself. The robin took the paper and furrowed his brows at the scribbled sketch for a long time before looking up.
"Is this a pigeon?"
Hearing the word pigeon, Nibirius' expression changed. However, the robin had already said the word and it could not be taken back. On the ground, Ingmar began twitching and screamed as if seized by psychosis, scrambling around on the ground.
Finally, he had nowhere to go except curling in the corner.
He tried to cover himself with the ripped pieces of paper.
With terrified yet blank eyes, he chanted, "Pigeon, pigeon, pigeon." Suddenly he began cackling and looked up at Nibirius. "Why is the pigeon so big? Such a big pigeon, it flew." No one reacted to him. He tossed the shreds into the air and cheered happily, "It flew. It flew. The pigeon flew. But why is it so big?"
The robin glanced at Nibirius and waited for an explanation.
"Can't help it. This is the aftershock from breakdown of his sound of heart." Nibirius sighed.
His blood pressure shot up and his brain was already messed up when he was treated.
He couldn't be saved even if he was turned into a dark musician. "I never thought that the first follower who trained in the name of God in these 60 years is a retard, ha." They left the room and closed the door. "You can't mention anything about deciphering ancient texts before him now. You can't talk about the Voynich manuscript either. If you're lucky, he'll be lucid the entire day. If you're not lucky, then it's hard to say." Nibirius sighed. "He can't do anything in this state."
"We don't have time for him to go crazy like this," the robin stated coldly.
"Inject opiates, raise the amount, and use the prescription for the dried petals agent. Inject it until he's lucid." "What if he dies?" The robin glanced at him. "Does it matter if he's alive or not if we get the result?" "Fine, hand this over to me. No dark musician is more knowledgeable about drugs than me." Nibirius nodded and changed the topic. "However, Holmes is a bit more difficult. I'm worried that he might be planning something. He hasn't appeared in a while." "Just do what you need to do," the robin said lightly. "Don't take your work lightly. It's easy for God to punish you for 60 more years. Don't say those scary things." "I'm already scared." Nibirius sighed in disappointment. "I had wanted to hear some encouraging words from you. But what if I can't do it? I have plans." The robin turned around and left, disappeared into the darkness. It was the afternoon 3 days later by the port. Rotten leaves flowed through the sewer with the dirty water into the sea.
Amidst the scent of fish and sounds of hawkers, a cargo vessel stopped by the bank. The second shipman Bonin directed the 2 sailors to move a wooden box to land.
"We're finally here."
They had sailed for 3 days and nights.
During the entire trip, people had handed items to him continuously. When they finally reached Avalon, the wooden box was already stuffed completely. The items were covered in wax paper and seemed to be iron.
They made him curious, but Bonin did not dare to open them. Having lived off the sea for so many years, he knew well what happened to the guys who did not follow the rules. It would be okay if they were other smugglers, but this was what the shaman asked for.
No one dared to try anything. Those who had were all dead. Furthermore, who knew if it was something troublesome or not? Sometimes, one could lose their life just for a glance. It was stupid. As a small smuggler, Bonin had been forced to take this tricky job. Of course he felt anxious. These past few days, he had imagined countless scary schemes and evil plans. He had been nervous the entire trip. Now that he was in Avalon, he just wanted someone to take the things off his hand. But why was the connection not here? Did they? For some reason, he was nervous. He was standing under the blazing sun, but he felt an eerie chill haunting him. God bless, did I really get dragged into some untouchable mess? He swallowed thickly and glanced fearfully at the crowd. He was not sure if he should remain here anymore. Bonin? A cool voice sounded in his ear. Jolting, he spun around but saw nothing. A blurry shadow looked at him from the distance. Come see me, the voice said. Bonin looked up instinctively and saw a pair of cool eyes. The eyes were pure black but felt like they were made of colored glass. They were bottomless, as if an invisible vortex was hidden within them. One could not look away. When Bonin snapped out of it, he was standing in the middle of a busy market. A youth sat on the steps, leaning against the corner before him as if sunbathing. He was squinting his eyes and humming an unclear and distant song. Beside him, the hawkers yelled loudly. Sailors had taken over every bit of the dock to transport the goods. Passers-by came and left. Some crude sailors had already started to fight, filling the air with cheers and insults. But for some reason, no one noticed the youth. It was as if he did not exist in this world. Then what was there? An angry spirit? Bonin was covered in cold sweat and he trembled. However, the youth tossed a strip of paper into his arms and pointed at the empty space at the front. As if freed, Bonin threw down the box and ran away without looking back. After going far, far away, he finally had the courage to turn around and look through the crowd. This entire time, the youth had never opened his eyes. It seemed that he was napping in the afternoon sun. Bonin looked away, not daring to look anymore, and ran to the port. No matter what, this creepy job was over. After a long, long time, the youth finally woke up from his nap. Rubbing his face, he climbed up from the ground with a troubled expression. How did I fall asleep again? He muttered. I knew I shouldn't have spent the whole night playing cards. I lost so much too. I hope Auntie won't be mad. He jogged into the bakery on the side of the street. Soon, angry scolding came from the store. The youth ran out while bowing submissively and brought a fresh loaf of bread to the inn across the street. The box had been tossed onto a carriage by the workers transporting vegetables. The carriage galloped down the street and stopped before a restaurant. Workers unloaded the fresh vegetables, meat, and seafood. The wooden box that was mixed in was taken by the workers to an Indian restaurant. A man with a turban and a hookah pipe ordered a few kids to bring the things into the kitchen. Boss, isn't there another box? A child worker asked in confusion. What box? The boss glanced at him. This is how much we order every day. Why would those stingy Angloians give us an extra box? It's already a feat for them to not cheat us 10 pounds, The child glanced back in confusion, but the wooden box was already gone. Just like that, the wooden box was accidentally taken around Avalon the entire afternoon. Finally, it was tossed into the postal carriage as a regular package and brought to the academy. 3 hours and 20 minutes. Ye Qingxuan sat in an open-air seat of the cafe across from the school. He stopped his stopwatch. I've already calculated, but there's still a 10-minute difference. There's still room for improvement. Chapter 283, The Governor. 3 hours and 20 minutes. Ye Qingxuan sat in an open-air seat of the cafe across from the school. He stopped his stopwatch. I've already calculated, but there's still a 10-minute difference. There's still room for improvement. He went through the process again and finally found the problem. Then he picked up the coffee before him and drank it up with a smile.
For the first time, he realized the power of the school of mind. The power of free transformation had been imperceptibly and cleverly inserted into the gap between thoughts. The musician could use others as tools to push the matter toward their desired direction. Those involved were often dragged in without realizing. They would not even know why they died. No wonder mind musicians were often feared by others. Once this kind of power was abused, it was destructive enough to destroy any kind of relationship between people. After all, there was no way to ensure that a close companion had not been planted with a hint. Thinking of this, Ye Qingxuan also became alert. He began planning how to prevent others to use this trick on him. Actually, the easiest way was to strike first and to plant an automatic hint in everyone's mind. Lola used to enjoy doing this kind of thing. She planted several layers of hints into each of her followers' minds. It was a ring set and each one's trigger was different. Those guys who wanted to betray her or had evil intentions would often fail at this time and be fooled by her. Lola had many tricks that were worse than that, especially from the book she had given Ye Qingxuan. She was not a dark musician but was more evil than them. Every skill was terrifying. If someone could learn all skills in the book, it would be a pity if he did not try to destroy the world and retaliate against the society. Ye Qingxuan shook his head and got up to pay the bill. At the end of the street, a black procession came silently under the afternoon sun. The black line of cars was branded with the Royal Music Division's heraldry. The cars' windows were blocked by curtains. One could not tell how many people there were. There was a truck among the procession. It carried dark iron boxes sealed in red wax. It seemed to be transporting something.
Bench guy?
Ye Qingxuan, looking at the head of the team, found that Gavin was with several royal musicians on horseback.
Gavin seemed to have found him too and looked over.
Ye Qingxuan waved. He did not expect that Gavin would ride over quickly after hesitating and whispering to the person beside to him. "Bench guy, you're looking impressive," Ye Qingxuan teased, seeing him riding on the dark horse and dressed in uniform with a grim look.
Gavin managed a smile.
He seemed to be very worried about something and whispered, "Ye Qingxuan, some bad things will happen in this city. The Royal Music Division has imposed martial law. Don't go out if you don't need to and just stay in the academy. It's best if you can leave Avalon for 1 month and come back after it passes." Hearing his words, Ye Qingxuan paused then nodded with smile.
"I see.
Rest assured.
And please just call me Yezi."
"Yezi, take care." Gavin took a final look at him and then turned the horse's head to catch up with the rest. Ye Qingxuan stood still, watching the convoy gradually disappearing in the sunset's residual light. He finished the coffee in his hand and threw it into the wastebasket.
"Big event?"
the teenager youth murmured.
"It seems that I have to be faster." He turned and walked into the academy.
Late at night, the study's door was pushed open. Abraham raised his head and saw the white-haired youth at the door. He took off his glasses.
"Yezi, what's the matter?"
Ye Qingxuan grinned.
"Sir, about the interpretation, I have some questions." Abraham immediately understood.
Pressing down with his prosthetic hand, the Requiem enchantment silently covered the whole school district, blocking all the etheric fluctuations. Ye Qingxuan closed the door. Sitting behind the desk, he respectfully handed over a stack of manuscripts. "Professor, I'm interpreting an ancient movement but I am confused by some of the music theory.
How should I interpret this paragraph?" Abraham looked at the manuscript.
A startled look flashed through his eyes. Soon, he smiled.
"It's quite simple."
He picked up a piece of chalk and began writing on the blackboard behind him. This interval is a relatively rare form of continuity that is the key to the whole musical phrase. You should take this as the theme and start from here. As for the notes deconstruction, you can refer to the writings of Bach, the 6th-generation saint.
The first question about interpretation was so easily solved.
Ye Qingxuan understood it quite well. After a long while of thinking, something flashed past his eyes. He handed over another manuscript.
I don't really understand this part.
Abraham took it and stared at the broken passages and questions. After a long time, he laughed.
From the perspective of interpretation, you should. It took a total of 5 hours until 3 o'clock in the morning.
The questions Ye Qingxuan had accumulated over the past few days were finally completely solved. Throughout the whole process, the two only communicated about the interpretation of the movement, just like the teaching between the scholar and his student. Ye Qingxuan did not mention that the abstinence score had come from the school of Stoneheart.
Abraham also did not mention any of the school of abstinence's terms. One asked and the other answered.
There seemed no logic in the questions, the answers did not sound like answers. But in the end, Ye Qingxuan was so excited. After the final question was solved, he closed his eyes and thought for a long time. The etheric fluctuations in his body suddenly soared and collapsed. After a strange change, the fluctuations calmed down again.
I see. He opened his eyes and smiled. Thank you for your guidance. You can ask me anything about interpretation. Abraham waved his hand to undo the enchantment. When are you going to attempt to become an official musician?
To tell you the truth, I have no idea yet. Ye Qingxuan's expression immediately became troubled. Abraham frowned and patted the young man's shoulder. However, he was soon startled.
How can you have not yet advanced yet? Your resonance with the ether has reached far beyond mine when I was your age. But I don't show signs of deva sensing yet.
The youth smiled wryly. I can feel that recently my strength has raised more than in past months. Logically, I should be a formal musician now, but nothing has happened yet.
Abraham mused for a long time and said, probably because you haven't reached your limit yet?
You study the theory of abstinence, illusion, and mind at the same time.
I'm afraid the difficulty is much higher than for the average musician.
Hearing him say so, Ye Qingxuan immediately became a little embarrassed.
In fact, I also study revelations.
It seems that learning too much isn't good.
It's your gift, Ye. Abraham laughed. You started learning music theory less than 6 months ago, right? You are a real genius.
Compared with Charles, I'm not a genius all. The teenager shook his head and stood up to say goodbye.
Ye, Abraham called him. The youth turned. Yes. When you become an official musician, what's your research direction? Have you decided yet? Abraham asked, what about the transfer? If you want to work as a mute, I can find some former colleagues to help you. Well, actually I've already made my decision.
Rubbing Jiu Shaohuan Pei, Ye Qingxuan recalled the name that had been lingering in his ears these days and smiled.
Maybe the Dream Weaver?
3 days later, Charles and Ye Qingxuan were in the basement. On a pile of discarded parts, Charles, with heavy dark circles, yawned. After drinking a bottle of beer, he pointed to the things on the table.
It's done, try it on.
Ye Qingxuan looked in the direction of his finger but only saw a bunch of strange parts placed on the psi armor.
He did not see the alloy skeleton he had expected.
He looked at Charles, but the man was busying drinking. Ye Qingxuan could only pick up the arm shield suspiciously and wear it on his left arm. With a crisp snap, the metal armor fit tightly on his body. Then, the notes on it lit up one by one with a buzzing sound. Shocked, Ye Qingxuan heard the scattered parts on the work table behind him began trembling and colliding with each other with crisp sounds.
This was like resonance? Faint electric light flashed from Ye Qingxuan's arm.
In the blink of an eye, the machine parts on the work table were pulled to the teenager by invisible magnetic attraction. Ye Qingxuan reflexively raised his arm to defense.
However, the parts connected together on the armor with a snap.
The electricity made the scattered parts evolve around Ye Qingxuan.
In a twinkling, a series of crisp sounds could be heard. The attraction of the magnetic force pulled the parts and rivets together. Metallic color expanded rapidly on Ye Qingxuan's body. In the end, it covered his limbs and back, forming a strange metal skeleton. With Ye Qingxuan's actions, the runes on the metal skeleton constantly extinguished and lit up again. They supported his movements lightly and flexibly without any resistance. The weight was only 1/3 of the original one. There's no power system? Ye Qingxuan was shocked. Charles finished the beer and wiped away the wine from the corners of his mouth. He grinned. The ether is the best power. Innovation is the life of the designer. It's not my style to work on the original plan. Ye Qingxuan nodded. He tried to move forward but did not expect to create a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he moved a few meters forward and almost hit the wall. With cold sweat, he looked down at his feet. He tried to bend his knees slowly but felt a repulsive force between the metal bones on his legs. It suddenly dawned on him. It's the impetus and repulsion of magnetic forces? That's right. Charles whistled. I was inspired by Newton, that old man. Electricity can be used as the power, so the repulsion and attraction between magnetic fields should also be useful. If you don't want to break a hole in our ceiling, you'd better not jump here. Theoretically, you can jump around 10 meters. Both the power of a single thrust and stability are more than twice as strong as the original skeleton. It's more than that. Ye Qingxuan shook his head. He looked down at the iron rod that he had twisted into a mangled mess. Charles had definitely made a conservative estimate. If he did not take his endurance in consideration and went all out, he could even fight with the butcher for a short period. And moonlight lit up in his eyes. He looked up and could sense the stars and etheric clouds in the heavens through the ceilings. He could even look through the surface and vaguely sense different rhythms and beats. The feeling was fleeting, but there was a kind of intoxicating beauty. That was probably the sea of ether. One could only sense this after becoming a formal musician. The ether resonance has been strengthened? You don't think that something as dangerous as the archangel armor can be played by most people, right? Charles laughed. It's a musician's armor. The fragile musicians used it to become destroyers on the battlefield. Many of the alloy formulae were the product of alchemists. They naturally enhanced the power of musicians. All I did was just to lead them out. You can't store any movements after my simplification and modification, but it's not inferior to any of other robes at the same stage. You don't have your own robe yet, right? Charles patted him on the shoulder. Take this as a gift before you become a formal musician. Although what Charles said sounded very simple, Ye Qingxuan had learned some mechanical engineering principles before. He obviously knew that to modify archangel armor into this and to retain the original function was very difficult. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel moved. Senior, you are really a good person, he said earnestly and patted Charles's shoulder. I'll remember you my entire life. Charles's face twitched. Can you say something nice? Well, how's the job? How much do you earn every month? How much do you have after the tax? When are you going to bring a girlfriend back? When are you getting married? Have you bought a house in Midtown? Charles looked more and more miserable. He was obviously about to die. Ye Qingxuan. Do you hate me? Why do you hurt me like this? I'm just kidding. Ye Qingxuan could not help but laugh and held onto Charles's shoulder. Thank you, Senior. Just remember how good I am. Charles rolled his eyes and patted the skeleton on his shoulder. This is yours. Name it. Ye Qingxuan mused for a moment and said, What about the governor? It sounds a little strange, but as long as you like it. Charles picked up the tools and knocked against the youth's body. Take it off and I'll adjust it again. After all, this thing can save your life. The more suitable it is, the better. I didn't know you had grown so much these days. You're almost as tall as me. After taking off the governor, Ye Qingxuan sat beside the workbench and said, Senior. Seriously, it's almost Christmas. When will you bring back a girlfriend? Yezi, don't force me to kill you. Okay, I'll shut up. Chapter 284, The Gate of Traitors. Red-hot fire burned under black clouds. Lightning danced crazily between the clouds. Furious waves tossed in the limitless sea. Chaotic vortices appeared one after another before crashing and disappearing the next moment. The skies and earth cracked apart under the fulminations. A majestic yet unclear sound rose, shaking the earth. Shadowy flames burned above the silver-white throne. The sitting figure looked down at the pure white city under his feet that was being invaded by the spreading fire. The city was breaking apart. The flames pulled the carcasses away from the material world and sank into the deepest part of the ether sea together. The giant shadow rose from the throne and unsheathed his sword. The dazzling light spread in all directions as if a blazing sun had descended to earth. He pointed the sword to the sky, but the flow of the blade suddenly extinguished. The blade shattered, the pieces shooting away. The man roared in the darkness and fell into the shadows. He had fallen into eternal darkness. Eternally isolated. What a lonely ending, the shaman murmured as he opened his eyes. The only sound in the quiet secret room was the gentle noises of the alchemist machine maintaining his life. Ghost Hand, sleeping in the corner, looked over. What's wrong? I had a dream. It's a bad premonition. The shaman reached out for Ghost Hand to help him up. Candlelight shone through the hole in his chest and cast menacing spots of light on the wall behind him. One could vaguely see the shadows of the pulsing incomplete heart. Snot flowed from his nose as he stood. He looked sad and pitiful. Ghost Hand sighed and handed him a handkerchief. What day is it? The shaman asked. 16th. Oh. The shaman nodded. It should be today, right? The astrologers told me that the blue moon will awaken within the pure white moon today. The stars will stop moving. After the power of Avalon's shadow enters the low tide, Elizabeth Tower's power will be at its weakest point as well. If the Parliament wants to act, they'll choose today. Ghost Hand nodded. Mr. Holmes already took what you prepared for him and set off. He came before he left, but you were sleeping. He did not want to wake you. Did he say anything? Nothing except to remind you to uphold your end of the deal. Guilt flashed past the shaman's eyes and he closed them. When he slowly opened them again, the twilight in them was gone. His eyes were determined once again. Like a blade cleaned of rust, it had a tinge of blazing light. Guard outside the door, he said. Don't let anyone come in. Ghost Hand nodded and left. Silence returned to the room. The lone candle flickered before finally dying out. A pair of dimly glowing eyes closed in the duskiness. Darkness swallowed everything. He has arrived, he has arrived. That same night, Nibirius shook his bell in the dark city of the demonic territory. The Great One has arrived, the Lord has arrived, the dark officials have arrived. The followers shall arrive. Behind him, countless followers in red ceremonial robes began chanting the poems and songs in unison. Under the nightmarish recitations, the shell in Nibirius' hand broke apart. The blood-colored shell shattered into a scarlet haze. The demon with an eagle's head and a man's body was called forth. He unfurled his wings, covering the moonlight, and caught into the darkness. It was Malpus, one of the 6th incarnations of the natural catastrophe Kelsteinhaus. He looked down at the city that had fallen into the shadows. Heavy dissatisfaction appeared on his face. Such pure power tainted by such dirty resentment, the scepter is forgotten, what a joke, what a joke. Layers of overlapping feathers sprouted from his back. Each one had an unclear face on it. The thousands of faces opened their mouths in unison and uttered with the same voice as Malpas, "Your Majesty sleeping in the shadows, the time for anger has arrived." Malpas raised the crystal eyeball high and called to the white tower that shot up to the sky like an illusion, "Wake! Wake! Wake!" The illusionary white tower deep in the city instantly rumbled. As the pivot swung, the lever moved, the gears rotated, and the enormous copper bell vibrated. The enchantment that enveloped the entirety of Avalon's shadow shook under the grave and terrorizing ringing. The darkness and the path of the sound waves surged wildly. Crazed shadows shot to the sky. The eagle wing unfurled and countless feathers floated down into the shadows. Absorbing power, they transformed into thousands and thousands of pure black falcons. They swept past like a tidal wave. The city of demons finally woke from its slumber. The demons that had been sealed in their spots felt the calling of the natural catastrophe and awoken one after another. They crawled out of their shells. Bathing in the cold moonlight, they howled. The dead city instantly began moving. Downtown, midtown, uptown, they all began rotating with the Elizabeth Tower as the axis. Under the ear-splitting explosion, the illusionary white tower solidified. The path hidden under layers of fog finally appeared. The gate of traitors had opened. "Go, my servants." Looking down at the dark musicians on the ground, Malpas ordered seriously, "Offer all water and earth you see to Hyakum. He has arrived." The dark musicians chanted together as they stepped onto the path to the white tower. "He has arrived." Amidst the quaking, a bloody vortex was activated soundlessly at the other end of the city. Figures in black cloaks walked out. Their cloaks fluttered in the furious wind. Above the cloaks, the silver-white emblem of the red dragon and sword seemed to come to life and roared soundlessly. They were the Royal Musician Division. Jerome at the head bowed at the vortex behind him. "My princess, thank you for your trouble." At the other end of the vortex, a weakened girl nodded lightly. "Please do all you can in Her Majesty's name to protect Anglo's glory." "Yes, Your Highness." Jerome watched as the girl's figure disappeared in the vortex. He turned and gazed at the royal musicians behind him. "Enter battle mode now. There will be no reinforcement here. Your names will not appear on any lists of those killed in action. If we fail, you will die here without anyone knowing. I hope you are already determined to return all glory to Anglo." "Return all glory to Anglo," the royal musicians replied in unison. Their ether waves were entangled together. "Good." Jerome nodded in satisfaction. "Are there any other questions?" "Sir, I have a question." A young man in line raised his hand timidly. Jerome furrowed his brows. "Yes, Dot." "Sir, I'm innocent. This is a mission for royal musicians, so why does a technician like me have to go with?" Charles cried from the crowd. "Can you let me go back? I'm just here to provide technical guidance." Jerome's brows furrowed more. "Yes, your mission is technical guidance, but didn't Newton tell you that you have to be with the team?" Charles froze and his face paled drastically. He wailed to the heavens, "Oh gods, Newton, you asterisk shoal. You can't do this to me. I want to see that asterisk shoal. I've shed blood for the Research Institute. I've made achievements for Anglo. I want to see that asterisk shoal." Jerome clenched a fist and Charles's voice cut off abruptly. He was shut up. He tried to say something to the musicians beside him but found he could not make any sound. All he could do was show his anger and feeling of being wronged. Charles sat onto the ground shamelessly, but the musicians on either side forced him up. He looked like he would rather die. "Okay, no one should have any problems now." Jerome turned around and ordered, "Let's go." Their destination, the gate of the traitors. Finally here.
The youth with a bowler hat stood under the white tower and looked up at the giant arch corpses long withered hung above the eerie arch. The gate of the traitors, he murmured. Tower Green, Cross Road, and the gate of the traitors were the three largest punishment grounds of Avalon.
Tower Green imprisoned the major felons.
Each year, musicians with serious crimes would be tossed into the silver cellar and be eroded to nothing by the wild ether there.
Cross Road was an execution ground.
Criminals would be taken to the guillotine there and beheaded. Their blood flowed into a river. This large arch before the guillotine was just for the elites. The traitors of the country were hung from the gate.
Bloody words had been left by the executioners.
Ever since the country was established, countless elites who had betrayed the nation put on robes and accessories and were hung here for an honorable death. Hundreds of years had passed. The robe had turned to dust and the accessories no longer shone.
Only the corpses still hung from the lock, swaying with the wind with an eerie song like a wind chime.
The youth walked through them like an apparition amidst the song and climbed the steps of the white tower that pierced the black clouds.
The tower stood upon steps and spun violently with the rest of the city.
It had come out of the illusionary world and became tangible.
12 paths converged under it with 12 respective gates. There were no activation knobs on these gates.
There was not even a crack, as if they were solid blocks. Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows. He reached out to knock and discovered that faint ether waves came from the door. There was also a faint rhythm. The iron gates had melted into the Elizabeth Tower. If he wanted to force it open, he would probably need something more powerful than the Avalon enchantment.
So I can't go in? Chapter 285, Strange White Tower. So I can't go in?
Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows. However, his bowler hat suddenly vibrated and a glimmer of light flashed before his eyes.
A complex star map suddenly appeared on the black iron gate in front of him.
After looking carefully, it dawned on Ye Qingxuan.
Aries? He muttered. Walking briskly around the tower, he realized that he was right.
Each of the 12 gates had a different star map on it. The doors of Leo and Capricorn showed signs of being opened earlier.
People had already entered.
No matter how Ye Qingxuan hurried, he was still slowed down by the demons that had awakened along his path.
Seems like every second is precious in this battle?
Closing his eyes, he pressed his hands onto the gate and instantly resonated with the music score within.
This prohibition was definitely from the school of abstinence.
Many of the techniques used were familiar. Some had appeared in the music theory from the school of Stoneheart. The school most likely had something to do with the entire construction of the White Tower. Ye Qingxuan could feel that the 12 gates led to 12 different places. All led to the core of the Elizabeth Tower in the end but had different lengths. According to his calculations, the distance behind the Leo gate was the longest, but it led to the core directly.
There were not many blockades.
The path behind the Capricorn gate was difficult to distinguish. It emanated with a sinister feeling and had already been tainted by the natural catastrophe's power.
The paths of the other unopened gates were hidden in the fog. So I'll just have to gamble?
Ye Qingxuan began thinking, but his hat vibrated and resonated with one of the gates.
Libra?
It dawned on Ye Qingxuan. As the developer of the sub-originator theory, the school of Stoneheart focused heavily on the balance of both inside and out, as well as the structure and resonance between music theories. They would not sacrifice strength on one side to reinforce another side.
Thus, there was neither a strongest point nor an obvious weak point. It was sealed as tightly as stone and sturdy enough to be intimidating. If that's the case, then I shouldn't wait any longer.
Ye Qingxuan pressed his hands onto the door and began resonating with the music score on the door.
I'm the best at things like interpretation,
he muttered softly. His consciousness entered the gate instantly and began fighting against the defensive prohibition. After grasping the core theory for the school of Stoneheart, the seamless and flawless prohibition quickly showed many loopholes.
Analysis, interpretation, and eradication.
Just like picking a lock, Ye Qingxuan could easily create his own key after understanding the lock's core structure.
The establishment and undoing of enchantments was one of the school of abstinence's specialties. The orthodox method of cracking defenses was never to force one's way through. It was to use music theory and the musician's experience to perform reverse interpretation.
Ye Qingxuan calculated his time. With his current progress, he could probably open the gate within 3 minutes if he was not disturbed. A rotting odor suddenly blew in with the night wind, and small footsteps sounded. It sounded like dozens of marbles had fallen onto the ground.
Something that smelled sour was coming.
At the most critical point of the cracking, Ye Qingxuan saw a black shadow project onto the gate, grow angry, and pounce toward him.
Then it snapped into 2 halves in the air.
Ye Qingxuan smirked and closed his eyes, focusing entirely on the cracking. When he opened his eyes again, the small noises were gone but the sour smell had multiplied.
He looked back. 2 meters away, demons that looked something like centipedes lay on the ground in pieces.
All the pieces were 2 meters away. Their blood and bodily fluids formed a mournful arc. Anything that tried to pass that arc had shattered. Ye Qingxuan looked away. Only an idiot would not put up defenses when cracking codes in a creepy place like this. With a crack, ether solidified into a strange key in his hand. He pushed it through the gate and the stars on the surface extinguished one by one.
Finally, an invisible force swept past him and disappeared. Bell authority confirmation complete.
A monotone mechanic voice sounded in his ears. Then, the seamless door rumbled and slid into the walls, opening the path. Ye Qingxuan stared into the empty space and his expression changed. The youthful song had started again. It echoed in the darkness behind the door. The king and his helpers kidnapped the queen, imprisoning her in dreams. We have power in the sea, so which direction should we wander? Thousands of pairs of hands will raise the sails. The song was filled with resentment as if the trapped souls were singing. He could not tell where the song came from. If he listened closely, it felt as if the song was everything.
Someone was murmuring in his ear. The moonlight in Ye Qingxuan's eyes flashed.
It put out the seed someone had planted in his mind without him knowing.
He sighed in relief.
This place was too strange. The moment he opened the gate, the aura that emanated from it had planted a serious shadow into his consciousness. Just as walking under the sun would create a shadow and going through water would create ripples, it had planted a seed in Ye Qingxuan's mind without meaning to. Zhou Xianhuan Pei shot out from his cane. Ye Qingxuan activated the mirror heart and checked repeatedly.
He could not find any emotions in the surroundings. The darkness was empty.
As the silent youth walked in, the gate slammed shut. The bell at the top of the tower rang.
The enormous Elizabeth Tower sank back into emptiness. A gentle light rose from Ye Qingxuan's fingertip in the darkness.
It transformed into a bubble and illuminated the surroundings like moonlight. He could not see the ground or ceiling of the tower. He seemed to have walked into an abandoned hall. It was covered with dusty furniture.
A plate of dried lamb chops was left on the dining table.
Opening a door, he walked into a long and narrow hall. It tilted upward slightly. After another door, he saw an empty storage room.
It seemed to have displayed weapons, but they had all been taken away.
Pieces of low-quality items were piled in the corner. Ye Qingxuan picked one up and knocked on it. It crumbled to pieces. He pushed open a door and continued. Along his way, some rooms looked like banquet halls, other rooms were spotless. In one corner was a large glass container. It had been filled with something, but now, only sticky green liquid remained. Another room was a big bedroom filled with a wooden horse, handcuffs, whips. Face twitching, Ye Qingxuan continued.
Next was an underground exhibition gallery of a water tribe. The ceiling was made of glass, separating the blue-green seawater. The water had become murky and filled with bones of various fish. There was no place for logic here. Every room was filled with things that made no sense. The room behind each door was unpredictable. All he could feel was that he was walking and climbing in an endless hall. He still had not seen any living thing. There was no living thing at all. He felt a bit unsettled. Because he had passed the resonance spell authority, he did not run into any enchantments or prohibitions. After all, this was the maintenance pathway that the School of Stone Heart had made during construction. He could reach the heart without any worries. However, the things he saw were just too strange. He could never figure out what was hidden behind each door. Once, he tried to go back and return to a room that had been a dungeon. But he found that it had turned into a musician's cigar room. The tobacco had already turned to dust. Toilet, bathroom, kitchen, garbage room. Ye Qingxuan stood at the entrance and shut the door expressionlessly. He opened it again after each minute. It was different every time. This place really changes. Do you guys like to play with Rubik's Cubes? He muttered. He decided to sit down and not go any further. He pulled out some fruits and crackers from his pocket and a water kettle. It looked like he was at a picnic. He ate slowly and unhurriedly as if savoring the taste. Once every minute, he would open the door to see what was there and throw something inside for a mark. 30 minutes later, he felt it was enough. He rose slowly and set off again. This time, he moved quickly. He did not check anything and passed through the rooms directly to the next door. He was twice as fast as before. However, he discovered interesting things in some rooms. There were signs of large groups walking past, as well as corpses and dust. Sometimes, he would feel a sudden trembling. If he pressed his ear on the wall, he could faint rumbling and sounds of destructions. Then he would find incomplete bodies in the next room. The ether in the room would still have signs of battle. Ye Qingxuan could distinguish that one aura was the firebird that he had personally experienced. This should be the Royal Musician Division. Their emblem was the red dragon and sword because they would receive instruments bathed in royal blood when they were sworn in. Instruments with the firebird were much more destructive than other instruments, thus becoming their trademark. The other aura was also familiar. It was the taste of natural catastrophes and demons. Chapter 286, Dagonet. It seemed that the Royal Musician Division had clashed with the Dark Musicians already. They had fought, but it was hard for both sides to win in this strange place. It was a different world once the door closed. They could not even chase each other. Compared to their bloody struggles, Ye Qingxuan's path was much easier. His good luck was frightening. He passed without any danger and finished half the journey as if it was a hike. And then it seemed as if he had used up all his luck. When he opened another door, dust fell from the dome in clumps. As he pushed the iron door, the rusted bronze cups on the ground rolled and clinked against each other. Then they broke under his feet. And then he stopped breathing. Ye Qingxuan saw another door in the large and open room. It was a big menacing copper door. The faint carving on the surface depicted a battlefield with countless fighters. The image was unclear from years of weathering. No, what made him hold his breath was the giant nail to the door. A burly man covered in menacing armor was nailed to the middle of the door, amidst the wild carvings of the battlefield, by a sword stuck through his chest. His armor still reflected with cold metallic light after all these years. However, it was covered with a layer of dried blood. He had long run out of spewing blood. All that remained were the murky stains. Different from regular knights who wore armor for protection, this 3-meter-tall knight seemed to be a captive of his armor. Every joint and section was nailed with a giant nail. The openings made for wearing had been fused together. It imprisoned him like a cage. Ye Qingxuan pushed the door to leave the moment he saw the man. However, he froze because the door would not open anymore. Even more terrifying was, the small noise awakened the knight from his sleep. He raised his head slowly under the grating of metal. Lava-like light lit up under his helmet. He looked at the youth.
The emotionless gaze chilled Ye Qingxuan. He uttered the forbidden name, Dagonet.
Dagonet was the least known knight from the Round Table.
He had no war accomplishments, no impressive legend, and had not even held any official titles. He was not glorious like Lancelot, he was not noble like Gawain. He had never even stepped foot on the battlefield. It could be said he was mocked by his colleagues. Historians even thought that Dagonet had become a Round Table knight by using his wife's nepotism. He did not have any accomplishments to leave in history books even until his death. Hundreds of years ago, King Arthur called the best alchemists in the world to create his weapon, the sword in the stone. They also made the masterpieces of armor for the knights.
However, Dagonet was not gifted anything.
He lost his temper due to this and questioned the king. Angered, Arthur ordered his alchemist to give this clown the armor he deserved. The gaps of the armor were filled with melted copper, he would never be able to take it off. Then King Arthur personally poured the boiling iron paste into the helmet, burning Dagonet to death in the glory he had dreamed of.
One could say that Dagonet was like a clown his entire life.
Even his death was laughable. However, Ye Qingxuan could not look down on him. Even the weakest Round Table knight was still a Round Table knight. The hair on his neck stood up straight the next moment.
Arthur! Dagonet finally woke up under the armor and roared furiously.
The sound waves rushed forward like a steel plank. The voice resounded in the sealed room, making Ye Qingxuan dizzy. Dagonet yanked out the sword from his chest and he dropped to the ground.
The sole red eye under the helmet looked at Ye Qingxuan. Every debt has a debtor. Bro, how do I look like Arthur? Ye Qingxuan could not even cry.
Tell me where I look like him and I'll fix it.
Thunderous footsteps sounded in reply.
The steel boots crashed against the floor. Sparks flew and dozens of pits appeared in the ground.
He charged directly at Ye Qingxuan.
The youth threw himself to the ground and rolled. The sword brushed past him and slammed into the ground.
Rolling on the ground was a life-saving trick. Otherwise, he would have died long ago, right? Ye Qingxuan was still able to have nonsensical thoughts while dodging.
After the steel skeleton was upgraded to the governor, its speed was so fast Ye Qingxuan could barely handle it. He crossed dozens of meters in an instant and nimbly dodged outside the sword's range.
Arthur! Dagonet roared again under the armor.
He charged at Ye Qingxuan. His posture was not pretty. In fact, it could be described as scrambling like a dog, but his craze was terrifying. He swung the sword wildly, leaving messy gashes on the ground. The flying pebbles shot toward Ye Qingxuan like a thunderstorm and were deflected. He dodged in panic and raised his hand to bite his finger. Jiu Xiao Huan Pei let out a clear melody. The ether changed. Strands of blood flowed from the wound on his finger. They floated in the air like mist.
It was Bolero. Moonlight brewed in the faint blood. It transformed into hundreds upon thousands of strands.
Extending in all directions, they wrapped around Dagonet, causing Ye Qingxuan to wrinkle his nose.
What's going on? Deciphering the ether waves he received, his expression changed. The ether reaction in Dagonet's body came from 19 different sources within an instant?
Within a second of his hesitation, the count of ether waves shot up to more than 30.
Dagonet sped up instantly again and charged like a rabid dog.
Ye Qingxuan dodged to the right, but Dagonet's waist spun 180 degrees against all laws of science and threw his sword.
Ye Qingxuan's expression changed. Something roared.
The protective rings that he had stolen extinguished one after another. His various layers of shields cracked under the aggressive strikes. Ye Qingxuan flew into the sky from the shocks and slammed into the wall.
He was smashed flat like a pie.
Ye Qingxuan barely managed to stay conscious from the shock. He grew more and more confused. This guy's speed and strength was still increasing, but why was it only speed and strength? There was none of the legendary sword aura that could split mountains or the glorious and dazzling light that could burn all enemies. Not even the Round Table Knight's trademark phantom beast emblem had appeared. Back then, King Arthur had used his Symphony of Predestination, the chapter of the Golden Victory, to call forth 12 phantom beasts for his knights. The beasts had become one with the armor, giving them incredible power close to the level of gods. Perhaps King Arthur did not like Dagonet, so he did not receive one. But what about the rest? Did Dagonet never go to battle because he could only fight like a rabid dog? What a joke! So there was only one possibility left. Ye Qingxuan narrowed his eyes at the furiously charging Dagonet. He did not use the weapons because he could not. He was also the corpse of a Round Table Knight, but was a completely different entity from the headless Percival. If Ye Qingxuan had to distinguish them, it's the difference of quality, he murmured. With a jolt, he climbed out of the dent in the wall. He pushed himself through the air, brushing past the rabid knight. Dagonet did the same trick and grasped at Ye Qingxuan with reversed limbs. However, the youth calmly raised his hand and aimed at Dagonet. Electricity shot out from Indra's eye. It jumped around him before pouring out from his hand. It was the governor. Boom! The two men in the air suddenly shot apart from the formless strength. Dagonet crashed onto the floor. Ye Qingxuan flew to the ceiling. He clung to a crack in the dome and hung in midair. Getting rid of the static on his arms, he whistled. Sorry, it's my first time using this function. I used too much power. He had forcefully activated the repulsion rune on Governor. Indra's eye strengthened it to the max. It was Dagonet's fault for having so many nails on him. Sorry. The result was that the two had crashed strongly and bounced away. With one above and one below, they had dozens of meters between them. They stared at each other. Strands of moonlight entangled between them. Ye Qingxuan observed that the ether reactions within Dagonet had now shot up to more than 100. His body swelled again, practically breaking the glamorous and majestic armor. More than 100 ether reactions? Ye Qingxuan narrowed his eyes under the creaks of metal. Let me see, what is hidden in your armor? He suddenly dropped from the sky. His eyes were determined. Dagonet roared and hoisted up his sword. The blade that had been stuck in the ground split the tiles with inhuman strength. The sparks burned red-hot. An aggressive arc sliced through the air. Unfortunately, it was too early. He was a second too early and his actions too sudden. The incoordination made him stumble and almost fall onto his back. The almost tangible malice in Ye Qingxuan's eyes disappeared, replaced by a cool calm. The hot-bloodedness seemed to have been a hallucination. This was the technique that School of Mind musicians loved, hints. A formless and colorless river flowed along the moonlight's path. Ye Qingxuan continued planting contradicting hints into the armor. A regular person would understand what was happening and come over to kill him. However, Dagonet grew more and more confused. He twisted as if his limbs were following different commands. It looked like he was about to drown. Convulsing, he tried to strangle Ye Qingxuan, who easily read his intentions and dodged. I see. You aren't controlling hundreds of ether reactions in your body. Understanding flashed past Ye Qingxuan's eyes. Or better yet, they're controlling your corpse. Dagonet roared and lifted the sword. Grabbing the blade, he slammed it down like a hammer. However, it was useless. Ye Qingxuan moved nimbly as if he was stepping on the tips of swords. He continuously dodged Dagonet's attacks, floating past like a ghostly shadow. He approached Dagonet, brushing shoulders with death untouched. Dagonet reached out to crush his throat, but Ye Qingxuan flashed past. He stepped forward and somehow squeezed into the steel giant's lap. Raising his palm, he pressed down on the crack that split Dagonet's chest. The sigh. Boom! With a thud, Dagonet's body shook. He stopped abruptly. The already damaged armor had been weathered by time and now shattered from the hundreds of thousands of vibrations.
A crack snaked from Dagonet's chest to his helmet.
It split abruptly with a giant crack.
Under the crack was a withered corpse.
Layers of foul yellow liquid wrapped around the corpse. The liquid moved up and down like a living thing, nourishing his veins and muscles, allowing the withered corpse to look as plump as before. In fact, black scales had appeared, making him stronger than before. Once the liquid saw light, they began bubbling and wailing. The ether waves that the moonlight read were even more chaotic.
There were thousands of reactions now.
As expected, parasitic shapeshifters, Ye Qingxuan murmured with his eyes narrowed.
You've really found a good house.
This entire time, Dagonet had been manipulated by these strange creatures. Just as Ye Qingxuan had thought, Dagonet had not become part of Avalon's shadow as Percival had. Dagonet had died long ago, the day he wore this armor. However, demons began to live in his corpse, which was why he had turned into this terrifying state.
Parasitic shapeshifters were a rare type of parasitic demons. Rather than demons, it was more accurate to call them parasitic insects. Their larvae were usually laid on the corpses of flying insects or birds. They would then manipulate the corpse into a trap to find a more comfortable bed for themselves. After they entered a beast's stomach, they would start infesting and assimilating into the organs and blood. In the end, they would reside in the host's brain, replace it, and begin reproducing until another cycle began. However, Ye Qingxuan had never heard of this many parasites born in a single body at once.
There were probably millions of them. The etheric reactions were probably the ripples created when they absorbed ether to strengthen their host. However, in order to support and strengthen so many parasites, how inhumanly strong had Dagonet been? With Ye Qingxuan's physical fitness, he would probably only be able to support 7 or 8 parasites at most.
Yet Dagonet had bred so many demons.
Even with a giant's lineage, he was still one of the strongest. He was close to killing Ye Qingxuan instantly with only his corpse's reflexes stimulated by the demons and pure muscular strength. Ye Qingxuan would argue with anyone who said he was a useless member of the Round Table.
If he was useless, then were the other knights actual angels. However, how unlikable was he to not be given the opportunity to fight, even with this power?
The youth complained to himself silently. And then a strange neigh sounded.
Chapter 287, Light and Shadow. A strange neigh sounded.
After a moment of suspense, the frozen Dagonet began moving again.
After their shell had been shattered, the parasitic demons instinctively felt terror.
Frenzied, they scurried around the corpse. They stimulated the long dried-out brain and attempted to utilize the last bit of emotions remaining in the corpse.
Arthur, Dagonet's body shook and he slowly looked up.
Burn marks from the scalding metal paste still remained on the damaged face that had been covered in foul fluids.
Return to me, the remaining anger said.
The hatred hidden in the corpse was awakened.
He roared, repeating the same name.
It was raw hatred from the bones. He wanted to win back the honor and status he deserved.
Arthur!
He screamed. The stone tiles under his feet shattered abruptly. His body swelled and the already exaggerated strength increased again. His armor creaked sharply, harmonizing with his angry roars. On the ground, the sword was crushed by his feet. The steel was pulverized into powder and sank into the cracks of the tiles.
Finally, the single blazing red eye looked toward Ye Qingxuan.
And then the furious giant charged.
Arthur!
He had not yet reached Ye Qingxuan, but his strength created a torrential wind, forcing one to close one's eyes. But Ye Qingxuan stood still. Only his black robe fluttered in the wind.
He looked like an eagle unfurling its wings.
A tightly coiled melody shot out from his hand like a sharp blade. It resounded within the wild wind. The youth focused on the demons hidden within the cracks of the armor.
Countless eyes appeared within the bubbling fluid. They were looking at him too.
However, there was no panic on his face, there was only coldness. If Ye Qingxuan had any fear toward the former round table night before, he had nothing to be afraid of after seeing the true nature of these demons. Faced with the overwhelming power, the youth raised his cane and slammed it onto the ground.
Boom! Instantly, the vibrations of iron transformed into the majestic blaring of a horn. It had the wild heat of a blazing sun, as if it wanted to chase away the endless and desolate night. It announced the coming of dawn. The darkness was instantly illuminated by firelight. Countless half-meter-long nails carved with music notes and scores flew from his bag. Sensing the clear breaths of demons, they spat flames and shot forward like cannons destroying a city. Boom! 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 Boom!
It was the sound of iron being torn apart.
16 silver nails instantly pierced into the cracks of the armor.
The giant dagonet flew backward from the shock and slammed against the wall. The nails pierced the sticky demons, dried corpse, and the armor before finally digging into the wall. Hellish fire spewed from the nails. It overtook Dagonet's body from inside out, transforming it into ashes and burning the countless demons. The nails were the chant material the shaman had given Ye Qingxuan. Alchemists had created these pure silver nails in the short few days.
They were customized alchemy equipment for night on Bald Mountain.
Now, the music score's fatality had more than doubled. Dagonet struggled in the fire but was unable to free himself.
The flames ate at him from the inside. Sticky bodily fluids spewed from the cracks of the armor.
Trying to escape, the demons poured out like a fountain.
However, they were already burning.
After the violent spasms, not even ashes remained. Through the heavy firelight, Dagonet's body returned to brink of death. He protested pathetically and pounded the wall that restrained him.
The cracks extended. Finally, he stopped moving. The ether waves disappeared.
All that remained was the armor that was red from the heat. Ye Qingxuan could finally let out a sigh of relief. Cold sweat seeped from his back, but he smiled.
I'm not an official musician, but I'm pretty good, huh?
While he spoke, a scoff sounded in the wind. His expression froze, but he comforted himself. A normal person can't compete with those beasts.
Gotta compare myself to people below me.
As he muttered things others could not understand, he walked forward and yanked the silver nails from the red armor. The already crumbling wall now shattered and revealed a giant hole. The damaged wall and the armor in it fell into the night sky outside the tower.
They broke apart in mid-air. I'm already this high up? Cold air from the high elevation rushed into the room.
Ye Qingxuan stood beside the crack and gazed at the clouds.
Looking down, his expression froze. Between the gaps of the clouds, Ye Qingxuan saw a bustling and busy city.
It was covered in lights. Carriages raced down the streets.
There was the solemn graveness of uptown, the bustling song and dance of midtown, and the messy chaos of downtown.
Countless ships were anchored in the harbor. The departing ship sounded its horn, which rang in the night sky. This lively city was like a pearl shining in the night. Everyone who saw it would be genuinely shaken by the sight.
Avalon? Ye Qingxuan looked back blankly.
He felt the thick aura of natural catastrophes in the room and then glanced at the flourishing city outside the crack. His expression was filled with shock. He was in the heart of Avalon's shadow, so how could he be looking down on the real Avalon? If he was not looking at an illusion, then where was he right now?
In the shadow?
Or under the same night sky, the clock shop was filled with light ticks. Hermes had finished his late-night snack and rested on the sofa. He had loosened his belt and his impressive belly bulged.
He had a vintage floor mirror before him.
Resting his double chin on his hands, he gazed at the scene in the mirror. In it, demons and barren sights flashed past. Finally, the image stopped on an overlooking angle.
Demons surge in the dark city.
A white tower rose to the sky with a strange aura.
Avalon's shadow?
Bai Xi, passing by, stopped before him and knocked against the mirror curiously.
You can see another world with this? Sorry, no. Hermes shrugged.
But Avalon's shadow isn't in another world. At most it's just a difference of here and there.
What does that mean? Would you believe me if I said that we're in Avalon's shadow right now?
Okay, you won't, but that's the truth.
Hermes smiled his trademark evil smile.
Everyone knows that when King Arthur failed, his sword in the stone split apart. He lost control of his scepter kingdom come. It dragged broken pieces of Avalon deep into the sea of ether and buried everything, creating Avalon's shadow.
But a shadow must be behind light. So how far is the shadow from the city?
Hermes raised his hand. The light passed through his arm and left the shadow of his hand on the wall. The shadow changed as he moved his hand, causing Bai Xi to shudder.
The answer is that it's right here.
Hermes studied his shadow. He pressed his hand onto the shadow and the two became one.
It's funny, isn't it?
In Avalon, hundreds of thousands live, die, breathe, eat, sleep, mate, but nobody has realized that they're only a step away from the deep abyss.
Hermes glanced at Bai Xi cheerfully. You live in the same city as demons.
You brush past each other and live in the same houses.
You interact every day but neither knows. For example, right now, there's a spider mother above your head.
Bai Xi's expression darkened and she smacked Hermes with the dictionary in her hands.
How would a clean freak like you let demons into your house? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Ha, as expected of my student.
Hermes reached out and caught the dictionary with a chubby hand as he laughed loudly. Explain clearly if you're going to talk about it, Bai Xi said coldly.
Don't beat around the bush. I'm getting there, be patient. Hermes shook his head inside.
Drawing in the air with a finger, he stated, the 3 kings of ancient times called their place the material world. The place of the originator was the ether world. There were 9 levels of the ether sea between the worlds. However, there isn't such a large distance between the material and ether world, rather, it overlapped long ago. The 9 levels of the ether sea have connected the two. The saints used their scepters to create music theories and used the formless territory as a high tower that reached into both worlds. They wanted to create unbelievable miracles and hoped they could enter the originator one day. King Arthur was not an exception. In reality, Avalon was the foundation he created for his scepter kingdom come. Everything was done to increase his strength to the max. Thus, he practically became a demigod. When he died, the piece of heaven that had descended onto earth fell apart as well and sank into the ether sea with him. It entered eternal sleep in the darkness. At first, the demons hiding in the shadow would have the chance to cross the door and appear here whenever fog shrouded Avalon. But as Avalon's shadow sank deeper and deeper into the ether sea, they became further away from here. In the end, only the blood path connected them. For centuries, only the royal family would use their blood to open this path for some unspeakable secrets. Unfortunately, some people have been meddling recently. This demonic world that had sunk into darkness is awakening again. Hermes paused and his face twitched. In the end, you have to blame that troublesome guy. The Ye family had almost died out in the east and they still wouldn't rest in the west. It's been thousands of years and none of them have been normal. Including that cousin of yours. Bai Xi fell silent. She stared at the world in the mirror. Her slowly maturing face was heavy and unreadable. However, Hermes arched an eyebrow. Are you worried for him? Don't be. Why don't you worry that your Yunlu daddy has finally decided to snatch you back to keep his cause alive? His life is sturdier than yours. Hermes huffed in annoyance. Ye Lanzhao had used all his tricks to hide many good things. Unfortunately, he didn't know his son would be so stubborn. He looks colder and more realistic than anyone else, but he's actually so naive. As he spoke, he grew gleeful inside. I'm really excited. I wonder how interesting Ye Qingxuan's expression will be when he finally realizes that he's always been purposely overlooked because of his naivety.
Chapter 288, Took the Bait? Actually, Ye Qingxuan's facial expression was already rich now.
He quickly hid his astonishment and calmed down again, continuing his path of exploration.
After Dagonet's interference, his progress was behind.
He walked across a number of rooms in which there were traces of battles, including a wide room where there were a large number of corpses. Those corpses were dark musicians who had turned out to be the hideous monsters, as well as royal musicians who turned themselves into elements and died without leaving behind a corpse. All that remained were their broken instruments. Ye Qingxuan spent a long time in that room identifying their cause of death one by one. He carefully deduced the battle process and frowned. If he was right, he was probably going to run into the two teams soon. If they were dark musicians, then of course he could fight or just run away. If they were royal musicians, they would probably not regard him as a friend either. The royal musicians had come so strangely that Ye Qingxuan had not yet figured out their purpose. The Royal Music Division's concertmaster position had been vacant for so many years. It was still a question as to how much control the royals had over their own team of musicians. Ye Qingxuan closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He continuously superimposed several layers of illusion disguise. He did not move on again until his figure was completely disguised into a vague outline and blended in with the surroundings. Soon, he finally saw someone alive in this D*MN tower. It was a dark musician who was left behind. Among the bodies, the dark musician leaned against the corner. His legs were broken and had a large hole in his belly. He was probably left behind by his companions because he could no longer fight. Now, a pair of scissors materialized in his hand. He used it to cut his intestines emotionlessly. Pulling out his broken stomach and liver, he searched good ones from the corpses and put them in. He drew a thread from his robe and turned the ether into a needle to sew the rest of the entrails together. In the end, he poured a layer of something like frozen fat. Once it entered the body, it combined with flesh and blood to stabilize the displaced gut. He completed the actions so fluidly. Lurking by the side and watching this, Ye Qingxuan was stunned. Soon, the dark musician was about to close his belly and finish the final treatment. But at that moment, some fine sound suddenly came from the corner of the room.
The dark musician suddenly looked up and his eyes turned into pale compound eyes. This was the alchemy equipment eyes of petrification. Half the substances of the room were transformed into stone and became dreadfully pale. But at that moment, a shadow emerged from the obscurity behind him. Assisted by armor, it came close as swift as an arrow in just the blink of an eye. The alarm enchantment that the dark musician had casually set around was completely cracked in just a few minutes. It was nothing compared to the difficulty of the enchantment of the Elizabeth Tower. The dark musician's complexion changed. Layers of shields surfaced around him, but that shadow lifted his palm and suddenly pressed the air. Boom! The force shield ruptured. His body shot back like a ball, smashed against the wall, and the newly stitched gut flowed from his belly. His sound of heart was in turmoil. Before he could react, the shadow pounced on him and used a stick-like thing to beat his head. This was a wake-up call. He must wake up quickly. Bang! The dark musician blacked out but felt an invisible river pour into his head and swallow him whole. The invisible psychological attacks infiltrated his brain and scattered all his thoughts. The dark musician was muddled. He entered a state of dementia and became powerless to resist. The young man standing before him put the cane between his eyebrows. He said in a soft voice, "Surprise! Congratulations! You'll get a chance to receive a bonus and a mystery gift from the vengeful spirit as long as you give the correct answers to my questions." The sluggish dark musician struggled but could not think about resistance. All he felt were different emotions raising and setting in his brain: rage, sadness, joy, disappointment, all sorts of emotions. He was about to lose control and die while vomiting blood.
Ye Qingxuan once again triggered another wave of psychological attacks. The skills that he learned from their gods were applied perfectly.
Now, please listen to the first question.
Just as the youth was interrogating in hushed whispers, Nibirius silently appeared in the dark shadow of the corner. He stared at Ye Qingxuan's back with a cheerful smile.
He finally took the bait.
He hid into the shadows and moved quietly. His palm changed and multiplied. 5 soft and cold tentacles molted from his palm with a ferocious suction cup in the middle. There were also sharp teeth that suddenly pressed to the back of Ye Qingxuan's head. The slender tentacles flung out into the air with explosive bursts as the whip unfurled, so Ye Qingxuan had nowhere to hide. But at almost the same time, the originally preoccupied youth suddenly turned over as if he had expected this. He looked at Nibirius and smiled. He had been waiting for Nibirius for a long time. Stunned, Nibirius immediately felt chills all over. In a twinkling, Ye Qingxuan flipped over and threw the captive into the Nibirius hand. The 5 tentacles changed colors with an unexpected gold tint. They crossed and gathered, cutting the unresponsive dark musician into pieces. He died with his eyes open. One could not accuse Nibirius of cruelty. Who dared to catch the thing that the vengeful spirit threw over? He also had the habit of making the enemy a bomb and throwing it out. What if that dark musician's brain was planted with a hint that would be triggered at the time? He would die. However, he did not understand when he was exposed. He had great confidence in his own illusion. He definitely did not have any flaws. Soon, he found that there was no time left for him to think it over. After the body was chopped up, Ye Qingxuan grasped the opening. He shot over with a speed at least 5 times faster than before. What drug did this guy take? Or was it a physical transformation? Nibirius howled. His musical temperament changed as if dozens of mouths repeated the same tone at the same time. He chanted too fast for people to hear clearly. Screaming, he finished the chant in an instant. Iron from the void gathered, layers of notes lit up above it. The paper-thin metal skin now seemed to turn into an iron wall. But the iron wall meant nothing. Ye Qingxuan maintained his speed, even speeding up a bit, and charged toward the wall. When he reached Nibirius, he quickly pressed down. The sigh. Boom! He could feel that the armor on his arm was burning red-hot after the 3 consecutive activations within half an hour. It was scorching like fire, having reaching its limit. However, the effect was that the iron wall was broken and burst out toward Nibirius with him. The flying metal shards dug into Nibirius and scraped against the bones, leaving ghastly wounds. But then he hid into the void and disappeared. He was lurking in the dark again. He did not even have a chance to breathe. Ye Qingxuan suddenly turned strangely, followed in his direction, and caught up with him. Nibirius was exposed again? His scalp tingled. An inexplicable sense of crisis made his figure flicker and dissipated again. Ye Qingxuan unexpectedly caught up once again before Nibirius could stand his ground. He was found again? This time he had made sure that he had cut off all the ties with Ye Qingxuan. Even the eerie moonlight guidance line had been severed completely. How did Ye Qingxuan find him? Malice flashed in Nibirius' eyes. Fiery bloody mist spouted from his palms. He pressed the bagpipe in his arms. The instrument gave a mournful wail, releasing the movement contained in it. The blood mist instantly gushed like a waterfall and engulfed Ye Qingxuan. Where the blood mist fell, everything was torn to dust by the violent forces contained in it. The walls were instantly penetrated, revealing a strange and twisted room behind them, and left deep ravines on the floor. With a blow, even the air was sucked dry. The entire cone-shaped region became a vacuum. Nothing existed, including Ye Qingxuan. The youth's figure became illusory and broke soundlessly. He disappeared like the moon's reflection in water. It was fake. F***ck. Nibirius' expression changed. He finally heard the faint chant in the wind. It was the phantom suns from Winter Eyes. He was startled at the moment of the counterattack, which gave Ye Qingxuan the opportunity to plant a hint.
"Wrong, I'm here,"
Ye Qingxuan whispered behind him. The youth pressed his cane to Nibirius' waist. At the head of the staff, the amber gem shone with glowing light.
"The Eye of Indra."
In a flash, frantic electricity engulfed him, drowning him in the glaring light. The destruction had arrived. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed in the air. They became a complex movement, releasing the cool and majestic melody.
A bright moon emerged, hanging right above Nibirius, who was now charred.
The moonlight swallowed Nibirius like fire.
Thunder and moonlight doubled the destruction.
Instantly, half of Nibirius' body turned to ashes. However, his flesh and blood quickly withered in the moonlight. His blood gushed and shielded the moonlight.
Next, he molted like a snake.
He shed most of his flesh and skin, shaking off the moon's lock. He instantly jumped dozens of meters out of the moonlight's range. Ye Qingxuan did not expect that Nibirius could escape in such a way. Tired as he was, he could not easily catch up. However, the Nibirius' eyes showed no calm or mockery, they were full of panic and fear.
He was distraught. Chapter 289, Six-Sided. For the first time after being punished by the gods for decades, Nibirius felt humiliation and fear. The thunderbolt was just regular destruction and he did not worry over it. However, the moonlight.
Gritting his teeth, he abruptly broke his arm.
Moonlight also surged from the arm like fire. It purified the arm, turning it to dust.
He had vaguely heard of this terrifying thing before. It was the natural enemy of dark musicians, the nemesis of all demons, a fatal curse. He only truly understood the horror after experiencing it personally. He did not even know how to fight against the benevolence purification. The only solution was to be heartless and get rid of it before he was tainted. He could still feel the horror of being powerless. How could Holmes possess such a cry power? Nibirius continuously activated the alchemy equipment embedded into his flesh and let out music scores. He constructed a fortress around himself. Looking up at the youth with a halo of moonlight, his expression changed from shock to horror, ferocity, awe, marvel, until it finally turned to respect. No wonder Holmes was a genius that could be compared to him.
What a pity! Nibirius's flesh quickly recovered and his broken limb regenerated.
Looking at Ye Qingxuan, he gritted his teeth and said hoarsely, "Such a pity."
"What's a pity?"
The youth furrowed his brows.
"I feel pity for you." Nibirius smiled and rejoiced and said with sincerity, "If you didn't relax at that moment and used all the music scores in your instrument, I probably wouldn't be able to fight anymore." "No, if you used your best card, I'd definitely be destroyed here." Nibirius's smile suddenly froze. The last part of destroyed was stuck in his throat.
"Wait, you seem as if discovering something impossible." He gaped at Ye Qingxuan and stuttered, "Why do you always play enchant live?
You never use scores stored in your instrument."
"Your best card." "No, the level I could sense. This isn't right.
This is too unbelievable. How can it be? It's impossible. Impossible. Impossible."
He roared in confusion. Subconsciously grabbing at the newly grown hair, his scalp turned bloody. His fingers and scalp scraped against each other with a jarring sound.
How is this possible?
Finally, he turned his head stiffly while convulsing and looked at Ye Qingxuan. His eyes were huge and bloodshot.
They practically shone. "I finally understand, Mr. Holmes. You really impress me."
"No, you're a once-in-a-lifetime, no, 100, once-in-a-millennium genius,"
he cried as if going crazy.
Pointing at Ye Qingxuan, he cackled wildly.
"The enemy I've been battling for all this time isn't even an official musician? Losing all sanity, Nibirius laughed so hard he was crying. What a joke! The infamous vengeful spirit of Avalon that had purified countless demons and dark musicians isn't even an official musician. Dear Lord, I used to compare you to myself, but now I realize that I'm nothing compared to you. Even at my current state, I can't be compared to you. He gazed at Ye Qingxuan fervently. He lowered his head and, casting aside the fact that they were enemies or that they were at vastly different levels, he performed the most sublime rite. Mr. Holmes, please allow me to offer you my highest respect. Your talent has caused me to realize my weakness for the first time in my life. Right now, I am shedding tears because of the talent you have shown. Nibirius lowered his head. Bloody tears rolled past his cheeks and fell onto the floor. It's really such a pity and such cruelty that someone like you cannot become my companion. Why did God allow me to enter this world and meet you? Why were we forced into such different and incompatible grounds? He choked as he sobbed. The ether around him lifted like furious winds. The crazed power broke through the shell of his body. It burned with aggressive light, almost suffocating Ye Qingxuan. Despite Nibirius' weak words, the power coming from him was terrifyingly strong. Cracks even appeared in the walls around them. The surrounding objects had started breaking apart. Nibirius also swelled as his flesh expanded. When he raised his head, the now inhuman face was still filled with respect and solemnity. Now, let me use my strongest power to end you. Let me give you a battle you will not regret. A battle that fits your status even if you go to hell. No, I won't blame you if you go easy on me. I wish we can go back to how things were and start over, Ye Qingxuan yelled in his mind. However, Nibirius had already started his final transformation. A vertical pupil had grown on his forehead at some time. It was filled with endless satanic craze. This was the manifestation of Hyakum. An identical face appeared on the back of his head. It chanted the same poem. This was the talent given by the natural catastrophe Sukuna. Black scales sprouted throughout his body. Each one shone with the light of the night sky. One could see that blood no longer flowed in his bulging veins. Instead, it was a fluid that looked like mercury. Every time he had a new transformation, Ye Qingxuan felt more pain. In the end, he was completely numb. How many satanic gods did this F*King psychotic mother F** sign with? Nibirius finally revealed his true nature. He was not a human anymore, he was a beast with 6 sides. 6 different resonance-level ether waves crashed around him, practically asphyxiating Ye Qingxuan. I haven't had this feeling in a long time, Nibirius growled. He clenched his fist and sparks flew from his fingers. Let us begin now. Wait. Before him, Ye Qingxuan suddenly raised his hand. We're going to fight anyway, so can you answer some of my questions first? At least let me die without confusion. Nibirius laughed heartily. You think I'm those villains from stories that talk for a long time instead of killing the main character, giving him time to turn the tides? Ye Qingxuan's face twitched. I am, Nibirius stated, causing the youth to blanch. For people like us who pursue the absolute choice, the only thing worse than death is dying with confusion, right? Due to my respect for you, you can ask me anything. If I cannot answer, I will not. If I can, I will tell you everything. If you have any other tricks, please try them. If your intelligence and talent can turn the tides in such a disadvantageous situation, I will lose without complaint. I am wholeheartedly willing to be the stepping stone for someone like you. In other words, after the question, he would fight without mercy or holding back. He would fight with death as his goal. So, please describe the biography of a saint of Anglo's diplomatic history using 10,000 words? He obviously could not ask such a question to make more time for himself. What if Nibirius decided to just kill him? He still needed to hold on to this sudden chance. The gears in Ye Qingxuan's mind turned.
Finally, he uttered the biggest question he had. You all made such a big commotion in the Elizabeth Tower.
Weren't you afraid of attracting Mordred? Or were you confident in winning? Mordred? Naberius was stunned. He did not expect Ye Qingxuan to ask this question.
A secretive smile appeared on the inhuman face.
Why should we be careful of something that was never there? Was never there?
Ye Qingxuan froze and his face slacked.
It doesn't exist? Correct.
Arthur's descendant, the traitor who stabbed him in the legends, never existed. The supposed achievement was just a legend created by poets and authors. Naberius casually stated something completely different from history. His expression was cold and grave.
Mordred died when he was still in the womb. Impossible.
Ye Qingxuan retorted reflexively.
Why is it impossible? Naberius's eyes were cold.
His mother was killed when she was still pregnant. Some said that Arthur suspected his queen was unfaithful, but Mordred was undoubtedly King Arthur's son.
This much is definite. However, he was not human.
He was the inheritor of the cursed blood, and his blood was more powerful than his father's.
He would be born a demon.
His mere existence represented that King Arthur was tainted and was proof he had fallen. Arthur would never allow him to live in this world. And so Mordred was killed in his mother's womb, dug out, and burned for 7 days, mourned for 7 days, and finally sealed under this Elizabeth Tower for eternity.
Naberius looked at the youth's shocked expression and extended his arms, sweeping at his surroundings. So many years of resentment.
That child is still submerged in Lycoris flower solution, not decaying for eternity and singing every night.
Mr. Holmes, have you heard his song?
The song that haunted his ears sounded again, sending chills down Ye Qingxuan's spine.
Chapter 290, I have a killer weapon.
The boy's voice sang the quiet song from the deepest darkness of the White Tower.
The song resounded within the dark city, snaking into everyone's ears.
The king and his helpers kidnapped the queen, imprisoning her in dreams.
We have power in the sea, so which direction should we wander?
Oh ho, millions of pairs of hands raise the sails high. Pull, the thieves and beggars will have eternal life.
The bell has already rung in the cemetery. Did you hear the eerie song?
Respond to our calls, the blood debt will be paid.
Oh ho, raise the sails, we'll return home.
Pull, the thieves and beggars, we will be immortal in death.
Immortal in death.
Ye Qingxuan gritted his teeth.
What exactly are you planning to do? That's a second question, Mr. Holmes. Naberius clenched his fist.
A majestic melody resounded around him, calling for power from the deep abyss.
Unfortunately, you don't get any more answers. So let us fight. Boom! A wind tunnel opened behind Ye Qingxuan.
It hung above his head like a black vortex. The moonlight flickered like a candle in the wind. Once again, he almost suffocated from the power.
Wait!
His face white, he raised his hand for a timeout. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed out, Mr. Naberius, I advise you to stop when you still can. I still have a killer weapon hidden.
I hope you won't force me to use it. Oh? Please take it out. Naberius laughed heartily with a joyous expression.
Now, I'll believe you even if you say you learned destructive scores like Genesis or Ode to Joy.
Is your best card Fate, which the average person cannot understand? Or is it Rite of the Valkyries? Or is it Symphony number 1819? Naberius, those that you mentioned don't have true power.
A sliver of regret flashed through Ye Qingxuan's eyes as he sighed.
The thing more powerful than music scores is calling for help. Butcher, get him! Roar!
A thunderous roar exploded in the air.
A chainsaw appeared out of thin air.
The crude yet sharp blade was covered with layers of dried blood and shining music notes. When the raised chainsaw sliced down, it practically ripped the air. It left behind a thick bloody gash in its path. Blood spread through the air like ink and transformed into various youthful faces. A river-like roaring sounded. It was the sound of blood pulsing through veins. The thunderous bursts transformed into a rhythm. It was the echo of an enormous heart beating heavily. There seemed to be devil bathing in lava and singing happily under the crazed melody.
God, please give me mercy.
I kneel in the river of souls, attempting to wash away the dirtiness.
God, please give me salvation.
I am waist deep in curses.
Can you hear my pleas? God, please give me your blessing. I am neck deep in blood.
I beg for relief. And so the countless faces in the bloody cloud laughed and replied, la 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 la.
Within an instant, the chainsaw appeared behind Nibirius.
There was a roar, it swelled, and it fell down. The protective enchantments crumbled. The defensive music scores were useless. The wind tunnel that reached into the abyss was split cleanly into two by the bone saw. The overlapping music notes on the blade shone brilliantly, crushing the fine and majestic music theory. Unable to heal, it broke apart completely.
Nibirius' expression changed drastically.
He dodged quickly, but the saw had already scraped past the face on the back of his head. It hacked down the middle, leaving an ugly wound that extended to his waist.
It practically dug his spine out.
Something sharp flashed past Nibirius' eyes. Mercury-like blood flowed out of the wound. The blood contained countless etheric changes. They revealed different properties, such as earth, water, fire, and wind. Leaving his body, the power in his blood fought against each other with destructive strength. However, the bone saw abruptly pulled back and blocked the blood's path. When the blood sprayed onto the saw, they were battled down by the aggressive music theory within the saw.
Shattered pieces of bloody mist flew and burned like fire.
When they attached onto something, half of a menacing silhouette appeared. It was like a dragon hiding in gray clouds. It only revealed half a claw and more dangerous objects hidden in the darkness. Even though it was attacked, its disguise was still intact. This was the highest level of illusion scores. Its effect has entered the rules of nature through resonance. This was at least at the distortion level. When Nibirius scurried back, trembling with chills.
Since the beginning, Ye Qingxuan stated coolly.
You practically creamed me last time.
Did you think that I wouldn't have learned my lesson?
Lola had put the highest level illusion onto the butcher so he could follow Ye Qingxuan into Avalon's shadow. The shaman paid for the butcher's fee and the materials needed for the illusion. Not only did Ye Qingxuan have a helper, he also helped the profiteer Lola earn some extra pocket money. He had hired the butcher this time just to deal with Nibirius and the robin.
He had fooled everyone by hiding him.
Other than at the entrance of the tower, the butcher did not do anything else. Ye Qingxuan had not asked for help even when he was close to dying. The butcher had been calmly watching by the side too. He had hidden his murderous intent while watching Ye Qingxuan practically get killed. It was as if he had not existed. But now, he burst into action and practically dazed Nibirius with one strike. However, the butcher was still hidden in the emptiness. He only revealed fleeting and terrifying shadows. This beast was wearing armor like the Archangel armor. However, the armor was black and much bigger and menacing. As if it was made of sharp raw metal, it spewed out scalding evaporated gas as he moved. The sharp sound melded into the music scores on his body, causing the singing to grow more frenzied. One could make out the emblem that had been scraped away on the shoulder of the armor.
St. George's spear? This armor is from the Dragon Riders?
Clenching his jaw, Nibirius forced out a smile.
I know you.
You're the butcher, huh? I didn't expect to see the results that Gaius had left behind.
It seems that you've been transformed many times, right? How much demon blood do you have in you? You look more like a beast than I do now.
The butcher remained silent. Mournful red light shone from the eyes under the helmet. There was the sound of metal scraping, like a sword being unsheathed. The silhouette of a huge blade appeared in the air. The chaotic ether waves on the blade could barely remain hidden by the illusion. Merely its appearance could make any living thing feel the pain of its flesh separating from bone. The bone saw and blade knocked against each other crisply like a beast lusting for blood's gratification. The thin youth raised his hand before the butcher's fierce silhouette. He steadied his hat and revealed his taunting eyes. "Using your words, next, let us fight." As soon as he spoke, the halo of moonlight brightened and the cold light bathed the surroundings. The butcher roared and charged with the youth. Naberius growled angrily. His two faces chanted simultaneously, the muscles on his spine right, and his two hands shot out. It was hard to fight against two enemies, so he added another pair of hands. Blades of wind and swords of fire materialized in his hands. Destructive light surged around him. He guided the ether and darkness flowed like a tide. Power from the abyss reappeared, transforming him into the physical incarnate of destruction. The originally vast room began extremely cramped in this terrifying battle. Within a few rounds, it was already covered in traumata and broken walls. Naberius had been smashed into the freezing storage room and began to fight amongst the rotten food, but the butcher countered Naberius' strength directly. He had been the best fighter of the dragon riders and fought with natural catastrophes. Now, this executioner released the wild power from before. Under Hermes' customized armor, his blood flowed like lava, turning him into a beast. A beast fighting a beast. A demon killing a demon. It was the clashing of pure strength and the pursuit of destruction. The saw raised gales of wind and grew more powerful under the music score. It could face Naberius at his strongest state. They were fighting forcefully. Amidst the illogically powerful battle, everything between them broke, shattered, crumbled, and turned to dust. Chop! 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 Even the recruiter Ye Qingxuan had never seen the butcher fight with his all before. Naberius retreated continuously under the wild power. However, Ye Qingxuan's floating moonlight continued to help the butcher. Moonlight stretched from his body and latched onto the butcher and Naberius. He read, analyzed, reacted, decoded, he saw each and every move from the two and added his own strength when needed. Moonlight, thunder, hallucination, hints. The relentless power was an obstacle for Naberius. The endless eroding moonlight caused him to struggle. How was this an exhilarating fight? This was torturous, like being skinned alive slowly. He grew furious. Everyone who fought against Ye Qingxuan had felt the same pain. It was like sinking into a quagmire. No amount of power was effective. Under the relentless attacks, he retreated gradually. He could only watch as he sank powerlessly and slowly into the quicksand. Suddenly standing still, he forced the butcher back and roared to the air. His voice contained the calls from the abyss and it spread instantly. He rang the black bell in his hand. "Which demon are you trying to call?" Ye Qingxuan knew what he wanted to do. "It's useless." Rather than retreating, he grasped this chance and charged with the butcher again. He completely controlled the rhythm of the fight now. Naberius froze. He rang the bell again, but Malpas did not appear no matter how the bell echoed. Seeing his confused eyes, Ye Qingxuan smirked. "Did you notice that today's moon is really big and really round?" The blue moon hung high outside the hole in the wall. Like water, the moonlight turned this world into an ocean. If one looked from the bottom of the sea, one would discover that ripples of light appeared above the sea, above the layers of clouds. An illusionary laugh sounded amongst the ripples. It was light like a dream. Endless snow and hallucinations came through the dream. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 291 to 300. Chapter 291, You Hurt My Heart.
Above the endless snowy plain, Malpas transformed into a black eagle and broke through the blizzard. He flew into the sky, angrily chewing the sun. However, the sun hung high in the air like a taunt. Lola's gentle voice sang amidst the endless wind and snow. I see 3 suns in the sky. I stare at them and they stare back as if they don't wish to leave me. Come out, B*TCH. Come out. Malpas roared. His feathers stood straight up and godly light shot from his eyes. It broke the hallucination, but then he fell into another one. Endless black crows poured out of thin air, brashly attacking the lone eagle. Black feathers scattered in the wind. They ate hungrily and chewed up the steel like eagle feathers. It was Dai Krahi of Winterice, the crow. Crows brought the sign of death and emerged continuously. Angered, Malpas shot out his feathers, ripping through the flock of crows, shaking them away, and flying high into the sky. But no matter how he flew, he could not escape the D*MN hallucination. Seemingly familiar scenes appeared before him. He was going in circles, but the tide of crows was catching up. He was lost. It was Der Wegweiser of Winterice, the signpost. Next, it was Der Greiskopf, the grey head which eroded determination, and Toschum, the deception of countless changing illusions. Finally, amidst the hoarse singing of a seemingly ancient musician, the power brewing in him started fading quickly. It was Der Lehrmann, the hurdy-gurdy man that could force one to a lower level. King Clown. Malpas roared in anger. You maniacs playing with illusions. You dare, you dare. The power around him shook. With a limitless explosion of strength, he tore through the hallucinations one after another and fell into another one. Once all 24 movements of Winterice were cast, it would turn into an endless hellish loop. Last time, Lola had just done it casually and the dark musician was practically dazed. He had assimilated into the illusion and disappeared. The blue moon was born on the night of the full moon. It was the peak of Lola's strength. All knew that illusion musicians would definitely die when forced to fight face to face. However, once the enemy fell into an illusion, he would be the one to die. After days of detailed arranging, she and Ye Qingxuan had left an immense amount of mediums. Once illuminated by the blue moon, the hallucination's power would be at its max. The distortion-level music theory wrapped around Malpas tightly, forcing him to fly around like a headless fly, unable to escape. Because she had all the Deva's blood she needed, Lola was able to throw away her worries and put her all in. The terrifying illusion ability inherited from Moonchant was deep in her bones. Lola was able to toy with the big demon after her detailed calculations. It was difficult to maintain for long, but she could temporarily trap this godly demon in her illusion. Between layers of shadows, Lola sneered. She guided the deathly rays of the blue moon, blurred the difference between hallucination and reality, and used all her power. Are big demons scary? She chuckled. I was like that before. In the Elizabeth Tower, Nibirius was at the brink of defeat. His right hand was completely hacked off by the bone saw. He was failing. 6 new wounds opened on his body instantly. He was practically cut apart. Roaring, he tore off the face on the back of his head and hurled it at the butcher. It flew through the air and stuck onto the butcher's damaged armor. Whistling, it exploded. A giant bloody vortex appeared in thin air. Like the mouth of the abyss, it closed abruptly and chewed. Crack! Steel cracked apart and the armor shattered. A giant gaping hole opened in the butcher's abdomen. Hot blood poured out. This was a fatal hit, but the butcher did not care. He forced his bone saw out. Boom! He pierced through Nibirius' chest. The flesh exploded and Nibirius could not mend the hole. The youth passed the butcher. Moonlight covered his cane and he pierced into the chest. Nibirius' body shook with the explosion that followed. He fell out of his demonic state and returned to his original appearance. He fell to the ground pathetically, 4 limbs up.
Ye Qingxuan stepped onto his shattered chest, prodding his face with the cane. He said coldly, "Nibirius, your side lost." In the pool of blood, Nibirius was a mess of flesh. He forced his remaining eye open and squinted at the youth, trying to see clearly. When he heard the youth's words, he could not help but laugh. His shattered lungs writhed and he spat out fresh blood. In comparison, his laugh was pathetic and mournful, but also mocking.
"You still don't understand."
His throat was sliced.
One could see his vocal cords shaking as strands of blood flew out. "I'm just a clown to Hyakum, Mr. Holmes. Who would gamble everything on a clown? Did you forget something?"
Bone stuck out of his face, but he still managed to smile, mocking both himself and Ye Qingxuan.
"The true winner has already reached the top.
The Royal Musician Division that you put all your hope on, they've probably been massacred." Ye Qingxuan blanched but quickly grew furious. Seeing his anger, Nibirius laughed loudly, bloody spittle flying out.
"We already have the power in our hands. Ha! Ha! Ha!"
Amidst the maniacal laughter, his heart shattered. Blood poured out, melting his body and taking his laughter into the cracks of the tiles. Ye Qingxuan could not stop the sudden change. This asterisk shoal still had a backup plan.
But Ye Qingxuan did not care anymore.
He threw down most of his medicine and bandages. He did not even have time to care for the fatally wounded butcher. His nerves were on fire. The butcher waved his hand, motioning for Ye Qingxuan to leave. He tore apart his broken armor and expertly gave himself emergency first aid. Ye Qingxuan had already sprinted out the door. The entire way, he could only see charred black ruins.
The bodies of dark musicians and royal musicians were everywhere.
Every room was covered in blood, looking menacing and sad.
"No, no, no, no." Gritting his teeth, Ye Qingxuan's expression darkened. He kicked down door after door, flipping through the bodies.
"It'll be okay if there's no body.
No news is good news."
He comforted himself again and again, but he could not push down the feeling of anger and failure. Crazed, he kicked aside all obstacles and sped up.
"God help you, bench guy, please be okay." Boom!
Ye Qingxuan kicked down the last door and found it was a dead end. He had reached the end, the top of the Elizabeth Tower. In the coldness and gales of the high elevation, cold moonlight illuminated the ghastly blood at the top of the tower. Corpses lay scattered around the sacrificial altar in the center. They had been fighting even to their death. He could find signs of suicide and the dark red stains of evaporated blood. They had all died. He was too late. Ye Qingxuan lost all strength and practically collapsed.
F***CK. 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 F***CK.
Nibirius' maniacal laughter sounded in his mind. Roaring, Ye Qingxuan flipped through the corpses, looking through the unfamiliar faces over and over again. Finally, he stopped and froze.
"Bench guy." Gavin lay in a pool of blood under two bodies.
His chest was dyed red, his steel-gray eyes were blank and reflected the moonlight.
Ye Qingxuan touched his neck.
He could still feel some warmth.
Gavin was still alive. Overjoyed, Ye Qingxuan almost cheered.
He pulled out all his medicine and began injecting them into Gavin's veins.
"You have to live," he muttered frantically. Drenched in sweat, he pressed onto Gavin's chest again and again.
He cast electricity with his hands to give the weak heart some strength.
Finally, Gavin's blank eyes trembled. His body convulsed as he was shocked awake. "Don't come over."
As if finally breaking free from a nightmare, he stared at Ye Qingxuan in sheer terror and screamed, "Don't come over."
"Bench guy, it's okay, it's me."
Ye Qingxuan grabbed his hand, but then it loosened. The arm fell from Gavin's sleeves. The blood on the wound was already dry. He gaped. Gavin's right hand had been broken long ago.
Ye Qi? Gavin seemed to finally recognize Ye Qingxuan. Unrestrainable terror appeared in his eyes and he enveloped Ye Qingxuan. Natural catastrophe. Yezi, you gotta go. It's the natural catastrophe. It's here. Natural catastrophe?
Ye Qingxuan froze, but his expressions changed quickly. Then a crisp sound came from his arms.
Snick. Ye Qingxuan stiffened.
Looking down in confusion, he saw the dagger sticking out of his chest. Gavin was holding the handle with his unharmed right hand. The blade had been pushed through all the defenses and flesh. Now, he finally felt the cold pain of his heart being cut apart. It felt unrealistic. Bench guy? Ye Qingxuan looked up in confusion.
What are you doing? Yezi, I told you not to come. Why didn't you listen?
The fear and terror disappeared from Gavin's face. His gray eyes recovered its coldness as he studied the youth. His voice was gentle and clear, elegant as always as he said, "Mr. Holmes, you hurt my heart."
Ye Qingxuan flinched. Finally understanding, he chuckled bitterly. "It's you." When it dawned on him, he uttered, "Robin." Chapter 292, Friend. It's you, Robin.
Ye Qingxuan saw the truth that he had overlooked.
So it's you, Gavin.
He had been looking for the robin for such a long time, but he had never thought that the robin would be hidden so close to him. So close they had become such good friends. He should have known that no place in Avalon would have a musician so well versed in summoning and modifications other than the School of Royalty. Why did Gavin, from the School of Royalty, only show his attainment in modifications and never summoning? Other than the royal musicians who had Galahad's help, who else would be able to escape from moonlight that night in the asylum? This was how it was. It was so natural yet felt so sudden when he realized the truth. It was so sudden that Ye Qingxuan wanted to cry. When? The youth asked tiredly, when did you discover me? The school anniversary day. You used Bolero the first time we met. That was your only flaw. As expected, showing off isn't a good habit. Ye Qingxuan laughed at himself. So you didn't approach me because you liked me? Yeah. Gavin nodded and lowered his eyes. But I was telling the truth when I said I'm jealous of you. He let go and Ye Qingxuan collapsed. Blood flowed out soundlessly. Ye Qingxuan looked up at the moonlight from the pool of blood. He just wanted to laugh. Laugh at himself, laugh at his naivety. I thought, we were friends. We are, but why wouldn't you listen? Gavin's eyes were upset. I already warned you, didn't I? We would still be friends if you stayed in the academy, Yezi. As long as you didn't come, we'd be friends forever. That's great. The youth panted weakly. I didn't die in the hands of a friend. Yes, how can the robin and the vengeful spirit be friends? Gavin closed his eyes sadly. When he opened them again, only coldness remained. He yanked the dagger out. Blood poured out onto him. They dyed the steel gray eyes red. Farewell, Yezi, Gavin said quietly as he walked across the youth. Someone as naive as you doesn't suit this dirty world. The youth lay in the spreading blood and sank into darkness. However, Robin changed into his blood-colored ceremonial robe. He climbed the corpses to reach the highest point. The crystal eye in his hand caught the moonlight and shone with cold light. The light fell upon the enchantment of Avalon. When it fell on the tip of the Elizabeth Tower, the enormous white tower boomed and shook. Above the sacrificial altar at the tip, a huge hole opened up. The entire tower trembled and whined as if it was about to break apart. Darkness poured from the hole. The container held down by layers of metal chains lifted, escaping the restrictions. Finally, it emerged from the darkness to see the moonlight. The cold songs sounded once again. The king and helpers kidnapped the queen, imprisoning her in dreams. Something was singing softly inside the small metal coffin. It carried centuries of hate and desolate. Its voice was gentle yet lonely.
Gavin's dagger flashed.
He brought it down, hacking away the seal covered in metallic paste. The coffin shattered. Clear fluid shook inside the glass beaker within.
The moonlight illuminated the charred, oddly shaped infant. The wounds on its ruined face slowly opened and closed, singing the chilling song. Gavin stared enthusiastically at it. He pressed against the glass, feeling the power within. After all these centuries, you're still alive. What kind of power did Arthur give you? As if sensing the living organism close to it, the infant cracked its eyes open. The eyes were empty and cold with the natural arrogance and eeriness of demons. Drink and enjoy the fountain of life. Gavin cracked the seal open.
Cackling, he slit his wrist. Fresh blood flowed into the crack. It diffused and drowned Mordred's body. All that remained was a faint shadow. In the blood, the strange shadow began to distort and grow. It absorbed the blood and grew rapidly. After waiting for hundreds of years, it finally came to this cold world. The Lycoris flower fluid bubbled and the cracks of the container extended quickly before finally shattering. The song grew clearer and clearer. It echoed in all directions, making anyone pale. It grew from a weak man's voice to the roars of countless demons. The song resounded in the darkness, transforming into a majestic ode and the frenzied song of revenge. Its key has been inserted in the case. The demon will realize our dreams. The bell has already rung in the cemetery. Did you hear the eerie song? Respond to our calls, the blood debt will be paid. Oh ho, raise the sails, we'll return home. Pull, the thieves and beggars, we will be immortal in death. Be immortal in death. Under the cold moonlight, the ball of boiling blood suddenly shattered, evaporated, and disappeared. In midair, the cold and handsome boy slowly opened his eyes. The orb seemed to contain endless thunder and fire. One could not meet his eyes. Within a few snaps of the finger, he had recovered from his burned state. He grew quickly and already looked to be 7 or 8 years old. His gold hair danced under the cold moonlight. He was ineffably strange and majestic. The rebellious child who had been sealed away for centuries had finally arrived to the world from death. Mordred looked up slowly. He gazed at the moonlight and smiled with malice. Reaching out, he clenched a fist. Gold light flashed in his hand and countless demonic apparitions appeared. It was the chapter of the Golden Victory. Boom! Waves crashed in the sea of ether. Mournful cracks appeared on the Elizabeth Tower. Its core shattered abruptly. The entire Avalon's shadow began to quake violently. The enchantment was collapsing. The enchantment that had enveloped this golden city for centuries was now like a candle in the wind. It quickly died away in Mordred's hand. The collapse quickly moved from the shadow to reality. Everyone felt the ocean's cry, the earthquake, and the cracks on the Elizabeth Tower. The faint glow enveloping the night sky extinguished rapidly, the ether rippled wildly, signaling the coming of darkness. Avalon had lost all protection. However, deep inside Avalon's shadow, darkness was quickly dissipating along with the thick and endless fog. The bell rang and echoed through the city of darkness. At the highest point of the city, the gate chained by layers of darkness and fog suddenly opened. The gate of the palace had opened. And in the endless darkness deep inside the layers of doors, the throne was burning. A pair of sleeping eyes slowly opened a crack within the flames. The sleeper was about to awaken. Yezi? For a moment, Lola felt a sudden heart palpitation. Deep inside the hallucination, she spun around. The marker she had put on Ye Qingxuan suddenly disappeared, the resonance was over and the heart of sound had dissipated. What had happened? The angry blue moon lit up inside her eyes. She scanned the dark city, seeing layers of corpses and demons dancing within the blood and ruins. And the youth awaiting death at the top of the tower. Ye Qi? She froze. The surrounding moonlight went out of control and flashed. Immense hatred and gloominess appeared in her eyes. Darkness surged and the demonic blood within her roared. Who did it? The moonlight burned like the sun. It became tangible outside the hallucination and the blade swept across Avalon's shadow. In its path, demons were split apart, their blood absorbed by the moonlight, and transformed into cold dust. Who did it? She screamed and her broken scepter appeared around her. She performed her symphony of predestination again and transformed into a towering shadow. This was the god that the moon spirits worshipped, the physical incarnation of the blue moon. Her scepter was the dark side of the moon. The insubstantial shadow shook and dissipated. The broken scepter broke once again. A crack appeared across Lola's face. She spun around and looked inside the hallucination. Malpas was no longer flying. He had stopped in mid-air, allowing the hallucinations to eat away at him and drag him in. Countless eagle feathers floated above the thousands of black feathers. It all transformed into a black vortex. He was going to give up. The moment he felt the Avalonian enchantment end, his restrained power suddenly shot to the peak of the distortion level. He distorted the hallucination and rays of light as if they were real. However, this guy did not think of turning the tides when he recovered his ability. Instead, he chose to give up. Malpas' body swelled rapidly because his blood absorbed the ether. It bubbled as if boiling. Each feather contained burning power that could wipe an entire street off the map. I offer this feather to you, the creator of all, Eagle Wing Mother. Murmuring hoarsely, he recited, I offer this blood and bone to the mighty followers of the darkness, I give this soul to the Almighty Lord. He has arrived. He has arrived. He has arrived. The wild incantation came from the black vortex. His screams lifted wild waves in the nothingness of the ether sea. The power that had shot upward from the distortion level now transformed into flames that burned the hallucination. The endless snowfield and blizzard were ignited instantly, turning this place into a hell. Deep within the hell, Malpas had swelled to his limits. The giant eagle that wanted to swallow everything radiated with light and fire. He burned himself endlessly, transforming into an aggressive sun. The overlapping music theory shattered and the hallucination scattered. Huge tremors traveled thousands of miles with the broken music theory and crashed onto Lola. She shook. Slicing the air with her fingers, the music theory suddenly disappeared. The dozens of demons trapped in cages around her suddenly shook and died with an explosion. Blood trickled out of her openings. Her entire body jolted violently as her moon spirit blood boiled. She could barely control it. Demons were maniacs after all. They would explode without any forewarning. If she had not retreated in time, she would have been swept into that ball of light and burned to death as well. Before she could catch her breath in the dark alley, she injected the remaining Deva's blood into her body to forcefully cover her wounds. Gritting her teeth and holding onto the wall, she stumbled toward the slowly crumbling white tower. Yezi, you must live. If you die, if you die. She lowered her eyes. Sharp fangs pierced her scarlet lips. Then let this entire city die with you. In the heavens, Malpas finally burned completely inside the sun. His body transformed into a black vortex that endlessly sucked in the ether and exploded. However, a heraldry appeared in the center of the vortex, the eyes within the eye. The skies and earth shook. The vortex pierced the boundary between light and shadow and opened a crack that led straight to the abyss. And within the abyss, something was coming. Chapter 293, Final Words. Am I finally going to die? He was at the top of the White Tower, the highest point of the dark city. It was silent amidst the corpses. The Robin and Mordred had gone. Only the youth was alone in his puddle of blood. He had given up on struggling. Emergency sewing was useless. He had not learned any healing scores and they would be useless too. As for the medicine, he had eaten them all and they were useless. In other words, he had tried everything to no avail. His heart had completely shattered and the poison had spread to all his organs. He had lost 2/3 of his blood. Ye Qingxuan lay in the warm blood and stared at the sky. He felt himself going closer and closer to death. It's so quiet. Gazing at the darkening world, he unexpectedly did not feel any fear. He only felt regret. There were so many things he had not done and so many things he had not said. A pity. It was such a pity. Faint footsteps sounded in the silence. The footsteps walked through the puddles of blood and stopped beside him. Clear eyes looked down on him. Ye Qingxuan, you're dying soon. The faraway voice sounded in his heart. It seemed like a hallucination but was so familiar. However, he could no longer hear it clearly. To be honest, I don't want this either, but I can't do anything, Ye Qingxuan. No one is immortal. Are there no other ways? I think I can be saved. Ye Qingxuan, you can't be saved. The comber gazed at him pitifully and shook his head sadly. I'll miss the days we played marbles together. Really? Seems like there aren't any solutions. Ye Qingxuan closed his eyes in regret. I'm sorry. It's been so long but I never asked your name. Gawain, they said. You can call us Gawain. Gawain? The youth sank slowly into darkness. Since you can read my mind, can you help me leave some final words? Yes, Gawain agreed. Anything else? Take my heart out. Late at night, the waves of Avalon were abnormally angry. First, the rumbling from the Elizabeth Tower sounded throughout the city, shocking everyone from their dreams. However, they then sank into another nightmare. Next, the enchantment of Avalon collapsed. The entire city fell into chaos. Without the restrictions of the enchantment, the heaviness of ether rose rapidly. Within a few hours, the white safe zone had become a yellow zone. It even showed signs of becoming a red zone. The musician union and church had acted and activated their own enchantments. However, they hardly had an effect. Who would have expected that the century-old enchantment would collapse? Then a black sun appeared in the sky. The chaotic vortex of Avalon's shadow emerged and hung above the moon. It swallowed everything and emanated the thick aura of the abyss. Every musician's heart shook. They were afraid any movement would cause their souls to be tainted by the aura. Every connection and message to the outside world was suddenly cut off. Right now, Avalon had truly become a lonely island in the sea. However, a man sitting on a bench in the dark alley of the chaotic downtown slowly opened his eyes. Outside the alley, the noise of metal scraping sounded. Hundreds, thousands. The military had acted at this critical moment. At least a small battalion now rushed into downtown. They raised their shields and were covered in armor as if they were stepping onto the battlefield. Their spears reflected the cold moonlight. Endless clangs of metal sounded in all directions. Countless people swarmed over. Their eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Their steel boots crushed all obstacles, the rumbling rang in their ears. It seems that the Parliament has finally acted. Coldness flashed through Ghost Hand's eyes. He looked back at the closed door. Sir, it'll be too late if we don't go now. The dark room behind him was silent. The shaman opened his eyes as if he had woken from a dream. Let's wait a bit longer, he said and closed his eyes again. The darkness was still. Taken aback, Ghost Hand sighed in frustration. Is this what you mean by guard the door and don't let anyone in? Ghost Hand rubbed his face and sighed. Mr. Shaman, this is an entire armored battalion. Your command is a bit hard to follow. Clunk, clunk, clunk.
The locks snapped. The black glove restricting his invisible arm fell onto the floor.
The cold light of metal appeared at the entrance of the alley. The incoming heavy-armed military hoisted their spears and aimed at the old man before them. Amongst the group of soldiers, someone yelled, "Kill him!
Kill him! Drag the shaman out! Anyone who fights back will die!"
The wizened man with a hunchback waved the heraldry in his hands and yelled, "These are the Queen's orders.
Do not be doubtful and follow the command." Elegance and grace no longer existed in Ingmar.
His hair had practically all fallen out during these short few days, revealing his spotted scalp.
With his hunchback, he looked decades older.
The immense withered flower medicine cured his mental illness but also twisted his mind, causing him to become heavily addicted. Within the short few days, he had sunk to this crazy state. He would obediently follow any command if his mind was filled with hints, no matter how strange it was.
He was like a ragged puppet. What are you waiting for? Hurry! Hurry! He yelled and hurried them like a clown.
The mind of the commander beside him was clearly controlled. He sat woodenly on his horse.
Hearing Ingmar's orders, he raised his hand and pressed down. Boom!
The armored soldiers stepped forward in unison, charging like a forest. They shattered the wall and crumbled the tiles as they pushed toward the lonely old man.
We're starting now? At least let me get ready. Ghost Hand was taken aback.
He quickly ripped a piece from his shirt and tied up his graying hair. His face was filled with regret.
I should have drank some wine.
His muddled eyes raised and reflected the wailing and growling battalion.
Ghost Hand licked his lips. Give me some blood.
10 minutes before, the sound of metal scraping sounded in the center of the city, swallowed by fog and darkness. In the heavy fog, a large door suddenly appeared. Before it, all men were as insignificant as dust. One could vaguely see a terrifying shadow between the tightly closed crack.
What is this? Charles's voice almost cracked. What else can it be? It's the palace. Jerome tossed a piece of paper into his arms. Don't waste time. If Gavin fails, there won't be time for you to hesitate. You have to create a defense with 15 people and 400 spears of Mary. Newton promised that you can do it. I hope you won't disappoint me. That's impossible.
Charles shook his head in shock.
Do you know how many calculations I have to do for the defense fulcrums of 400 spears in such a big place? You need to at least give me a manually powered calculator. An ether ball was tossed into his arms. You have 4 minutes and 45 seconds. An ether ball is useless.
Charles threw the ether ball in anger but then picked it up again.
Whatever, it's better than nothing. F***CK, there's even the Tetris that we developed. Your score is pretty high. You still have 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay, I'm working now. Shut up, old man.
Charles glared at him.
His expression was crude and frustrated, as if he was glaring at an idiot who was disrupting his work. Taken aback, Jerome quickly looked away. Whatever. He spread a few feet of paper on the ground. Charles used the ether ball as light and studied the complex map and ether parameters. He was immobile, as if he had turned to stone. No one spoke in the silence. The only sound was his heavy breathing. His pupils trembled as he scanned the map over and over. Sweat seeped from his neck and forehead, rolled down his chin, and dripped onto the map, leaving wet trails. 3 minutes. Swallowing thickly, he took out his pen. After short hesitation, he quickly pressed down and drew 3 overlapping ovals on the map. The palace was the center of the ovals. He rapidly marked the parameters and positions with scrawled handwriting amidst the fine ink blots. He focused entirely on it to the point of forgetting his surroundings. 2 minutes. He tossed his pen to the side.
The sound attracted Jerome's attention. He looked back and saw Charles, collapsed on the ground, and the map filled with markings.
Done.
Charles glared at him and panted.
What are you looking at? I'm awesome when I get serious. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. He was so fast. Jerome's eye twitched. He waved and the royal musicians with sealed weapons quietly disappeared into the fog.
Sharp sounds came continuously from the still mist. It was the sound of long nails being driven into the ground.
You're even more amazing than what Newton described. Jerome stood before the towering gates and looked back at him.
No wonder you're the genius of the Royal Research Institute.
Your calculation abilities are incredible.
Charles shook his head.
I just have a good head. There's nothing impressive. As if.
Charles actually felt guilty inside. He was drenched in sweat and now his expression froze.
Have a good head? When had he ever used his brain since he started?
Charles had used his good looks and gut feeling to survive in Avalon for so long. So basically, he had just made wild guesses for the positions. This type of work would take a group 2 weeks even with a mechanically powered calculator, but he only had 5 minutes.
What a joke!
It would be easier to suddenly fly, Thus, he became even more anxious after he turned in the results he had guessed with his instincts.
If the activation was not successful, would he be killed by those angry royal musicians? And what did these asterisk holes even want to do? Holding sealed weapons before the palace, did they want to pull a coup and start a revolution? Who else would try to seal the palace?
No, this group was too weird. He had to find the chance to escape. But the moment Charles made this decision, he realized that everything was silent.
Chapter 294, It Comes. Everything was silent. Even the gradually dissipating thick fog solidified in the air.
The musicians breathed heavily in the depth of the mist. Before the iron gate, Jerome took the bag from his back and opened it layer by layer. He melted the red wax of the royal seal and the broad seal to unlock the shackles. Thus, a coarse black iron spear was revealed from the linen cloth. With dried scarlet blood on it, it was captivating. When it was swung, it howled like dragon roaring. It cut the fog but also stung the eyes.
St. George's spear?
Charles gasped.
Something felt wrong. Wasn't this thing lost long ago?
Among those few remaining artifacts which were admitted to own the power of a scepter, Anglo possessed 3 of them nominally. They were respectively the Sword in Stone for Governance and Declaration of Kingship, the St. George's Spear which could completely destroy the natural catastrophic dragon, as well as the Holy Grail of Destruction, which was known as the worst and wildest deterrence.
Once it was triggered, both the whole country and the enemy would go to ruin.
Among these 3 deadly things, the Holy Grail of Destruction possibly did not exist in the world. The successive emperors would only tell the next successor the relative information before death.
No one else in the world knew where it was.
As for the Sword in Stone, it had disappeared since the fall of King Arthur. It was claimed to be kept by the royal family, but no one knew whether it was still there.
St. George's spear had appeared once.
However, it was said that 10 years ago, it had disappeared too for some unknown reason. Now the spear appeared so abruptly before Charles that he temporarily could not accept it. This was the spear made by the current King of Black after St. George's spear was lost. Jerome clenched the weapon in hand with all his strength to restrain the force that could erupt at any moment.
I never thought that I would actually use it one day. Jerome looked determined. I'm afraid this is the worst solution. Hey! Hey!
Charles was terrified. He immediately clenched Jerome's pant legs.
What the H*LL are you going to do, man? Don't mess around. Can someone please tell me what the H*LL are we doing here? Don't you understand, Charles? Jerome looked back at him with a serious look.
When necessary, we will isolate the area with a seal and then, with the power of St. George's spear, completely destroy Avalon's shadow and banish the palace to the deepest place of the etheric world.
Is it necessary?
Charles was confused. If you're going to do this, you'll definitely be killed by the royal family. And you'll die in the most painful, cruelest way. Rest assured. At that time, I'll be banished forever along with the palace.
But I'm still here.
Charles was speechless.
I have an 80-year-old teacher and an underage sister to care for. Can't you just let me go? How come you don't think about anyone else? I don't even have a girlfriend. How unlucky am I?
He was trying to squeeze out some tears and cry, but his collar was yanked up.
Listen, Charles. Jerome glared with cold and solemn eyes. Complaining can't solve any problems. You have your own responsibility. Today, even if we all lose our lives, we shall not allow those d*med dark musicians to defile His Majesty's remains.
Understand? Charles froze.
Remains? Hundreds of years ago, His Majesty failed.
Kingdom Come fell into the shadow and the westernmost line of humanity was crumbling. Since then the royal family had tried all means and sacrificed many people to maintain this fragile balance. Now, His Majesty's throne and remnants is the core of Anglo's security. Once the security collapses, all the sacrifices of hundreds of years would all be in vain. Jerome's voice was resolute and hoarse like rubbing metal. We will make every effort to protect His Majesty from being transformed to a natural catastrophe by those guys.
Bang! The whole world shook. The whole city trembled.
Burning light spread above the dark sky and illuminated Charles's pale face. In the distance, the white towers stretching to the starry sky trembled, crumbled, and collapsed.
A dark vortex turned into the sun and slowly rose into the sky. It was telling the coming of destruction.
The breath from the abyss descended from the sky.
What a shame! Jerome lowered his eyes. It seems that we have no time to hesitate.
In his hands, the dark sacred spear dug into the ground.
The earth echoed as if the dragon sleeping underground woke up and roared with wrath.
Around the palace, the spears of Mary wedged into the earth on the dozens of fulcrums. They roared with a sharp resonance. Lightning projected and hot light connected to each other, which turned into a huge matrix of melting gold. As Abraham had said, Charles was a genius, and there was no one who had more gifts than him on the musician's path. He could find the best fulcrums merely using his guts.
The 400 spears of Mary trembled.
They resonated and projected electric light among each other.
On every fulcrum, there was royal musician in black, chanting the movement.
It's me, I shall confess with my hands and feet in hell. They cut their wrists and their blood fell into the earth. The blood spread under the chant, flowing like a snake into the vast matrix.
Life passed in that rapidly growing power.
The resolute musicians chanted hoarsely. My soul shall be whipped and shackled, as you have suffered.
Passion. This was the movement for the martyrs of saints.
They offered their lives in exchange for the miraculous melody.
Once it was triggered, their lives would be forever buried in a dark world whether they would succeed or not. The vast enchantment started from the fulcrum and covered the entire palace in a twinkling. The palace was totally isolated. Before the enchantment, Jerome held St. George's spear. The majesty that could overwhelm everything surfaced silently on the blade.
Charles almost suffocated. He raised his hand and shouted hoarsely.
Hey, old man, don't be impulsive. Wait. Gavin has the Royal Musician Division's resonating bell.
It's enough to temporarily borrow the power of all the royal musicians outside of Avalon, including the 4 grandmasters besides me. If he fails, then we have no other choice.
Jerome lowered his head toward the slowly opening gate and the shadow on the burning throne. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. If I am a sinner of Anglo, please let me accompany you in hell forever.
He grasped his spear and lifted it up with all his strength. Thus, the magnificent movement burst out of thin air. In the void, countless souls praised together as if divine power fell from the sky. It ran in the water, land, fire, and wind. It had created all and could now destroy all as well. The heart of Avalon's shadow roared and shook. Outside of the kingdom of shadows, the grandmasters of the Royal Musician Division closed their eyes and resonated with each other in the dark room. They injected all the power into Jerome's body so that he would not be quickly burned out by the horrible flame. Jerome was covered with mournful wounds by the terrible power. Blood flowed but soon evaporated. Above his head, the ring of the ether that resonated with the world surfaced silently. It glowed and trembled. Overwhelmed by that terrifying power, it was about to crumble. May all glory be vested in Anglo. May we rest in this great glory, he roared. Grasping his spear, he thrust it down his feet. It was earth-shattering. Amidst the booms, blazing light projected from the spear. Twisted ripples appeared around the vast enchantment that enveloped the palace. The shadow world had been distorted and was about to be completely torn apart. Vigorous power emerged from Jerome's body and melted into the holy spear. It was going to throw the palace into the depths of the etheric world, making it vanish from this world forever. Charles's body was lifted by the power like a fallen leaf. He floated in the air, involuntarily flipping. He forced himself to look back at Jerome's shadow. Enveloped in a frenzy of flames, Jerome held the holy spear high. Before the holy spear, the music theory within Avalon's shadow broke apart layer by layer. But at that moment everything became still. The flames solidified in the air, the blast became stagnant in the air, the cracks stopped spreading, and the rumbling stopped. Everything stopped in the sudden stillness. It was as if time was at a standstill. Charles gazed at the gravels hovering before him. All he felt was fear in the depth of his heart. At that moment, everything in Avalon's shadow ceased. Everything seemed to be rooted to the spot, unable to move. Even the magnificent etheric sea solidified under this terrible majesty. This was the most extreme example of modifications. It was a force terrifying beyond human imagination. In the dark vortex overhead, a hand slowly stretched out. It pressed into the void. So everything stopped in time. He has arrived. He has arrived. He has arrived. The dark musicians enthusiastically praised, cheering, and dancing. They offered blood and bones, water and earth, souls, and the life of their prey to welcome his coming. Having planned for decades, consumed countless treasures and accumulations, and Malpus's resolute sacrifice, they finally exchanged the coming of the power. It was a terrible shadow cast from the etheric world. It was the incarnation of the abyss. It was the root of all evils, the master of darkness, the mother of chaos, the king of destruction and killing. The god who ruled all the sources of darkness of this world, the natural catastrophe Hyakum. Gods incarnate had descended. Thus, a frenzied song of destruction played in the world in the shadows. Chapter 295, Believe and It Will Be Real. When that hand reached out, the dark vortex immediately collapsed silently. All the power was drawn by that palm to turn itself into a faint figure. There seemed to be layers of curtains in the middle. The shadow was so vague but kept disturbing the surrounding music theory. Everything it passed all fell into the black zone of the rioting ether. The dark area trembled, making the figure seem especially unreal. This was the resistance of Avalon's shadow. Here was Arthur's scepter, the fallen heaven on earth. Its music theory rejected the invasion of external forces. The immense presence in the etheric world could not enter the physical world. If he wanted to pass through that door, he must suppress his power from the level of God and truly become his incarnate. That figure huffed coldly. The aura of the abyss changed violently. Instantly, countless music theories interweaved. When the terrifying aura was gone, the figure grew gradually clearer after the blurry illusion.
An old face first emerged. That weathered face had 32 faces. They changed constantly but were full of gloom and deceit. The two eyes were overwhelming like an abyss. He wore a vague robe that contained the splendor and majesty of the world. He was one of the 9 incarnations of Hyakum in the world, the king of change and chaos, the Dark Lord. He stepped into the void, walked toward the direction of the palace step by step leisurely. Looking at Jerome's stagnant figure, he sneered. Presumptuous. Boom! The frozen world broke free from the shackles and began moved again. But under the rumbling, everything was different from before. The enchantment collapsed instantly. All the royal musicians were fatally wounded and bled from all openings. The matrix of the spears of Mary fell apart. This was only from the aftershock. Jerome's body warped. The symphony of predestination brewing in his heart broke immediately. The ring of resonance disintegrated and dense blood mist spouted from the body. He collapsed to the ground soundlessly. The sacred spear fell from his hands and rolled in the pool of blood. The Dark Lord fell upon the earth. Gavin, dressed in a red robe, knelt. The dark musicians knelt as well and dared not move. The Dark Lord passed his disciples and went toward the palace. At the end of the line, Nibirius shook and twitched. He forced himself to raise his head and look at the approaching shadow. He made his all effort to ask with his hoarse voice, "I've met my promise. After 60 years of penance, where is my freedom?" The Dark Lord passed by without looking at him. A finger pointed vaguely between his eyebrows. The hoarse voice said, "As you expect, clown, you are free." Nibirius only heard a snap in the brain. Blood flowed down his face, tragically and pathetically. He bowed his head, vomiting blood, but he could not help but smile in ecstasy. The shackles that had restrained him more than 60 years had disappeared. He lowered his head and grinned widely. "Well, what else can I do, Your Majesty? These realms are beyond thou. Thou shalt only look up." The Dark Lord laughed disdainfully and thoughtfully gazed at the dark palace ahead. "Witness the wonders of the world. A new member of the Dark Followers is born. Hey, are you all right? How can you die so easily? At least struggle a bit." Charles shook Jerome's body in the pool of blood. "You couldn't act cool for more than 3 seconds. How can you go?" Jerome was still breathing. He opened his eyes with difficulty and vomited foul blood. The theory of the abyss was lingering in his body, dragging him into the hell. He was rapidly aging and dying. "Wait a minute. I'll treat you right away." Charles wanted to bandage Jerome but he froze. He did not know where to start. He did not even know how Jerome was hurt. It's no use. Jerome was very weak now. "Charles, nothing can save me." "Then what will I do?" Charles wanted to cry. "You all pretended to be cool, but why do you have to take me with when you die? Help! Help! If anyone can help me, I'll marry them." "Shut up." Jerome's face was pale with wrath. He vomited more blood but stared at Charles seriously. "Can you be a man? Charles, where is your dignity? You shout for help but who's going to save you? If I believe it, it'll be real." Charles wiped his tear and choked out, "Perhaps in the next moment, my junior will descend from the sky and save me. He's really powerful." Jerome kept vomiting out blood with no strength to scold him again. "Then just enjoy your dream, at least you can die with hope." He lay in a pool of blood and looked wearily at the dim sky. He saw the moonlight. Among the dim stars, moonlight shone from the sky. 15 minutes ago, the dying youth lay in a pool of blood at the top of the Elizabeth Tower. The blood was guided by an invisible power to sketch out his last words. The scarlet blood spread like the complex branches of thorns and vines. That was the music score Moonlight.
The scarlet expanded as if there were thousands of hands moving at the same time.
When the blood crossed, the ether was agitated and projected sparks.
In the end, the whole tower was enveloped in this scarlet red. Cold moonlight fell down and seemed to melt into the blood, making the blood reflect with a soft glow. The silent melody of that bloody message flowed in the moonlight, echoing in Ye Qingxuan's mind.
It's so beautiful.
Ye Qingxuan gazed at the bright moon in the sky and felt the last bit of his body heat drift away. He could no longer feel the weight as if his body was flying up into the sky. However, his consciousness fell into the darkness, slowly sinking. This was the effect of the potion.
The short time of lingering finally ended. Death came quietly without pain.
The lethargy gradually engulfed him and his eyes closed slowly. His breath severed and he walked into the eternal serene slumber.
That was a joke. How could he be serene? He was barely 20 years old. He would absolutely become an angry spirit. He had only been stabbed. How could he just lay down and die?
In that instant, Ye Qingxuan suddenly opened his eyes. He clenched his fists with his last strength and smashed down at the bloody movement under his body.
To live or to die depended on the last fight. Fate light brewed in the amber jewel on Jiuxiaohuan Pei. It was like a candle in the wind.
But when it fell into the blood, it turned into a wild forest fire.
Lightning cracked instantly. Indra's eye absorbed the blood and turned the blood of Deva into thunder and lightning.
Thunder stretched to the sky, extending to all directions along with the blood.
The alchemy matrix was activated and instrument strings emerged from the thunder.
They crossed and erected in the void, playing out the gloomy melody. With this frenzied thunder and blood, the melody echoed with the moonlight. Thus, moonlight descended from the sky.
The moonlight soon dispelled the Gawain's apparition like a torrent. It melted into the bloody movement and illuminated. In that light, Ye Qingxuan trembled as if he was struck by the lightning.
He yelled with great pain. Endless moonlight rushed into his shell along with the residual blood. It melted into the ether and flowed through his veins like fire. His body seemed to extinguish in an instant. Every inch of his flesh and blood felt severe pain.
Finally, he breathed again.
He regained his senses slowly. The youth's blank eyes reflected the moon above the sky and brightened again. The power that was stronger much more than his expectations gathered in his blood.
It glowed like lava and illuminated his empty chest.
Gritting his teeth, he put his hands on Jiuxiaohuan Pei to control the melody's changes. He guided the moonlight and ether to rush into his shell. The cold light rushed out of the rift in his chest.
Endless ether gathered in the empty chest.
It brewed and gradually produced a pulsating sound. It was the construction of the sub-originator. If there was no heart, then he would just make a new one. By losing 60% of his blood, Ye Qingxuan finally gathered the final moonlight and melted it into him to create the body's source of ether.
He created an interval with a present note to then create a music theory. The music theory guided the ether by overlapping.
At last, the fiery power was awakened from the ether. As above it, as under it, so is the beginning of all things. Based on this alchemical matrix, he was going to build a heart for himself by using the sub-originator technology. Ye Qingxuan suddenly crushed the blood conch in his hand. So far, it was no longer useful since he had mastered the basic theory of the school of mind and could freely enter Avalon's shadow. He would rather use the conch here. After all, he was creating a heart. The more the power, the better it was. In a twinkling, the essence which was condensed from thousands of people's blood burst. It surged into Ye Qingxuan's body and slowly and continuously transformed into the blood of Deva. At this moment, under the stimulation of the movement, Deva's blood was also extracting the bright moonlight greedily. The hidden strength contained in it was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, it almost glimmered.
Not only was the pure white moon's light attracted, the blue moon was also melted into it.
The two moons' light blended in his body, the ether was transformed into a new power. Ye Qingxuan carefully controlled the glow that was enough to destroy his body. The light gathered in his empty chest and emerged from the rift in his chest. A gentle melody sounded under the light. It was like the sound of gentle water and soft wind. Amidst the water and wind, the moonlight's melody lingered. All began to grow in the barren land. It was as if all the good in the world converged here. It was so gentle and charming, fascinating. It was the spring song.
Chapter 296, Invite the Moon into Arms. The Spring Song. It was the key movement of School of Stoneheart, the origin of suboriginator technology, as well as the mystery that could make the soul and the ether coexist in the same shell. This was not merely a pure healing movement. Under the extreme complex guidance of the theory, one could achieve the balance between two, eliminating conflicts, so that all could coexist in the realm without harm. The original pain and suffering seemed to vanish in an instant, freeing Ye Qingxuan from the hell-like torment. In his body, the ether sewed the broken veins while singing the movement of rebirth to turn destruction into creation. For an instant, he perceived a faint resonance beneath the body. In the Elizabeth Tower beneath him, Avalon's vast enchantment which had already fallen apart seemed to be awakened too. The shattered core responded to the call of the spring song. The collapse theory within it showed signs of recovering. At this moment, Ye Qingxuan did not notice his surroundings. He was totally absorbed in constructing his suboriginator. If there was sweat, he must have been drenched already because the suboriginator was much more difficult to build for him. The suboriginator should be attached to an organ in the body, but now, this was reversed. It would replace the heart's function, so the construction was very difficult. Had it not been because of the precise operation of Jiu Shao Huan Pei, he would have been burned to ashes. He continuously extracted the moonlight to make the notes appear and assemble the intervals, transforming them into music theory. Then, the suboriginator constructed in the void could become tangible. Moonlight condensed into an ethereal embryonic heart. Vast etheric light was brewing in it. In just a twinkling, the phantom of the heart twitched, trembled, and almost collapsed. Ye Qingxuan only felt a burst of emptiness and was immediately terrified. The ether extracted from the moonlight into the blood was not enough. He had miscalculated. Building a heart out of thin air not only had a great difficulty, but required great strength too. The moonlight he drew with the blood of Deva was quite a lot, but the consumption was also soaring. The moonlight had been completely depleted without him realizing. The strength that he got from the moonlight on the tower was running out. However, he could not stop once he started the suboriginator construction. Otherwise, he would not only die, but die without even leaving a body behind. As expected, you're flirting with death. A sigh came from the distance that made Ye Qingxuan practically start cheering. Lola, come help me. Yezi, you are really mean. Lola's eyes grew sad. She squatted down and touched the youth's cheek. Her fair face was full of resentment and sadness. I am so worried about you. Coming here is not easy thing, but you just greet me by turning me into a tool? Ye Qingxuan's face twitched. He squeezed out, 1,000 cc's, no more than that. Deal. The resentment on Lola's face disappeared. She revealed a charming smile. I like a straightforward man like you. Before Ye Qingxuan could say anything, Lola bent down. She put her hair up and moved closer. Her eyes reflected the teenager's startled face. A soft touch came from the lips. As if being struck by lightning, Ye Qingxuan was unprepared and thoroughly frozen. What followed was a heavy heartbeat echoing in his brain like the deep sea. The sound was unprecedentedly clear. With the support of Lola's resonance, Ye Qingxuan's range of induction was instantly enlarged a lot. Too busy to be startled, he seized the opportunity to send his mind into the Elizabeth Tower. For a moment, all he could see was utter destruction. Avalon's enchantment had been forcibly destroyed from the core and was completely out of control now.
The layers of music theory were deadly silent and falling apart. They were like giants who had been beheaded and were rapidly collapsing and dying. Working in concert spring song, Ye Qingxuan put his mind into it. He could also feel the pain, but, at this moment, there was no time for him to lament. The world was cruel. People with pain should always help each other since they were suffering together. Relying on the power borrowed from Lola, Ye Qingxuan suddenly pushed the stagnant enchantment forward. His will ran through the center of the disintegration. Since the moonlight that he drew by himself was not enough, he just looked for something bigger. With his own bell authority and the music theory of the school of Stoneheart, Ye Qingxuan obtained the control of the enchantment effortlessly. Then, his will rushed into the complex music theory cycle and began to reactivate the movement. Wasn't it just fixing something? He had fixed things in Luther for 3 years. The enchantment began falling apart more rapidly. Under Ye Qingxuan's violent maintenance, the collapsed notes and movements were directly removed from the entire system. Ye Qingxuan demolished those things violently and removed those that could not be fixed. Since there was no possibility to repair it completely, he just robbed Peter to pay Paul. The weakened enchantment truly suffered in the hands of someone like Ye Qingxuan. A large amount of music theories in the core were mercilessly demolished to mend the parts that were comparatively complete. He forcefully activated the dead silence. Protection music score? Demolish. It was already so damaged that there was no use in protecting it. Climate adjustment movement? Demolish. Did anyone need a rainstorm for entertainment at this time? Contact score? Demolish. Control movement? Demolish. 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 Ye Qingxuan practically demolished all the music movements engraved and constructed by hundreds of past musicians. Through unprecedented high-speed interpretation and manipulation, and the help of so many materials, Qingxuan quickly repaired the remaining areas. He reconnected the relatively complete music theories with each other. Fortunately, he had the experience in manipulating the Requiem enchantment and was not nervous before such a large operation. The enchantment instantly contracted. 2/3 collapsed while almost the whole downtown district was abandoned. Next, the dying enchantment began to recover rapidly and was activated. Broken movements lit up continuously from everywhere in the tower. The Elizabeth Tower, which was originally falling apart, stood again on the ground. A mass of ether approached and gathered on the enchantment to ignite the flame at the top of the tower again. The enchantment, sewn back together and now horribly ugly, was finally restored to its full. Then, next. If I die or live all depends on you now. Ye Qingxuan gritted his teeth, clenching his fist. The Elizabeth Tower began to tremble. Bang! 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 The thunderous bell suddenly rang, producing a desolate and hoarse yet grand sound. Sound waves were set off and spread to all directions. A faint curtain of light suddenly lit up in the sky. The enchantment riddled with holes had finally unfolded again. Avalon's enchantment had resurrected. The moon that hung high in the sky suddenly came down. As if suddenly pulled to the ground, the moon enlarged as if it was falling. In the end, it covered half the Avalon sky. Light illuminated the entire city of demons. The darkness trembled and dispersed. Both the sky and the land became an ocean of moonlight. Endless moonlight surged into Ye Qingxuan's body along with the enchantment, making him roar hoarsely. Jiu Xiao Huan Pei produced a gloomy but unique melody. The moon was still falling. 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 Ye Qingxuan laughed and spread his arms to greet the moon's arrival. Come here and invite the moon into one's arms. In the blink of an eye, that moon flowing with white and blue light had covered Avalon. Carrying a cold melody, it descended silently. The closer it came to the tower, the more unreal its silhouette became. Countless music theories were interwoven with each other inside the light as it played the eternal movement. Through the layers of etheric waves, the moon's spirituality descended from the etheric realm to the material realm. The huge moon gradually shrank, until it finally became into a ball of faint light and entered Ye Qingxuan's arms.
In Ye Qingxuan's chest, a heart as illusory as the moonlight quietly emerged. It beat silently, leading the Deva's blood to flow. The sub-originator was created. At that moment, a new pulse was born. It was the sound of a heart beating. Together with the bells ringing that resounded through Avalon's shadow, it spread to all directions. In its path, waves were created in illusory moonlight, and later became the tides. The rumbling bells echoed, roaring and melting into the ripples of the heartbeat. It abruptly transformed and became erratic. It was vaguely between the real and the unreal. No one knew whether it existed or not. But no matter where it passed, there was always a terrible roar. All the demons screamed, crawled, and trembled. They tumbled under the moonlight tides and illusionary bells. Numerous demons were startled in the shock of the bell. Their skulls burst and they died on the spot. The dark musicians were not better either. For a time they unexpectedly felt the bells penetrating into their own consciousness to control their pulses. They could feel their heart swaying. They sweated and breathed heavily in the shock of the ringing. "Who's there?" In the midst of the bells, the Dark Lord's footsteps stalled. He turned back, looked behind him, and gazed at the thin figure on the top of the tower. Under the pale moon, the youth awoken from his sleep. Moonlight burned in his eyes. His figure looked like the man from back then. What a pity that it isn't him. There was a glimmer of disappointment in the Dark Lord's eyes. However, it soon became disgust. But the eyes are also unpleasant. "Gavin, it seems that you didn't finish your job as well as I thought." Gavin listened to the bell blankly. He seemed to have not yet processed it. After a long time, he lowered his head and gritted his teeth. "I'll take care of him." Hayakun waved. Behind him, the dark musicians retreated while kneeling. Demons and beasts were called out and pounced toward the tower. "Do not let me down, Gavin. Don't let your deeds be defiled by folly." The Dark Lord looked away and went ahead to the dark mist. The palace was not far away. Under his feet, the earth trembled faintly. Darkness gushed in his path and turned into the soil of the abyss. In the sky above, moonlight surged. Chapter 297, Deva Sensing. Above the tall tower, Ye Qingxuan studied the rift in his chest with a shocked expression. The heart of the enchantment of Avalon's shadow had somehow moved into his own heart. A heart created by the royal capital's enchantment? A one-of-a-kind sub-originator? No one would believe him, right? It was too theatrical. He closed his eyes and connected to the rhythm beating within him. He was instantly intoxicated by the heavenly heartbeat. His vision seemed to leave his body and rise up to the sky with the moonlight. It rose, rose, and rose, until it was at the top of the heavens. Avalon's shadow instantly became too small to see. His mind hovered above the sky and looked down on the large world. Light dotted the endless land. Above him, stars dotted the heavens. The stream of ether created a large star ring. It shone like stars and ran across the skies and earth like rivers and streams. For a moment, he could not tell the sky and land apart and was lost. Then, he heard the song. Waves of ether rolled between the two extremes and formed a faraway song. It spread long and wide but was fleeting and untouchable. It disappeared within an instant. However, it left an odd enlightenment in his heart. Is this Deva sensing? When it dawned on him, Ye Qingxuan reached out toward the world. The complex music theory weaved at his fingertip and played the melody. Small ripples formed in the etheric sea. The ripples spread in all directions and instantly reached thousands of miles away. Melting into the endless lights, the stars were touched as well before the ripples disappeared. In that moment, Archbishop Albert, who was sleeping inside the sacred city,
was startled from his sleep. Opening his eyes, he saw the full moon rise from the darkness that had covered Avalon and enter the musician's world.
"What is this?"
he murmured. Deep within the etheric world, the sleeping minds opened their eyes and looked at the ripples in the starry sky with confusion. It was a small greeting.
Someone was saying, "I am here." An official musician now?
Lola laid weakly on the ground and asked softly.
"Yeah."
Ye Qingxuan chuckled and helped Lola up.
"Thanks to you, I'm finally on the 3rd level, You've just become official, but you made a bigger commotion than when I went for the scepter level."
Lola coughed quietly and spat out fresh blood.
"Are you injured?" "I accidentally embarrassed myself.
I could have succeeded, but that guy committed suicide."
She managed to smile, revealing a bit of disappointment.
"And then he dragged that big thing down. You've worked hard." The youth took off his long robe for her.
"Take a rest and hand everything to me.
Old Phil will come find you after it takes the butcher away.
Just follow it. You finally survived and now you want to die again? To collect my debt."
Ye Qingxuan rose and patted the wound on his chest.
"He broke my heart. I should express something."
Lola managed to smile and closed her eyes.
"Remember to run if you can't beat him."
"Don't worry, I'm the best at running." The youth pushed the brim of his hat down. He slammed his cane on the ground.
"But first let me act cool." Boom! The White Tower trembled and the 12 zodiac gates fell open. Moonlight swept into the darkness like a tide. Amongst the dark musicians, Nibirius froze.
Seeming to think of something, he suddenly retreated and hid inside the darkness.
"What is this?" The dark musician in the front wrinkled his brows.
He shook his head when the broken moonlight fell upon him and he looked at his companions.
"It looks like what?"
Suddenly thinking of it, he raised his hand to pat his head. However, his arm loosened and a clump of sand fell onto his face.
He was stunned.
His companions stared at him as if they had seen a ghost.
The dark aura of demons flowed in that place covered by moonlight.
The aura writhed like a dying snake and dissipated. The moonlight surged like waves that destroyed the castle on the beach.
It destroyed the dark musician's body as well.
Shrieking, he stumbled back. However, his companions could see that his mutated body parts were rapidly deconstructing and scattering in the wind and moon.
"What curse is this?" he stuttered.
His face became weathered, bearing the goat-like skull.
3 eyeballs trembled in the eye sockets as they were invaded by moonlight.
Horror, panic, despair, and finally, a terrifying serenity.
"It's so beautiful."
The dark musician had eroded into a skeleton, but he bathed in the moonlight. His remaining flesh smiled and waved at the others.
"Come on, come look. I sublimated."
He abruptly yanked out his demonized heart and then put a hand to his forehead. His sound of heart was activated and his body shuddered. He had killed himself.
What kind of F***up sublimation was this?
Freaked out, the other dark musicians hurriedly avoided the moonlight, but it was too late.
The semi-realistic, semi-illusionary moonlight fell upon each person equally. Agonized cries sounded one after another. The abnormal power quickly eroded under the invasion of the moonlight.
The music theory that controlled the power extinguished as if its spine had been yanked out. It collapsed without a sound.
Practically every dark musician had undergone the ritual to strengthen themselves with demonic blood.
While receiving power, they were also tied to this power. When the power began to dissipate, it was undoubtedly the end of their lives.
Hurry and release the nightmare fog. Hide yourself.
Someone finally reacted in this silent horror and yelled.
Push down your strength. Leave here.
The dark musician had cruelly broken the lower half of his own body. Gray mist rolled out of his body and covered the moonlight, allowing him to recover his strength.
His body quickly regenerated. Overjoyed, he called a shadow wolf to carry him. "Leave this place." That guy had transformed the enchantment's power into a curse. "If you leave, he'll be powerless." A hand reached out from the moonlight and yanked him off the shadow wolf by the collar. A smiling face appeared before him. "You want to leave after pissing off the vengeful spirit?" His eyes changed and the shadow under his feet trembled. An immense object rose from it and was instantly shattered by lightning. The pouncing shadow wolf was ejected. Lightning burst from it and it shattered. The dark musician was now charred. His expressions changed and quickly showed decisiveness. "Let me leave and I promise to be loyal." "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Ye Qingxuan glanced over coldly and cut him off. The dark musician froze. But he saw moonlight shoot from Ye Qingxuan's fingers and surge into him. The undefeatable purification had begun from inside him. "To be honest, I'm not good at killing and I never force myself." He tossed the dark musician to the floor and gazed at the others. "The moonlight only purifies demons. If you cut off the contract with Satan, then you won't die. The asylum and hell are two places, so you can decide if you want to live or not." Darkness rose out of nowhere. Thick fog spewed from the dark musicians. It contained the moans of countless people and snaked into their ears, murmuring endlessly. This was the nightmare fog that dark musicians often used. It was ether transformed by satanic power. Not only could it swallow light and sound, it could also create boundaries and suppress their enemies' abilities. This was the dark musician's reply. The moonlight that poured from the door was just scrap material left from creating Ye Qingxuan's sub-originator. It was powerless against the nightmare fog with complex music theory. Ye Qingxuan, still alive, a cold voice traveled in the wind. Behind the Dark Lord, Gavin looked back. He studied the face with steel-gray eyes. "As expected, I should have been more direct. This is my mistake." "You've made many mistakes, Gavin. This isn't the only one." Ye Qingxuan gazed at him from the other side of the endless wind and moonlight. His face was expressionless. "Don't worry. I'll help you fix them all." Clenching a fist, Jiu Shaohuanpei shot out. The cane thudded on the ground with a crisp echo. Strands of moonlight appeared and scattered in all directions. "You don't know your place." A beastly musician roared amongst the dark musicians. Under the nightmare fog, his figure changed dramatically and fused with his beastly nature. Then he disappeared. This was the upgraded version of the formless ghost, the Void Predator. A hoarse song came from somewhere. It left behind a thick, decaying aura in its path. Even ether lost its liveliness and fell into slumber. This was compound beast fusion. He had fused multiple demonic powers at once. After modifications, musicians turned to Satanism. They no longer needed to worry about the backlash of the beastly nature. They could use the skill to their full extent and was beyond human imagination. He had fused 4 types, including toxic poison and the curse of burning blood. He charged to Ye Qingxuan instantly under the nightmare fog's cover. He opened his invisible arms and embraced. He was able to suck the vitality out of living things with just a touch and enhance the originator within him. In reply, the youth pulled a long nail from his bag. The silver nail reflected the moonlight as if it contained hellish fire. Sensing the demonic aura, it began ringing. In the embrace of death, the youth raised his hat, revealing icy eyes. "Since you looked over, then I'll show you all something nice." Chaotic ether shot out instantly, but it came from all directions instead of Ye Qingxuan's hands. Without communication, pre-planning, hesitation, waiting, or mercy, this was an all-out and aggressive attack with nothing held back. The dark musicians had begun. Chapter 298, that's all. The dark musicians did not even need to think in order to know what the guy was holding, holy nails from the silence governance.
These days, the only ones who would carry these chant material were either ascetic monks from the Church's Ministry of Faith or silent monks from the sacred city's silence governance. Either way, it was not good news. The former were executioners trained by the religious judiciary. They existed to tie everything heretic onto stakes to be burned. The latter were the trademarks of the silence governance. They were musician killers, musicians who existed to hunt musicians. Neither of them were anything good. This guy looked like a newly official musician, but everything could happen in this strange place. At this critical moment, they would not have any hesitation or relaxation. If they acted, they would not hold back, they would rip him apart and burn him to dust. Otherwise, they would be the ones being burned to dust. An explosion happened amidst the cacophony of sharp and chaotic singing. The wind tunnel in the abyss was opened. One could see the darkness going wild beyond the tunnel, creating waves in the air. Thick darkness poured out and covered the moonlight, swallowing everything. A ferocious demonic limb flashed across the darkness. It was abruptly torn apart. Blood sprayed out like rain. Fireworks of sparks and light flashed and cast destructive power like meteorites. There was also cursed ghastly green fog and a spray of splitting rays. It destroyed all illusions, shields, and obstacles, sealed all exits, and made sure the prey could not escape. Then, a skeletal hand emerged from the wind tunnel. It reached out, tore the air with a deafening boom. No one knew which summoning musician had risked burning his blood to use his best card and summon this mysterious existence from the etheric world. The hand was so big that merely a knuckle was meters long. It shot torrential winds, thunder and lightning, fire, and frost to the youth. Explosions boomed. The scrapes of giant stones sounded continuously. Even pure iron in a fortress would be pulverized under this orangutan pressure. Powder flew, scorched dirt cracked, and a gaping hole appeared on the earth. Finally, the giant skeletal hand disappeared. The darkness in the fog was ravaged. There was only the sound of the dark musicians breathing heavily. They sensed the ether waves with confused eyes. Is he dead? Can't sense any breathing. No corpse or skeleton. A dark musician scoffed. Ha, that's all he is. Yeah. A soft sigh came from the nightmare fog. That's all. All the dark musicians instantly felt a burst of cold air shoot from their feet to their heads. Their expressions flipped and they attacked again in their shock. The nightmare fog swelled and the demonic shadows overlapped. This time, they did not care about keeping their best cards secret anymore and acted as one. However, a pure white light emerged from the fog at the same time. It was so clear and pure. This flawless light was not moonlight, nor did it come from the sun. It did not belong to this world. It was as if heaven really existed. God was sitting on his throne and radiating with this glow. Under it, all strength became submissive, all demons were purified, and all heresy surrendered. God lived within this light. Though the light only existed for a flash, countless dark musicians screamed. Their eyes were scorched and they had become useless trash. This light could not be looked at directly. The Requiem! Someone yelled while covering his eyes. Don't look at the light. That's from the Requiem. Holy! The youth stood upright in the ray of light, amidst the dissipating nightmare fog. He lifted the brim of his hat and smiled. He bathed in the light. The glow was thin but isolated him from all the dirtiness of the world. It seemed to come from another world. All the power in this world was nothing to it. This was personally created by the gods. It's a priceless holy gift. Countless deities seemed to sing in the light, holy. 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 This was holy, the music score passed down from the school of Stoneheart, one of the sources of the school of abstinence. The power was not expressed in elements, nor did it create or destroy. This was a pure territory created by music theory, the prototype of all scepters, and the foundation of all precincts.
Ye Qingxuan used the resonance between his sub-originator and the Elizabeth Tower to borrow the power of Avalon's enchantment. Using the music theory enchanting, he activated the inherited music score in his hat. Thus, the source crossed the 9 layers of etheric sea from the etheric world and covered the material world with the song. It changed the rules, twisted the laws, and created a protected zone that could not be violated. No music score under the scepter level could disturb it. The dark musician's fatal mistake was that they did not know Ye Qingxuan had moved the enchantment into his own heart. Now, the large enchantment of Avalon was his source of power. It continuously supplied him with endless ether. As long as he was under the Elizabeth Tower, he would have no shortage of strength. Only something as strong as the Avalonian enchantment could provide the strength required for the music score wholly. Ye Qingxuan could feel the terrifyingly large amount of ether being put into the music score at every second to maintain this absolute boundary. Merely acting as a fulcrum caused him to feel that his soul had been ignited. Using Jiao Xiaowan Pei's detailed control to guide the strength used up all his energy. However, now. Is it my turn? Ye Qingxuan grinned at the dark musicians. The long nails in his hands clanged. The frantic melody and blaring of the horn shot out. The majestic melody resounded under Jiao Xiaowan Pei. Using the sub-originator within him as the fulcrum, Ye Qingxuan was able to experience the ether he had transformed for the first time. He could interact with the etheric sea and tried resonating with the world. Thus, the world replied with a boom. He was performing above his level. For the first time, the resonance level of night on Bald Mountain shot from his hands. Using the sub-originator as a fulcrum, Ye Qingxuan leveraged the majestic strength from the etheric sea. In the next moment, the expressions of the rapidly retreating dark musicians changed. Because the ground cracked open, blazing red light spewed out. It was as if the entrance to hell had opened. All sinners were dragged toward the fire. The rapid melody resounded in everyone's ears. Silver light shot out and dozens of long narrow nails trembled along with the song of punishment. The endless darkness seemed to solidify. It shook under the crashing song. Then the horn blared and black steel stakes broke through the earth, wrapping around the dark musicians. The stakes were like a forest. They overlapped and sealed all exits. The silver nails whistled through the air. The runes carved on the surface glowed with blazing light. The invaluable alchemy equipment had now become one-use material. They let out all their power in the blazing light. Piercing sounds came one after another. Everything with a demonic aura were pierced cruelly and nailed to the stake, cutting off their ties to the ether. Then wildfire poured out from the cracks in the earth. Firelight shot to the sky, burning it red-hot amidst the cries of pain. Hellfire burned vigorously. This was the infamous score used by the Ministry of Faith when it was still known as the Inquisition. The stakes that were rooted across the wilderness lit up every dark night. Using demons as firewood, they created inextinguishable flames that announced the coming of dawn. The judged ones paid for their sins in the fire. Otherwise, they would burn to the end of time. Within a snap of the finger, the unlucky souls nailed to the stakes were burned completely. Their bodies turned into flames and melted into the music score, providing Ye Qingxuan with an endless source of fire. The remaining dark musicians huddled together. They resonated with each other and kept trying to fight back. However, this was Ye Qingxuan's show the moment night on Bald Mountain became complete. They did not have the chance to turn the tides. The melody roared and pushed the score to the climax. Ye Qingxuan charged and commanded the fire of judgment. Firelight rolled and burned the surviving dark musicians. The fire burned away the ether they had gathered and counterattack melodies as well. Once a music theory from the school of abstinence was formed, it would reject power from the other schools and suppress them. With the enchantment as a power supply, Ye Qingxuan finally experienced how it felt to have the upper hand. He would return to his original state once he left the Elizabeth Tower, but he had to have fun here and practice with the dark musicians.
He had to hurry though. He did not know how long he could maintain the temporary enchantment. So scary, Nibirius murmured as he gazed at the youth from the shadows.
How much has he accumulated?
He had just become an official musician and is already close to the resonance level. If not for the barrier of knowledge, he could probably upgrade directly.
So terrifying.
Listening to the youth's thunderous melody, his ears moved as he distinguished the weaker rhythms. His hands quickly created pieces of metallic muscle.
Sorry, Mr. Holmes, let's not fight face to face.
I haven't transformed this new body yet and don't have much power, but I'm a dark musician.
You won't find it odd if I make a despicable sneak attack, right? Chapter 299, Unable to Help Himself.
Sorry, Mr. Holmes, let's not fight face to face, Nibirius muttered. I haven't transformed this new body yet and don't have much power.
But I'm a dark musician. You won't find it odd if I make a despicable sneak attack, right?
Looking down, he studied the metallic heart in his hands. Coldness flashed past his eyes. Since you're not at the resonance stage yet, let's undergo the sound of heart duel fairly. He abruptly clenched the beating heart. There was a sharp sound and it resonated with Ye Qingxuan's heart. This was a direct attack to the sound of heart that acted as life itself. This was the basic competition between two musicians.
Ye Qingxuan's melody instantly weakened.
His face darkened but then became red as if his blood was boiling. The ether in his hands practically dissipated.
Nibirius cackled.
He played his odd instrument and continuously controlled Ye Qingxuan's new heart.
It beat wildly as if it would not stop until it exploded. The surviving 4 dark musicians used this chance and screamed the dark music score from the Calixtinus Codex.
They showed their true appearances, called forth the power of demons and the abyss, and surged toward the gaping youth. But in the next moment, Ye Qingxian looked up and grinned toothily.
Tricked you. Boom!
The sluggish melody burst forth once again.
This time, it was accompanied by the fire of night on Bald Mountain and the thunder of Indra's eye.
A frantic flood swept past instantly and swallowed the 4.
Nibirius' instrument exploded too.
A giant hole appeared in his face, creating a bloody mess. He looked at the shards embedded into his palm and shock flashed past his eyes. He had used this skill to break countless musicians' sound of hearts through the years.
However, this time, Ye Qingxian destroyed the instrument he had created?
Before he could react, rows of stakes flew toward him with rolling flames. His figure separated and 6 shadows dodged the pursuit of night on Bald Mountain. However, the youth's figure suddenly appeared amidst the rolling flames and he pressed down the sigh.
Boom!
Nibirius flew back and slammed into the wall. He was pierced by a silver nail. The fire within did not spew out but clamped down on him so he could not escape.
Capturing the sound of heart was useless?
He asked hoarsely, staring at the youth before him.
Why?
If you want to know why, Ye Qingxian looked down at him chest.
A crystal-like heartbeat between the crack.
It swallowed blood and ether with a dreamy moonlight glow.
Maybe it's because I have a stony heart. Nibirius froze. He coughed out black blood and forced on a self-deprecating smile. I lost. I lost completely. But sadly, there's no winner in this game. What does Gavin want?
Ye Qingxian asked coldly.
That thing, the physical incarnate of the god, why is it here? Didn't you already guess it? Mr. Holmes, why are you asking me? Nibirius looked up with difficulty.
He looked at the black shadow that filled the sky. Look, the god has descended, our existence is less significant than dust to those creatures.
You've already failed, Mr. Holmes.
The winners win all in this game, but ordinary people like us can't get anything. He suddenly spat out blood in pieces of his organs. Blood flowed from all openings and his body split apart.
Ye Qingxian froze.
Nibirius was destroying his last chance at surviving. No need to be shocked.
This choice doesn't deserve your furrowed brows. Naberius looked down and said with his last strength, humans were born with shackles.
Even someone as clever as me could not escape them, even with 60 years of struggling. Thankfully, I still have the freedom to choose death. Mr. Holmes, if hell exists, I'll wait there for you. Hopefully there, we'll be able to become friends. Naberius' head hung and he stopped breathing. He was dead. Ye Qingxuan gaped at him. His outreached hand froze in the air. Behind him, an ear-splitting thunderous boom sounded deep in Avalon's shadow. Harsh cracks emerged on the ground and snaked out. The quaking could even be felt deep inside the ocean, resulting in tsunamis. The Dark Lord could no longer resist the resistance of Avalon's shadow while advancing. Even if he suppressed himself to such an insignificant level, he still could not avoid the arrival of the limit. This was the country of King Arthur's scepter. The clashing of their respective music theories were at the extremes. If a spring was suppressed to its limits, it would rebound. The music theories overlapped and the aftershocks from their collapse warped the material world. However, he did not stop. He continued forward to the heart of this shadowy world. 1 step, 2 steps. Ye Qingxuan's expression changed. He could barely breathe under the pressure of the air. The damaged enchantment could no longer resist the aftershocks and was close to collapsing. Now, the enchantment was like the other half of his body. If it broke apart again, he would be forced back to his original state. He might even be fatally wounded. Shaman, I hope you're not waiting for me to go back and help you. Ye Qingxuan clenched his jaw. His body shook and his sanity was almost robbed by the terrifying shadow behind him. However, he still could not help but worry. If the dark musicians were so unscrupulous, the Parliament would definitely be causing a commotion too. They had controlled many places secretly all these years. With more than a century of accumulation, they had the connections and power to cause a mess in Avalon if they did not have to worry about the royal family anymore. The shaman probably was in a dangerous situation now. Avalon was in darkness now. The enchantment was Avalon's most important defense. The guards were sent into action the moment it collapsed. The 9 city gates slammed shut, isolating the city. The city, downtown, midtown, and uptown were divided into 16 sections that were completely isolated from each other and the outside world. The bright city filled with lights suddenly fell into darkness. Scattered firelight shone and illuminated the metal armor in the streets of downtown. The armed soldiers charged down the streets, obediently following commands. The Parliament's connections in the military were finally put into action. They uprooted the shaman's strongholds one by one. This was no longer a street fight. It was complete war. All resistance was laughable before a proper army. The darkness of downtown was spotted with firelight. Amidst the fire, a horn was blown and the armored soldiers hoisted their spears to break down the defenses and buildings. They left a trail of rubble and dust. All resistors were pierced by the spears and tossed to the side. Snaking trails of blood formed red police lines that blinded anyone who saw. The violent gangs of downtown could not unite to form any sizable resistance at the short notice. They were squashed easily and turned into carcasses littered on the ground. Thunderous booms sounded continuously. Those were the terrifying sounds of cannons flattening buildings. One could faintly hear pained cries before they were cut off. All that remained were the dull clanks of armor. The sound of metal echoed in the chaotic darkness, as well as the sound of dripping blood. Another armor plate was torn apart in a ravaged alley. A hole appeared in the chest and blood spurted out. A heart was crushed by an invisible hand. Ghost Hand panted and roared. Boom! The armored soldier flew out and crashed into the crowd. He upended the incoming soldiers. Ghost Hand sucked in the foul air. The rotting scent of the sea and the decayed odor of the sewer entered his lungs like fire burning at the remains. Merely breathing hurt like fire. His mottled white hair was dyed red by blood. His torn shirt revealed ghastly wounds. Creamy blood flowed across his invisible hand, sketching the contour of his broken limb. The hand was not fixed, it kept changing. Sometimes it was a human hand, other times it was a claw with scales on the 5 sharp nails, terrifying.
4th time.
He breathed heavily as his legs trembled.
He truly was old now.
This was only the 4th time. Within a short few minutes, the garrison had charged 4 times. No matter how many fully armed soldiers charged, they were pulverized when they reached this old man.
Without exception, they were like waves crashing onto a reef.
The mill was on the right and the steel mill's warehouse was on the right.
These 2 large buildings sandwiched the small alley in the narrow terrain was his biggest advantage. No matter how many charged forward, he would only have to face a few. He could deal with them easily without fearing the large masses. However, he could not retreat. He could not let anyone pass.
Roaring, he stepped forward. Brushing past the blades, he forced himself into the soldier's arms.
The invisible ghost hand sank into a neck.
With a crisp crack, it was shattered and the soldier's neck was broken. Then the soldier shook. Holes appeared on his back and a crossbow arrow pierced through his chest. Stuck in the armor, it was only a hair's breadth away from his eyes.
Ghost Hand bent down and dodged an incoming sword.
His hands closed around the blade. He turned and the blade shattered. Following his hands, it pierced through the helmet, through the skull, and wedged in the brain.
Another soldier fell. A broadsword hacked at his shoulder, jamming into bone. Ghost Hand roared.
His invisible hand twisted and yanked the soldier's head off as if there were no joints. The wind howled. A strong arrow was close to his face before the invisible hand grasped it. Sparks flew, it brushed past his face and dug into the chest of the soldier behind him.
Blood splattered like rain. A flurry of blades streaked through the air under chaotic clashing. Howling sounded endlessly.
Finally, only the bloody old man remained standing in the alley.
He painfully yanked a dagger out from his leg.
He pushed himself up from the 2 piles of corpses and stood up. His glare at Ingmar was chilling.
Ingmar, you've wasted too much time.
The man in a gray cloak behind Ingmar raised his head.
Ingmar shuddered.
He stuttered out, "Me, Mr. Sparrow, Mr. Robin told me to."
Enough. Robin isn't here. I'm in charge of the Parliament.
The sparrow moved past him and glared at Ghost Hand, who was surrounded.
He looked past the man, saw through the wall, and looked into the dark room. His brows furrowed. That dying old man is the shaman? He scoffed.
I always thought he was just hidden, but I didn't know, he really is dying.
Ugh, how disappointing.
The sparrow raised his hand.
No need to fear anymore. Fire the arrows. Thus, chilling whistles sounded in the darkness. Chapter 300, The Value of Sacrifices. Boom!
The walls on either side shook with the explosion.
Hundreds of holes appeared and a downpour of arrows flew in.
2 groups of archers squatted behind the walls with black crossbows fit for the military. One needed the help of a pulley group to pull the bow taut. Shot at this short distance, the arrows were enough to tear down the wall before them and create a bloody path through the crowd.
Ghost Hand roared.
Like a flash, he transformed into a shadow and practically teleported countless meters away. His invisible arm turned into a beastly claw and blocked the storm of arrows. His speed was incredible. The arrows shot forward and scattered onto the ground.
Boom! The alchemy arrows mixed into the flurry exploded.
Red flames sprang up and overthrew the walls, swallowing Ghost Hand. He flew out of the fire and landed heavily on the broken door. Half of his body was charred and blood seeped from his pores. His heart quivered and he spat out blood. The room was ravaged. The machinery maintaining the shaman's life had shattered. The shaman himself was on the ground, his flesh torn out by the broken tubes.
It was unclear whether he was alive or not. The asterisk starred.
Gritting his teeth, Ghost Hand climbed up with difficulty.
Hey! Sir, are you still alive? Please don't die.
I guess, the shaman cracked open his eyes.
Ghost Hand, can you do it?
I want another bodyguard,
To be honest, I want another boss. Ghost Hand sighed. I don't think we should complain about each other now, right?
Oh, then good luck.
That's useless. Ghost Hand coughed out some blood. Hurry up and take out your hidden tricks. The kind that can bomb all of them.
The shaman looked at him as if looking at an idiot.
Would I have ended up like this if I had those things? Ghost Hand sighed. So you're saying that we're dead meat?
Yeah. The shaman nodded.
Go. I won't blame you. As long as the forest still remains, you will have firewood for another day. I can't move anymore.
Ghost Hand shook his head with a wry smile. I've been with you for more than 30 years. My bones are old enough to be used as firewood.
I don't need any forests. I just hope they'll be merciful enough to bury me. What about me? You don't care about me?
The shaman widened his eyes.
So I should just be dried out under the sun?
Yeah. Clenching his jaw, Ghost Hand pulled himself up and shielded the shaman.
Sometimes, I really wish I could chop you to pieces. The wind whistled and howled. A torrent of arrows suddenly broke down the wall. Ghost Hand shielded the shaman and roared. His invisible hand transformed into an axe and hacked down. This time, it was an unavoidable hardness. Boom! Like a tidal wave curling backward, the black cloud of arrows halted and shattered onto the ground.
Blood streamed out of Ghost Hand's wounds. Clenching his jaw, he waved his reddened arm to welcome the destructive wind and rain,
Hey, sir, Ghost Hand said hoarsely as he looked back. Do you still remember what you said before? You still remember what had happened?
I'm sorry, I lied.
The shaman lowered his head ruefully. No one stole that money. I took it to buy liquor. It was you.
Taken aback, Ghost Hand grew furious.
I wondered why everyone was so poor.
It was you who took our money to drink.
It's been so many years, so don't mind it.
The shaman shrugged awkwardly.
Didn't I pay you back? I can't feel any sincerity now. I'm sorry, I've lied to so many people. I feel guilty and these are my sins. The shaman sighed and coughed. I'm sorry, I lied to you too.
Whatever.
Ghost Hand shook his head and chuckled. I'm used to it. He walked forward to face the roaring arrows.
He chopped down and his invisible arm sliced the air, creating torrential winds. The incoming arrows were all blown away like weak waves that broke apart on the rocks.
Ghost Hand shook.
He was pushed back by the aggressive strength, arrow shards dug into his face and chest, ripping a gaping hole in him.
Sticky blood flowed out.
The ghastly red was menacing and ugly, he looked like a monster. Outside the alley, there was the sound of metallic explosions.
Countless soldiers had grouped from all directions.
They were advancing toward the monster, cold light reflected off their spears and blades.
The sparrow's face darkened. He dropped his hand. Fire! Ghost Hand roared.
The bloody flames quaked and blood-colored dragon scales appeared on his invisible hand.
He grabbed at the thundering rain.
The arrows shattered in his fist.
Boom! His invisible hand was toppled under the rain of arrows. Ghost Hand stumbled back. He was pierced by dozens of arrows.
Blood spewed out and mixed into the dirt under him, turning it into a bloody quagmire.
Sir, I never regretted trusting you, Ghost Hand murmured.
He wiped the blood away from his lips.
Look, People like me were born like dogs. There's nowhere to go but the dog pen. I'm willing to do anything in order to not be a dog anymore.
All these years, only you told me that no one has to live like a dog.
Lowly people can have value and meaning too.
For all these years, the homeless fallen ones in the dirty sewer could only look up at the sunlight of the big figures. They wallowed in darkness with no hope of salvation or knowledge of how to live with dignity. But even the lowly ones should be able to walk with their head held high. Even if they could not bathe in the luxurious sunlight, they should go to the grave with pride.
This was a wild wish no one had ever thought about. This was enough.
This was already enough to satisfy one who had nothing.
To be honest, I never understood what you said. Ghost Hand looked at the shaman with eyes filled with hope. But I want those things called dignity and meaning.
I lived for this, sir, and I'm willing to die for it.
Idiot, you only have dignity and meaning if you live. The shaman roared. However, Ghost Hand started laughing.
He welcomed the advancing soldiers and stumbled toward the ruins before him.
Sadly, there's no more liquor. Ghost Hand lowered his head and licked at his blood as if drinking.
He happily recited a toast, "Hope there are more days to come." Roaring, fire shot out of his bloody invisible hand. The flames burned at his body, turning it into a shocking red.
Terrifying power surged from the old man's frame.
The strength coursed through his veins and body until he was bathed in flames.
The weapons could not kill him, the storm could not break him, he was on fire.
If the gods were looking from heaven, they would see his figure jump into the mass of steel. The steel light in his path were dyed red.
The red stretched forward in a straight line. It bloomed in the mass of metallic light. Like blood dropped into mercury, it was ghastly and wild.
For a moment, Ghost Hand was so fast he was a blur.
Come, the asterisk starts. Ghost Hand cackled.
His scarred face was as menacing as a wolf.
The banquet has just started.
The crazy old man was covered in injuries now. The horrible wounds revealed the white bone underneath as if he was a monster who had crawled out of a pile of corpses. He fought in the crowd, drinking bloody wine and roaring. Everything in his path was torn apart by his invisible hand, turning into a pile of ruins.
Stop him! Ingmar yelled from his stallion. His expression was twisted and fanatic.
The commander parroted him. His voice sounded more and more laughable.
Boom!
Blades cracked, armor shattered, bodies twisted, heads splintered, hearts were crushed.
Ghost Hand felled an incoming spear.
He abruptly jumped like a bird and stepped onto the soldier's shoulder. It caved in and the soldier fell to his knees.
Ghost Hand flew past the formation and pounced directly at Ingmar, his face bloody and monstrous. Ingmar screamed.
He twisted and pulled the commander before him. However, the commander shattered into pieces. Under the spray of blood, a red figure dropped from the sky.
The invisible hand grabbed at the sparrow behind Ingmar. The sparrow's expression changed dramatically. He retreated and his cape billowed as he shot out a music score.
The earth cracked apart to spit endless flames, swallowing Ghost Hand. Within the fire, all steel turned red-hot and melted. The mud bubbled like liquid.
Ghost Hand's figure instantly turned to smoke and disappeared. He died? In the silence, the sparrow looked at the empty hole. The fear in his eyes finally disappeared, but the aftershock crept in.
This was only an old killer close to death, and yet he killed hundreds of fully armored soldiers without any music scores. He had almost killed the sparrow as well. The sparrow looked at the silent old man and gritted out, "Shaman, you raised a loyal dog."
"He's not a dog." The shaman looked up coldly from the mud. "His name is Kirin Moria. Do not underestimate my friend."
In that instant, the sparrow received a shock. A hoarse song traveled from the burnt dirt and ashes. It came from the faraway barren lands. It was a prayer by Theban priests. They offered fresh blood and sacrifices to beg the cold deities for a miracle. Thus, there was a miracle. The shattered invisible hand was regrouping and the power hidden within erupted completely. Evaporated blood and fiery ashes came together to construct that figure. As if crawling back to the realm of the living after struggling in hell, the figure slowly opened his blood-red eyes and howled soundlessly. Once this thing accesses your body, you'll truly receive hell's arm.
You will have the strength you want and no one can stop you.
Hermes' cold and low voice sounded in passing.
This is the strictest contract. There's no turning back once you sign it.
You'll receive strength, but it will gnaw at your life.
You'll become its food and prey. You'll suffer day and night from the curse. After you die, there will be neither heaven nor hell waiting for you.
You will crumble to dust without anywhere to go.
Answer me, is this the future you wish for? Good.
That kind of future was carefree. Ghost Hand roared and his shattered body regrouped. Blue flames shot out from his body, giving him strength and the furious fire of the dead.
Die.
This time, the formation of steel could no longer stop him. He advanced and shattered the rows of armor with his hands of fire.
He bathed in the blood.
He was no longer old or in pain, he no longer had human restrictions. With the power from the burning souls, he reached unprecedented speeds. Layers of armor disintegrated under a wave of his hand. The flesh under the armor ripped off in chunks and their hearts shattered silently. All obstacles were destroyed under his invisible hands. Only blood flew forward.
Amidst the endless blood, Ghost Hand roared and charged at the sparrow.
This guy, signed with the life of the etheric world?
The sparrow's face was deathly pale. He gritted his teeth subconsciously and swore.
He beat the drum in his arms with a rhythm from the abyss. The dead on the ground suddenly began withering. Demons grew from them and climbed up, charging at Ghost Hand. But all the demons were nothing before him.
Fire! Sparrow yelled. What are you waiting for?
Black arrows rained down, but Ghost Hand did not care. He let them pierce his body as he tore through the demons before him. One step, two step, he was advancing. He advanced slowly without any disturbances, charging through the obstacles. Blood splattered and covered everything, dyeing it all red. The burning Ghost Hand created gales of wind and thunder.
Transforming into the god of death, he used his regenerated hands to tear into the military. He was unstoppable.
The sparrow screamed.
A giant snake sprung out of the earth.
It opened its mouth wide and swallowed Ghost Hand.
But then it writhed painfully, cut open by daggers, then disintegrated. Ghost Hand roared.
The fire he had received from the burning souls shot out. Blood increased around him and he charged past the last obstacle. The sparrow was right before his eyes. The sparrow stumbled back.
Layers of shields appeared before him, but they were shattered immediately.
Broken light was swallowed by blood chillingly. Fire and wind emerged abruptly and charged at Ghost Hand. He drowned in the fiery cage. He pushed forward with his hands and a melody shrieked out.
The ether changed, transforming into different elements.
The surrounding dirt rolled and melted. Blazing red steel appeared out of thin air. It created two incomparably sharp blades that shot out.
Damocles' movement. The thundering was endless.
The figure knocked aside countless swords with his bare hands, but more descended from the sky, stabbing into his chest.
He roared and shook.
Pulling out the blades with his right hand, he parried and his invisible left hand whistled. The blade warped, curling backward. The sparrow's expression changed. He barely dodged the blade coming for his head.
Growling, he pressed down.
Blood burned and melted into his music score, causing the blades to multiply by the thousandfold.
Ghost Hand chopped down. Countless blades flew backward and cut apart the sparrow's robe and drum.
The drum exploded and the sparrow screamed, but Ghost Hand charged forward relentlessly. Two arms fell off cleanly. Blood spewed.
Ingmar, What are you still waiting for?
The sparrow screamed as he stumbled back.
Ghost Hand closed in and his hands cut through the air.
A gaping crack appeared in the sparrow's chest.
Blood streamed and Ghost Hand grasped his heart. It would disintegrate in the next second. But Ghost Hand's movements suddenly stopped.
He froze in place.
Oh, there's a time limit, he murmured in shock. He watched as his body quickly withered and fell apart, cracking like a piece of pottery burned too long in the kiln. He was so close. He looked at the pale sparrow and then at the beating heart in his hands. Just a bit more. Just a bit more and all of this would be over. Pop. His body fragmented. I still didn't do anything.
A shattered face fell to the ground and lifted into a self-mocking smile.
Sorry, sir, a life as meaningless as mine, I've no value even in death.
He was smiling but tears slid down his cheeks, seeping into the broken cracks as if he was a crying clay figurine.
What do you people know? You can't even look at the situation.
You almost, clenching his jaw, the sparrow looked down on Ghost Hand. He stomped on Ghost Hand's face, 1 foot at a time until the smile was completely shattered.
The shaman failed long ago. He failed, you understand?
A wind tunnel from the abyss appeared in the sky above him.
An immense shadow flashed by, causing the world to shake.
The god's incarnation had descended in the shadow world.
This country, this city, everything here, was destined to be buried in the abyss. Did you see?
The sparrow looked up at the shadow earnestly.
You couldn't stop anything. Everything you did was meaningless. You have no value even if you die. No, Ghost Hand, your life wasn't meaningless. The shaman's hoarse voice hung in the air.
Everything in the path of the sound waves froze.
The shaman rose from the mud and yanked out the tubes in his empty chest.
He crossed the frozen world, stepping on the ruins and carcasses, until he was beside Ghost Hand.
With a wave, the sparrow turned to dust under the modifications theory. Thank you, Ghost Hand.
The shaman lifted him from the mud. His voice was harsh as grating metal as he said, "You helped me win time at the most critical moment." Ghost Hand forced his eyes open and clutched the shaman's hand as if grasping salvation.
So did I really save anything?
Yes. The shaman closed his eyes. Turbid tears rolled pathetically down his wrinkled face.
My friend, the 15 minutes that you created saved all of Anglo and changed the world. Really? Ghost Hand smiled.
That's great, sir.
This feeling is so great.
His expression froze. The cracks extended across his body and he shattered. His life spent, he turned to dust and scattered. The shaman stared at him, grasping the hand until it turned to dust and flowed from his fingers.
He could freeze the world but could not keep this life here. Ghost Hand was dead. My friend, the pain in your life has ended.
I hope you will receive eternal slumber in death. The shaman looked up, allowing the tears to roll down his face.
He glared at the abyss in the night sky. Raising a hand, he declared, "Open the 5th seal in my name."
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 301 to 310. Chapter 301, Surprise. Open the 5th seal in my name.
Thundering came from deep within Avalon.
Lightning shot out from the endless black clouds in the eerie sky.
It illuminated the ghastly white palace. Within the palace, the queen sleeping on the throne opened her eyes.
Aloud. Sir Lancelot stood below the throne. The seal in his hands, created by royal blood, instantly began to shake. The bell at the top of the Elizabeth Tower began to ring. The ringing cut across the skies and earth, resounding 9 times. Dominic stood before the door of the Jianlan underground palace. The bell slowly pushed the door open. Darkness no longer resided in the world behind the door. Endless light rolled out like a tidal wave. The sound of a choir singing in a low voice resounded in everyone's ears. The tide of light surged and shot into the black sky. The fog was swept away and the aura of the abyss no longer remained because an immense sun was rising slowly. The world was instantly brightened. A ray of red light brewed within the sun and descended from the sky. The frozen world was shattered by its power and light fell into the shaman's palms. He clenched his hands. It was as if all the power in the world was in his hands. The light illuminated the true appearance of the beam of radiance. It was an ancient and majestic sword. The hole in the shaman's chest was quickly repaired. His bones grew and mended the crack. He instantly recovered. Blazing wings of light burst from his back. The large wings created a flood in the etheric sea. Endless strength converged above the shaman, transforming into a halo. Now, the shaman was no longer the Lord of Darkness. He was now the only king of the world, the noble one who ruled over the world with dignity. It was as if King Arthur had come back to life. After centuries, the absolute power given to Anglo by the heavens, the legendary weapon that had killed the natural catastrophe Leviathan, the sword in the stone, had finally reappeared. This world had changed drastically. In the mud, Ingmar finally processed everything. He gaped at the glowing figure. His muddled mind was somehow stimulated. He shuddered and finally became clear-headed again. However, he felt ineffable fear. How could this be? How could this be? How could this be? Mama Maxwell. His features twisted. Pointing at the one shrouded in light, he shrieked as if in a nightmare, "How can you be here? You clearly, this is impossible, this is impossible." It's simple. The majestic man with wings stood in the light and looked back coldly at him. Because I am the shaman. The wings of light flapped. Ingmar's body sagged and scattered like dust. The shaman, no, Maxwell, flew into the sky, reigning from between the heavens and earth. He asked gravely, "Where are the knights?" The sound of swords unsheathing came from every corner of Avalon like thunder. 8 beams of light shot into the sky. The knights clad in armor had finally regrouped. Galahad, Geraint, Gareth, Bedivere, Kay, Lamorak, Aglavale, Tristan, the knights of the Round Table were ready to fight. Good. Maxwell nodded. Royal Musician Division. In an instant, overlapping waves of ether flashed from every corner of Avalon. In a hidden room, 6 grandmasters and hundreds of musicians resonated with the sword. There were even 2 scepter-level waves that surged from the end of the sea. They came from thousands of miles away and contained all the strength. The light around Maxwell burned brighter as if he truly was the sun. The sunlight shrouded the Round Table knights. It cut the barrier between the etheric and material world and fell into the black shadow realm. Immediately afterward, wild thundering resounded in the air. "Men, follow me to kill the god." The shadow realm instantly shook. Amongst the earth-shattering thunder, a blazing sun rose from the eternal night. It illuminated the world from its place high up in the sky. Blazing sunlight fell and swept the gray fog away from the city. The countless black dust wailed and shook. They shot up into the sky and scattered under the violent brilliance. The still city awoke again under the light and finally resonated again. At that moment, Maxwell had already descended from the sky. The sword in the stone played the chapter of the Golden Victory, awakening the lost royal power in Avalon's shadow. For immense shadows emerged under the brilliance. They carried terrifying auras and slammed down on the ether world. They said, "Come." The sun that descended from the sky contained the king's crown and descended onto the ground. The control of Avalon's shadow was instantly robbed. Maxwell entered the shadow world easily and swung his sword down with might. The darkness shook. Infinite light pierced into the depths along with the blade. It instantly crossed thousands of miles straight to the heart. Before the palace, the Dark Lord froze. The ancient sword pierced his chest and shone with royal power, imploding. "Lit on fire," he roared.
One moment he still had control. The next moment, Kingdom Come's strength fell from the sky and fatally wounded the Dark Lord who had been focused on opening Avalon's shadow.
"Sword in the stone?"
he asked hoarsely, looking down at the sword in him with shock.
"Yeah, you didn't expect it, right?" Maxwell sneered behind him. "It's finally awakened after being hidden away for so many years."
The sheath was even repaired.
"Mr. Deity, are you surprised?" It suddenly dawned on the Dark Lord. "This was all your plan?" Maxwell leered from within the flames.
His smile was filled with malice and craze. For centuries after Arthur had fallen, this Dark Lord's influence had been seeping into Anglo and snooping from the shadows. For all these years, the royal family had cast a blind eye, allowing it to become stronger. Downtown, the Parliament, the Blood Path, Avalon's shadow, the Bell Authority. Everything, all the years of quiet endurance and waiting, were done in order for this deity to lower his guards and walk his incarnate into the prepared trap. For this, so many people had lost their lives, so many had died soundlessly. They even used Arthur's corpse as bait just for this moment to arrive. They uprooted the evil hand that reached into the mortal world and destroyed it completely. They would even kill the incarnation of a deity. This was a battle between men and gods. After centuries of planning and decades of acting, it was now, just starting. Boom! Flames shot from the stone and the stone. It shattered the Dark Lord's chest. The strength from the abyss shook and collapsed. The root was cut off. You've been watching from the side all these years, making everyone panic. We put in so much to invite you down, so we'll definitely welcome you warmly. Maxwell asked, "What do you think about my starry sky?" "I personally made it." "Does it suit your taste?" The Dark Lord growled. His broken chest seemed to contain a bottomless abyss. Inside it, countless faces continuously appeared and hoarsely chanted a blasphemous song. Darkness swept through again. Light and darkness battled amidst the turmoil. Tsunamis were formed in the ether sea. The aftershocks and waves shook the shadow world, pushing it close to collapse. The war was only just beginning in the realm of the fallen scepter, before the ether and material world. Amidst the resonance, Ye Qingxuan hid under the Elizabeth Tower. He closed his eyes and cut off all communication with the ether. Even so, he was practically paralyzed by the wild ripples from the core. Lofty beams of light hacked down from the sword in the stone. Each movement caused floods that disappeared once it flowed into the darkness. The sun and dark night crashed and wrestled in the sky. Everything swept into the airwaves were scattered like dust. But this was Avalon, after all. It was the home turf of the sword in the stone. Even faced with the majestic incarnation of a god, Maxwell was able to have the upper hand for a bit. In addition, he had the Round Table Knights to add some hits in between. The phantom beast in the holy armor had been completely awakened too. 9 different beastly features materialized. The claws, eyes, flames, teeth, the 9 features combined and formed the red dragon. It let out an earth-shattering roar. Spitting fire, its majesty became tangible and spread. It destroyed all the demons in its way and restrained a portion of the abyss power. It was 9 against 1. The royal musicians were also sending reinforcement from the outside too. All of Anglo's strength was united to fight against the god. Soon the world shook and the darkness was furious. A giant crack opened leading to the abyss. Countless demons swarmed from the crack. Dozens of big demons appeared and wrestled with the red dragon. The Dark Lord's figure flickered and dissipated. "You want to leave?" Maxwell scoffed. "The doors closed. How can I let you escape?" "That guy over there, stop wasting time. It's time for you to shine." Ye Qingxuan froze. He flew toward the top level of the Elizabeth Tower. Pressing down onto the center of the enchantment, his heart flashed behind the crack in his chest. The core had been activated. He immediately felt immense power surge into the enchantment from the outside world. He could barely control the waves from the ether sea. He looked around carefully and realized the power was right beside him.
Outside Avalon's shadow? He murmured. An old man stood under the moonlight at the top of the white tower outside Avalon.
He seemed to be meditating. The young musician beside him lowered his head respectfully.
Grandmaster Hayden, you can begin now. Chapter 302, It is always here. Well, things can't be delayed.
One of the 13 present saints, the greatest musician who inherited the name of Haydn, opened his eyes and spread an ancient scroll from his hand. On the ancient scroll, there were dark strokes that made up the notes and composing mysterious movements. They suddenly turned into several scenes with the etheric fluctuations. They changed from emptiness to the darkness of the abyss, to an indescribable existence above the water, to a glimmer of light.
Let there be light, said Haydn.
And so there was light. In the middle of the sky and earth, 9 layers of the etheric sea resonated.
Everything sang for the birth of light.
The countless light blended into the collapsing enchantment of Avalon, and completely integrated with it.
The miracle was here. Genesis?
Ye Qingxuan looked up blankly at the light falling from the sky.
This was the peak of the school of abstinence, the origin of the universe observable from the nature of ether, the origin of all, the movement of creation and destruction, Genesis. For a moment, Ye Qingxuan almost melted and integrated into the light. On the top of the tower, the bell thundered, singing for the creation of this world. Infinite power sprouted from the depths of the enchantment, almost crushing his tiny consciousness into pieces. Ye Qingxuan only had the time to trigger Jiu Xiao Huan Pei. He used all his effort to guide the endless mighty torrents and gather them in the sky. So this is how it is. Ye Qingxuan was ecstatic. His mind had melted into the enchantment to help the enchantment absorb the light. It was as if he was experiencing the magnificent changes in Genesis by himself. It was the peak of the school of abstinence, the origin of all music theory, the essence of the ether. Creation or destruction was just the difference of a thought. Instantly, his understanding of the school of abstinence's nature increased. His confusions about the school of Stone Heart's music theory were also solved. The movement in his mind fell apart and reassembled. His view of the world was suddenly offset but soon recalibrated. This feeling was unprecedented. His soul seemed to be infinitely magnified and he was drunk in the light of creation. It was like observing the world with the eyes of ether. The world became brand new. Next, time seemed to be reversed. The dark cellar under the Elizabeth Tower had been silent for hundreds of years. The alchemy had long disintegrated and fallen into silence. Now, it was revived. On 16 dark stone tablets, layers of notes lit up. The melody of the movement roared. This was the control center that the alchemist made for Avalon hundreds of years ago. The alchemy technology that transcended that era created the world's largest tuning instrument at that time. No differential machines or analyzers in the world could be more efficient than it. The ether ball was only its research subproduct. Its control of movements meant nothing when compared to this tuning instrument. Only such a behemoth could perform the accurate control that the vast enchantment of Avalon and Kingdom required when running. When Kingdom Come shattered hundreds of years ago, it also fell apart with the city and became legends and secrets hidden in the ancient scrolls. But under the shining light, it seemed that time had become an ancient book whose pages could be turned arbitrarily. The past, which was recorded in the ether, was drawn out to be rewritten. It was reflected in this space, returning to their glorious moment. Thus, the tuning instrument lit up again. Countless notes flickered on the 16 tall. Countless complex music theory flashed until, finally, the notes re-accessed the enchantment under the control of the core. Bang! The enchantment quaked under that wisp of mysterious light. It was intensified and even took over Avalon's shadow.
The kingdom of shadows was completely sealed and isolated from all interferences outside. In Avalon's shadow, the magnificent melody and voice sang the song of creation. The enchantment and scepter field gathered in one place and were upgraded endlessly. The extinguished stars lit up again one by one and started running.
The zodiacs released dazzling light.
In the end, a ring crossed the sky like a river of stars. Endless starlight converged into the lofty sunlight and moonlight. In a moment, the oppressive scorching sun and cold moonlight descended from the sky.
The dead scepter field was resurrected? In that glimmer of light, a new world seemed to be created. Of course this is here, someone said. It is always here. Boom!
The Dark Lord, who was about to disappear, was suddenly bounced back into the world and was almost chopped into two pieces by the sword that followed. He growled furiously and enlarged the narrowing world. The intensity of this realm was enhanced. This meant he could use all his strength. But before Maxwell's frenzied onslaught, his actions had been constrained as if he was afraid of something exceedingly dangerous, something even more terrifying than the sword in the stone. Only another natural catastrophe could scare a natural catastrophe. He could perceive that there was another natural catastrophe, another one in this realm. But who was it? This incarnation of God quickly pondered. Continually ruled out other clues, he finally located the target.
I see, the Dark Lord ground his teeth.
His face became hideous. His angry voice spread from the etheric world.
Hermes! Why did you betray the contract?
What?
Watch your mouth, Hyakum. How can you just accuse people like that?
A frivolous voice responded.
I've followed the contract well. I never meddled in the war between man and natural catastrophe. So far, I did not say a word, nor did I touch a hair. I haven't even been to Avalon's shadow for many years. Sorry, it's not my fault.
Liar!
Hyakum roared. Well, if you insist, I did interfere a little in this, but what can you do to me? Hermes's tone became cold and vicious. You are on the wrong team, Hyakum.
You think I don't know that you're secretly hooking up with that son of a B*TCHE stoop to make a mess in the East?
3 wise men, 3 pillars of God, for living creatures.
There are so many other natural catastrophes, and I don't care who you hook up with.
However, if you dare to help him, I will definitely object. I advise you to stop quietly. Don't meddle in the things between us two. Otherwise, I'll throw away my dignity and partner with sacred blood. Someday, you'll pay for this.
Hyakum was so furious that hundreds of waves crashed in the etheric world.
Hermes just sneered.
Take care of yourself first.
I'm also curious as to who's watching you.
The communication was cut off. But in the abyss, Hyakum's rage did not stop, but his incarnation had fallen into the physical realms. The connection between him and the incarnation had been severed. He could not do anything, even if the incarnation was sealed, imprisoned, or even killed. It was one of his 9 incarnations. It was also 1/9 of his essence. This was not only 1/9 of his strength. This was like 1/9 of his shadow. Just as human beings had different images from 9 directions, each one was vital. None was dispensable. With the loss of the one, the other 8 incarnations would surely be weakened. Over the years, it had not been easy to accumulate so much strength in order to occupy more large tributaries and create a complete river Styx. But now he had taken a hit. For a time, dark musicians all over the world could sense the murderous intent and rage condensed in the abyss. But there was a more disturbing question in the midst of chaos. If the other natural catastrophe was not Hermes, then who was it? There was one possibility. But that possibility may even make the abyss tremble. Countless secrets were hidden deep in the darkness.
In Avalon's shadow, the Dark Lord was defeated. Cracks staggered across his body.
The complex music theory in the depths of his body continued to crumble. He could barely suppress it anymore. This body made of ether and movements had reached its limit. He roared hoarsely, took off his right eye, and angrily crushed it. In the darkness, a shadow suddenly projected and infiltrated into the sword in the stone. The flames suddenly dimmed from the pollution of curse. The Dark Lord opened his hands and suddenly smashed his chest. The wound made by the sword in the stone cracked again. Under the tear, his whole body split into two. One pounced toward Maxwell, burning its own power to keep Maxwell in place. The other rushed to the collapsing palace. Here was the home of the sword in the stone. With the incarnation's strength, it was difficult to contend with the power accumulated by Avalon, so he would just solve the root of the problem. Since this incarnation was on the verge of collapse, he just used another one. As long as he found King Arthur first, converted him into a dark follower under his command, and took over his body, the advantages of Anglo would be completely undermined. Both the sword in the stone and the continuously intensifying enchantment of Avalon were all things of the past and the extension of kingdom come to King Arthur. In Arthur's body, these things would no longer be a threat to Ye Qingxuan. In fact, they would be useful for him.
Stop him. Maxwell's face changed, but he could not catch up now.
The shadow struck down.
Then, in the city, 8 beams of light rose in succession.
The first one was Tristan. That burly knight sprang up and waved his sword, dashing toward the shadow.
Storms were set off. In an instant, Ye Qingxuan's shadow staggered and dissipated into mist.
It fell through Tristan to the earth.
Tristan's body shook. Frozen in the air, he was almost engulfed by the evil intentions therein.
Geraint's armor was like the flesh and blood of a living thing. Like a beast, it ran on its limbs, roaring and leaping from the earth, and gnashed forcefully. However, even its swift speed could not stop that swift shadow. Following were Gareth, Lamorak, and others.
They attacked at the same time.
The red dragon's shadow flashed and spat out blue fire. However, the dragon lost its agility and its wings were sliced off.
Traces of cracks immediately appeared on 3 knights.
Their weakness was seized in that blow and they were deeply wounded.
In the name of the night, put an end to all evil intentions.
Under the armor of Galahad, Christine drew her sword and proclaimed seriously.
Swords clanged.
The sound of the sword condensed into something tangible and spread to all directions. Everywhere the sound passed, etheric connections were cut off and forcibly suppressed. But the shadow's speed was not reduced. It stretched out a hand and suddenly pressed down.
Boom!
Christine's sword fell out of her hand, her body was trembling. The face under the helmet was bright red. She vomited black blood from the backlash and was unable to move.
The breath from the abyss.
This was a ubiquitous breath of abyss.
She could perceive the germination of evil intentions from the heart.
It almost took the control of her mind. Murderous intent, greed, lust, and anger that she had never experienced now burst out endlessly. Even the sword of Galahad could not suppress it. Anyone infected by that breath would reveal the evil in their nature and they would be eroded by the movement. If one did not strive to contend with that power, the evil intention would possibly be deeply implanted into the heart. It would be unable to be expelled until, one day, the victim would completely degenerate into a follower of a natural catastrophe. It was horrible. Right at this time, it had to be during this situation. If she was stronger, if she had foreseen this earlier, if her father had not been seriously injured during the early years and could fight now, this would never have happened. Christine gritted her teeth and sank into a deep humiliation.
Unlike other families, the Lancelot family had been trusted by the royal family since the kingdom was found.
What the family inherited was not just 1 but 2 titles. As early as the first generation, Lancelot and Galahad were son and father, both of whom were among the Knights of the Round Table.
Therefore, every generation of Lancelot's title must be inherited by Galahad after the death of his father. In other words, Galahad was Lancelot's reserve. And in all knights that currently existed, Lancelot's position was the most exalted. In addition to the lineage, it also required absolute integrity. One needed to have all 7 virtues of knighthood to obtain the recognition of the Phantom Beast and become the legendary Lancelot du Lac. Only Lancelot and Gawain had the highest moral standards. They had neither the fear of the natural catastrophes infectious breath nor the risk of depravity. Unfortunately, the current Lancelot was severely wounded while protecting the royal family from an assassination in his early days. His lungs were damaged. Although there was no harm to everyday activities, he could no longer set foot on the battlefield. Otherwise, such a horrible situation would not have occurred. This sucks. Maxwell ground his teeth under the curse, his expression gloomy. The situation instantly grew dire. The Dark Lord's approaching could almost break the seals on the palace gate. Once he entered, the preparations and planning of the years would all be in vain. So many people's sacrifice and effort would mean nothing. Now the only one that could stop him was Charles. Chapter 303, Before the End. Charles. Charles seemed to hear a moan from hell. He turned around. Jerome's withered face was in a puddle of blood with its mouth open. The man had withered and dried out under the erosion of the abyss's breath. He looked like a weathered skeleton, but the glow of his soul still remained in his body. Pick up, he used the last of his strength to grasp Charles's hand. Ghostly fire burned in his eyes. Pick it up, Charles. Pick it up. Only you. Only you can stop him. Me? Charles froze. He looked down blankly at the spear in the pool of blood. This was the replica of St. George's spear, a powerful ancient artifact. You want me to go? He muttered. Looking up at the incoming black shadow, he trembled. He wanted to say, "Can you give me an easier job? I'm innocent. I've accomplished things for Anglo, I've bled for the Research Institute. I want to see Newton. Why should a researcher go onto the battlefield? I'm not even a *king musician. If you can do it, then you go. I don't have a girlfriend yet. I have old and young ones and a junior to take care of. I can't go, no way. I haven't showed off my good looks and amazing talent yet. I can't just die here. But I'll die if I go or don't go. Can't I choose a better death? But neither is a better death. So, I have to go. He muttered to himself. His body followed Jerome's words. Perhaps it was because it was an order from a dying man, or perhaps his tone was filled with anticipation and power, or, deep down, he was attracted. Power. Power was under his feet. In the pool of blood, Jerome's eyes were hopeful. Charles, do you want to be a failure for life and see people's disappointed eyes, or be a hero? Even if just for a moment. And so Charles bent down and picked up power. It was like holding a piece of burning iron. He yelled in pain and fell to his knees as he convulsed. Fire coursed through his body, trying to burn him to ashes. Immense power surged from the spear and engulfed his mind, shattering it. Furious fire emerged from his broken mind, causing him to scream. Like a dying dragon, the tangible power of the dragon burst from his body. It lifted and tore apart every living thing. Jerome was swept in as well, but he smiled in satisfaction. Yes. Just like this. Charles, you can do it and you must. Jerome grinned before he disintegrated. His remaining strength converged in his blood and flowed into Charles's cracked skin. A mortal who dared to enter the realm of a deity would be burned by the radiance. Even though this was a backup product, St. George's spear still contained a large enough power that could scorch him. He only needed one moment would suffice. If Charles could stop the Dark Lord, everything would be worth it, no matter how horrible the sacrifice. Scalding blood burst from his body. Charles howled in pain. He was ruled by the power, and searing light shot out from his eyes. It was as if the sun was blazing in his body. Power and the scepter, pain, and torture came together. Roaring, Charles grasped the spear. Blurry music notes on the spear lit up with blinding light. The spear seemed to have lost its confusion and become a terrifying existence that had been suppressed forcefully. The dragon spirit sealed within roared wildly. The sky and earth shook. Charles held the spear tightly amidst the light and pierced forward. All the ether before the spear burned away, creating a vacuum. Everything in this area was destined to die. "Don't you dare!" The Dark Lord bellowed from the wave of darkness. He seemed to drag the entire abyss with him. He was unstoppable. The power of the abyss and St. George's spear clashed directly. Even Avalon's enchantment could not detect the changes of ether. It was just a muddled mess. In the turmoil, the abyss's aura seethed, creating wild ripples. Charles stood within the burning light and screamed in pain. "Charles?" In that moment, Ye Qingxuan was taken aback at the top of the Elizabeth Tower. There was no time to hesitate. Clenching his jaw, he pressed the crack on his chest. It resonated. The bell rang instantly. With the sub-originator as a fulcrum, he levered Avalon's enchantment. In the dark cellar, 16 stone tablets began turning amidst rumbling. They changed their positions and angles, creating a new structure. Under the great shaking, the moon in the sky turned. As if time had passed in an instant, the full moon waned and fell above Charles. Moonlight crashed down like a waterfall and encased Charles within the turbid mess. "Please work, please work, please work." Clenching his jaw, Ye Qingxuan closed his eyes and prayed. He used his will to guide the enchantment's strength from the sky, transform into moonlight, and enter Charles's body. Using his own experience of constructing the sub-originator inside him, he suppressed the wild ether within Charles. It felt like he was trying to block an erupting volcano. Ye Qingxuan paled and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was only shouldering part of the pressure but practically collapsed from it. Charles was not even an official musician, but he could control that strength and keep his body intact. How talented was he actually? With the support of the tuning instrument, Ye Qingxuan transported all the pressure to the enchantment through the sub-originator without hesitation. He utilized all the strength he could and instantly fought into the chaos through resonation. Moonlight wrapped around Charles's limbs. It evaporated from the fire but reappeared as soon as it disappeared. Ye Qingxuan endured the intense pain that flared every moment and forcefully maintained the connection and resonance between the two. A mere replica, deep in the dark abyss, the Dark Lord ground his teeth. He changed his shape and the oddly shaped skeletal shell opened its hands, gripping St. George's spear, which was being stabbed at his chest. His hands scraped against the light, sparks flew in different music theories constantly tangled, twisted, and destroyed, creating abnormal aftershocks. He angrily studied Charles and looked past him. He seemed to be able to see the youth's mind in the moonlight. In the abyss, pure evil intent rushed into their minds along with the moonlight. "I didn't expect, it's you too. This trick doesn't work." Ye Qingxuan shielded Charles. The formless river in his mind welcomed the various images from the abyss. It broke at the touch, but a moon rose in the defeated river and withstood the momentary attack. Then he opened his mouth and used all his strength to yell, "Maxwell, what the F***ck are you still waiting for?" A blazing sun descended from the sky. Whistling, the sword in the stone pierced the darkness, destroying everything. 16 layers of feathers broke through the air. The sword in the stone had been filled to the brim and now it sliced down. It had been a millennium years since this was last seen. The chapter of golden victory burst forth. It created an immense vortex in the ether sea. All power that it could touch was swallowed and shot out from the sword blade, forming the ultimate formula of the school of modifications, the elemental vacuum.
The sword descended from the sky and hacked off the abyss and head.
It also pierced the incarnation's core, cutting apart its brain. After a muffled boom, all was silent. The chaos dissipated, the abyss dissipated.
St. George's spear pierced the Dark Lord's chest and destroyed his last attack with an explosion of power. So, it is, the Dark Lord's face had shattered as if weathered by wind. However, it was still vicious and furious.
Ye Lancao, so you all ready?
With his last strength, he reached out to strangle the youth in the moonlight. However, his trembling hand shattered and fell apart. His entire body was pulled by the sword in the stone's power.
It caved in and distorted.
Wailing, it was sucked into the blade. In the end, it became a wandering shadow in the clear blade.
After it was sealed, Genesis' power scattered as well. Haydn resealed it into the codex.
He sat tiredly onto his wheelchair, he had clearly aged.
Everything returned to how it was. The enchantment quickly weakened until it was close to nothing.
The tuning instrument in the dark cellar broke apart. The reborn music score returned to silence. It came from death and returned to death. Maxwell stood still as his wings of light faded and his halo crumbled. Half kneeling on the ground, he vomited broken shards of light. However, he looked at the fading ancient sword with satisfaction.
A success.
All those lives lost were not in vain.
No one replied because they were all dead. No one knew if happiness and satisfaction waited for them in the underworld.
Maxwell, no, the shaman closed his eyes and murmured, I hope they found their value while they were alive.
Crack. As St.
George's spear shattered, Charles stumbled back. His entire body was red with burns. Strands of blood seeped from his pores. He doubled over and spat out fresh blood. Staring at the broken pieces of the spear, he reached out as if he had seen a non-existent hallucination in dream.
Don't go, he said.
But the hallucination and dream dissipated. He closed his eyes and sank into darkness.
Maxwell reached out and caught him.
He handed Charles over to a round-table knight.
Contact the church's choir musicians for emergency treatment. After this case is reported to the Queen, seal it for eternity with the sixth seal.
Yes. Lamorak nodded and carefully walked toward the exit with Charles. In the silence, Maxwell gazed at the city that was cold and dark again.
He sighed. It's finally over. No, not yet.
The youth's hoarse murmur traveled in the wind. Maxwell looked up in confusion, but he saw no one atop the White Tower.
Chapter 304, Before Dawn. Not until the real riot was over did the city begin to be dazed and fearful.
Emergency police officers rode horses on the streets to maintain basic order.
There were even more troops running on the street under the clanging of metal armor. They were following the Queen's orders to catch traitors.
The silence of the uptown district was broken by the heavy footsteps.
Lights dimly lit up in the dark, mixed with faint discontinuous cries and chaos. The sounds were quickly strangled as soon as they were born.
So, it was still vaguely quiet. All the manors and mansions involved with the parliament were surrounded. Soon a figure with a black wig was escorted into the carriage and sent to the non-existent Fifth Department. People who cooperated with the arrest could still keep their last bit of dignity, while those who dared to rebel would be killed on the spot. Thus, all members of the parliament were uprooted in this suffocating darkness. For a long time, the Fifth Department had been silently searching for clues and was ready for this day to come.
These non-existent figures suddenly appeared on the street like illusions and brought the prisoners into the non-existent place. The prisoners disappeared from the world silently. It could be expected that soon after the secret trial was over, countless corpses would be hung on the Traitors' Gate. They won't sway in the wind like chimes, paying the price for what they have done before. The tower stood in the White Palace, glowing with the only light at the top of Avalon. The light silently overlooked its own territory like a dragon's cold eyes.
It watched the group of rebellious officials struggle against death.
It's all over. Gavin staggered out of the scarlet vortex.
Leaning against the wall, he coughed violently. He looked up at the lights in the sky, his eyes flashing with resentment and gloom.
Gritting his teeth, Gavin ran home.
He had to completely get rid of all the clues before the Fifth Department found out about his situation. Fortunately, he had sent all of his family to another location at the beginning, and arranged backup and escape plans for himself, just in case.
He only needed to trigger the prepared equipment and leave a little spark. Everything would go up in flames.
Suddenly, he knelt on the ground. He vomited out a large mouth of rancid blood and felt the power disappearing quickly in his body. This was the penalty from the god. Hayakum, who had lost his incarnation, was very furious. As a priest, Gavin had lost all the providence. If he had not prepared precautions beforehand, he would have died like the scapegoats in those chambers. Stooping, he threw up the deadly green poison. He took out a silver needle and stabbed it into his neck and head. This sealed up the evil in his body temporarily. Now, it was a race against the clock. He did not have much time now.
Gazing at the distant firelight in the tumult, he ground his teeth.
He climbed over the walls and fell into the garden of an old house. The chamber contained Robin's puppet, his correspondences, the password of his secret lines, and the deployment that he arranged before.
All of this must be destroyed.
He must destroy as much as possible. Otherwise, he would spend the rest of his life being chased by the Royal Musician Division.
What a pity.
He had planned for so many years but lost everything overnight. Gritting his teeth, he regained his composure from the rage and pushed the door. And then he froze.
Father.
He saw the man in the wheelchair in the hall. The old man still wore his respirator and his breathing sounded like water sloshing in his lungs. He was still here, he did not escape.
Father, why haven't you left yet? Gavin looked at him in astonishment. He quickly went forward, reaching for the frail old man. It's too late. Let me take you away, but his hands stiffened in the air.
After 2 steps, Gavin lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground, unable to get up.
Father, he gaped at the old man before him.
On Gavin's face, the tattoos hidden under his skin lit up one by one. As if he was born with them, they were wedged into his flesh and bone marrow.
He could not get rid of them.
They had been carved in his body at birth. Now, they locked his strength and he lost all his power to resist in a moment. A cane jabbed his face angrily as if the old man wanted to smash his cheekbones in. He did not expect that the dying old man could have such great strength.
How dare you call me father?
The old man gasped. He climbed up from his wheelchair, raised his cane with shaking arms, and smashed it onto Gavin's face again and again until his feeble strength was exhausted and Gavin's nose was broken completely.
The Adrian family is done for.
He glared at Gavin as if looking at a bastard, a scourge that should not be left in the world.
It's all because of you, Gavin. Because of you. All our ancestors' names are tainted because of you.
Purple-blue veins bulged across his face. Staring at Gavin made him grind his teeth.
Sure enough, AB** starred like you shouldn't have been kept in this world.
Gavin froze and gaped at the furious man. His lips trembled as if he wanted to explain something but did not know what to say. In the end, footsteps sounded in the distance. Someone was leading the brigade here. A familiar voice shouted, "He's inside.
Don't let him get away." It was Banner. Why? Only by sacrificing you could the family be saved.
The old man looked coldly at this shameful son.
You'd better go with them obediently and distance from the family, understand? Don't get the family involved.
But, didn't?
Gavin looked at him blankly. But weren't you the one who asked me to join the parliament?
Father.
You're the one who asked me to join the parliament to get those big men's favor. It was It was you who gave the name of Robin to me. It was you. It was you. I've clearly done it, father.
Gavin closed his eyes, grinding his teeth and trying to hold in the tears.
I've done much better than you'd wanted. In the approaching footsteps, Gavin roared.
He drew out his dagger and gouged out the restrictions on his face. Scarlet blood spouted out and his pale cheekbones were revealed, full of cracks. He looked like a rotting corpse's. He growled with pain, but he finally broke free from what had chained him down since birth. Flesh and blood came off, leaving behind pale bones as hideous as an angry demon. Seeing Gavin climb up from the ground and go toward him, the old man froze. He trembled in the wheelchair and tried to retreat.
You? What do you want to do? Gavin, I don't want to do anything. Gavin smiled.
He reached out to caress his father's sparse white hair and said gently, "Father, all this time, it has always been Banner took care of you.
It's the first time we're so close. You're old and not in good health. You should just sit and rest."
As he said this, he gently pushed the dagger into the withered chest. The blade pressed against the heart and nailed into the back of the wheelchair as if it was part of it. As the old man screamed, Gavin bent down and gazed at the old man's eyes with his gray eyes. "As you wish, please put all the blame on me. As you said, the family will be saved if Gavin dies." He kissed the old man on the forehead and laughed, turning his face into bloody pulp. He took out Robin's mask from his pocket and put it on his face. For the first time, there was no estrangement between the mask and the flesh, and it truly became his face. However, blood seeped out of the eye holes and fell down his cheeks.
He just could not hold it back. The Robin laughed with tears of blood, pushed the door to go out, and pounced on the fire that was going to burn him. Hissing was heard in the darkness, but it quickly fell silence. The roar stopped while the sound of the music finally dissipated as well. During this long night, the blood of countless people was doomed to be buried under the rotten soil with their enemies and bones, as well as despair and anger. In the dark, the blood path quietly extended. When dawn was about to come, a broken wooden boat drove out of a hidden port and quietly left Avalon. In the cabin, the wounded Robin leaned against the wall. He looked at his bloody hands and laughed softly. His laughter, full of emptiness and desolation, echoed in the cabin before finally dissipating in the gloom. "How long are you going to wait?" the Robin asked, without looking behind. "Shouldn't we end this now?" "You're right." In the darkness behind him, that seemingly sleeping teenager opened his eyes and looking at his back with compassion. "You discovered me long ago?" "No, I don't have the strength sense anymore." The Robin lowered his eyes tiredly. "But I didn't see you along the way, so I supposed you were waiting for me here." "I see." Ye Qingxuan sighed and slowly rose. Gavin, the eldest son of the Adrian family, president of the student council, the top student of the School of Royalty who entered the Royal Music Division after graduation, and even became the master's deputy. "These things I know better than you. There's no need to read my resume. I just want to ask, with your ability, why did you choose to be a dark musician?" "Yeah, why?" "I also want to know why." The Robin laughed wryly. "If I had to say, it's probably because of my family that had fallen for so long. Since the previous patriarch, the family was expelled from the top level of society. My father failed to resonate and was reduced to a man who would suffocate if there was no wheelchair and respirator. After all these years, all that remained of the Adrian family was the name. There's nothing but the name. Do you understand? Mr. Holmes, all the education, all the things I ever heard in my entire life were related to making this family to rise again. I could sacrifice everything for this, even the destruction of Avalon, as long as the family of Adrian could return to its peak. Being a dark musician is just a small part of it. Revive the family? Ye Qingxuan scoffed. Do your father and brother really care about you? Banner sees you as an eyesore. Didn't your father betray you just now? You give everything for something that doesn't love you and you don't love either. Love or not, is there a difference?
The robin looked back at him with mockery, as if he was mocking Ye Qingxuan but also himself. As you can see, a family with nothing but a name, a father who uses me as a tool, a brother who hates me from the heart, these are the only things that I have in this world.
I know they don't love me. How can they love me? I'm their eternal disgrace. I'm just an illegitimate child, I was born a sinner. If they didn't discover that I had musical talent, I would have been drowned in the gutter. I was raised by the maids, ate my younger brother's leftovers, and wore clothes that I could touch only when go out. If I dirted the clothes a little, I would get beaten. This is good enough for me, very good. At least I'm still alive, even if the cost is to be a slave for my entire life. What other options do I have? I was born with no choice and no way to run. Ye Qingxuan, this is my destiny.
The robin looked at him, exposing his steel-gray eyes dyed red by blood. Behind the mask, they looked dark and dead.
That's why I'm so jealous of you.
In the silence, the youth closed his eyes sadly.
Actually, you needn't have done so much wrong.
The response to him was a cracked dagger. The dagger passed through the corner of Ye Qingxuan's shirt, nailed into the cabin, and broke. The iron pieces broke in the hands of the robin and embedded into his palms. Fresh blood flowed out and melted into the dry old blood.
One could not tell old from new. Enough, Ye Qingxuan.
The robin glared at him. Don't talk about those ridiculous ideals.
Is it necessary to show mercy to a dying person?
Ye Qingxuan stood still in silence.
Come on. Ye Qingxuan, what are you waiting for?
The robin roared as if he was mad, but his angry eyes seemed to be begging.
Enough. Stop pretending to show mercy like a friend.
Ye Qingxuan was stunned by those eyes. After a long time, he revealed a bitter smile.
You're right. How can the vengeful spirit and the robin be friends?
He lowered his eyes and lifted up the cane.
Gavin, you broke my heart. Moonlight shone and poured into the robin's body.
It rose like a flame and engulfed him. In the illusory flames, the robin, stained with blood, closed his eyes and sank into the endless darkness.
All was silent.
When the boat returned to the dock, it had been already tightly blocked by the members of the 5th Department. The lone youth came out of the cabin, which was silent as a tomb behind him.
He returned to the shore, going against the tide of soldiers who rushed into the boat. He seemed to be exhausted and sat wearily. Under the odd gazes, he took off his hat and threw it beside him along with his cane. Someone gingerly stepped up and whispered, "Mr. Holmes, please." The youth did not seem to hear anything. After a long time, he looked up at the guy. There seemed to be a corpse buried in that pair of quiet and dark eyes. It was so terrifying that the guy dared not to meet his gaze. The comber bowed in awe. "Got a cigarette?" the teenager asked.
Eh? The man froze but soon reacted. He looked back and soon, a pack of crumpled cigarettes was given to Ye Qingxuan.
Ye Qingxuan awkwardly tore open the package and put one in his mouth.
The glow of the flame flashed.
The teenager took a deep breath and exhaled the ashes of murder and darkness.
He said hoarsely, "Go.
Leave me alone." The other dared not to say anything and he gestured to his companion. A black bag was carefully removed from the cabin and placed on the wagon. The people of the 5th Department quietly left. Ye Qingxuan was the only one left on the silent dock. Only the vaguely sound of tides accompanied him. After some time, a faint light lit up behind him, between the sea and the end of the sky. The sun quietly leaped from the tide, glowing faintly. The faint light illuminated the youth's solitary figure. The long night was over. It was dawn. Chapter 305, Stein Chamber. The next day, the weather was fine in the afternoon.
It was almost impossible to detect the chaos of last night.
For most people, last night was just a rare earthquake, causing tsunamis and chaos.
It caused much shock as well, but after the shock faded, it became a story to talk about after dinner. People talked cheerfully about last night's unlucky guys. They discussed the magical power that the musicians had shown when they were involved in infrastructure repair and rebuilding. Only a few sensitive people felt something wrong, but they couldn't tell what it was. Maybe it was the fact that there were more soldiers on the streets, the rangers seemed to be working harder, or maybe there were more musicians in robes standing at the gates. The mysterious unrest in the uptown district was too far away for them to know. It would take a long time before it was brought up again as a strange rumor.
Yeah, I saw it with my own eyes. What a dragon! It flew in the sky.
In the tavern, a young man exaggerated his gestures and drew a burst of laughter.
Don't be silly. You probably saw things because you were scared out of your mind. Dragon? There wasn't even a dragon's hair.
Under the storm of booze, the young man sat down awkwardly and knocked on his brother's head beside him.
Drink less, don't get drunk. I won't get drunk.
His brother lowered his head with displeasure. Well, you can drink everywhere, but we'll miss the boat if we don't leave now. Being laughed at, the disgraced young man picked up his brother, paid the bill, and prepared to leave with his bag.
He's your brother?
He's cute. The middle-aged bartender smiled and rubbed the little boy's millet-colored hair. The child glared at the bartender discontentedly. When the bartender came to again, he found that the brothers had already gone. He patted his head awkwardly, only to find that he could not remember how they had left. He could only remember the child's eyes. They were pure gold like gems. Somehow, the memory began to blur and fade quickly. Soon, he forgot that someone had come and returned to his busy yet peaceful routine. At the city gate, the long line heading out of the city moved slowly forward. At the front, the examiner looked at the two brothers before him.
Vladimir Avjevich. Are you from the Caucasus? It's thousands of miles away.
A true painter is one who's willing to give his life to art, right? The elder brother, known as Vladimir, smiled.
His accent was not Caucasian at all. Instead, it was elegant and smooth, like the accent of Anglo's upper class. Anglo is just our first stop. We intend to travel to Burgundy, to Asgard by sea, and finally to the sacred city.
Faint light lit up in the musician's eyes but dimmed when looked at the brothers. He nodded and stamped their passports.
Smiling, he handed the passport to them. Have you seen the murals of the Covet Opera?
It's a rare Baroque mural.
You're still in the town, so you can still go back to have a look at it. I've been there already. What a pity.
I didn't know until I got here that it was destroyed by that fire few decades ago, Vladimir lamented.
Anglo truly doesn't care enough about the preservation of art. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's all right.
The musician smiled, waved, and signaled to the knights behind him to let them go.
Have a good journey. Thank you. I'll definitely come back again if I get the chance.
Vladimir smiled, took his brother's hand, and went out of the gate. Behind him, there were some riders in ominous black clothing. They surrounded the crowd in patrolling with sharp eyes under their hoods. Soon the distant passenger ship whistled and drove away from the port. On the deck, the brothers from the Caucasian Federation gazed at the city as if they were unwilling to leave, the fading white city reflected in their eyes.
What a pity. The members of the parliament are probably being hanged now.
I feel a little uneasy about my lack of conscience seeing as I'm the only survivor. In the serene sea breeze, Vladimir sighed and waved.
Goodbye, gentlemen. I may not avenge you, but I'll remember you.
You'll be recorded in my autobiography as an example of failure so that you'll be remembered forever and your names would be left in history.
No one responded.
He smiled, drew back his gaze, and looked down to his side. The young boy also looked up at him, his golden eyes were like amber. The pupil inside the amber was vertical, with the cruelty and gloom of a demon.
Nibirius, I'm hungry.
Be patient, there's only a moment longer. The dark musician named Nibirius reached out and gently caressed the boy's millet-colored hair as if caressing a rare treasure.
Poor little Mordred, let me take you to see the big goldfish, okay?
That same afternoon, a dark carriage drove into the underground square and stopped before the gate of the Jianlan underground palace.
Ye Qingxuan stood in front of the huge dusty door, still dressed in the camouflage he wore in downtown.
Behind him, Dominic's figure seemed to melt into the darkness.
There seemed to be something wrong.
2 minutes later, the princess in a white dress pushed the door and descended from the cart. She cleared her throat and lowered her head in greeting. "You must have waited a long time, Mr. Holmes." "No, I just arrived," Ye Qingxuan replied quietly. For some reason, the cold princess did not even look at him this time.
Did he leave a bad impression?
No, after all, he once helped her remove the curse. She should at least be friendly. He did not expect any respect, but it should not be coldness at least. But thinking of how he had once experimented upon Her Highness, Ye Qingxuan could not help but feel somewhat regretful.
Fortunately, the feeling was not hatred. Otherwise, he would be done for.
After a short silence, Mary coughed and walked ahead.
"Come with me, please." She passed over Ye Qingxuan and gave Dominic an old key.
Taking a glance, Dominic nodded and turned to insert the key into the door. It opened with the sharp sound of friction.
Dominic did not lead the way as usual.
Instead, he handed over a lantern and glanced at Ye Qingxuan.
What a lucky kid.
In the distant darkness behind the door, the princess clad in white held the lantern and looked back at him. The dazed Ye Qingxuan snapped out of his thoughts and hurried over. The gate rumbled and closed behind them. In the silence, he heard Mary's footsteps ahead.
The maiden lifted the lantern, illuminating the winding steps below. The spiral staircase seemed to extend endlessly.
Every time Ye Qingxuan entered a door, he saw something completely different and surprising every time.
He looked around at the cracks in the wall as well as the broken ornaments.
It felt like he was in an abandoned castle. He took a deep breath but could not smell the dust and decay. There was no wind and no other smells. He could only smell the perfume that drifted in front of him.
"Well, your taste is quite good, Your Highness,"
Ye Qingxuan quietly praised in his mind. Mary, walking ahead, seemed to be unaccustomed to such a long silence. She coughed lightly and said, "Mr. Holmes, you don't seem surprised.
Have you ever been to such a place?"